You can, you can, you can, you can, you can, you can. What's that? To the window, to the wall. I just went down to all these different parts. I'm forgot. So, baby. Get love to the window, to the wall. All these different parts. Never took that. I do love this. To the wall.
I swear, Lil Jon and them was not playing with that song. They was like, this song
They
need to go on for
wasn't.
10 minutes.
They wasn't. I remember
One of the
dancing on
longest songs.
tables.
Man,
Listen, that was my
had to.
shit.
What's up, Philly in the house? I had to get up and dance. Like you cannot just
You
listen to
can't
that
sit
song and just
down
sit
with that.
still.
Yes. No, you cannot. You cannot. Listen, y'all, let's get these likes up to 25,000. Thinker, does she have it? She doesn't have a gift goal. But while she does her gift goal, can y'all light her up with the team bracelets and the heart knees? And
I'm
remember to
so
share the
sorry.
live. Also, subscribe to her YouTube. Are you streaming right now?
I am streaming right now, and I'm trying to log in so I can talk to the YouTube people. So give me just 1 second. I logged into the wrong YouTube account. Hold on, y'all.
Okay. Okay, so make sure you subscribe to Arc Thinker on YouTube and continue to share.
That way, when TikTok fuck with us again, like they did this morning in the middle of a good ass conversation, all
Right?
you gotta do is just go to the YouTube. So we figured it out. They just fucking with us inside the app because I'm just gonna keep on going, okay? As long as there's a guest on the stage, if we're in the middle of a good conversation, we just gonna keep the conversation going because we can hear each other on stage. Y'all just go to the YouTube. We saw about 130 of y'all switch to the YouTube this morning. So that's going to be our fix whenever they do that to us.
Ooh, so
Mm-hmm.
free
But
fun Friday. Who did it?
yeah, I added something new,
Ooh, I
but
can't
hold on.
wait.
Let
I
me
can't
sign
wait
in.
to hear about this.
Yeah. Let me sign in right quick on
Okay.
YouTube so I can talk to them. I'll be right back. Go ahead and do your announcement.
I just did, but I'll do it again.
You talked about the talent show and all that?
Oh, I didn't do the talent show.
Okay.
Well, yeah. Let me get my thing out because yeah, kind of forgot everything right now. All right, so tomorrow, October 11th, there's a talent show that will be held right here at 11 p.m. And it doesn't matter what you do. You could draw, you can act, you could sing, you could dance, no matter what, as long as it is TikTok friendly. And guess what? There's cash prizes. First place, $500. Second place, $250. Third place, $150. And the fourth place is $100. The actual show will be held on October 31st. So that means you have exactly 2 weeks to get ready to show us what you got. And it's being brought on by Mutual Aid, as well as a project all safe hands on deck. And it's geared toward helping the continent of Africa as well as other parts of the diaspora like Haiti. So yes, please, please, please sign up. The link is in Thinker's bio. And let's turn up tomorrow. I know there's lots and lots of talent with the nerds and aficionados, but also you guys can share it to your mutuals throughout TikTok so that we could get a nice amount of people here to participate.
Yeah. I just did a video right before I went live. To promote the talent show, and I used Bash's song. Like I swear, I love that part of that clip where he says she likes him handsome and I just ain't it.
Mm.
Got me like damn son, ain't that a bitch? So I used that part, and at the
Mm-hmm.
end I said, "Go get that money, cause she likes some rich." So come and win $500. Yes, 24 hours
Yes.
from now. Now we will not be streaming all night. We won't be streaming all night, so the audition will last as long as there's somebody there to audition, and it gives us a good idea on who's going to show up to audition for people to pre-register for the audition, y'all. Because Saturday we start back our Saturday classes. Sub only starts back this Saturday, 5 p.m. Central. Dr. Joshua Bowen is going to come and do a Q&A session so people, the nerds can pop in and out on stage. Whatever burning questions that you have about the Old Testament, Assyria, Babylon, the history of these nations in the Old Testament, things that make you want to go, how did that happen? This is the time for the nerds to get those questions answered from an Assyriologist. Okay. Now he's not an Egyptologist, but he does know a bit about Egypt's history. But he's more so on the Assyriologist side, where he studied the Assyrians. He studied Babylon, all of those things. Okay. So we will be back to Saturday classes starting this Saturday. So we won't be streaming all live on Friday. But it is Freeform Friday, y'all. We need 3 Christians on stage and one more non-believer. Wait, since I have to have the backup on stage and we need a place for a host, we need 2 Christians on stage for Freeform Friday to kick off. If you are a believer or a Christian, or if you're deconstructing, there is room for you on the stage to kick off Freeform Friday. If you don't know what Freeform Friday is, it's 3-on-3, or in this case 2-on-2, since I have to use one of the boxes. Easy, your middle name is Christian? Are you joking? I didn't know that. It's 2. It'll be 3-on-3 because it's the host will be included in that. And the believer gets to pick
Fuck niggers, fuck faggots, nigga. On crib, nigga. Fuck
yeah,
you, fuck your
okay.
life,
Okay, fuck you
bitch
too.
ass
Fuck yours
nigga.
too.
Yeah,
Fuck yours
pussy.
too. Yours too. Okay. The what was I saying? Yeah, 2-on-2. Yeah, like I don't know what's wrong with yeah. 2-on-2. And then we're gonna pick a case. So what I decided to do this week, instead of letting the believers pick first every time. We're gonna switch it up. The YouTube is Arc Thinker. Y'all, it's in the bio. It's in my bio. Like all you have to do also is just go to the bio link and click it. But it's Arc Thinker. ARCH Thinker. Yeah, so we're gonna switch it up. We're gonna let the believers pick first and then like non-believers pick. That way we don't get stuck on Adam and Eve all night. I think that it's gonna that'll protect our minds for being in the garden all night, I think. What do y'all think?
Yes, please,
I like
because I'm
that.
telling you, I'm tired. I can't do it. We've been doing this for how many months now? And I swear we stay in the garden.
Yeah, yeah.
We've been there just as long as the Israelites was in the wilderness. Shit.
It's like this is older than the It's a Small World ride at Disneyland, for Christ's sake. You
That's
just
true.
dismantle it and do something else.
Yeah, that's true. Hawaii Authority, are you a believer or a non-believer? Hawaii?
Yo,
I can barely hear you.
can you hear me okay?
It sounds like you're far away.
Oh no.
Is it me? Am I the drama?
Nah, I barely
Uh
No,
hear you.
I can't hear her
oh, okay.
either.
Okay. Because Dex, you kind of sound far away too, love bug.
Oh, let me change that.
You know what's so crazy? Now that we're streaming to YouTube, YouTube gets to see when people jump up on stage and call us N-words for no damn reason at all. Go ahead and just stream your racism. Let the whole world see how you defend Jesus.
I was just thinking the same thing when he was doing it.
Yeah. You're no longer just in TikTok world, but
You're everywhere.
and it is twice the evidence that TikTok doesn't do shit about it. So, if there's ever a class and somebody gets rich, it'll be from this thinker. Ain't that a bitch? Twice the evidence. When we talk about show me proof, there it is. It's in two places. It's in two places.
Hey,
Hawaii left.
Hey,
Let's hear your mic, Dex.
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, yes, that
Okay,
sounds a
good.
better.
lot better.
Thank you.
Um, you're welcome. So when I say Old Testament versus New Testament God, I want to find out. I need to know about the nature of this God changing from old to new, the old dispensation, the new dispensation. What's different? Who did what? I need to see and understand how the believers see these gods, because I know, Air 265. Really quickly, are you a believer or non-believer? Air
And
265.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even know I joined. I must
Uh,
said the wrong number.
that's okay. I'll go ahead and
I
take you
was
down.
just
Okay.
listening. That's all.
Okay. Have a good night. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
hmm So okay, so what I would like to know about the Old Testament God versus the New Testament God, and when I say who did it, right? I want to know. I want to understand how believers see these two gods, or like the one they call one, but talk about like two. I need to understand the differences in their minds. What changed from the old dispensation to the new dispensation? I know they always say the law, but to me it seems like the actual nature of the God changed to them, and that the actual God changed to them. The name of the God changed to them. I know they just say God, but I don't think they understand or realize that they're talking about him like he's a different God. And I kind of do see that Jesus has surpassed Yahweh and deityship, deifiedship, and deity. What would it be? And divinism, divinity. What the correct
Probably
word?
divinity, right?
Divinity,
Divinationosity.
divination.
Divinationosity.
A bigger lie.
I'm gonna drop you, also.
He said, also said divination. Well, Jesus has definitely surpassed Yahweh, don't y'all think? Yeah,
Yes,
because they
yes.
are.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus done outdid his daddy. He's a
He
bigger
outdid his
daddy.
daddy.
He did. Like I honestly think they think they're talking about the same God in their head, but if you mention, don't you dare mention their names in the same sentence when you're talking about the Old Testament. You can't do that because they're gonna flip a
Mm-mm.
bit. They're gonna go off. Yeah, Jesus
Can't
has
do
way more clout than Yahweh. So that's why I put that up there. I need to understand how they are, you know, understanding this God or these gods. I don't know. I don't know if they're two different gods to them or not. But again, there are two spots on stage for two Christians. This is the night. This is Freeform Friday. If you're new here, where we fill up all 8 boxes. We don't do 101s tonight. The group gets to do the talking. You'll have host on stage with you. We'll join the conversation, but you guys drive the conversation. So if you want to be on stage and you are a believer or you are in the middle of deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, go ahead and send a guest request. We already have 2 non-believers on stage right now. Yeah, the part that we really need good luck with is getting Christians to participate Freeform Friday. This is one of the hardest things to do on Thursday nights. Mama
Hi,
Bear, how are you?
it's me from the other night.
I don't remember. I'm so sorry. You said from the other night.
Yeah, you told me to come back on here.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for that. I remember you now. Your friend told you to come in here. And you are deconstructing, right?
I am.
Okay, awesome. And so we need to get another person on stage. So since you're deconstructing, do you feel more comfortable being on the side of non-believers or believers since you're in the middle? Which side?
I
It's on the
honestly,
conversation.
I honestly feel more comfortable being a non-believer. It
Okay.
just makes more sense to me.
Okay, so your team tonight will be Dex, Elso, and Dex and Elso. So all 3 of you will be on one team. Now I just need to fill these last 3 boxes with believers. So Zedekai, if you're able, you can come on stage. If you are a believer or a Christian, I don't know, or a Sidakmak, however you identify, there are three boxes on stage for you right now. We're not looking for any more Elsos on stage. No Red Sea Scroll believers. I haven't had time to study the Red Sea Scrolls, so no thank you, Elso.
You've had at least part of the knowledge that you can study. So once you get that over with, I'll give you
Uh,
more.
no, not yet. I got a little bit more studying to do, and you're really lucky that I woke up today feeling quite generous.
I
I
was
just
hoping
want
that
you to
would be
know
the
that.
case.
Hey,
Yes.
gal, you still haven't up
Oh, the
your
gift
gift
go. I
goal.
got it. I got it. I got it. I'm gonna do it now. Do we have believers afraid tonight? Like, are y'all not? What's going on?
How did you get Dr. Joshua Bone in tomorrow? I mean, on Saturday. That is awesome. I'm reading his book right now.
Oh, you are. Which one are you reading?
Slavery in the Old Testament.
Yeah, yeah. So
That's
guess what
that's
I
kind of
got?
sorry. That's kind of what we discussed today, isn't it, Dex?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. So I got an autographed copy. He mailed me. It hadn't come yet, but he mailed me an autographed copy of his new book. Is an extension to slavery in the Old Testament, 700 pages with all of the legal codes from the ancient Near East, so that we can um, uh, uh, what am I looking for? We can
Sex,
analyze,
study.
yeah,
Okay.
assess and analyze all of the legal codes in that time. But yeah, Dr. Bowen's, you haven't seen him come
I'm
in here and chill
so
on stage?
jelly.
No, I've not seen him before. I'm so excited to, kind of hear what he has to say.
Yeah, he'll come in here and hop on stage and join debates. He's been doing it for like a week now, every day.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he knows what he's talking about. Wow.
Yeah, he does. I'm excited to say that I can now say that he is a friend. I learned a lot from the slave laws from reading Dr. Bowen's books. And Deborah, who is also the author of Crucifying Jesus, he was on Deborah's panel. And I was half sleeping when she said, "Welcome, Dr. Bowen." And I opened my eyes. I said, "Dr. Bowen." I said, "She talking about Dr. Joshua Bowen?" So I turned over and can somebody block the cock blocker? Like, let's get the cock blocked. I said, "Are you talking about Dr. Joshua Bowen?" And I turned over and he was on stage and I was like, "I am so fangirling right now." And then the next morning he hit request on my panel. And I was like, "Deborah is the fucking bomb." So I have to thank Deborah for that hookup right there. What's up, Joshua? Yeah. Okay, so we have several people in the guest request box. I'm gonna start bringing them on stage. Remember that I am looking for 3 believers to join the team. Let's see here. Ice Bryce, no. What you did yesterday, what was that? Okay, these people did not mean to join, I take it. Let me go down the list. TikTok done started their mess with adding people to the stage. Hold on, y'all. Thank you, Manifest of. I appreciate your support. Okay, there's 5 people in the guest request box. I don't know. Please check to see if you are in there on purpose. Julia, Brown Julie, Lau Bajorn, and Deja Cannon. Ice Bryce, you disrespected my stage yesterday. You will not be getting on my stage. Let's see. Josh took it away really quick. So the 3 names that I just called out, are you in the guest request box on purpose? Okay. Okay, Deja. Lau Brown. Lau Bajorn. Nope. Nope. You don't get a second chance with me. If I don't forgive Oso easily, I damn sure ain't forgiving you. Like, nope. And I love Oso. Deja, how are you?
I'm doing
Deja.
good.
Okay. I do need to do an age check.
Tell her your age, Daisha.
25.
Okay. Thank you. If you can mute for me for just a second. Lau Bajorn, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. And I'm in my 40s.
Okay. Thank you. And are you a believer or a non-believer?
Well, I'm a Taoist humanist.
You cut out on me. I don't know that this would fit for the believer side
Yeah,
because we're talking about the Bible, right? Things that happen in the Bible and what they believe.
sure.
So I don't know
I
that
was
you would
raised
fit.
Christian and I was a Bible camp counselor.
Yeah, but that's not your current belief, right? So you
Right,
wouldn't.
right.
This is kind
So,
of like a who did it, like kind of like defending their stance, and you wouldn't be defending it, right? Do you
uh,
see what I'm saying?
no, I mean, I believe in the teachings of Christ, or of Jesus, but yeah, I'm not
Okay,
really.
but but you don't believe in is Jesus the God of the Old Testament to you, or
Yeah, I just believe in his philosophy. So I'll drop myself down.
okay? All right, thank you. So we do need 2 believers on stage to help Deja out. She is the only believer brave enough to come on stage. Normally we have believers ready to hop in the box. Ice Bryce, I said no. Okay, respect the boundary. What is wrong with you? You are not allowed on my stage. And Ice Bryce, like I don't even make the call of who gets blocked when shit like that's happen. Like honestly, I'm not telling you that to block you because I don't think you've done anything to get blocked, but stop it. The answer is no. Okay? I saw she muted you once. Like, just chill before she blocks you, bro. If it's godly. Okay. We can get started one-on-one right now with Deja and one of the non-believers, and then we'll bring in a believer. When another believer joins the stage, we'll add the rest of the team. So, to the non-believers, who wants to go ahead and begin with Deja 101?
I'll sit
Dex and
this one
Oso.
out and wait if you'd like. And hey,
Well, I would like it to be one of you two, Oso or Dex, because since y'all know how it goes, this is Mama
sure.
Bear's first time. So, one of you, Oso or Dex. Oso, are you there?
I am. I was gonna defer. I mean, Dex, if you want me to go, I'll go. But I was gonna defer.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'll sit. I'll sit and wait. That's all good to me. I'll go get a
So,
drink,
both of
so it's
y'all
all
are
good.
trying to wait. Both of y'all are saying defer.
I guess I'll
That's
go.
fine. I can go. That's fine.
Okay, go ahead, Oso. Well, Mama Bear, you can join in just a second. Because they've done it before, I would like one of them to lead off. And since she's the only believer on stage, I don't want her to feel like she's being, attacked with like multiple questions at the same time.
Right.
Until we get two more believers on stage to help her out, okay, or at least one more believer, to help her out. It typically takes us a little while before we get believers to join, before they feel comfortable enough to join on Freeform Friday, but we'll get it going here in just a second. But also, Deja, let me explain to you what this is, okay?
Hmm.
So, Deja, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, so, the title of tonight's conversation is Who Did It? God, Jesus, or Satan, or the devil. Okay. In the Bible, there are several stories that involve both God and the devil. And so there is some thought in either of the stories that God is responsible for the thing that happened, or the devil is responsible, or Satan is responsible. On the board, I have 5 cases, well, 6, that you can choose from, discussing who did it. And then the last one talks about the nature of the Old Testament God versus the New Testament God, and who did these things, right? Was it Jesus that did these things? The Ahab case, Job's case, Adam's case, Judas's case, or was it the Old Testament God, or are they the same? Okay, so I don't know if that sounds like a lot, but we'll help you through it since it's your first Freeform Friday. But which of these topics did you want to discuss?
The first one by God, who did it?
Which one? It's like Ahab, Job, David, Adam and Eve, Judas. The
Job.
Job. Okay, all right. Go ahead and begin. Also, if you want to start your questioning to kind of help her.
Yeah. So basically, who do you believe was responsible for the things that happened to Job? Was it God or was it Satan?
God.
Interesting. I would agree with you on that. I think God allowed, and well, not only allowed, but he was chilling in heaven, and all the hosts came to come see him, and the devil was also there, or Satan was also there, and unprovoked of anything, he goes, "Hey, have you ever looked at maybe torturing Job?" And that set up the whole line of events. I know a lot of people like to say, well, the devil was just like, what about Job? What about Job? But that's not how that went. God definitely orchestrated all of the pains and heartbreaks that Job went through. And then, worst of all, when Job, even though he was very faithful to watch his mouth about what he said about God, whenever he worked up the audacity, I guess you could call it, to ask God, why me? Then he just completely spazzes out on him. Like, that's not a reasonable question. Like, the dude lost his family, he lost his health, he lost his life, he lost his wealth. He lost all of that at the hands of a God that was just trying to prove something that he knew was true. That just seems like psychopathic, really.
So I do want to interject for just a second and ask Deja a question. Deja, you said you believe that God destroyed Job's life. That correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why you say God did it?
Hold on.
Are you Deja? Are you talking to someone else?
No.
What's happening?
Hold on, Jimmy.
Deja, who are you talking to? It, Deja, can you come back to the
The video live here, Junior, so I don't need you to be on here.
freedom fighter? I think you are the person last night that wished my kids cancer.
What?
Yeah, the freedom
Oh,
fighter guy. Don't block them. Don't block them. Um,
oh,
you
I'm
are
back.
the huh? Hold
I'm
on.
here.
Hold on. I'm not
Okay.
rising you for shit. I don't give a fuck. You're gonna stay here and you're gonna listen to everything that we say, and you will never get on my stage. You can sit in the comments and you can talk your nonsense. I don't care. But no. But here's the crazy thing. To the believers in the comments, why would your God need my kids to get cancer? Like well, never mind, because your God is used to killing other people's kids for the sake of him feeling worshipped by somebody that doesn't want him. And that's who you have chosen to call God. And you do the dirty work with your decrepit mind. Not all Christians, but the ones that come in here says this shit. Are you not the guy last night that was in here with the same name wishing cancer on my kids? Are you not that person? Like you literally just came in here and said you sensed demon sensation or something. Like as soon as you come in here, the first thing you say is you sense demons. Well, if it's
He
not
said, I
you,
sense the demon Confucius. Confucius.
yeah. If it's not you, then you have a friend with the same damn name that was in here yesterday wishing cancer on my kids. So unfortunately, you share a name with an evil Christian, and so unless you change your name, you won't be coming up on my stage. Um, Nathaniel, are you Christian? Nathaniel, are you a believer?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Okay, give me just a second. Deja, are you there by yourself, or like are you capable of continuing the conversation?
Yes.
Are you sure? Like you don't have to like refer to
Yes.
someone to
Yeah.
answer the question.
I'm sure.
Okay. Give me just a second. Dudette is on stage. Dudette.
Hey,
Hey, love.
um, I asked Nathaniel if he was a Hebrew Israelite, and he said he was.
Okay, Nathaniel, we do not platform Hebrew Israelites. I'm pretty sure Dudette told you in the comments, so I do have to take you down,
I
okay?
did.
Wait. Why not?
It's a boundary that I have, okay? I just ask that you
Cause
respect
we
it.
know too much, huh?
Yep, that's why. Yep, you're just too smart and I can't handle it. My feeble brain is just too little for you.
All right.
Give me
Thanks a
just a
lot.
second. All right, thank you, Love Bug. Freedom Fighter, you're not coming on stage with that name. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You have to change your name. I don't trust it. The hidden gem. She doesn't look old. She doesn't sound old enough. She doesn't sound 25, but I can only go by her word.
Yeah,
Plus,
yeah, I'm
Mama Bear
25.
knows her. Okay.
It almost
Mama,
sounds like a hostage video type thing. She's
what?
like, you know the answer? Yes. It's like weird.
Yeah,
I think
I'm
she's
25. You could ask my best friend. She'll tell you.
your best friend is Mama Bear.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh, yeah, Mama Bear knows her. I don't know. But we can only take her at her word. She does sound pretty young. But we can only take her at her word. Okay, Deja. So can you answer the question that I asked? What is the reason that you say God destroyed Job's life and not Satan?
Deja, you have to come off mute. You're back on teacup again. What's going
See,
on?
Deja, if you have to refer to somebody and get the answers from somebody, like we can't do that on stage,
No,
okay?
no, no, no. I wasn't getting it from somebody, but I was just trying to see if y'all heard me.
Or are you looking at a Bible app or something? Because
No.
when you go on Teacup, we can't hear you. It's like you're leaving the app.
Oh no, I'm not, I wasn't leaving the app.
Okay,
Oh, this is
but we
something.
can't hear you when you're on Teacup. So what did you say?
I said because he did it.
Right, what do you mean?
Can
What
you
did he
hear me
do?
now?
Yeah, what exactly did he do?
Well, what I mean when I say he did it, I mean he allowed it to happen.
Allow what to happen?
God allowed that uh Joe to do it to Job.
Okay,
If I can
I
get it
don't know.
out.
I don't. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think that we should continue the conversation. Um, it sounds like you're quite young and maybe not as informed on the Bible, and the type of questions that we ask in here, they may be um, uh, require you to go a little bit more in depth. Okay,
Okay.
okay. I'm sorry. Thank you for coming up, and I hope you have a good night. Okay,
Have a good night, Deja.
Good night,
You too.
Deja.
thank you. Okay, yeah, she sounds quite young. I know she says she's 25, Mama Bear, but she sounds quite young, and I don't know that she's ready to actually have these type of conversations. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, guys. She's a believer and I'm a non-believer, and I figured that I'd bring her up for a debate, but I guess she's not ready for it.
She sounded nervous, I think, is that what it was?
Yeah, I'm sorry, you guys.
No, it's okay. I mean, that's perfectly
Yeah, that's
fine.
okay.
No worries.
Angelica, are you a believer or a non-believer? Hello, Angelica.
Hey, Thinker. How are you?
I
Hello?
I'm
remember this voice.
yeah, that's that girl. That's that person,
Yeah,
ain't it? Yeah, I'm not
yeah,
gonna do that shit again. Please go get a life. What is wrong with y'all?
yeah.
What
She
is
is
wrong with y'all?
blocked. I knew I heard. Mm-mm.
Like, I get it. Y'all don't like that. I don't like your God. I freaking get it. I get it. But damn, go get a life. Move on. There have been multiple people who don't like your God. And why you are so, is it because I'm black? Huh? Is that like, I'm trying to like literally figure that out. There have been multiple people who don't believe in your God. Like, literally, there's a guy on here who wrote a whole book about Jesus being fake. Two of them. And why y'all not doing this to them? Like, that's ridiculous. And then making several accounts just to harass. Like, y'all, like, get a life. It's crazy. Justin gets the same people. That one person, like, he or she, I'm gonna say they because they keep changing their gender every time they do it. They make a different account every time just to come up in here and pretend like they are deconstructing, and then just to drop hateful ass wishes and hopes. Like, it's crazy. I swear, sometimes Vicky, you're in the guest request box. Bert, I see you right now. I'm looking for believers to come on stage. We have too many non-believers on stage right now. We don't have any believers, which I see y'all in the comments. Y'all are here, but for some reason, you're not joining the conversation. Um, so I see you, Bert, but I'll add you here in just a second. But yeah, y'all come in here and y'all do some of the most and say some of the most evil shit, while out of your mouth you're talking about a loving God. Like, it's like, let me be evil to you. Let me wish evil on you so you can come get this love. What does that sound like?
Sounds pretty poisonous to me.
Right? Like, why do you have to resort to wishing curses on people? Like, you're literally in your house hoping my kids get cancer, so I will have to worship your God. What is wrong with you? And why would you allow yourself to be so bothered by another human who you don't know, that you would sit and worry all day? Like, what the hell is that? Like, you cannot convince me that your God gives you peace, or that your God has you busy in life, if you're spending energy wishing, hoping, and praying that my kids get cancer so that I would think like you. I don't care. Like, I don't care. I don't believe nothing they say. It's just, it's the behavior. It's the intention. Like, I just don't understand it. It's sad. And then it makes me question, like, how come they can't see that even in them doing that they are showing us that they don't have what they say they have, that they aren't happy with what they say they have, because you shouldn't have to result to that. Like, I've not ever had to wish ill on any of you. Even after you have wished my children cancer, I still don't wish ill on any of you. How can I do that? And I don't have your Jesus, but you can't, and you claim to have it. Explain that to me. Y'all get up in here talking about, oh, he changed the eye for an eye. He's a different God. He's not the God of the Old Testament. He changed the law. He was a rebel. He changed the eye for an eye. But y'all ass can't turn the other cheek for shit. You are eye for an eye all the way. You do believe in the Old Testament God. Your whole entire personality is the Old Testament God, because you'll go to church and your preacher will preach the Old Testament God to you while saying Jesus, and you don't even know that you're getting ideologies filled in your head with these hateful ass belief systems. That's why y'all act and say and do the things that y'all do, while you think that you are loving people. Like, it's freaking ridiculous. Y'all, I'm sorry. I don't know. We still don't have Christians wanting to join the stage.
Hey, y'all, tap the screen and let's share some more. Share it out to your believer friends.
Oh, they're
And
here. It's not
I'm
that they're not here. Yeah, they're in here. They're here to either learn. There are some here to learn. Some have reached out to me and thanked me. So there are some here to learn. There are some here to just marvel and wish and hope and pray that something happens to me. They're waiting for the day that they see a TikTok saying Thinker got into a car accident. or somebody unalive thinker, which is sad. And here's the thing. Y'all are wishing, hoping, and praying for that. And the crazy thing is that y'all think that I've not thought about how crazy believers can get, because I have, right? If you remember me saying, when people come in here and they say such and such has your they're using your post, they're using a screenshot of your post, and I'm like, okay, screenshot it. The more the better. It doesn't matter. You could get rid of me. The shit is already out there. It's already out there. I don't know what y'all think getting rid of me or me hurting is going to do. I'm not the only one. Like, you're wasting energy on praying that something happens to me. I'm not the only one. That's the crazy thing. There ain't nothing to get back to. There ain't nothing to get back to. And then I have to address the behavior. I have to address the behavior. Christians don't address it. Exactly. Everything is out in the open. I'm not the only non-believer on TikTok. Y'all gonna have to deal with all of them. So there's that. Tim Chanter, are you a believer?
Hi, yes, I am.
Okay, give me just a second.
Sure.
Hey, so you want to continue going? You didn't really get much in there. I was
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
okay.
In order to see a debate, you have to have Christians on stage. Like, you can't see a debate without Christians on stage or believers.
Hey, you guys, let's not forget that Thinker has a gift goal of the garland headpieces. Thank you.
There is a user in the guest request. I don't have to ask if you are a believer. I think you tagged me in My God is a Black Woman's Live the other day. Plus, your name tells me you are a believer. Are you a
No,
Black
I'm not a
Hebrew
believer.
Israelite?
No,
Okay.
I'm an atheist.
Oh, you're an atheist.
Yes.
I
I just want to debunk Christians. That's
wish
all I want. Come on, man.
I can't. We already have 3 non-believers on stage right now, and
Oh
so
man.
we're
Okay, I'll
like
go
we're
to the
building
bottom.
teams. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Okay.
We're building teams right now. And so when a non-believer drops, I'll bring you up. Okay.
Okay, I'll drop.
Okay. I'm sorry. Um, So we have 1 believer on stage. We'll do the one-on-one until we get 2 more believers to join. Tim. Vicky, are you in the guest request box on purpose? Go ahead. Also,
Okay. You want
well,
me to pick?
Cam, do you want to pick a topic?
Okay.
Why do they all sound like there's water or like they?
It sounds questionable.
I
Have
think
you
What is
noticed
that?
that
Is that a fish
too?
tank? Is that a fish tank? Are y'all all in the same
I hope
house?
so.
It's that living water.
Okay.
Defending God gets you thirsty.
Sharp Sharpie, are you a believer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you hear
So
me?
yes, we can hear you. All right.
Okay.
Okay. So Tim and Sharpie are on the same account. I mean, on the same account are on the same team. We need 1 more believer to join Tim and Sharpie. So now we can do 2 on 2. It can be Oso and Mama Bear or Oso and Dex. Who's going to be against Tim and Sharpie?
You can go ahead,
y'all
Mama
all
Bear.
say anything at once.
Okay, so Mama Bear, are you good? teaming up with Oso right now?
I am.
Okay. Bert, you are an expert in this space. So you wouldn't be a typical believer here. So Oso, and Mama Bear, Tim and Sharpie. Tim or Sharpie, which topic do you want to do?
I'm okay with exploring the case of Job, if that's what everybody
Okay.
wants to do with.
All right. So do you want to start off defending it? You see who did it, God or Jesus or Satan or the devil? Do you want to start off defending it, or would you rather also or Mama Bear begin with questions?
I can give just my personal explanation or interpretation of the matter, and if there are those who want to poke holes into it, we can discuss that further. And I'm totally okay with that.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and begin.
Okay. So firstly, trying to frame this as best as possible. Um, as a believer, I would say that when it comes to the ideas of comparing the Old Testament God versus a New Testament God, I would say that they're one and the same, but that there is a progressiveness to the theology. That it starts off with free-thinking human beings to multiply and inherit the earth, and then morality starts to come into play, and then ethical, and politics and all that kind of stuff comes into it. But when we get to Job as a story, or as a parable, or as you could say it's quasi-fiction, or if you could say it was nonfiction, we're not sure exactly whether or not it was a historical figure. However, when it comes to the idea of, first off, in the story, we see that Job is someone who is a righteous man. We see that he makes sacrifices very often, animal sacrifices very often, to, as it were, to appease the law. He does the same for his children. It says that he feared for his children's lives, so he did the same for them, and that he had many things. He had many possessions and all these kinds of things, and he followed the law of God, and for that he was blameless. And then we see the Satan, as it were, coming into heaven, and God says, "Where have you been?" He says, "I've been to and fro all over the earth." Now, if we were to take a consistent view of who the devil was, the devil being a fallen angel who was cast out of heaven, he would not have been allowed back. The actual historical view of Satan, as it means the accuser, was actually a political position or a figurative position of a body of the heavenly council, which ties back into Genesis with the heavenly council. And so this would have been somebody with a position. In other words, this Satan, the accuser, is probably a part of the heavenly council that has nothing to do with the devil being the fallen angel who was cast out of heaven. If you want to try to compare the two, I would say that you would have to find correlation between, or not just correlation, but actual direct lineage between the verbiage of the devil, as it was spoken of, and then the Satan. So again, two different characters in the mind of the ancient Israelite text, and as we can view it now, and the Satan was plausibly far more likely a position of a heavenly council calling out the immoral characteristics of humanity at the time. And so he
Yeah.
says, "I've been all over the earth," and says that,
I'm sorry. Let me
I've
ask a quick question.
sure.
Who are you saying did it though? Are you saying that God did it and that the Satan just followed his orders? That's what we need to know really quickly.
Well, okay, sure. So I'm having a problem with the framing of the question of did it, who did what?
Destroy
If
Job's
it's
life. Who's
as far as
who's Who
destroying
wanted it
Job's
done?
life. Okay, well, the full story and the full context of
We
it
know
is
the
is
full
that there's
story.
a
We know the full story. We understand that the Satan is a fourth level entity. We understand that. Okay.
okay.
We also understand that there was no Satan that was thrown out of no angel that was thrown out of heaven, right? Um the entity that fought Michael in Revelations, like we understand all that. So the historical context we don't need as much of, but there are two characters in this book, right? And Christians believe that it was Satan's idea, right? Whose idea was it to destroy Job's life? Was it God's or was it Satan's? Who's responsible for destroying Job's life? That's the question.
Well, it depends on how you want to lay that out, but I would say the responsibility, as it were, would be to question Job as a character, because it is said that though he is flawless or righteous in his following of the law, the point is what is the posture of Job's heart? And
No,
that's what
the question is who wanted it done? Who wanted it done? Did God want it done or did Satan want it done? That's the question.
if the Satan being the accuser is bringing the accusation, then I would say that that would be at the behest of the Satan, that being the accuser, that being his job, and then
So you're
God
saying that
saying,
he wanted it done. The Satan
okay,
wanted it done.
well, it's presumptuous, but I will say this, that the Satan is his job is to accuse the world, and
Yes.
he says there's no one's
Yes.
righteous, and then God says,
We know
okay, what
that.
about this
We don't
man, Job?
we know that. We know that. Right now we
Okay,
just need a position, okay? We don't need you to
okay,
teach or like really quickly, what is your position so they can get to asking questions, okay?
but
And then we'll get
again,
deeper into the conversation.
okay, but
You're hogging up the entire thing. Like really quickly. What is your position? The Satan did it because he's the accuser? Is that what you're saying?
the accuser is charged with the accusation. He brings forth the accusation.
So it's Satan wanted
Sure.
Job's life destroyed. Great, thank you. Okay, to Oso and Mama Bear.
Okay. Go ahead, Mama Bear.
So do I pick what we debate on?
No, he picked Job's case
Oh, okay.
and the
Job.
position that Satan is the one.
We're gonna let Oso respond to him because he just gave a whole lot, and it sounds like you weren't listening. So if you're on stage, I am gonna ask that you be present, aware, and participate in the conversation. Okay. Oso, do you want to respond to Tim?
Yeah, I'm guessing I'm trying to figure out where exactly in the text are you seeing that Satan even mentioned Job or brought this up to God, brought anything up to God about Job to show that it was like a part of his intent to destroy Job's life? Where are you getting that from?
As
Sorry,
far
Mama Bear, I'm gonna remove you from the stage. I hope you have a good night. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
hmm Okay, go ahead.
okay, so God makes the proposition of asking the question to the accuser, where he says he's found no one who is righteous, and God says, well, what about this man? He's been following all of my laws. Is he not? Is he not righteous? So it's not so much that God is leading the accuser into such a thing, but that the accuser is claiming that he can break Job. So God profits Job as a moralistic, at least a moralistic character, not a flawless one, but a moralistic one.
So is go ahead,
So
Oso. Sorry.
reading Job, God's chilling in heaven. The heavenly hosts come to him. The Lord speaks to Satan. Satan responds because the Lord asks, where have you come from? And he responds, going around on the earth, walking back and forth. And then the Lord said to him, have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil?
Mm-hmm.
In that exchange, how are you getting Satan is the one that instigated this?
Oh, okay, so it's not that it's not a matter of instigation. It's a matter of that the Satan, if that was a position, is to say that no one is meeting God's standards, and God says, well, there is this one person, Job, who has followed my commandments. He makes sacrifices on behalf of himself and his family. What about him? In other words, questioning the accuser's job. Have you considered him? Have you considered him amongst your judgment?
So again, how would that be anything other than the God instigating this? This would be him wanting you to do these things, to set these trials against him, no?
It's not a want, it's a question. It's a genuine question. It's him asking, have you considered this man?
But then he turns this power over. He puts Job within his power. It even says so when it comes to, then I put you within his power. You get to take, to do what you want to do. He is in your power. Only spare his life. No,
Mm-hmm.
this sounds like some kind of celestial weird wager to me that is really kind of very horrific.
Sharpie, just want to let you know that you can come in and help your partner out if you see fit. Okay.
I guess she's not here. Yes. So to respond to Dex, I
Hello.
believe.
Yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
Okay. So again, we have to understand if this is even if it's a parable, a storytelling, whether it's fictional or nonfiction, that the God is setting up and saying, "Well, test his might, test who he is," and if I would say this, if the wager is against Job's faith in that which gives rise to all of existence and reality and love and truth and light versus what he has as far as possessions, uh, I'm not seeing where there's a problem with that being a worthy wager. In fact, there's many times in the scriptures where it says, if you do not have hate for your father and mother, but love me, or if you do not choose me first, or have any other gods before me. So God is testing Job's faithfulness as the same as he did with Abraham. With his own possession or his own son, that being Isaac. Yes, it is a testing of Job's character, and that's the kind of the point of the story.
So I think so we're asking who did it? Who instigated this? Who's the reason why it had to happen? And I guess I'm asking this because if I were, let's just say, a mob boss, and I had an enforcer and his job was to go around and break kneecaps for me for people that didn't pay me, and I say to him, "Hey, have you considered Johnny Walker down the street? I'm running a little low on money," and he goes and does that. While the enforcer's job is to do that thing, sure, I'm still the one that's causing this to happen to Johnny down the street.
Okay, but I feel like the analogy breaks down in a lot of ways of being like the mob boss being short on money or breaking kneecaps. I think the accuser or the Satan in this sense is to
Oh.
point out the wrongness of who and who not amongst the earth is following the law that God has set out.
Who brought Satan to Job?
In what context are you saying? Like, are you saying God introduced
Satan.
the Satan to
Would
Job?
Satan? Well, certainly Satan would have, if he would have known that Job was a righteous man and doing all these things. If God didn't bring him to his doorstep, he wouldn't have had these issues happen to him. It seems like God's always trying to test and wager. I mean, it seems like a gambler with his parishioners' lives in that sense. And I'm wagering, Satan, that you won't be able to turn him. I'm wagering that Abraham won't try to unalive his son. It's really kind
Wager?
of
No,
horrific when you
actually,
think about it.
he actually wagered that he would give up his
Why
son.
does he have to gamble with his followers' lives? You see what I'm
Okay.
saying? He shouldn't do that at all.
Okay, well, if God is the author and giver and taker of life, then there's no gambling if you have all the cards and all the chips. I mean, if I had any chips or cards on my side of the table, I would say you have a point. But the point is that God has all the cards, has all the chips, and if He is to give life as He sees fit, if He is if God in this for the sake of the argument is the best outcome of what beings can be, or that which gives rise to all of existence, then God can see fit to ask for whatever He needs to see that we would follow Him. And if
But
if not, go ahead.
go ahead.
No, you're good. I'm done. Go for it.
I guess what I'm And so I don't mean to kind of jump on you here, step on your toes on this.
Oh no, you're sure, you're good.
Give me this second. God's justice. There is a spot open since Mama Bear dropped. You can come up now. There is another spot open for a believer as well. Go ahead.
I guess the question I have is, why is God always wagering with people's lives just to say he's the creator? I mean, that sucks. I mean, come on. Realistically, think about it. Why even worship a God like that when you don't even know if he's going to gamble with you? You've done everything right. You've given God his tithes. You've done everything right. Then he sends the king of the world, Satan, to come down and start messing with you. I mean,
Right. So
Okay,
let's think about
before you
this.
answer, 1 second, just
Sure.
to update the teams. First of the chosen, you're on the team with Tim and Sharpie. Okay. God's Justice, you're on the team with Oso and Dex. Lala and myself are hosts, and we can come in whenever we want to. Nobody, please don't interrupt each other. Okay. Go ahead, continue, Tim.
Okay. So I would say this, that God in this story is what we would say the lawgiver, right? And then there's the law that there is to follow. And we see an actual parallel to this in the New Testament, which we can get to later. But Job, in the character that we see him acting as, is someone who is following the law for the sake of the law, much like a Pharisee. He is doing all the right things, like you said. He's following the law. He's doing everything right. Why is he not getting good things? It's about his heart posture. It's about where he is with his heart. Is he actually worshiping God? Or is he just following the rules and then expecting good things to come in return?
but it says he's righteous.
Yes,
I would make the case.
and just like the rich man in the New Testament asked Jesus, "What must I do?" And he says, "Keep all the commandments." He says, "I've done all those things." Right. So he's saying, "I am righteous according to the Old Testament. I've followed all the commandments. I've done all the teachings." And he says, "But you haven't done this. Give all of your possessions and follow me." In other words, forget all that you hold dear and follow me. Forget all that you hold on this earth and follow me. And it's a test of that. And the rich man says that he couldn't do it, and he was saddened because he had many possessions. It's the same with Job. Job had many possessions. He expected more. He made sacrifices on the daily and on the regular for himself and for his children. And when things started to go wrong, instead of asking God why, instead of entreating God, "Can you save me?" he says, "Well, curse the day I'm born, because it's better for me to be dead than to go through this." Instead of beseeching God, instead of asking for mercy or anything like that, he says, "Well, I've done everything right. I deserve better, and I haven't gotten better." So and eventually, he then throws up the question, right, towards the end, after much posturing between him and his friends. And his wife telling him, curse God and die and all this kinds of stuff. And he's like, "Well, I won't do it. I'm not going to do it, because in the end, he'll deliver me." And the whole point is that in this life, anything and everything can happen. But that if there is more to life than just this, that God can have us go through any measure, including martyrdom, which the New Testament, the apostles were
Hold on,
ready and
because
willing to do.
you gotta make your responses really concise. Okay.
Okay,
And
okay, sure.
okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
How do you reconcile this with the God saying that he did it for no reason, that he allowed to incite him against Job for no reason? Like
Because
you're putting all this reasoning. I'm sorry, you're putting all this reasoning on it, but the God said that it was for no reason. How do you reconcile that?
where do you see that?
It's in Job chapter 2. He says that it was for no reason.
Um,
1 second. Job chapter 2, verse 3.
okay.
TikTok should let us move the scenes up closer to each other. But he says, there is none like him. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. This is the God talking to the Satan. He
Yes.
said, for no reason.
So the accuser's job is to measure the law against
That's not
those
what
who.
I asked. The Lord said to the accuser, again, have you considered my servant Job? There is none like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason.
Yes, again, the accuser with his job, and he is saying that no one is good enough, that no one, and God is asking the question, what about Job, who has followed the laws and the commandments, and now you're telling me to incite violence or destruction against
Except
him
Satan never told the God to do that.
without reason against the
Except
law?
Satan didn't do that. Satan
But
didn't do that. That was the God's idea. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. You shouldn't be talking while I'm talking. That was
okay,
the God's
sure.
idea. But yet you're going to go and do it again? That was the God's idea. The God brought up Job, correct?
The Satan posits that there is no one righteous on earth, and casting a blanket over the entire population.
I'm
That
sorry.
would
I
be
asked a
including
question.
Job.
I asked a question.
I'm trying to
Did
explain.
the God bring up Job? Who brought up Job?
Again, the Satan is casting a corporate shadow over the entirety of the earth. That would be including Job, saying that no one is righteous.
Okay,
And then
let's go
God says,
read
well,
it.
there is one person here who
Okay.
seems like he is. He is following
Okay.
my laws and my commandments. But yet you would have me cast him down with the rest of the world without reason.
Okay. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth and walking up and down it. The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? Where in this did the accuser say to the Lord first, there ain't nobody on earth that's righteous? Where did the accuser say first and cast this blanket that you're talking about?
We're reading it on stage. You don't have to like go to a Bible app.
So as far as the understanding of the Satan's job and what he is doing, and as far as the ancient Hebraic context will provide, that was his job, was to call out that which was accusations against the law of God. And so he says, I have been all over this earth, and I have seen, and it is
You're
understood
adding
within.
words to it.
If you if
Adding
you were
words
to
to it.
if you were to read the historical context of the
I
Satan's
have.
job and as
I
it's
know
been
what the
spoken
Satan's
about,
job is. I
okay,
know the Satan does what the
listen,
Satan can't do anything.
if you want to
I
take,
know what the Satan's job. You're adding words to it.
okay, you're interrupting me,
Yeah, because I'm
and
not
you,
going to let
Oh,
you spread misinformation. You are adding words to the text. And if you're going to do that, then you need to provide evidence. Provide evidence that the Satan said everything that you're saying he said before your God brought up Job. What's in your mind cannot suffice for this conversation.
Tim,
He
Thinker,
has nothing.
can you? Oh, go ahead.
Y'all, and then keep in mind, like this is like a courtroom. It's who did it. Like you say, if you say he said it, produce it. It's not
it,
here in the evidence.
no, this isn't a courtroom. This is a TikTok debate. This is
You're
not a courtroom.
again. You joined a live, okay, that is
Mm-hmm.
debating who did it. You saw the post, did you not? Did you not see the post with the gavel?
Okay. All
Did
right.
you not see that?
Okay. I
Okay,
if
so
if
I
if you're
am
going to take a planned reading,
interjecting.
if you were
I am
going to take a plan,
provide the
if you're going to
proof.
take a,
What's in
if you're
your
going to,
head?
I
Provide the proof.
I have just cited
Listen
Michael
to
C.
me.
Heiser, who.
Provide the proof. What's in your head is not sufficient evidence. If you have a resource that backs up what you're saying, provide it. That's all I'm asking you for.
Okay.
Perhaps Juan or Sharpie could jump in and help Tim out.
Sure. I can jump in. I was waiting for him to stop talking and explaining everything, which the question was, and I don't really know if he even answered it, Thinker, was, and it says right in front of us that God did say to Satan, did you not consider my servant Job? I believe that was a question, but I never heard Tim answer it. Went round and round about explaining the whole thing. But what I don't even know if I should be on, because I am a believer and I need to read more and learn more of the word. I know some stories, and some of them are not easy to understand, especially like with, I believe God is saying, have you considered my servant Job? Because he knows that Job is, he knows he can test him, and he knows that the whole idea of him saying that was that I know Job will still serve me or believe in me. And Satan was sort of saying in these verses here, when we see what he's saying, more or less, you give Job all these things. That is why he worships you. And so I believe that God didn't say, go get him. I don't believe so. I think maybe I'm wrong on that. But he's saying that he knows Job either way, through living life in good or living life bad. And in the end, God did bless him. You know, I think he went through a lot. I wasn't quite understanding why he was going through all that from Satan. I can't agree that it was my human voice, is that I don't quite understand all of that. Why, but God, you know, why he would say, well, I don't think he said go get him, but you know, why he, you know, Satan was allowed to do a lot. And he is allowed to do a lot on this earth. He's doing a lot right now. You don't see him, but he has a third of the angels that followed him, according to the word we read, that he was kicked out of heaven with the third of the angels because he wanted to be like God. He wanted to be served, worshipped. But he was created by God.
So I'm sorry.
I
I
just
do.
want to stop here. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Too much.
Y'all, let me
I
know
had a
if it's
question.
starting to buffer. Like, it's funny that it starts to buffer after that. If it's starting to
If I
buffer,
could
let me
say,
know in the comments.
if I could say
I guess the
that,
question. Go ahead, God.
if I could say it is God's fault because He brought Job to his attention in the first place, and in the midst of bringing him to his attention. Also, He's God and He's all knowing, so He already knew the outcome. So it was no need for nobody to get sick and get unalive. So ultimately, if He's in control of everything and everything goes according to His plan, it's His fault.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I want to make sure
So
that we
sorry.
are like talking to the believers, and then keep in mind, like, the whole purpose of the live, right, is to prove your stance, right? To prove that it is Satan who did it, the Satan, or it was God's, right? And that is, you have to be able to bring evidence. If you say something, you have to be able to show evidence of that, right? Whether that is referring to a scripture, if you have extra biblical sources, provide that. The Lala and myself are the host, and we will interject when we need to. Okay. Go ahead, one of the chosen.
Well, I know the story of Job is, Job was a blessed guy, and Satan was basically saying that, well, he only worships you and loves you because you give him all this stuff. And God's like, that's not true. I could take all this away and he'll still love me and worship me. So God proved that to Satan by taking away all the things that he blessed Job with. And in the end, even though Job was suffering, he was still worshiping and loving God. So it had nothing to do with what God gave him. He just truly worshiped him and loved him despite his blessings, because even when God took them away, he still loved him. So he allowed Satan to, like, go ahead, Satan, do what you want to do with him. guarantee you he's still gonna love me, and he proved that he did.
But Satan didn't, like, God is the one who brought it up. Job wasn't on Satan's mind.
Well,
Like,
you would
if your
have.
God already knew that he was faithful, what was the point of him taking him to the accuser? Like, it seems like your God is the one who wasn't sure if Job was going to be faithful to him or not.
Well, he
Keep
couldn't
in
have
mind, your
not.
God brought Job to the accuser, not the other way around.
Yeah, he couldn't have not been sure because, anybody who believes in
Well, he said,
God believes God's all knowing and all powerful. So there's no way he couldn't have been sure.
well, there's a lot of times in here where he's not sure of things, but he literally said to the Satan, you incited me against Job for no reason. So he wasn't sure. Because if he was sure, then there was no reason to bring Job to the accuser. Your God brought Job to the accuser, not the other way around, right?
Well,
That means your God wanted Job accused.
because like I was saying, Satan said that he only worships you because
When
of
did
what
he
you've
say
given
it?
him.
When did he say it, though?
You can't just read a piece of it. You act like there's going to be a story in the
Hold
Bible
on, hold
about
on. Hey,
that
hey,
favors
hey,
Satan.
hey. When did he say it? Did he say it before your God brought Job to the accuser? When did he say, "Oh, why would I mess with him? You have a hedge around him. He only worships you anyway. He's only faithful to you anyway because you give him everything." When did he say that to the God?
That's
Before
literally.
your God? Hold on. Did he say that before your God brought him to the accuser or after?
I really couldn't tell you, but that's literally the story of Job, is what I explained.
You don't know. So you tell me not to just half read it, but you don't know that because that's
Well,
literally the beginning
I
of
just
it.
told you the story of the entirety of the story of Job. That is the story of Job.
That's not. One day the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, where have you come from? The accuser answered the Lord, from going to and fro on the earth and from walking up and down it. The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. Then the accuser answered the Lord, does Job fear you for nothing? This is like you taking your car to a mechanic and saying, hey, look at my brand new car. It runs well. And then the mechanic saying, does it not run well because it's brand new? Your God took Job to the accuser, which means that your God wanted Job accused.
What was the accuser up to? What was he roaming around doing?
I don't know. What is this? Does it say here?
Well, I mean, there's obviously some context missing, right? Like, what was he up to?
Well, no, find us the context.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Like, what do you think the story's about then?
I know what the Satan's job is. The Satan does what the God wants it to do. Anytime in this book, the Satan is doing what the God wants it to do. It's never doing anything on its own.
Don't you think it's an important thing to like wonder? Well, I wonder what he was up to, because that's part of the story.
He
Like, they
said he
wouldn't
was
put it in there
walking
for
up
no
and
reason.
down. Listen, I just told you. Anytime I see a Satan in this book, it's doing what the God wants it to do. So if you need an answer to that, then it was walking up and down the earth doing what the God wanted it to do.
Can you
There are
prove
there
that?
are several things in this book that we can assume there. What do you mean?
Can you
Yeah,
prove that
go
whatever he's up to, it's that God wants him to be doing it?
yeah. So when the Satan incited David to do the census, who else is listed as inciting David at the same time to do the census?
That doesn't prove that God's the one making him do it.
Come on.
Who else? Who else did it? Who else incited David? Who else is listed as inciting David to take a census besides the
So if
Satan?
you did
No, can you
something,
answer that? Can you answer that question?
well,
Who else is listed?
I was about to answer it.
No, not if you're saying so. If you, because I don't hear a name.
Okay, so if I did something
No,
and
no, no.
then
Who else is listed as inciting David to take a census?
I'm just trying to make it logical here.
No, answer the question, please. Who else is listed as inciting
Oh
David
yeah,
to take a
God.
census?
God.
Thank you. God is also listed as inciting David to take a census. Satan is also listed as inciting David to take a census. When Satan tempted Jesus in the wilderness, was it a part of the plan for Jesus to be tempted 40 days and 40 nights?
Yeah.
And so Satan was a part of that plan?
To tempt him? Yeah.
Yeah. So Satan did what God wanted done?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, you're gonna be dishonest. So when
No, I'm
Jesus
being
told
honest.
Come
Peter,
on.
Satan has asked for permission to sift you like wheat. Did Satan ask for permission before he messed with Peter?
Oh, yeah, true. So, yeah, whatever
Okay.
Satan can
When
do,
when
that's
was it
granted
Judas? Was
by
it a part
God.
of God's plan for Judas to betray Jesus?
Part of God's plan for Judas to betray Jesus? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then when Satan entered Judas's body, so Judas would go betray Jesus, was that God's plan too?
I would think so, yeah.
Okay. When the angel of the Lord turned into a Satan against Balaam to defend God's people, was that Satan working for the Lord?
Oh, to be honest, I'm not even familiar with all that, so I couldn't give you an
Numbers
honest answer
22,
there.
22.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with numbers.
You're not familiar with the story, the Balaam, for God is not a man that he should lie,
No, no,
nor mortal that he should change his mind. You're not familiar with that story?
I'm most familiar with New Testament and some of the Old Testament. I don't know all of the Old Testament.
So you asked me to prove that anytime the Satan is doing something, it's what the God wants or what the God allows. That's your food in there.
Well, I believe it's just like how we have free
How
will.
no, okay, I didn't ask anything about good free will. So
That's not what I'm saying.
God's anger was kindled because he was going, and the angel of the Lord took his stand in the road as his adversary. Now he was riding on the donkey, and his two servants were with him. Adversary there is Satan.
Yeah.
So that anytime the Satan in this book is doing anything, he's doing it because the God wanted it, allowed it, or gave permission for it. In Job, your God brought Job to the Satan.
Oh, right. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, I don't know what he was up to roaming around, but yeah, I'll grant you that whatever Satan can do, that's allowed. But does that mean that God's bad for allowing that?
Yes.
Why? How so?
Uh,
Do you realize that children lost their lives, right, in this story?
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
And you're asking how is that bad?
Well, I mean, that goes on today, every day, right?
yeah.
Like,
Does that make it good?
I'm
Or
not, no, never said it makes it good at
or if it's
all.
bad and someone allows that to happen or even commissions that to happen, would that not be bad?
Well, this is what I mentioned earlier about having, like free will, a choice.
Can I get a yes or no on that? Would that still be bad?
If God allows it to happen,
If God allows and or commissions it to happen, is that not still bad?
honestly, it would really depend on the context of it, and that's my honest answer.
So
Yeah.
sometimes, even though we've established that it's a bad thing, it's
Well,
only
I
a
would have to know. I
sometimes.
couldn't think of something where you could tell. You would have to give me an example, like of
I just
what
gave
if
you
God.
an
Job,
example.
God turning Satan onto Job so he would give him sores on the top of his head, on the bottom of his feet, unalive some of his kids, those types of things.
Job unalived some of his kids, or God unalived some of Job's kids? God unalived some of Job's kids, right?
The whole story is to try to turn Job against God. Why did God even do these things? And then when he turns Satan on to Job, he goes and does what he does at God's behest. And this is, it sounds like a self-conscious person that doesn't know what his kids are doing, so he's just torturing them needlessly, and he doesn't
No,
have to do these things. I mean, he's playing with real people's lives, and you say, oh, he can do that because he created you. And it's like, no, we're not property. We're not slaves in that sense. You may think you are as a believer, but I think it's immoral to go and do that to somebody and their family. And somebody said in the comments, but his family, he was restored, or he had gotten 10 kids back or something to that effect. And it's like, well, what about the ones he lost? He didn't get those back.
Yeah, when
And
I
they were
hear
probably pretty near and dear to his heart, I would imagine. My children are.
yeah, when I hear the story of Job, so I guess you can look at it from like opposing sides. You might read that story and be like, "Oh my gosh, like God allowed that? What an awful God." Whereas when I hear about the story of Job, I think, "Wow, Job still loved God and worshipped him despite what Satan was
If
allowed to do to him."
if
So
a
it also glorifies God. Like, it really
if
depends on the angle you're looking at it.
if a big time boss, mob boss, told somebody to go out, one of their hitmen, go out and do that stuff to your family, would you want to deify the mob boss for doing it to test you? Or would you want the guy to go to jail for the rest of his life?
In this example, is the mob boss Satan or God?
He's the person that's directing the hitmen, so I would say that the mob boss is God. He behaves like one.
Yeah, I don't really think that's a fair question, to be honest with you.
How so?
Well, because God isn't the equivalent of a mob boss.
The analogy was that he is commissioning these harmful acts. It
It,
fits.
exactly. In a court of law, we can just stack it up against that and say, when the leader of the gang, whether he just says, Johnny's no good, I don't think I'd like to see him anymore. The guys get it. They know what the mob boss means, right? When God turns Satan on to Job, he knows what he's supposed to do. Wouldn't that God, just like a mob boss, be wrapped up into that whole bunch of people that were guilty for doing these type of horrific things, just for leading him to Job?
I think allowing isn't the same as doing.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
He
allowing isn't the
commissioned it.
same as doing.
It
It's not the
wasn't even
same as
that he allowed
doing.
it. He commissioned it. He's the reason it happened.
Right, but like I said, the story of Job is actually it's a good story. Like it's not, you think it's in the Bible to say God's a monster? No, it's in the Bible because it glorifies God.
Well, if you read because let's look at how it plays out in the text. It says that Satan came to this meeting. God incited Satan to go and check on Job and ring all kinds of horrors on him. But he said that in verse 10, he said, "Have you not put a hedge around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You blessed the work of his hands and his possessions and have increased in the land." God had already known that he was faithful. He called the man blameless and upright. He said that it won't happen. So again, this is a person commissioning horrors on this man for no reason at all, other than he just wanted to do it. That's not a good thing.
Well, I mean, we could say for no reason at all, right? But when I asked, well, what was Satan doing roaming around? What was he looking for? We don't even know. So I can't say it's for no reason. I only know that much. But like I mentioned, the story of Job glorifies God. So
Can you read Job chapter 2, verse 3?
I think it's frozen for them in the comments again. It's mighty funny after that guy left that the live start messing up. Let's see.
Sorry, I'm eating, Devin.
It's okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to start the live over.
Did he say frozen? It looks fine for me down there, I
That's
think.
because you're on stage.
Yeah,
Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay, gotcha.
It wasn't
Yeah,
that
the
was happening in other lives
YouTube is
too.
going. The YouTube is going. If y'all want to hop over to YouTube, and then after this conversation, I'll refresh the live. But the panel can still hear. I don't know. What's going on. TikTok Studio is just gross to me.
I was on another
One.
live earlier, and this was happening too.
It happened to me earlier today, too.
The Lord. So it's not TikTok Studio then.
Nah, it's just TikTok. It happened to me twice ago.
The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason.
He did it for no reason. See?
Well, he's
I
saying for
read
no
that
reason
earlier.
because Job was a righteous man and
Right.
blameless. I mean, it says right there.
Right, but yeah, he says he did it for no reason. We asked, you said that you didn't know the reason. He literally says it's for no reason. But that's not what I
Oh,
want
no,
to
I was
start.
talking about what was Satan doing, roaming around. Like, what was he up to?
Just walking around. But that's not what I started to talk about. I wanted to talk about this. Imagine if I had a wife and she's a beautiful, wonderful lady, loves me, kind to me, right? And I take good care of her because I'm a good guy. That's what I do. Take care of her. And one day, whack ass Oso was just walking around. And I was like, you seen my wife? She's wonderful. She's great. Does everything I needed to do. And Oso said, well, that's because you're good to her. If you weren't so good to her, she's just with you for your money. If you weren't so good to her, she wouldn't love you like that. And I said, yes, she would. I said, no, she wouldn't. You too good to her. And I go, okay, well, tonight I'm going to leave the back door open. You sneak in and do whatever you want to with her. Well, I'll be a good husband.
No, no.
Okay. Can you show me what is different between what I just did, the scenario I just put out there, and this scenario?
Yeah, the scenario you put out, you don't know what the guy's going to be doing when he comes through that door. The scenario with Job, God knew.
Okay, let's say I knew exactly what he was going to do. Let's say he told me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and kill all your kids and kill your sheep and everybody who worked for you. What if he told me that's exactly what he was going to do? So now I know. Okay. What would be the difference in the scenario? Okay, if I knew what he was going to do, would that make me a good husband? Let's keep it fresh. If I knew exactly what he was going to do, and he said, I'm going to kill all your kids, I'm going to kill all your people who work for you and your animals. You know, I'm not going to hurt her per se. I'm just going to kill everything around her. Now I know. Okay. Now am I a good husband?
And this was just to test her if she loves you?
Just say she loves me. And I know she loves me. I just told her I just told them also that she loved me. I know she loves me.
Yeah, no, that'd be crazy. So I get what you're getting at.
Okay, so what's the difference between the scenario I just put forth and this scenario?
Well, because, Job, with his faith in God, I mean, he's promised something greater than anything we could ever have here on earth. So
I'm
why
not
would
talking
he?
about what Job gets. Let's say if she passes the test, I go buy her.
Well, that is what it's about, though, because Job is going to receive something, though.
Let's just say I bought her 50 mansions and every diamond on the planet. All right, let's say whatever she got right now, I doubled it and made it great. Okay, all right, back to the same thing. I got this wife. She's wonderful. She's great to me, right? And also shows up, right? And I said, man, you see my wife? He go, man, she just treats her that way because you're good to her. And I go, all right, I'm going to leave the back door open. You can go in and do whatever you're going to do. He tells me the list of things he's going to do. He goes in the house and goes on a murdering spree. She wakes up and everybody's dead. My good husband. Now if she stick with me, knowing that I did this, if she stick with me through all this, I'm gonna get her whatever she wants. Anything she could desire in the world, I got it.
No, I don't think that's good because your wife still would be. I mean, none of those things matter. The things that God offers us are beyond all those material things. So
life is material.
Your wife would be crushed and devastated. Nothing could fix that. I mean, what do you have to offer her? Another diamond? Like that's not going to bring back anything you've taken from her and hurt her.
Ain't nothing gonna bring back what God took from him. Them kids ain't coming back.
Right, but Job wasn't in it for any of those things. He was in it for God.
She's not in it for that either. She in it because she loved me.
Yeah, but if she's in it just because she loves you, then why would you have to get her a diamond?
Well, same reason God had to restore all that stuff.
Oh, you didn't have to.
I mean, I don't have to either. I'm just going to.
Right, but that's all you could offer. God could restore all that stuff and still give you something greater.
What else could he give?
What else could God give you? I mean, if you get to be with God forever, that means you get to live forever.
Does she want to be with me for forever after I just did this to her?
So it sounds like what you're saying is, I'm gonna make up in this analogy that oh, he can do this. He's still a good husband because he's gonna make up for all the neglect that he did.
No, he said I'm not a good
According to
husband.
his analogy.
He said I'm not a good husband. I'm saying I'm trying to make this analogous, all right? So
So
in
if
an
he's not a
analogy,
good
of
husband,
course
that
I
means
can't
God isn't
give.
a good God.
Yeah, because what you're saying ultimately is, hey, he has a better gift than you can give. But this is an analogy, right? Right. So I'm saying whatever it is in the world that I can't, anything on the planet that is possible to give, I'll let have. Now I know that's not everlasting life, but it's analogous, right? So ultimately, you're saying that the only reason why it's bad for me and good for God is because God is God, which is a special pleading.
Well, I'll be honest, it's hard to compare the two.
No, it's not
It's
because
hard to even have an analogy that comes
no,
close to
it's
comparing
not.
those.
Because the Bible says, husbands, love your wives, even as Christ loved the church. In other words, if the Bible can compare the two, I can compare the two.
No, you're comparing God to the actions that you do.
No, I'm comparing God to a husband. That's
Right,
it.
but God isn't comparable to a husband.
Yes, he is. Husbands, love your wives as Christ loved the church. He is comparable to a husband. Unless you say
Yeah.
the Bible's wrong.
No,
Because God
he.
compared, the
No, you can't.
Bible compares Christ to a husband.
Is the
So,
husband? Is there a husband out there that's the creator of everything?
no. We're comparing the two. I'm not saying they are the same, handsome. Right? You know what an analogy is? If I were God, this wouldn't be an analogy.
Yeah, but it's not an. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it's not an equal Like it's not a fair one.
No, it's very fair. Think about what I'm saying. Anything that is possible to give her, she can have. Right? Anything on the planet, if she just survives this, anything possible. The only thing I can't give her is eternal life. That's all I don't have to give. But anything else, I'll give it to her. So I'm only one gift short.
Could your wife still have joy and peace after all that?
If she could,
No, I'm asking. Like, does she in this situation?
I don't know. She could. It's up to her.
Well, Job did.
If
I
she
mean,
makes it
well,
through, let's say
Job
she
did.
does. Let's say she does have joy and peace after it's over with. Does that make me a good husband? Let's say she's like, well, whatever. Does that make me a good husband?
It wouldn't make you a good husband, no.
Okay, all right, okay. But it would make God good.
Well, I don't know the reasons to, as deep as why God does everything. But when it comes to Job, I know what the reason was.
He just said it was for no reason.
Oh no!
I just read him say it was for no
Because
reason.
the story of Job is because Satan took all that stuff away. God allowed him to,
No.
and Job still
He
loved
said
God.
in chapter 2 it was for no reason. Read it again. Chapter 2, verse 3. What does it say? You
Right, but
incited me
Job
to
was a
do this to
righteous
Job.
man, right?
That's not why he did it. He says why he did it. He did it for no reason. He
Right,
says
because
it
there,
himself.
right. Because there was no reason to do anything to Job, but he
Right.
still allowed it.
Right,
So
right.
he allowed a righteous
Why did
man. He
why
allowed
did
a
he do it?
righteous man to get that treatment to
Why did
prove
he
the
do it?
point.
Why did he do it?
Because Job still worshipped and loved him
No.
afterwards.
Why did not what happened after? Why did God do it?
I mean, I feel like I answered it
No. Tell me one more time. Why did God do it?
because Satan thought that
That's not why.
Job only
That's not
worshipped him
why.
and loved him because
That's
of
not
all
why.
that God blessed him
That's
with.
not why. That's not why. Why did God do it? You see, you didn't answer it.
Oh, you
Why
tell
did
me
God
then.
do
Yeah,
it?
you tell me. Why did God do it then?
For no reason.
No, he said there was no reason,
Right. That's what I mean. For no reason. There was no reason.
which means like there's no reason
There
to
is
do
no
that to
reason.
Job.
Yes, there's no reason to do this to Job. That's
Right,
what I'm
because
saying.
you know why though? Because the standard that Job was living, he was a righteous man. So there
Okay,
was
so
no
again,
reason to
no
do it.
reason.
So
Right.
he
Come
did
on.
Can
it.
I
So
interject?
Yeah.
Okay, so if we look at the timeline of the conversation, the things that were said in the conversation, your God brought Job to the accuser,
right, he was
right?
like, have you tested Job? Yeah,
To
right.
okay, who wanted him? Who not tested? Accused, right? Have you accused Job? What did the accuser say?
Oh, I don't know. Tell me. I forgot. I'm telling you the truth.
He said, "For what?" In so many words, for what? Right? So it was God who did it for no reason because God brought Job to the accuser, not the other way around.
Right, but there's definitely a reason because Job was righteous,
That's
right?
crazy.
So
God said it was no reason. Now God wrong.
Well, why
You
Job?
writer than
Why
God
Job?
in
I mean,
God's own
well, tell me
story?
this then. Why does the story mention Job was righteous and that there was no reason? There's obviously a
Because there
reason to
was no
this.
reason. If
But
it's
why do we have to know this then? What's the point of
because they
it?
wanted you to know it was for no reason.
But for what though? What's the reason of that story
There
even
is.
being there?
What does the book say? This is what's killing me. If the book says this happened for no reason, and you go, no, there's a reason. Are you right or is
Right.
the book right?
Right. The reason is what I said earlier
That
about
ain't what the book say.
Job still glorifying and loving
No,
God.
that
That's
was
the
the result.
reason.
That's the result. That's not the reason.
And that the result is the reason.
No, that's not. The cause ain't the effect. The
Why did
cause is the
God? Then
cause.
you tell me. Why did God do it? Then you tell me.
Boy, read it one more time.
Read the
What does the
last
Bible say?
3 words. Read the last 3 words of
So he
verse
did it
2.
for no reason. Although the reason being me saying
The
that he
effect
glorified
is
God.
not the cause. A reason is a cause, right? If you read this in the King James, it says without a cause. A reason is a cause. The effect was Job maintained his righteousness. That was the effect. What was the cause? There was no cause. There was no reason. The effect was Job made it out. Fair enough. I give you that. That was the result. But the result is not the cause. There
Even
was no
Job
Can
reason.
said
I?
it was for no reason. In Job 9:17, Job even accused God. Like, that's the crazy part about it, is that God took Job to the accuser, and Job even says that God is doing this for no reason.
No reason. God said he did it for no reason. Job said he did it for no reason. But my brother here says there's a reason. I, Job wrong in his own life, God wrong in his own life. Because my brother right here knows the reason.
Okay, so can I ask a question, Thinker?
Yes.
Because I feel like I'm just sitting and listening. I'm not contributing, and maybe I don't even really belong on stage. But I have a question. Was Satan asking God to remove Job's protection? And because apparently he had protection from God, so he's asking him to remove that protection, but yet I don't believe Satan has to have permission to attack Christians or believers, or there was a conversation
I
about
think
Job.
according to scripture, actually God said he offered to move his protection. The devil didn't say move your protection. God offered to move his protection. So to test
Okay,
him. So God not only brought him,
right.
God not only brought the devil to Job, but also offered to move his protection. Because basically what Job had to go through was basically a bet between God and the devil, which cost him his family, his health, and everything. Basically, God and the devil had a bet, which God ultimately knew the outcome at the end.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
if you can see right here, where when the God brings Job to the accuser, the accuser says, "Does Job not fear you for nothing? Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side? You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land." And then he said, "But if you stretch out your hand," he didn't say, "Let me." He told God, "If you stretch out your hand and touch all that he has, he'll curse you to your face." God said, "Very well. All that he has is in your power." So he says, "All right, bet I'm gonna let you do it." The Satan never asked to do it. He told God to do it, and God turned it
Okay.
around and gave it to the Satan to do.
So you don't see that as God proving a point to Satan, right? What you read right there.
We know he was proving a point to Satan. You're the one who's arguing that it was a test for Job. We know that the point was being proven to the Satan, not to test Job. That's your stance. And I think you kind of just conceded ours.
Yeah. Yeah. So God allowed it and removed his protection and said, "Go ahead." Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know
You know.
God. Yeah, I know God allowed it.
Yeah.
Now there's a difference between it. I don't know if we're gonna have. I don't know if I can let the word "allow" slide right here.
And not allow.
Okay.
Yeah, because it would have been allowed if by chance God just said, "Okay, I'll remove my hedge of protection." He literally said, "All that he has is in your hands." He put it in his hands.
He allowed it, right? That
That's
means
not an
he allowed
allowance.
it.
That's a giving.
Well, if you guys hold on, earlier you said that Satan can only do what God allows. So then that
Or
means God
commands.
allowed it.
Or commands.
Exactly. Or commands.
So,
Allows,
but there you go.
commands.
That
But
means he
this your
allowed it.
God commanded. He commanded it. He wanted it. Allowing it would be say like when Jesus tells Peter, Satan has asked permission, right, to sift you as wheat. And God saying, yeah, Satan, go ahead. That's allowing it. Satan didn't ask for permission to fuck with Job here.
Right. He was making a point, and then he allowed him to go ahead, do
No,
your
he
thing.
told him to do it.
He put it in his
You
hand.
just read it. You just read it.
He put
Say
it.
you do you not hear the difference between being something being allowed and something being commanded?
How is that a command?
If
Read it
your if,
again.
if your mom tells you to clean your room, is she allowing you to clean your room?
No.
Right. God told Satan to go and stretch out his hand against Job. That is a command. That's not an allowance. Satan never said, can I mess with Job? Can I stretch out my hand towards Job? Satan told the God to do it. And the God said, better yet, you do it. That's a command, not an allowance.
Just because you say go ahead doesn't mean it's a command. You're
Didn't say
allowing
go
it
ahead.
also.
He said, very well, all that he has is in your power. He didn't say go ahead. Satan never said, can I?
But you guys earlier said that Satan can only do what God allows.
Or
No, we said
commands.
allow or commands.
And in
Can
this,
I just add one? You sound like you're being willfully blind here.
no, I think we're
Like
just
you
hearing
know
it. I think we're just
exactly
hearing it differently.
you know exactly what everyone is saying and how they're meaning this, and you're being willfully blind to try to defend it when you know that there's really no defense, that God did order this. And it doesn't matter if he says, I'm going to direct you right now, go to this place, go to this guy. He implied it and he ordered it. You don't have to be willfully blind to understand that he directed this action.
Yeah, I'm not being willfully blind. When she read it, I'm promising you, to me, it sounds like it's something that's being allowed, not anything that's being directed or commanded. I'm telling you the truth. That's how it sounds to
Okay.
me.
Let's walk through this one more time. Walk through this one more time.
Or she can read it again. Go
No, no,
ahead,
no.
just read it
Let's walk
again.
through it one more time. That's what I want to do. Okay. He says, hey, there's a hedge of protection around Job. In other words,
No, read it word for word.
handsome.
That's nice. You handsome right back to you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I try my best to be as handsome as possible. We can read it word for word, but just for shiggles. The Satan says there's a hedge of protection around Job, which means that as long as that hedge of protection is there, Satan can do nothing. Right?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. In order for Satan to get any of this done, God had to do something. Right? He had to remove the hedge of protection. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So God removes the hedge of protection and then says, not just, I'm going to remove the hedge of protection and turn my back. He removed the hedge of protection and then said, all that he has is in your hands. Okay. That would be like me unlocking the door and giving you the knife. Okay. This ain't just like, all right, I'm going to leave the back, because I skipped that part of my analogy. Right? This ain't just, okay, I'm going to leave the back door open, do whatever you want. This is, I'm going to leave the back door open. Here is a knife. Now, and I get it.
Kind of like the garden. How did the serpent, aka Satan, get inside there? But go ahead.
Right. The idea here, and I get it. You come to defend this kind of thing, and in a court case, that's your job. And I'm saying, like you here to offer a defense. But this one is pretty easy.
Well,
It's some other ones that could get a little more sticky, but this one seems pretty straightforward.
yeah, I don't know because it still reads like it's being granted very well. All that he has is
It's
in your
in your
power.
hand. How
Right.
did he
So
get in his
so
power?
because God is obviously the controller of everything, he granted it. Very well.
Granted,
All that he
give.
has
To
is
grant is
yours.
to give. Yes, the grant is to give. How did the power get in Satan's hand?
Oh, right. Like we've already said that Satan can only do what
Right,
God
but
allows
how did
or
all that
commands.
Job have end up in Satan's possession? How did that happen?
God granted it
He
to
gave
like
it. To grant is to give. To grant is to give.
Well, I mean, I could give you permission, but it doesn't mean I'm necessarily giving you something. I'm also granting
He
you
gave
something,
all that he had. He didn't just give permission. He gave all that he had is in your authority, right? Like this wasn't just a passive allowance.
Right, but you guys are speaking like this is a command. I'm telling you the truth. The way I read it
That's fair. That's
is,
fair.
it's something that's being
Let's say it.
granted.
Let
Like,
me
again, to
take the
prove a
command
point.
away.
Here you
Let's
go.
take
Go
the
ahead.
command away.
All of
Let's
it's
take the command
yours.
away. Let's take the command away. It couldn't be done without at least God being an
Right,
accomplice.
right.
Okay. All right. So God is an accomplice to this crime, at
Oh,
very least.
an accomplice? Yeah, sure. I'll grant that. Sure.
An accomplice is served time.
Come on.
They do.
Yeah, again, no,
No.
I mean, you can't
Wait. If you're
put
an
these in the
accomplice
same
to a crime,
thing.
wait. If you're an accomplice to a crime, don't you serve? I got friends that's in prison now for accomplishing, being getaway drivers. They
Well,
didn't
I mean,
actually go in and
who
store
set up the
a
rules for the crime? I mean, I would say if God's the one making the rules, is it really a crime? I don't know.
if a senator that makes a law breaks the law, he still broke a law. He made the law and
Yeah,
broke it.
where'd those laws come from? God, right?
No, but
God
it
didn't
doesn't.
create those laws?
No, I just said if a senator makes a law, the senator made a
Yeah,
law.
but a senator's not above or even outside of it.
And
He's a
neither is a
part of the law.
God.
He's held to the law.
Right? So is God. God is his word. He's held to his word. And if you can't hold him to his word, then he's a liar.
But God gave the law, so that means
Doesn't
he's also
matter.
the
He is his
creator of the law.
word. He is his word. If I give a law, I still got to abide by it. I am my word. Word is bond. You never heard this? Word is bond.
Yeah.
All right, word is bond. If I can't hold you to your own word, that makes you a liar or a hypocrite.
Even Job said here, like, how the hell am I supposed to fight this? Like, if he ain't keeping his word, like, who's gonna hold him accountable? If we go to trial, there ain't no mediator between us. Like, this shit is unfair.
No, I'm not saying I could put God in jail. That's not what I'm saying. And I don't think anybody's saying that. Right? But that don't mean he's not guilty.
Do you believe in God, Sebastian?
I'm a crip.
Do you believe in God?
I'm just a crip, really, for the most part.
Well, it's a yes or no question. Do you believe in
The
God?
answer is I'm a crip. And
Well,
I don't know.
that's not I didn't ask that if you're a crip or anything else. I asked you if you believe in God. It's a yes or no question.
It's a crip, really.
So you don't have an answer to that, yes or no, if you believe in God?
I don't have an answer to that.
Do you not know? Or I'm truly
I
asking.
don't have an answer.
So how can you explain all this, but you can't answer a simple yes or no question?
Sounds like he's putting up a boundary and you're crossing it.
Well, it's just I'm just trying to understand. You know, I'm just
let me
asking
keep
a
it
simple question.
Let me
It's
take
a far simpler question than trying to dissect Job.
No, this is actually really simple. Let me give you even a simple answer. I'm an atheist. I don't even know what a God would be. So I don't know if I believe in it or not.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Truly, that's all I was asking. That's fair.
Yeah. That's why I figured I'd go ahead and answer for you.
Thanks for answering that. I appreciate it.
No problem. But any
we don't deal with beliefs. We deal with knowledge.
Oh yeah, me too. Me too.
Here. If it's a god, if it's a fish, if it's a bear, the entity involved here is implicated in whatever these crimes are. Now, as a defense attorney, you could be fighting that your client not receive the harshest of punishments and say, hey, the person that did the crime himself is the Satan. Or the Satan, rather, right? The Satan did the actual action. A prosecutor would argue for the RICO here. This was a racketeering case. This was a conspiracy to commit murder.
I was just curious if you believed in God, because it's like, you know, how can you argue against something you don't even believe in?
Oh, well, I could definitely argue against things I don't believe in.
What?
Well, doesn't that mean that if you don't believe in it, that also means you don't really understand it, right?
Let me answer that question if I could,
That
please.
makes no sense. A person can not believe in it because they understand it. And we could argue that you believe in it because you don't.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand anything I don't believe in. So I couldn't argue
Doesn't
against
make any
something
damn
I don't
sense.
believe in.
I understand that Satan. I understand that Santa Claus is not real. I understand that my parents used to get up in the middle of the night and put the toys that they bought under the Christmas tree. I understand that I used to do the same thing for my kids. Therefore, I do not believe in Santa Claus.
I could argue for a flat earth. I don't believe in that either, but I learned arguments. The earth isn't flat. But I know every argument you can. Well, I mean, I won't say every argument, but I know I could make a good debate for it. Hell, I could debate this on your side. I know this very well. I don't believe it, but I know it really well. I taught it for years.
You taught what?
Bible. I was a pastor for 10 years.
What made you an atheist?
I didn't say I was an atheist.
Oh, I thought you did. I thought you did.
But I
Sorry
was an
about that.
He
atheist.
did. We know that you don't listen well.
Oh no, I apologize. I really thought he said atheist. I apologize.
I'm an atheist. I
What
don't
is
know
that?
what a God is. I tried to explain it to you earlier. I don't know what a God would mean.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I also, that sounds like something an atheist would say too, you know, so I apologize.
No. Most atheists are just saying, they're making the claim either that they do not believe in a God, they lack a belief in what you call a God, or they believe that there is no God. I'm not making either of those claims. I'm saying, I
Got
don't
it.
know what you mean when you say the word.
Got it. Thanks. I appreciate your patience with me not knowing about that.
No problem. No problem. But point being, I could explain lots of stuff I don't believe in. I could explain most conspiracy theories that I don't believe in. I can explain lots of stuff I don't believe in. 'Cause I like not.
Wouldn't you think though, to really, argue something, you would have to, at least believe it enough to understand it?
I mean, you got to understand it. You don't have to believe it. You ever been on a debate team? You got to argue points that you disagree with vehemently. It's not about whether you believe the point. It's about whether you understand the point. You make the argument not from your emotion or how convinced you are. You make the argument from the logic.
Yeah, that's fair. You could totally, debate your side from what you believe. That's fair.
And I could debate yours too. If we could swap places right now, I could take your place, and I'd do a damn good job.
One night, I think the best debates is when we do that. Like the night that you and I debated, and I had to take the stance of defending God against the sex slavery thing.
Yep.
That was tough on my end.
Those are good debates. As a matter of fact, I'm
Yeah.
looking for somebody to do a reverse debate with me. If ever you want to, I'd love to do it.
For me, it'd be too hard to, debate against God. I feel like that one's more difficult than I think it is to debate on the side of God.
Not really. All you
You
gotta do
just
is
have to
learn
think a little more logically, is all.
Yeah, you just have to think more logically, right?
So you think that believing in God makes me illogical?
No,
I was talking about Dex because he had said that.
I think that you believing in God is up to you, but I think that your God makes illogical choices, and some of the things that he says in his book are completely illogical and make no sense and horrific. And the reason why we defend so vehemently against your God of the Bible is because most of the people that sit and make laws in the United States are all Christians. They make laws that affect us too. And we're a small percentage of people in this country that is mostly Christian. So we, like everyone else, have just as much right to be able to study up. And I found that most Christians know the Bible far better than any theist out there.
Dex, do you believe in God?
No.
So I would
No.
think that's not logical, So do you think nothing created everything?
No.
No.
So then what created everything?
I think that science has given us very good cause to understand that science itself said that the expansion happened not quickly over time, but it was here eternally. And as far as we can tell, and we can't say that something was outside of time and space, because if then it is, then it's nothing. And you don't know what nothing looks like. So at the end of the day, I believe that the universe, just like you believe your God has always been eternal and has just been expanding over time, billions and billions of years, things came into existence over a very slow period of time. But our universe, and especially our Earth, are not designed very, very well if God's a perfect designer. There's lots of things wrong with this Earth that, unalive its inhabitants every year for no good reason. But yet these things came in over time. It's not perfect, but hey, it's just the way it is.
Well, science even says that the universe has had a beginning, right?
Well, they call it the Big Bang Theory, but they don't know what happened beyond the Big Bang. And that's what I'm calling the expansion, essentially. It didn't all happen at one point. It just kind of started expanding over time and, created that universe. It didn't just spark into existence. Science doesn't believe that.
Well, to expand means it has to have a starting point, a beginning.
Okay.
So then that means that the universe had a beginning, right?
No,
it has
I
an
don't.
initial
I don't
state.
believe that.
Yeah, there's a difference between a beginning and an initial state. But that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Because that's not what we're here to discuss.
Well, he was just talking about science, and I mean, science says that the universe had a beginning. So
It does not. Science does not say anything. Some
the big.
It doesn't
scientists
say
say that.
that at
Well,
all. It doesn't say that at
I'm
all.
assuming you believe in the Big Bang, right, Dex?
I don't believe in the name, the theory behind what you think the Big Bang may be. I believe that what they call the Big Bang is an expansion of the universe over time. And people label it different things, but I think most people understand that science says we can only go back so far right now to understand what happened. This is as far as we can go back, and where we believe the expansion, or what we call the Big Bang Theory, occurred. I don't think it occurred like most theists believe we think it occurred.
Right, but you don't
And plus,
believe you.
science actually can admit a theory. They don't say fact. That's why they say Big Bang Theory.
Yeah, but you
They
don't
don't say
believe
that this
you don't
actually
believe
happened like the
nothing.
Bible.
You don't believe nothing created everything, right, Dex?
That's right. Neither do you, right?
Right. So then,
But
what
you
do you
can't.
think?
But
What do
you
you
have
think?
no evidence. But you have no evidence for your God, just as much as we don't have evidence of what happened before what we consider the farthest we've ever been able to come to understand where the beginning is.
No,
So
that's not what I was getting at. I was saying that you don't believe nothing created everything. So then that means you believe something did.
I don't think that I think that you're confusing when it comes to creating things.
Well, if it's
I
not
don't
nothing, then
believe.
it's something.
I believe that there's always been something.
Oh, right. So it sounds like you believe in an eternal something.
Yeah, I do believe in eternal something that has a lot more meaning behind, with science proving that, instead of a mind or a prime mover
There's
to
no
create
science that
those
proves an
things.
eternal. There's no science that proves an eternal anything.
That's not true.
I agree with Sebastian on this.
What is it then? What is science proving that?
Time, matter, and energy can't be created or destroyed.
Right.
But
It
even
can't be
time.
created.
But even time had a beginning, right?
No.
No.
So it existed before the whatever theory we're talking about, Big Bang.
Yes. It existed as long as the singularity has been around.
How did it come into existence?
Energy.
Energy.
Energy. Energy is eternal.
What's that energy? Where'd that come from?
Energy, it can't come from anywhere. It can't be created.
Well, nothing can't create anything. So where did that energy
is
come
eternal.
from?
It's not created. It cannot be created or destroyed. It's
So
eternal.
could that energy be God since it's creating?
No.
Why
Energy is
not?
just energy.
Why not?
Energy is just energy.
Well, energy is just energy, but I mean, it's creating, right? I mean, we got energy in our home, but it doesn't create anything. So then, can we really call this just energy if it's creating?
Just energy. Energy makes matter. E is equal to mc squared.
Can
Yeah.
you have a conversation with the energy in your home?
No, nuh-uh.
Okay, so then there you go.
But I can have a conversation with God.
Right. So that means that God and energy are in the same
But
time.
but
Exactly.
your
Right,
God doesn't.
right. God
Your God
created
doesn't
it.
speak
You
back.
can't create energy, handsome. It's not
God,
possible.
yeah, God speaks back, Dex.
No, he doesn't. You hear things in your head that you think are a God, but you don't hear somebody talking to you.
Just to
I mean,
give you,
honestly, do you hear the voice when you're awake and walking around?
God definitely speaks to me in a way I know how to be spoken to.
Oh, okay. Does other people hear it?
No,
Stop it, Rocky.
no, nah, Dex.
Okay.
If other people don't hear it, then how could you ever prove that it exists?
Well,
You could just say whatever you wanted to.
well, I can prove God exists just by simply you and I existing.
How does that prove you and I exist? Prove a God?
Well, proving that there's a creator is more logical than thinking
How does
one
that prove a
cell
creator?
turned
My
into
mom
a
and
whole
dad
bunch of
created me.
everything.
My mom
Yeah,
and dad created me.
right. But then we can just go down this rabbit hole. Well, who created your mom and dad, and this, and who created
Exactly,
them, and this,
but
them, and them, and them.
two people can't create 8 billion.
Right, and one cell also can't create all the life in the trees and the air and the wind, and you
It
and I.
didn't say that just one cell did it.
It's just from a single cell organism.
Yeah.
Single celled organisms. But if I'm understanding this correct, what you're saying is, hey, I don't know science, and because I don't know science, I just throw God in the mix. Because
No,
if you
yeah, you're
understood the
mishearing.
science here, if you understood the science here, you wouldn't be having this conversation. And
Well, I
that's
also
okay.
know that science says that everything's so perfectly fine-tuned here on Earth. If we're a little
There's
bit
no,
closer to the
there,
sun, we
science
would
does
burn
not say
up.
that.
If we're a little bit further from the sun, we'd all
We go
freeze.
5
If
million miles closer to the sun, and we have a distance variance of 5 million miles in our rotation of the sun. So we get 5 million miles closer to the sun and we do not burn up. And we get 5 million miles away from the sun and we do not freeze. Again, if you knew the science, you wouldn't be having this argument.
How much are we
God
moving, though, you know?
5
God
million
created
miles.
God created the world with over 90% of the water is dangerous and poisonous to human beings. He created the earth with volcanoes that unalive people and tornadoes and hurricanes that we've seen hurricanes unalive a couple hundred people just in our country alone the last week and a half. These things aren't necessary, but God created them as part of the world. He created childhood cancer, infants that didn't do anything to deserve it. They came in with that. At the end of the day, your God creates these things when he doesn't have to, but he does it. And that's
Well,
something that I can't deal with. You can't say that he doesn't create tornadoes and earthquakes, because he does. He created everything. If it's perfectly tuned, if we were just that much closer to the sun, as you say, where everything was perfect,
I mean, that's what science
all
Hold
the
on.
says.
Do not
oceans,
use caps in the comments, please. Go ahead.
if all the oceans were perfect, everyone could walk up and take a drink out of them and not be unalived. If everything was perfect, we wouldn't have tornadoes and hurricanes and earthquakes that unalive hundreds of thousands of people.
If the water was perfect for us to drink, then we wouldn't have any fish in the sea.
Why is that? There are freshwater fish. Have you not seen freshwater fish?
No, I
Why
said in
couldn't
this.
God make all the fish freshwater fish?
I don't know. Good question.
Exactly. That's our point. Our point is
But what?
just
I mean,
because.
just because we don't
Okay,
know
you go
doesn't mean
ahead.
it's wrong.
You're talking about right and wrong. That's not what we're discussing.
No, he
Right.
said, why
So
didn't? You know, that kind of is right
Yeah,
and
yeah.
wrong when
Well,
he's like,
why?
why didn't God do
Yeah,
this?
the fact that he did it was right or wrong. That's not the morality of the move wasn't the question.
He's upset that God didn't create things to his liking, is
No,
what
no,
it sounds like.
that's not what he said. That's not what that man said at
That's
all.
what
He
it
never.
sounded like, is all I'm saying.
No, no, no. That's not what he
okay,
said.
one of the what is your name? One of the something. One of the
Chosen.
C. I can't see his.
One of the
Okay, one of the
chosen.
chosen. The reason I came on board was there was no believers joining, and so the question was this. You know, you chose Job's case, and well, not you. I'm sorry, the guy before you, and the story of Job puts God on trial, in a sense, because of the way he's allowing Satan to do what he did. I mean, you know, God didn't put the stuff on Job. I mean, I don't even know if Satan did. But the thing is that man, it's not so much God in a lot of cases. In some of these books, I mean, it's nuts of reading how, you know, he allowed Satan to, he was supposed to tempt Job, but as far as hurting him, you know, the swords and all that bullshit. But the thing is, man is the one on earth that has done so much against the earth, pollution and bombing and the wars and the hate. I can't say it's God. I would just say that is man.
Oh, yeah, that
That
is
is what
man.
he's chosen. And
I'll agree with
so for you to say that everybody has to believe in God is not, you know, because that's the only way, or, you know, everything was made. I mean, the thing is, we all can believe what we believe, and it's to question someone else's belief. I mean, where are we going with this?
Oh, yeah, I was just asking because if you're not a believer, you're probably not even familiar with like the depth of any of this stuff. You probably haven't even read, you know, the Bible to
You
even
should
have.
not. You know what they say when you assume you make an ass of yourself.
Well, I mean,
Because you're
Dex was
literally on the
assuming
stage
earlier
with people who
towards
read
me.
the Bible every day. But
Well,
so
Dex,
let me
okay,
ask
if
a
that's hold
question.
on, can
I'm
I say
talking.
something?
Hold on. Let me ask a question. So the God has to use humans in order to execute things on Earth, correct?
except earthquakes.
I mean, like I'm talking about when we talk about the things humans do, like the bombing, the wars, the pollution, all these things, right? In the Bible, whenever the God wanted somebody genocided or a war to take place, and He commanded it, did He not have to use humans to execute that? To the believers,
Yeah, he used people.
Right. And so when there are people executing wars in the name of the God, how do we say that is just humans?
Can I ask you like specifically?
When
What are you
and can I
talking
finish
about?
talking? Can I finish talking? How do we say that the things that are happening on the earth when people do it in the name of the God is just humans? How is that different from when the humans did the same thing in the book?
What are you like specifically talking about? Like, what are you referencing?
Which when she brought up what humans are doing versus the God, did you not listen to her when she was talking to you?
When humans do bad things?
Yes, the wars, the bombing, the pollution.
Oh no, I was just confused because you were making it sound like God commands them to do that.
He in the Bible, did he not command them to go to war and to go into lands and genocide people?
Right. So
Did he
since you
not
said
build him a militia? Listen to the whole question instead of trying to talk while I'm talking.
I was
When
trying
there
to
are
answer it.
people on the earth today bombing people in the name of this God, how do you blame the human and not the God when the God did the same thing in the book?
One of the chosen. You're going to answer?
Yeah, who's doing that today in the name of my God?
You
Can
don't
you
see
give
what's
one
happening. You
example?
don't see what's
You see
happening
what's
today in
happening
Israel?
in Israel?
Well, they don't believe it's. I don't think that they believe in the same God I do,
Do.
since they
Are
deny
you
Jesus.
kidding?
Well, they deny Jesus.
What?
So is Jesus not God in the Old Testament? Are they
Right,
two
but
different
that's
gods?
not the God
Well, I
of the
mean, hey,
Jews.
that's okay. Listen, I didn't ask you that. I did not ask you that. I asked you if it was the same God in the Old Testament, and we can transition to that case because I really want to know why y'all talk about this God like he different. Like I really want to know.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Anybody up for transitioning to the last case on the board?
Yes,
Yeah, let's
we
go.
left Job
Oh
out.
yeah,
So.
let's go.
Job's
Hell.
burnt out.
All right, please go ahead. Are they the same God or are they different?
Old Testament and New Testament. I'll give you my honest truth right here. Sometimes I go back and forth because I know Jesus talks to the the Pharisees, saying that they're that Satan is their father, and then they don't believe Jesus, so they don't even align
I'm
with
not asking
Jesus.
you to talk about the Israelites. I asked you if the gods are the same. Okay? This is not a bash the Jews line. Are the gods the same?
Yeah, if I had to guess, I would say yeah.
Okay, so then if the gods are the same, when the God commanded for the Israelites to go into other lands and annihilate or genocide other people, and when the God is saying it today, right? Even if it's not just militia, when you have pastors today, right, telling people you have to give me 40% of your tithes, or 10% of your tithes, or do this in the name of God. How is it different when you have pastors who are oppressing people? How is it different when humans are doing bad things in the name of the God?
Well,
How is it different?
Bible also says for us to know the word so we don't get led astray. So if a pastor's taking advantage of me, it sounds like I don't really know the word.
So does the God say not say bring all your tithes into the storehouse so that there may be meat in my house?
God says, yeah,
Then
to
does he
tithe,
not
but he
say
doesn't say
test me in this?
40%.
He doesn't say any percent, does he?
Right. Well, I
Right.
think it's like
So
5 or something like that.
no, it doesn't give a percentage.
Wow. So then there you go. I mean, I was saying if you're unfamiliar with it, then you can get taken advantage of because it doesn't
Well,
even give a percentage.
there is a percentage. It's 10%
Not for tithe. There is no law to pay
for tithing.
tithes. Yeah, but you can bring a
Oh,
free will offering, right? You can bring a free will offering into the storehouse. But how is it different, right? How are you verifying whether a God is talking to the human then in the Old Testament versus the New Testament? How are they different?
I don't really understand your question.
But you understand the Bible, right?
It doesn't mean I understand your question.
Okay, let me say it like I'm talking to a 5-year-old. Okay.
Thanks. Yeah.
The God in the Old Testament told humans to do bad things. And then the God in the New Testament also told humans to do bad things. So how is it different?
In the New Testament, it told them to do bad things like what? Give me an example.
Peter, the Holy Spirit, allowing Peter to accuse Ananias and Sapphira for keeping half of their own money, and then the Holy Spirit killing them in front of Peter, and then they wrapping them up and taking them out and burying them.
What story is this? Where is
Why
that?
do you say
Can you read
things
it?
like if you don't believe? I shouldn't have to teach you your Bible
Well, read
when
it
you
then,
have
because this
when
sounds
I'm
this
not
sounds
going to
like
teach
something
you
I
your
haven't heard.
Bible when you've got up here and said if you don't believe it then you probably don't read the Bible.
Yeah,
Like
this
you
doesn't
do
sound like.
believe it.
So
Well
what
then
book is it
I
in?
can't help you with your case.
What book is it in?
How about Luke 19:27?
Yeah, read it.
But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence.
Luke 29:7.
Luke 19:27.
Can you put that up on the screen? Are you able to?
Luke 19:27.
I
Thinker,
will if
can
my
you?
team
Yeah,
asks me to.
can you pull that up, Thinker?
It actually starts at 1911.
Dexter, you want me to pull it
Yes,
up?
yes, please. I've got it up in here. I can read it, but I think it's much more effective when you have it up on your screen. You want me to? It's called the parable of 10 pounds.
I also want to point out, you notice how everybody else is on mute when they're not speaking? You're the only person that's not doing that.
Are you talking to me?
You're the one that's off mute while not speaking.
Oh yeah, I apologize. I mean, you tell me, Sorry.
So once you read this, can you give us your thoughts on that then?
I
You
am
asked for
very
the
petty.
verse. I'm
I'm
sorry, go
sorry.
ahead.
I am very petty when someone makes a takes a shot at me. I don't owe him respect after that.
Are you
Go
talking to
ahead.
me? I took a shot at you.
No, I'm talking to the audience. No, you took a shot at non-believers by
Oh no,
saying
I was just.
that we most likely don't read the book and don't understand the book, and then you get up here and you don't know two of the stories that we've mentioned, and then you ask me to pull it up and ask me where it is. I am gonna be petty. I don't care who don't like it.
Oh
That's
yeah,
what I'm
I
saying,
don't
one
think
of
you're
the
being petty. I
chosen.
appreciate
It's
it.
like,
I'm sorry, Dex. Go ahead.
Okay. So do you want me to start at verse 11, or I can start
Uh,
there? Okay,
no,
go ahead.
well, yeah, you were just bringing it into question verse 27, right? When he said, "Bring them to me and slaughter them."
Yeah, I mean, as far as when it comes to this, I mean, you had asked us to produce something that talked about the violence that Jesus and the Old Testament God produced. You asked us for those texts. This is that text, and Sebastian rightly calls it out. Luke 19:11 is where it begins, and it goes through 27. And Thinker does have that up on her screen, so you could read that if you want to.
The part that is in question is, but as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence. Who's doing the slaughtering here?
What's before that too? Because it looks like are those quotation marks around there. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time seeing it. Like I
Quotation
need.
mark. He said, bring them here. The whole thing is a quotation mark.
I can read the whole thing, Thinker, if
So
you
he
like.
said,
Well, go ahead.
a nobleman, like it's kind of frustrating that we have to read this whole thing. So he said, a nobleman went to a distant region to receive royal power for himself and then returned. He summoned 10 of his slaves and gave them 10 pounds and said to them, do business with these until I come back. But the citizens of his country hated him and sent a delegation after him saying, we do not want this man to rule over us. When he returned, having received royal power, he ordered these slaves to whom he had given the money to be summoned so that he might find out what they had gained by doing business. The First came forward and said, Lord, your pound has made 10 more pounds. He said to him, Well done, good slave, because you have been trustworthy and a very small thing, take charge of 10 cities. Then the second came, saying, Lord, your pound has made 5 pounds. He said to him, And you rule over 5 cities. Then the other came, saying, Lord, here is your pound. I wrapped it up in a piece of cloth, for I was afraid of you, because you are a harsh man. You take what you did not deposit and reap what you did not sow. He said to him, I will judge you by your own words, you wicked slave. You knew, did you, that I was a harsh man, taking what I did not deposit and reaping what I did not sow? Why then did you not put my money into the bank? Then when I returned, I could have collected it with interest. He said to the bystanders, Take the pound from him and give it to the one who has 10 pounds. And they said to him, Lord, he has 10 pounds. I tell you, to all of those who have more will be given, but for those who have nothing, even what they have will be taken away. But as for these enemies of mine who did not want me to rule over them, bring them here and slaughter them in my presence.
Does that sound like a mob boss to you, one?
And just for clarification, that was you were reading like a parable, right?
This is why I said it's frustrating to have to read this because
And I appreciate you reading
it
that, by
says
the
the
way. Thanks for
parable of
doing
the
that.
10 pounds. Yeah. It says the parable of the 10 pounds. First of all, keep in mind that I'm very familiar with you, right? Like this is not your
Oh
first time on the stage. Yeah.
I really do appreciate you reading that.
No, like, yeah, stop. Yes, it is the parable of 10 pounds.
So because there's a parable in there that is that, you think that that's a commandment, or that's in the New Testament,
I mean, I
Jesus,
can't
that's linked to
explain
him?
it to you. I can't explain it to you because I mean, I'm just a dumb believer and I don't understand what's going on here. So you explain it to us, please.
Oh no, it sounded like Dex was making that sound like that's some type of like teaching of Jesus, but it was a parable. That's why I was asking. Oh, so that's a parable he was reading? So Luke was quoting a parable, right?
I mean, we're waiting. Just keep talking.
Oh no, that was my question. Oh, so he was quoting a parable, because Dex was over here acting like that this is some type of New Testament teaching from Jesus.
What's it doing in there?
Well, do you understand the parable?
Yes.
That's what we're asking
So
you to explain it to us,
I don't
please.
understand it.
Explain it.
So I don't understand it. But since Dex does, can you explain it?
No,
No, we're
yeah,
not
this
doing
is
your
your
work for
book,
you.
man.
Yeah, but you brought it forward. This was your point. So since
No,
you
the only
understand,
thing we
explain it.
brought forward, was verse 27. That's our point, right? You have to defend that against that. Like if you don't think that's what it is, then tell us what the parable is about.
So for me asking for clarification on the parable that Dex
You need to
presented,
ask your team. We're not on your team.
it's
Ask
my
your team to
duty.
help you out.
So, but Dex said he understands it. So I was just asking him to explain
You
it
need
then.
to ask your team or ask the Holy Spirit.
Yeah, we don't know. So Dex, can you please tell us what that means?
Then Holy Spirit activate.
We're supposed to prove our point through the Word of God in the Bible. Thinker knows a lot. She knows scriptures. She knows. I learn a lot from her. She knows her Bible. She's asking us to prove where is it in the Bible it says, and then you got to prove your point through that word.
Yeah, but Dex was over here making it
Not
seem like that the New Testament is over here teaching that. So
You
he brought that
one
up.
Okay,
one
can you
you
get off the whole Dex thing and just follow the rules, dude? Like, you're doing too much.
I'm just asking him to explain it. He said he understood it, so I was
one
asking him to explain it. And it
one
doesn't sound like he
you
does.
you asked us to provide text that the New Testament was every bit as violent or had violence in it, calling out Jesus doing these things, saying these things. I pointed to Luke 19:27. That was it. At this point, you need to tell us if that's the case or not. I don't have to make the case for your story here for the parable or no. I'm telling you, it's called out in the Old Testament as much as it is in the Old.
Yeah, but you were presenting this as proof of Jesus being violent. So I was asking you, how is that proof?
I don't know what more way I can explain it than what the words read. If you can't read the words itself, then I don't know what to say for you.
It sounds like you just read words, but you don't understand it
then
I
because you
take
then
haven't
words
then
for what
explained
they
it.
defend
mean.
it. Okay, like this is what people do. They try to attack people instead of attacking the information. Attack the data. It is in front of you. If it's not that, defend it.
Well, for anybody to understand that, you would have to read it in its entirety beyond
We
that
just
too.
did that for you. We just
That's
did
the
Just
that
whole
for
did
thing,
you.
huh?
that.
That's
We
the
just
whole.
did that for. That's the whole thing. We just did that for
So
you.
that was
Now,
from
it
Luke.
literally this right here means you see this where it says Jesus' triumphal entry into Jerusalem. It is
So
flipping
what's
to a
that in there
different
for?
scene.
What's
So,
Luke have that in there for?
listen. I know what tactic you're using. Okay,
What
trust
tactic?
me. I get it. Like I
What is
said,
it?
I'm very familiar with you.
Asking
Okay,
questions?
okay. Listen, I'm very familiar with you. All right. Okay. So this subtitle here means that a new discussion is happening, right? This is a completely different scene. All right. This period at the end in these quotation marks means that it's the end of this one. And we read it all the way to the end. Our team is bringing forth verse 27, right? For our claim. Your team has to defend it. Now, I've already read the entire parable for you. Now defend it. If you can't, say you can't.
I cannot defend that.
See
And
how easy that was?
it doesn't
It
make you a
wasn't that
less of a
easy.
Christian one. It just means that you can't defend it.
Oh no, Dex, you're misunderstanding. I can't defend it because you guys aren't giving the context to it.
You
You guys are
can't
just
read it?
taking.
Okay, well
You're acting
then
like
I
you can
take that
understand
back. I'm
everything.
sorry.
Hold on, you act like you can understand.
Sorry.
Why do you feel the need to start yelling and stuff? No
Well, because
one's
I was
raised their
talking and
Yeah,
he was
voice.
calm
talking over me. I
down.
was trying to
Calm
talk.
down.
Can I speak now without anybody speaking over me? Then, like I was just trying to
Then
speak.
Can
once
Thinker ever
again,
speak without you over there speaking to her?
Yeah, all the time, and I even thank her for being nice and reading.
After you cut her off 40 times?
Well, he's very condescending. I'm very familiar with this
Thinker,
with
I'm being
chosen and
sincere
this
with you.
no you're not. You
Again.
never are. Go on mute. Go on mute. Dex, please continue.
So I guess I kind of agree with I agree with Thinker on this when it comes to, you get the evidence put in front of you, she reads it, and then you say you don't understand it, but you claim to have the knowledge. Just want you to defend, like Thinker said, what this says in here, and you say you can't defend it because we haven't explained it. Well, this is your book. We're asking you this is your chance in front of 580 people to explain Luke 19:11 through 27. So it's clear, so we can walk away from this and not have to come back to it at another time.
Yeah, let's walk away from it because I'm just saying to give a little piece of it. It isn't
It's the
fair.
whole parable. It's nothing more.
Do you know
I
what a
mean, what
parable
more do
is?
you need if
Yes, I know
it
what
was
a parable
already
is.
read? What more do you need? What more context? Like, weren't you following along? So you should be able to understand the context, right?
No, because I would have to read before and after that too.
Oh my gosh, it's
Oh,
just
Jesus.
you know what? You're full of
Just
shit.
like anybody who reads any book, right? Do you only read one little piece of it and understand it all? No.
How many
Here's the
chapters
thing.
you want to read?
I find it. I'm sorry, Oso. I find it
Mhm.
interesting that Christians
Can
tend
somebody
like.
block Rocky, please? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I find it interesting that Christians like to give little pieces and snippets as ports of their proof that God is real or does these things that are good. They give little pieces and snippets out of every little section of the Bible, but when we provide a whole section of it, it's still not enough because it makes your God look horrific. You want more context. You want more of this or that. When you freely go out and grab snippets and throw at us, like we are supposed to accept those, and then when we do give you the whole paragraph, you come back at us and say, I don't understand, you're not explaining it in detail, there's not enough context. It's the whole thing.
Well, first you
There
can't say
isn't
you.
any more context with the parable of the 10 pounds before or after it.
Dex, you can't say you because I haven't done that once. The only person who's provided a little snippet and said this is everything is you.
One, I'm saying in general, you're up here on the panel. You're up here as a believer, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm up here as a non-believer. So when you point to you non-believers and you say you, I kind of make the exception because I use logic to understand that you're categorizing something when you say you and you're pointing at me and throwing those things in that same bucket. Sort of like when Thinker says y'all, doing this or y'all doing that. I get what she's talking about because she's pointing to a specific thing, and I'm not sure that that's kind of translating here.
Also, the before has been on the screen for the last 3 minutes, and all you've done is complained.
I'll be
You've
honest
not
with
even
you.
taken the opportunity.
Yeah,
I'm talking. I'm talking. You've not even taken the opportunity to get the context you say you needed. It's been on the screen for the last 3 minutes.
yeah, I'll be honest with you. I can't really read that right now. Like it's blurry for me, my eyes. So I've kind of
Oh,
just
shut the
decided.
fuck up with that.
Come on, man.
Why are you guys so mean when I'm telling you the truth? Like I'm being
Because
honest with
you're a
you.
lying sack
It's
of
embarrassing to tell you. So I was about to tell
Ezekiel
you.
bread.
I
Just
just
be
found out
quiet.
I need glasses.
The inflection of your voice says more than you are voicing out.
It's
Here we
crazy how
go.
much you guys are judging
It's
me when
bigger now.
I'm
Go ahead
been
and read
nice
it.
this whole
It's
time.
bigger now. Go ahead and read it.
Can
Do you
you
want me
read
to,
that
yeah, I
now?
appreciate it. Yeah, do you want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, go ahead.
Go
And
ahead.
real quick, speaking about logic, we can't just take
Nah,
one
just
thing
go
and
ahead
Just
and read it.
read,
understand we know the whole
read,
Go ahead
thing.
and read it.
read, read. Is that big enough?
Jesus, yeah, it is. He entered Jericho and was passing through it. A man was there named Zacchaeus. He was a chief tax collector and was rich. He was trying to see who Jesus was, but on account of the crowd, he could not because he was short in stature. So he ran ahead and climbed a sycamore tree to see him because he was going to pass that way. When Jesus came to the place, he looked up and said to him, Zacchaeus, hurry and come down, for I must stay at your house today. So he hurried down and was happy to welcome him. All who saw it began to grumble and said, he has gone to be the guest of one who is a sinner. Zacchaeus stood there and said to the Lord, look, half of my possessions, Lord, I will give to the poor, and if I have defrauded anyone of anything, I will pay back 4 times as much. Then Jesus said to him, today salvation has come to the house because he too is a son of Abraham. For the Son of Man came to seek out and to save the lost. Well, that sounds nice. Now we're on to the parable of the 10 pounds. As they were listening to this, he went on to tell a
We don't
parable.
need you to read this again. I've already read this to
Sorry,
you.
can we read after that? Can we go past that?
This is the context. This
Thinker,
is
it's
the
really nice of you to
entire
make it.
parable that I have already read to you. Now explain it. You've
And you
gotten your
said all you
context.
needed was before it. So
Yep.
go
And there's
ahead.
because there's nothing after it, right? There's an entire, actually, if you want to go to the parable after this parable, right? Jesus wept. Wait, hold on. Who's snoring?
Oh, so is that your dog?
Oh, my
I
fault. I
think it's
thought.
a, yeah, I was about to say.
There's your next story.
And I really appreciate you doing this, Thinker. Hey, by any chance, could you read it? Like, I'm telling you the truth about my eyes, and
Hell
it's a new
no.
thing for me.
Nope. I'm not
Dude,
reading
come
shit for you.
on.
Why do you guys gotta be so mean when I'm being honest about
I don't
this?
like your
Yeah.
condescending attitude,
I'm
and
being
I don't like your
sincere.
No, you're
It's
not.
crazy.
No, you're not. Every
I
time you
haven't
come on
spoken
here,
to
you do
you
this
in
shit.
the tone any of you guys spoke to
Every
me.
time you come on here, you do this shit.
Ask
Read it
questions, I
or
know.
read it.
Might I suggest one that maybe you read it and come back next week?
No, I'll read it right now. After he had said this, he went on ahead, going up to Jerusalem. When he had come near Bethphage and Bethany at the place called the Mount of olives, he sent two of his disciples, saying, "Go into the village ahead of you, and as you enter it, you will find tied there a colt that has never been ridden. Untie it and bring it here. If anyone asks you, why are you untying it, just..." Just say this: the Lord needs it. So those who were sent departed and found it as he had told them. As
I
they were
just want to
untying,
stop and say your God is telling them to fucking steal somebody else's coat, but keep going.
as they were untying the colt, I mean, it belongs to God, right? He created it. As
It's
they,
Grand Theft Colt.
I mean, okay. I mean, he created it, so it belongs to him. You can't steal what belongs to you, right? As they were untying the colt, its owners asked them, "Why are you untying the colt?" They said, "The Lord needs it." Then they brought it to Jesus, and after throwing their cloaks on the colt, they said, hold on, they set Jesus on it. As he rode along, will you just hold it still till I get to the bottom? It kind of makes it hard for me to read. As he rode along, people kept spreading their cloaks on the road. Now as he was approaching the path down, dang, this is crazy. Now as he was approaching the path down from the Mount of Olives, the whole multitude of the disciples began to praise God joyfully with a loud voice for all the deeds of power that they had seen, saying, "Blessed is the King who comes in the name of the Lord. Peace in heaven and glory in the highest heaven." Some of the Pharisees in the crowd said to him, "Teacher, order your disciples to stop." He answered, "I tell you, if these were silent, the stones would shout. If these were stones, the stones would shout out."
The other day when that young girl was defending rocks, praising rocks having spirits, my mind was blown. But do you need any more?
No, I appreciate you doing that. I think I really do. Like, I'm not being condescending. You
I
don't
didn't
know
do it
me,
for
but
you.
I'm
I
just.
did it for Dex. I
Oh,
didn't do it for
dang.
you.
It was
Yeah,
hard
so
for
go
me. My eyes
back
were
and
straining.
explain it. Yeah, I don't care. Go
Now,
back
can you
and
explain it?
explain it.
The parable? Yeah, I don't understand the parable. I'm telling you the truth.
Oh, fuck me, dude.
Some of the parables I don't think are easy to understand. I think anybody would
You,
agree. Even the
hang
people during Jesus' time, when they heard the
one.
stuff, the disciple says, like, "Why do you speak in parables?" And Jesus explains it. Like, so not everybody even understood Jesus when he spoke in his parables. So that right there, I can't give you the answer right now. I haven't even ever thought about that one more than I have today. So I for sure would need some time to think about that. That's my sincere answer.
So why
It's a
One.
did we read
parable.
this? Why did we read it?
One. You took all that fucking time and had her scroll through it all. She read it. Then
Now
you
y'all
read
know
it.
why I don't like him.
Yeah, let me tell you,
Then you
Dex.
read the. Hang on, one. Then you read the context before and fucking after, and then you come back and say you can't explain it.
Dex, why are you so angry? So the whole reason why I asked to read.
Because it's fucking disappointing to sit here and hear you beg and scream at us about wanting context, and then we give it to you, and then you say you can't explain it.
So just real quick, you guys have to acknowledge that I'm getting spoken over. Like, I'll be quiet.
And Sharp,
Okay,
would you
so
please mute your mic when you're not speaking? That water is driving
oh
us crazy.
Paula. Oh, I'm sorry.
I have
Okay.
messaged you, I don't know how many times. That water is driving us in bonkers in the comments. Please. Thank you. And I'm just going to make an announcement and drop. Y'all, please tap the screen, share the live, help Thinker with her gift goal. Josh is always carrying her most nights when they're here. So please, this isn't easy work. Also, gift the team bracelets. Follow her on YouTube at Arc Thinker or at Ingrowth, I think is also right, Thinker.
Yes.
Just in case TikTok starts to glitch, you can continue to view the live over on YouTube. But keep tapping. We should be at 150K by now. So keep tapping, gifting, sharing. All right, now drop.
Is it frozen again, y'all? Hold on. Last time I just reset. I just turned off the Wi-Fi and turned it back on. Let me see if that works.
To me.
That's because you're on the panel. It's in the audience that it does it. Hold on. It's so funny to see the YouTube numbers go up whenever TikTok crashes. The YouTube numbers just start from rising. Yeah, it seemed like YouTube. I mean, TikTok will send it'll freeze at the most weird times. Like TikTok got tired of your shit, Chosen. We're back again to the YouTubers, watchers. We're back. You can come on back home. Dex, are you done with that? Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm done. I think that we've said everything we need to say, and yeah.
I was
Can
trying to
I do the
respond to it. Is
honors,
what it was
please?
going on.
Can I do
Can I
the
respond to it real
honors?
quick?
Hold on, go ahead, Lala.
Did you hear me?
What'd you say?
No, I was saying, can I do the honors? But if not, then I'll just be quiet.
Oh no, I mean he doesn't have to leave.
Okay.
He's just irritating. Yeah. Daniel, are you a believer or a non-believer?
Hey there, thank you for adding me. I am a believer.
Okay, you're welcome. So, right now we are having the discussion regarding the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament. And what we want to know is, are they the same God? And if so, why do y'all talk about them as if they are different? And so we're going to bring up everybody's favorite subject right now, slavery.
Ooh.
Okay. Who ordered or condoned, let me use that word, who condoned slavery in this book? Was it the God of the Old Testament, the New Testament, or both? We're going to start off with the non-believers this time. It's going to start off their case and then bounce it to the believers. Who's going to start for the non-believers?
God, Boso, I'll defer to both of you.
All right.
God or Oso?
I'll go. Yeah,
go ahead, also.
it's clearly defined in what is it, Leviticus 25? How God feels about slavery. I think it's in 25. I might be wrong there.
Yep, 44 through 46.
Yeah, there we go. It clearly defines slavery in that book. And then if you go all the way up to,
Hold on, can you start off with your stance? Like, do you think that it was just the God of the Old Testament? Or do you think it was both?
well, I think that he sets the rules in the Old Testament, and there's a lot of consistency with following through on what that says in the New Testament, as far as what Jesus teaches about slaves.
Okay.
So if you believe that they
continue.
are the same God, then it'd be the same God. Let me see here. Yeah, and then I forget what's the scripture, or I guess I can Google it real quick. But I'm trying to remember what the scripture.
I'm pulling it up for you. It's just a little. I got to move between three screens, so.
I get you. No worries.
Yeah. Okay, and then we don't need it this big. Or Chosen? Are your eyes still bad, or did you get a little help? Do we still need it this big, Chosen?
I mean, if I'm not the one reading anymore, that's fine. But I'm telling the truth, though, I do appreciate you doing that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Also,
I just
this
want to
good?
thank you
Also,
guys. Thank you guys for letting me come on, and I'm gonna. Looks like you've got 3 now. I think that I'll just listen. So thank you for letting me come on board.
You're so welcome, Sharp. Thank you for being respectful while you're on stage, and thank you for participating.
Oh,
Have a
thank
great
you so
night,
much.
Sharpie.
Have
Okay,
a good night.
thank you.
No.
You too.
You're
Bye-bye.
welcome. Bye-bye. All right. If there is another believer that wants to take Sharpie's place, go ahead and send a request. Go ahead, also.
Yeah, okay. And I'm sorry, which one was this one?
This is Leviticus 25, 35 through 46. Where do you need me to go?
Okay, 35 to 46 works too. That's fine. Well, I guess we'll start at 36. I can't see the top of 35. Here we go. If any of your kin fall into difficulty and become dependent on you, you shall support them. They shall live with you as though resident aliens. Do not take interest in advance or otherwise make a profit from them, but fear your God. Let them live with you. You shall not lend them your money at an interest taken in advance or provide them food at a profit. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and be your God. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out from your authority. They shall go back into their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves or sold. You shall not rule over them with a harshness, but you shall fear your God. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over them with harshness, or no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So, I mean, it's pretty well defined that he's very much into slavery for people that are not Israelites in the book. And then I'm trying to remember, what did Jesus say in the New Testament about slaves?
Oh no, is it frozen again?
Yeah. I
Darn
think
it.
we're back, though. Yeah. I don't know. Are we back? Are we back? Somebody said it's Beyonce's fault. Let's see.
It's Beyonce.
Is it working again? This is
It's
ridiculous.
ridiculous. May I ask if Rabbi Bird is
When
up here to
America gets
speak?
involved, when it was where it was, we didn't have these issues.
That's
Oracle
true.
moving
That's
everything to
true.
Oracle. This is America's technology, y'all. This is fucking America.
And the
I'm
fact that
gonna.
they're suing now, so there's that.
Hey guys, I got a question.
Yeah.
The guy finished stating his claim, or are we still waiting?
I thought we were
We're
ready
trying to. It's
to.
frozen. The audience cannot hear us because the live is frozen.
Okay.
But go ahead. I'll keep working on this side. If you want to, you can go to the YouTube to listen. The panel can still engage with each other. So go to the YouTube. I'll let y'all know when TikTok is fixed. And also continue.
Okay, yeah, it was
Real
in
quick, you
Colossians.
guys, I'm putting in the comments what her YouTube name is, so you guys don't have to keep asking. Okay, so just watch out for it.
So
Okay, go
yeah,
ahead.
for sure. Specifically, Colossians 3:22 is the verse that I was speaking about. But it says, "Slaves, Obey in everything those who are your earthly masters, not with eye service as men pleasers, but in singleness of heart, fearing the Lord. Whatever your task, work heartily as serving the Lord and not men, knowing that from the Lord you will receive the inheritance as your reward. You are serving the Lord Christ. For the wrongdoer will be paid back for the wrong he has done, and there is no partiality. So this is the New Testament God keeping consistent with slaves being slaves for life.
Can I offer a little bit of context that I think is like I'm not offering any apologetics, but I think there is some relatively, I think, important context to both of the texts.
I think they're letting you go, dude. You can
Okay,
speak.
cool. Yeah. So first of all, I think like especially Leviticus is a very late text, likely compiled majority in Babylonian exile, and I think a lot of these texts. I'm not saying in any way, shape, or form that slavery was right then or it was right now, but I do think that this is from the perspective of people who are literally enslaved themselves, and a lot of this is revenge fantasy against the Babylonians, is the way I read it. The other thing is there's a long-standing tradition in Judaism of choosing to live and submitting to the powers that be in order to live. And I think that's kind of what the New Testament text is saying, the Christian Bible is saying. And feel free to push back. I'm not attached to either of those things. I don't have any dog in any fight. But just, I think it's a little bit of important context.
I mean, I don't necessarily see that choosing to live here when it's saying to that. Basically, this is talking about owning other people.
Oh, I thought it was
And
saying, sorry.
are you which context are you talking about? Because we read Leviticus, and then which context are you talking about? Which text are you talking about?
Yeah, sorry. The choosing to live piece, I would say, is the Christian Bible text that's saying like, just submit essentially, as opposed to fight back, because fighting back will ultimately get you unalived. And
obey, the one that says obey your master, like you obey Christ.
Is that what it says? Like you obey Christ?
Yeah.
Oh, that's messed up. All right, I got nothing. Yeah, I think the other, like I said, the reason I'm saying for the other one, I'm not trying to defend it so much as just saying that like the people who are writing this text are slaves themselves.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to start back over because it's I don't know.
I ruined it.
So no, I've turned it off and turned it on a lot of times, but it's not reconnecting. I think after this, I'm gonna have to do a reset after this conversation. But go ahead.
Well, that was all. I thought that like I don't know. It sounds like I'm trying to defend it, and I'm really not.
I certainly get what you're saying, and
yeah, we
it does make a lot of sense what you're saying, sir. I still just have a hard time, and I think you know where it's coming from. I have a hard time swallowing the whole, just kind of like you're coming out of captivity, but hey, guess what? You can now own slaves, and it
doesn't change anything for me.
Totally,
tough.
I agree. And also the other issue is that text is used to then legitimize and uphold slavery throughout the millennia. So it's like, who gives a shit what it was written for originally? The problem is that it was continuously used.
But the reality is that the Israelites did own slaves, though, right? Like I don't want to put it out there like
I don't know. Like I don't know. I don't know that we have like much archaeological evidence of that. I don't know. I just don't know. It's not that I'm saying yes or no. I just don't know the
by
answer.
a foreigner. They went and bought the Israelite back. But historically, they did. And there were laws that said if an Israelite gets bought by a foreigner, go buy the Israelite back, right? The Canaanites were enslaved to the Israelite kingdom. Like, we're not going to pretend like that history isn't there,
Sure.
right? So, like, it doesn't negate that.
Totally.
Honestly, it makes it
Exactly.
worse. If you say that, there are people that were enslaved before, which, I mean, we know that they were not enslaved in Egypt. There is a possibility that they were considered slaves, in the vassal areas because they lived in Canaan.
Right.
But they were not enslaved in Egypt the way the book says that they were.
Right. Slaves to as opposed to slaves in.
Right. Like, so it doesn't change anything for me.
Sure. Agreed. I mean, I agree.
It's back
Couldn't
now.
God have said,
It's
"Thou
working
shalt
now.
not
Good.
own people as property"? I mean, that would have solved it all.
Yeah. I mean, if God wasn't a reflection of the people at the time, yeah.
I mean, Thinker, do you think? And I don't know the history behind this, but I suspect a lot of um, the slavery over the years beyond the ancient era, going into the medieval ages and even up into the 1800s in America, a lot of those, plans for getting slaves were taken directly from the Bible, I suspect.
They were, and a lot of the rules, a lot of the laws, not rules, the laws in uh, colonial America were taken from the Bible as well.
I don't. I don't agree with you on that part. But first, before I continue on my
Well, I
claim,
mean, it's okay. You don't have to agree. I'll bring proof. I
that's
don't
Yeah.
just say shit
Have you
just to
heard
be
of the
saying it.
slave
I'll
Bible?
bring proof.
Have
okay.
you heard of the slave Bible, Daniel?
Excuse me?
Have you heard of the slave Bible?
No, I have not.
Okay, well, that's a Bible that essentially takes out all criticism of slavery, like the Exodus story, and only all the bad parts are kept out.
Okay, now that I don't really know much on that part, but I would love to look more into it. So, continuing on, I'd like to ask you guys a question. What is your view on slavery, basically in general, and from the Bible?
Think that
Slavery bad.
I think
Bad, dude.
God was
Hold on, one person answer at a time. Go
slavery
ahead,
is
God.
terrible,
God, Justice.
and can you hear me?
No, can you speak up a little bit?
Hear me?
No,
Am
you sound far
I good
away.
now?
Yeah.
I think. What about now? Yeah, I think that slavery to own another human being is terrible, and I think the God of the Bible has always been the same, and God has to condone slavery, and nothing goes unless God allow it, even sin. So that's my perception of the book, and also read this book called How to Make the Negro Christian, and that actually we enlighten you on a lot of other things referring to this topic. Also, even Deuteronomy, I think it's 22, 28, 29. I'm thinking it is where he justified saying that, if you grape a slave woman, what I'm saying, you end up marrying her, you give her father silvers. I think that's how it went. But the point of view of slavery has always been terrible, and it's nothing you can do to justify it, not God himself.
Now, I see where you're coming from. Now, the thing I want to state is obviously we didn't really
We
know.
can barely hear you, Daniel. Can you get closer to the mic?
How does this sound?
Much better, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, as I was saying, we don't really know what God was, thinking back then, and we don't really know the people's intention back then. But we can say this. I can say this, that slavery back then was completely different to slavery now or in America.
That is not
Not
What
true.
was
really, not
different?
really,
That is
not
not
really,
true.
Of course, now
not
here
really.
as a believer,
Hold on, one at a time, please.
okay.
And then for you to say that you don't know what God was thinking, it's literally in front of you. Your God told the people
I
what
have
He
the,
was thinking. I'm sorry, you're talking while I'm talking.
sorry, yeah, go.
Thank you. For you to say that you don't know what God was thinking, it's in front of you in the book. That's the whole purpose of the book, is for the whoever wrote this is claiming that these are your God's thoughts. These are your God's desires. This is your God's nature. So you cannot negate that when that's the whole purpose of the book. And then I'm going to bring up the colonial slave laws here in just a second. But who was next? Dex?
Yeah, I wanted to just say, Daniel, might I suggest that you drop back into Thinkers Live on Saturday to listen to Dr. Bowen talk about
He can't. He's
slave.
not a nerd. That's a nerd only thing.
Oh, wait. Sorry. Could you say that again, Dex? Let me write that down.
Well, you have to become a nerd.
Bro, I've been a nerd since I was born.
I'm sorry, you have to join Thinkers.
Not that
Uh,
type of nerd.
Oh, I'd love to learn though.
well, what I'm
Well,
saying
you will
is
have
there.
to subscribe to Thinkers Live.
Might I recommend that you pick up Dr. Joshua Bowen's book called Slavery in the Old Testament?
Dr. Joshua Bowen and his book called what?
Slavery in the Old Testament.
Slavery.
But if
You can get
you subscribe, Joshua Bowen will be here this Saturday to explain it.
yeah, and you can ask a lot of the questions that you might have here that are fall out there because he is an expert in that topic and his book is fantastic. I'm still reading it.
I'll give it a read. Thank you.
Uh, who was next? Oso or God Justice? I can't remember. And keep in mind the purpose of this conversation is the God of the Old Testament versus the New Testament. Who condoned it, allowed it? God of the Old Testament, the New Testament, or both? That's the point that we're supposed to be making or defending.
Can
Yeah,
I
my
speak real
point
quick?
was
Oh,
that
sorry.
they are consistent throughout both in that regard, regarding slavery.
Okay, to the believers.
I just wanted to say, the guy earlier said that, we don't really know what God was thinking, and you said that's the whole point of the Bible, but that's actually not. I'll never know God entirely. I mean, I can get to know God,
No
but
one
I
said
can never.
entirely. No one said
Well,
entirely.
well, I thought you said for us to know like how he thinks.
You do know his thoughts on slavery. You know his thoughts on Sodom and Gomorrah, right? You know whether he discussed with himself whether he wanted to tell Abraham what he was about to do with Sodom and Gomorrah. Somehow you have personal insight into this internal dialogue that he had with himself.
Yeah, we don't know everything that God thinks or does,
I
though.
never said everything. Never said everything. But the
Okay.
purpose of the Bible is for you to know this God's thoughts on the subjects in the Bible. That's the purpose. It's your God's word, his thoughts.
Yeah, chosen, catch up.
Hey, can I continue?
Yes.
Thank you so much. So continuing on, like I said, we don't know what God is thinking, but then you came here and gave a rebuttal saying that everything is laid out in the Bible. And I have my
Stop
Bible
using
case.
the word everything. I never said the word everything.
Yeah, I didn't say
The
you said it.
subjects in the Bible,
Uh-huh.
are your God's thoughts. That is the claim of the book.
Yes, and going along with that, I will say that we do know God's intentions. Okay, and we could say that there's a big difference here in the Bible and our human intentions when it comes to slavery. Okay, when it comes to slavery here in America, you already know how that went. All right, we were treated very badly. But in the Bible,
What does treatment have to do with the fact of owning another human? Are you saying there's a good type of slavery?
I'm not saying that. I'm just going along. I'm
Okay,
just
so the
going
subject
along.
is slavery, not treatment of
Yes,
slaves. The subject is slavery, owning other humans.
yes, and what I'm saying is around slavery, which you want, right? So I believe what I'm once I'm done, you'll understand what I'm trying to say.
No, you're saying that because slaves in America were treated horribly, that they're different. Am I correct?
I didn't
Like, this
say
isn't
that
the
they're
first time we've
different.
heard this argument.
I said that slavery back then and slavery in modern times are completely different.
How
Okay.
are they different?
Okay. Can I
Treatment?
continue? Can I
No,
continue?
listen, hold on. Are they different in treatment, or are you saying that chattel slavery did not exist in this Bible?
Cattle slavery. What is that?
Chattel, not cattle.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Chattel.
Treating people like property, like you own a stereo at home. It's the same type of thing. These were treated
Well,
like farm animals.
in
Okay.
perpetuity as well, like without any, like, I mean, it doesn't matter. All slavery is bad. It's a ridiculous conversation, but like, it's chattel slavery is in perpetuity without any option of leaving.
Okay, there we go. And like you said, there's no option of leaving. That was not like that back then.
It
Okay.
It
literally
was
was.
Says you can
2546 of the
inherit
book of
them
We
for
just read
Leviticus.
life.
it to you.
You inherit them for life. Your children will get them after you, and they will be their slaves for life.
Did
How
he
is that
just
not into perpetuity?
wait? Did he just say not with the option of leaving? I mean, let my people go. I mean, come on now. Stop. Hey, listen. I don't. First
I,
off,
I
let's.
I find it absolutely stunning how people can try to look at the text and tap dance around very clearly called out text that says exactly what it means and still try to defend it, knowing the horrific nature that we saw in the Civil War time frame when they were brought in over to the Americas, and following the Bible structure to do it, and thinking that they wouldn't have done the same exact thing in the ancient days because it calls it out clearly in the text. Why do
Well,
you tap dance around it?
Not only that, you
no.
justify. Not only that. Wait. Not only that, it justifies rape. You can beat your slave, and as long as they don't unalive, you won't. It won't be held against you. All of these different things that they can do in the past, and you're saying that it's much different. It's much more the same.
Okay, can
If
I continue?
if a married man slept with a slave, a female who was a slave, that was not considered committing adultery. There was no death punishment for him as long as it was a slave.
And then
And
he
that's
can
in this
marry her.
book.
Then he can
No, he
marry
didn't
her.
have to. He didn't have to marry. No, not the
I ain't say he
slave.
didn't have to. I ain't say he have to. What I'm saying is, if like in Deuteronomy, I think it's 22, 28 to 29, that he marries her or something like that. So just
That's if he
imagine a
grapes a
woman.
woman.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking about
Grapes.
if he has intercourse. It's in Leviticus 19, I believe.
Oh
He
yeah,
has
yeah, yeah.
intercourse with a slave woman. He don't have to marry her. There's no. The only thing he has to do is pay for it.
Yeah, but the only thing is, the reason why, no, I don't disagree with nothing that you're saying, but the thing is, why I bring up Deuteronomy, just imagine being a woman and you have to marry the man that raped you. Do you know how horrible that
Exactly.
is? Do you know how horrible that is? But it was much different back then, I guess.
Again, I'm not trying to defend anything, but the context is that a woman had no rights, was already treated as property, and that a woman's only value was
Yeah, we know.
was the fact, yeah, was the
It
dowry.
wasn't even 100 years ago that women was actually treated as equals. That ain't even been 100 years since then. So women was
That's
considered property as of
yeah,
now. So how is it even
but the
different? Wait, how is it
yeah,
even different?
the,
Because back then, wait. My grandmother is still around, and that's back in the vows when they say you must love, honor, and obey, and then she takes your last name, considering that man, that woman is that woman is the man's property, because now he got her last name with the history of marriage, everything my grandmother taught me. So again, how is that different?
it's not.
Women
It's
couldn't
wrong
women couldn't
then.
vote
It's
or
wrong
anything.
now. It's
Oh,
wrong
okay.
then, and it's
Exactly what
wrong
you
now.
just said. Now, I'd like to state again, I'm not saying, well, I'm only stating what's different between the Bible slavery, and what's slavery now. I didn't say what's different with ancient slavery in general. I'm only
Yeah, what's different? That's
Now,
what
here
we're
I
talking
go.
about too. What's different?
So here we go. I believe it's the treatment of how slaves were
And I just
treated.
told you we're talking about slavery. We're not putting the treatment on trial, although we could, but that's a different topic. We are talking about who condoned slavery, not how the Israelites treated the people that were enslaved, not how North America treated people that were enslaved. Who condoned it?
Then I'd say it was God,
Which God?
Jesus
Old
Christ.
Testament, New Testament, or both?
There's only one God, both in the old and new. Now, for
Okay,
those
does
that
your
believe in
team agree
God,
with you?
for those that
Chosen, do
believe
you
in
agree
God,
with
you
him?
guys agree with me.
We know, we do see that the same that Jesus never condemned slavery. Jesus talked about slavery in his parables. That the apostles never condemned it. We know that. But when Christians come on our stage, they talk about these gods like they're different and like Jesus did condemn slavery.
Yeah, and I've seen that, which is I want to say something about people that believe in God, or Christians in general. Like the other guy who was talking previously, there's a lot of people that don't know anything. Just like how there's a bunch of churches that are completely different, but suppose they say that they teach the same thing. Okay, what I believe is falling back to the Bible with everything whether it's your intention or your beliefs. Those people only rely on their own thinking, which is completely against what the Bible teaches. So I hope you understand that.
Yeah, let me ask you a quick question. So, in North America, when slave masters had women that were slaves, did they uh, sexually abuse them?
Yes,
Who said yes?
I did.
Okay. Did women in this book get sexually abused as a slave?
That part, I do not know. I have not looked it up yet.
Are you familiar with Judges 19?
No, but let me open it up.
Oh, this
Judges.
one's brutal.
Before we go to Judges 19, are you familiar with the indentured servants in North America?
No, you'd have to educate me on that part. But I am on Judges 19.
Okay, so we'll do that first. I don't want to read the whole entire thing because it's really long, and I think some of this is just like unnecessary. Like the traveling part, I don't know. It probably has
Read
other
what you
other
think is
other
relevant.
reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. Yeah. But okay, so in those days when there was no king in Israel, a certain Levite residing in remote parts of the hill country of Ephraim took to himself a concubine from Bethlehem in Judah. But his concubine became angry with him, and she went away from him to her father's house at Bethlehem in Judah and was there some 4 months. Then her husband set out after her to speak tenderly to her and bring her back. He had with him his servant and a couple of donkeys. When he reached her father's house, the young woman's father saw him and came with joy to meet him. Now, the most people when they read concubine and then they read that when it switches to husband, they don't necessarily see slave. Women were sold into slavery for the purposes of either becoming a wife or a concubine or purposes of procreation, right? So here the King James says that she ran away, right? So you can only imagine why she ran away, but he went after her to get her and bring her back. So he stays with her his father-in-law, what they're calling the men, for a couple of days, and then he leaves and he's on his way to Jerusalem. All right. The father-in-law kept asking. Here's the thing: the father-in-law kept saying, "Stay another night. Stay another night. Stay another night." One could look at that and say the father-in-law was trying to protect his daughter. The father-in-law didn't want to send the daughter back with the Levite. One could look at that and say that. Inward, who is also a nerd, kind of brought that to my attention. He said, "Have you thought about like that part? Why he kept asking him to stay?" He said, "Because it sounded like to me he was trying to protect his daughter because he knew that if he sent the daughter back with the Levi, he would probably never see his daughter again." Right?
That's how
So,
we read it also, just to be clear.
Yeah, I'm doing
okay,
the same
all
thing.
right,
I
interesting.
see. I see. That's actually a good question. I see where you're coming from. I can't say
Yep,
I
I'm not
Okay,
disagree.
done
let her
yet.
finish, y'all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, hold on.
Well, it
Okay,
gets worse.
so yeah, so the man leaves. He's like, "No, we're not staying another night." He got up and departed and arrived opposite Jebus, which is Jerusalem. He had with him a couple of saddled donkeys and his concubine with him. When they got to Jerusalem, he was outside. He sat outside to wait for somebody to come and offer him a place to spend the night. And then some old man comes and he's like, "Hey, why don't you come in and spend the night with me? I got food and all that stuff." All right. So the man went in and spent the night at Gibeah. So he ends up at Gibeah and sat down in the open square of the city, but no one took them in to spend the night. That evening, there was an old man coming from his work in the field. The man was from the hill country of Ephraim, and he was residing in Gibeah. The people of the place were Benjamites, so they were in the land of Benjamites. But he finds, a Israelite from the north, who's in the land of the Benjamites, and he goes and he stays with him, his servant and his concubine. While the Levite is at this old man's house, the Benjamites come and bang on the door. This is going to sound quite familiar. While they were enjoying themselves, the men of the city, a perverse lot, surrounded the house and started pounding on the door. They said to the old man, the master of the house, "Bring out the man who came into your house so that we may have intercourse with him." And the man, the master of the house, went out to them and said to them, "No, my brothers, do not act so wickedly. Since this man is my guest, do not do this vile thing. Here are my virgin daughter and his concubine. Let me bring them out now. Ravish them and do whatever you want to them, but against this man do no such vile thing." But the men would not listen to him. So the man seized his concubine and put her out to them. They wantonly raped her and abused her all through the night until the morning. And as the dawn began to break, they let her go. As morning appeared, the woman came and fell down at the door of the man's house where her master was until it was light. Before I go on any further, do you recognize a pattern here from another story? Daniel?
Yes, I do.
Which story?
There's one in Genesis 19. I believe you got Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Except this one it gets even more gruesome. In the morning, her master got up, opened the doors of the house, and when he went out to go on his way, there was the woman, his concubine, lying at the door of the house with her hands on the threshold. "Get up," he said to her, "we are going." But there was no answer. Then he put her on the donkey, and the man set out for his home. When he had entered his house, he took a knife and, grasping his concubine, he cut her into 12 pieces, limb by limb, and sent her throughout all the territory of Israel. Okay, so this is a concubine, a woman who was sold into slavery into the house of a Levite who became a concubine to the Levite master. And this is the treatment that she got. She was sent out in place of the Levite so that the Levite was not sexually abused. She was offered up to be sexually abused in his place, brought back either dead or half dead. He took her home and he cut her body up into 12 pieces. Now, does this not sound familiar to treatment that slaves in America endured?
Could you say that part again?
Does this sound from like similar to the treatment that women slaves in America endured? That some women slaves in America also endured?
Oh, yes. Severely, yes. I agree with you on that part.
There is another thing. So Jeremiah, I think Jeremiah 31. Are you familiar? So you said you don't know what indentured servants are?
No, I did not know that.
So that would be the debt slavery that also read about, right? Wait, is it Jeremiah 30? Bert, which chapter is it where the Israelite slave masters refused to let the indentured the debt Hebrew slaves go? Is it 31?
I was going to say either early 30s or late 20s.
Is it Jeremiah 30? Wait, hold on. Let me look at my notes right quick. It's 34. Jeremiah 34. Okay, so indentured servants or debt slaves were the one that also read from verse 35 through verse 43, where a Israelite could sell himself into slavery for the purposes of settling a debt. The men could, and then they had to be let go every jubilee, which would be either every 7th year or every 50th year. Okay. In America, there were indentured servants as well, and those were the Europeans who would be come in on a 7-year contract. After 7 years, they were promised land, and then they could start building their wealth in America after serving as a indentured servant for 7 years. In America, the slave masters would do shady things to extend the contracts of those indentured servants. One of the things that they would do is that they would get a indentured woman pregnant, and then they would put the baby on a man who is also an indentured servant, and they would extend their contract and say, "You owe me for the money that I've had to pay to take care of this child." Right? There was no way to prove paternity. Or if an indentured man did get an indentured woman pregnant, he either had to give up his rights as the father or pay the slave master for taking care of the child. And he had to do that within 30 days of the end of his contract. If he could not pay 10 pounds of like tobacco within 30 days of the end of his contract, he had to extend that contract another 5 to 7 years. So they were doing things to extend the contracts to keep these people in slavery longer than their 7 years. The Israelites did the same thing here to their Hebrew brothers and sisters. And Jeremiah was telling them, let them go, right? So in Jeremiah 34, the word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, when King Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon and all his army and all the kingdoms of the earth and all the peoples under his dominion were fighting against Jerusalem and all his sites. Thus says the Lord God, the God of Israel, go and speak. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me go down. Okay. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah from the Lord after King Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people in Jerusalem to make a proclamation of liberty to them, that all should set their Hebrew slaves, male and female, so that no one should hold another Judean in slavery. And they obeyed all the officials and all the people who had entered into the covenant, that all would set free their slaves, male or female, so that they would not be enslaved again. They obeyed and set them free. But afterward, they turned around and took back the male and female slaves they had set free and brought them again into subjection as slaves. The word of the Lord came to Jeremiah from the Lord. Thus says the Lord, the God of Israel, I myself made a covenant with your ancestors when I brought them out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of slavery, saying, every 7th year, each of you must set free any Hebrews who have been sold to you and have served you 6 years. You must set them free from your service. But your ancestors did not listen to me or incline their ears to me. So he's saying, y'all didn't follow the law then. Y'all wasn't letting the Hebrews go then, right? Same thing that, they were doing in North America, right? You yourselves recently repented and did what was right in my sight by proclaiming liberty to one another, and you made a covenant before me in the house that is called by my name. But then you turned around and profaned my name when each of you took back your male and female slaves, whom you had set free according to their desire, and you brought them again into subjection to be your slaves. So we do see similarities in this book in colonial America.
Okay.
You can go.
Can I?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. And as you can see, in Jeremiah, it clearly stated, and God mentioned it as well, people decided to do and go against what God was teaching.
Did you understand why I read all of that?
Yes,
Now
and
we're talking about similarities, all right? We're no longer on did God condone it anymore, right?
we're still on slavery though, right?
But the similarities between the two. The
Yeah.
only reason why I did this is because you wanted to talk about the treatment, that how they are different that way, right?
Right.
Because you've already agreed that the God condoned slavery, so we've moved past that.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're talking about the similarities in the book versus colonial America.
Okay.
Are you playing a game? Who's playing a game?
It's me. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
But
I'm
I'm
gonna
with you.
mute you, okay? Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah. So you mentioned that you read and saw that there are similarities in the Bible and modern slavery, right? What is it that you're looking
You say modern.
modern? Because there's a difference between slavery back then and slavery now. Of course, brutality, they're the same. Intentionally, they're the same. But what I mean is they all had different.
When you say slavery now, which country are you talking about?
Always America, but then again, because
America has slavery today. What slavery does America have today?
the only slavery they have today is working. Okay, but
That's not slavery.
yeah, of course, and that's what I'm saying. There's a difference. That's not
Yeah,
the one.
so why are you talking about slavery today? Like, who is talking
I
about
said
slavery in
modern,
America today?
and that's
What
why I
modern
mentioned modern.
slavery are you talking about?
This is the modern slavery I'm talking about is the ones we had for the past 200. Yet isn't that
You mean
modern?
you're talking about slavery in antebellum South?
Not just that, but you already
Transatlantic
know.
slave
And when,
trade.
yes, and when slavery began in America.
That's not today. There's no
I didn't mention
slavery today.
today.
You
I
did
said
say today.
modern.
Okay, okay.
Okay. Now let's go back to where similarities come from. Similarities. Okay. And I'm not going to mention God because I guess you guys won't listen. But should I continue?
What did you just say? Why do y'all do
Did you
that?
just insult us? What is
No,
that?
I
Like, for
didn't. I didn't. I
fucking
didn't
what?
insult. And that was not
You
my
did.
intention.
Like, what? How many times have we? Like, why do y'all do that shit?
Okay,
Like,
go ahead.
that's the
Go ahead,
like
sir.
we
Go
try to
ahead.
engage with y'all on a like on a very honest level, and then y'all come in here with the most dishonest shit.
Okay, and you want to know the difference between them and me? I'm going to
I
apologize
don't.
because
I don't care. I don't care. I
I'm
don't care
apologizing.
because there was no need for you to even do it.
What did I do? All I stated was I wasn't going to mention God. Okay, and
But
strictly
why?
like you
But
said,
why? Why
because
weren't
that's
you going
Why?
to mention
that's what
Why
you
did
God?
you say that?
that's what you said. I
You
told you that
said,
I
if you
never
I'm
want
not
said
going
that.
to
Stop
mention
lying on
God
me.
because you
wow.
won't get it.
Okay, then can I? If you guys want me to mention God, then I will.
What
Okay,
I'm saying, it's not that. Do you
go ahead.
understand the underhanded backslap that you just threw off there, insinuating that people that don't know, that you're saying that we don't know about God because we won't get it?
Whoa,
Sir,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
I was a Christian probably
hmm
longer than you've been alive right now.
hmm Okay,
Okay?
so, okay.
And what I'm saying is, saying that is insulting because many of the people up here were devout Christians and they understand the Bible every bit as good or probably better than you.
Then I'll come back and I'll apologize because that was not my intention. Okay, and I'll continue because, of course, I was listening from the beginning that you guys are actually working on listening on other viewpoints, whether they're a believer or not, or whether you're a Christian and decided to go back down. All right, that I apologize. Now, can I continue? And do we understand each other on me apologizing? Apologizing.
What a weird stance
Go
to
ahead.
take when apologizing.
Go
Really?
ahead.
If you could, okay. I don't think anyone else here actually initiated on apologizing whether they said something wrong because I did listen for the past hour or so and nobody even tried to.
You
So
want us to
I want to
acknowledge
step
that
forward.
you
I want to step behind.
apologize?
I want to
That's what
step
I'm
Sir,
saying.
behind
can
and
you just get
apologize
on with what
because.
you were going to say, sir?
All right, thank you. So back to the host. You mentioned the similarities, right?
Let me ask you a question. Have you been in the comments saying the things instead of? Have you been in the comments saying rude things?
No, no, no. Of course not. And if I did, you'd see my name.
I haven't been reading the comments. I've been actually engaged. I've been reading to you to show you Judges 19
Yes, and you were
and Jeremiah
explaining it in the
34,
room. Yes.
right? But I just saw someone else's comment that says you're in the comments saying the things, right? Instead of saying them from the box. So I'm bringing it to you and asking you, have you been in the comments insulting
Oh no,
while I was reading to you?
no. I was actually listening. I don't know where that
Okay,
came from.
thank you. I just told you where it came from. That's why I brought it to
I
you
know. I
because
know.
somebody in the comments said it.
Yeah, of course. I get it. I get it. But I did not.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, you mentioned that there were similarities, slavery in the Bible and slavery, I would say America, right?
Yes.
I wanted to go, and my counter argument is clearly God mentioned in Jeremiah, since he was guiding him, that the people didn't listen to God's laws on releasing the slaves because instead of listening to God, they went and did their own things. Hence why the
Not
brutality
slaves.
happened.
Indentured servants, not slaves.
Sir, those were for the Israelites. There are two different laws for slaves. There were laws for the Israelite indentured servitude or slaves, and there were laws for people that were just chattel slavery that could be taken from other nations around you that Leviticus calls out. There are two different laws, and the laws from Leviticus do not ever let those slaves go. They go into perpetuity, like Bert said.
Could you show me Leviticus what?
Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46.
Leviticus 25 to 44.
We just read that to you,
We
though.
just read it.
Of course, and
First thing I read.
it's always okay to go back. Yes or no?
Okay.
There, thank you. Because
Calm down, dude. You're being weird.
am I?
100%. That's why I said that.
Oh, I apologize then.
You're not
Jeremiah.
being weird, dude.
I think it's pretty clear what's called out in Leviticus 25.
25.
And, Bert did a great job explaining kind of the context around it as well, the timing and such. So, but there it is up there again.
Well, this is Dr. Bowen's book. We're about to discuss the similarities between the biblical slavery and the antebellum South. But y'all continue. I need to figure out where I need to start.
So, if you have your Bible in front of you, Daniel, do you have your Bible in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, what version of the Bible do you have?
I have the New King James Version.
Okay, so did you flip it open to Leviticus 25?
Let me do that. I'm actually using my tablet, so I could open up.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. You can use your tablet. Just go ahead and open it to Leviticus 25, verses 44 through 46. And then you can just read it out loud to us. That way we'll know that we'll listen to you repeat what we already talked to you about.
44 to 45?
44 through 46. So
perfect.
Right, so if you could read that out loud for us, that'd be great for the people that are just joining us.
Okay. Can you hear me clearly? Yeah. Okay, perfect. Leviticus 25 to 44 to 46 says, "Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can banquet them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly."
Okay, so now that you've heard that and what Thinker has said, what do you think about, how do you interpret that? Is that different than what the Israelites were treated like?
From what I just read, yes.
Okay, so I mean, those were God's laws that called out the differences between the Hebrew Israelites or the Israelites as opposed to the non-Israelites, correct? Mm-hmm. Doesn't it sound like a lot like Leviticus kind of mirrors exactly what we saw in the transatlantic slave trade in the 1700s or 1600s and through the 1800s and such?
Yes, because of course it's mentioning a distinction between how Hebrews were treated and foreign slaves.
Don't you think that the folks that took slaves from Africa in the 1600s, the European folks, where do you think they got all those ideas on how they got that stuff? Because they were very big on the Bible in those days. Don't you think that they probably got a lot of the laws and things that they followed from the Bible?
Yes, I think they did, but I believe they also took out the context as well.
What context?
As you can see, like Judges, I mean. If I could go back. In Judges, it teaches that the Israelites had no one to lead, hence they were doing things they wanted to do. Okay? And because of that, they went and did things really brutally. Like she
Hold
read.
on, Daniel. Did they have no one to lead them, or was it this? They didn't have a king. Which
They
one?
had no one to lead them. A king is a leader.
So the Ark of the Covenant was with them the entire time. Like, and you'll see that this story goes from Judges 19 through Judges 21. And in Judges 20, you will see that God was with them the entire time. And this is before they asked for a king. And remember, when they went and asked for a king, what did God say to Samuel? What was his response?
Let me pull it up.
It's okay. I don't want to take a lot of time. His response was, they're only doing this because they don't want me as their king anymore. So no, they didn't have a human king, but they had the God as their king, and the Ark of the Covenant was with them in those days when this happened in Judges 19. And Judges 20 states it. In fact, when they went up to Mizpah after receiving one of the body parts of the concubine, they went to the ark, they went to God and asked God to avenge the Levite. And God said, I will give the Benjamites into your hand 3 times. So God was with them. They just didn't have a human king.
Yes, and that's the thing. God does not talk to people that don't believe him, whether it's the covenant or not.
They
You
were
know,
with him. God did talk
yes,
to them. Did you not hear what I
God is
just
there,
said?
but they did not listen.
God talked to them. They did listen. They went to God and asked God to avenge the Levite. And God said, okay, 3 times.
Give me a second as I'm looking through this.
I guess I'm lost because think read about how the indentured slaves were supposed to be let off, but they weren't doing that. They were doing anything inside of their power to prolong their contracts. And then she paralleled it with the European indentured servants of colonial America and showed how that is the same framework. And then I read Leviticus 44 through 46, talking about how they were bequeathed to the ancestors of the slave owners, how they had no right way to get out of slavery. They were property and could be treated as such. And then that parallels with, how Europeans treated African slaves when they came over here. There was no 7-year or no contracts. It was work until you die. And if I happen to die before you, then you get to be the property of my children. So I'm lost on where you think we're not, like the points have been laid out rather clearly. I'd say where are we missing the bus here?
Was that towards me or?
Can
100%.
Ahmad get the corn sites for me, please? I can't do it on my phone because of the YouTube stream.
So like you just said, I'm lost as well. And I think the part where I'm lost at is where it's stated. And I believe she did. I couldn't really follow through because you were kind of reading a little bit too fast and I couldn't stop you. But yeah, that's where it got me lost.
Sorry, what are you asking?
I got lost at where you were reading, hence why I didn't have anything to say.
Where I was reading when? What do you
Well,
mean?
you
Like I
mentioned
was I didn't I wasn't reading anything right now.
you were referencing Judges, and that's where I got lost.
That the God was with them, the Ark of the Covenant was with them, and they
Yes,
went up to God and asked God to avenge them.
you got to understand. Yeah, of course. And I think in Judges, I just read, a couple things, and I'm recalling some memories. Israel, after Joshua died, a great leader. I'm sure you know Joshua as well.
Yes.
Yeah. After he died, the Israelites were lost. And they started doing whatever they wanted and worshiping other gods outside of the religious stuff.
What does this have to do with Judges right here? Like I'm confused.
Yeah, I'm
They
talking
had
about.
that here the Ark of the Covenant was with them. God was with them. They just didn't have a king. Okay. It says they didn't have a king in those days. Wait, is
Yeah.
this? Yeah, right. A king, a human king, right? But they still had God. Even when they went and asked for a king, God said, this isn't about you, Samuel. They just don't want me as their king anymore, right? So
Yep.
God identified that when they didn't have a king, He was their king. Here, this is Judges 20. Again, Judges 19 continues all the way through Judges 21. Okay. And the Israelites inquired of the Lord, for the ark of the covenant of God was there in those days. What holds the ark of the covenant?
Okay.
Is that not God's presence? Is that not a symbolization of God's presence? The ark of the covenant, Daniel?
It is. It's a representation and of God's presence.
So if
No,
the ark of
it's
the covenant was there in those days, was God with them, amongst them?
Yes, God was always with them.
that's not
And
true.
Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, ministered before it in those days, saying, shall we go out once more to battle against our kinsfolk, the Benjamites, or shall we desist? The Lord answered, go up, for tomorrow I will give them into your hand.
You mentioned Gideon, right?
No.
Who was the character you named?
When?
You prior to what you mentioned when they were going up a hill.
Phinehas and Eleazar?
Thank you. I was lost. That's why.
Oh, it's on the screen. Do you see it?
It's too small. I'm using my tablet, if that's all right.
Okay, I can make it bigger.
Judges 20:27.
Is that better?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Were you getting ready to say something?
Yeah, just that it was insignificant, but he said something that was incorrect. I can't remember what it was now. Oh, that God's presence was
First of the chosen. How did I know you were going to say that? Like, you're condescending on a regular. I'm used to you. That's why you have not been blocked. Go ahead, Bert.
oh, just that God's presence wasn't always with them, and that God's presence was literally dependent on the ark.
Yeah.
Like when the Philistines took it.
Daniel.
Yes. Am I not muted?
We were waiting on you.
Oh,
Huh?
okay. My fault. I thought I was muted. So the guy said I stated something incorrect, and it was that without the covenant, God was not there. His presence was not there.
Correct.
I don't remember stating that. I must have, but I don't remember. But yeah, God's presence relies on the covenant, but then again, he's always around everything. The covenant, I believe, signifies actually where I got that from.
Wasn't the point of the covenant to show that they were being led by God?
Just found it. So basically, it was an agreement between God and his people.
Just to be clear, that's not exactly how it worked. The
Exactly.
covenant, the Ark of the Covenant, was the Kavod Adonai. You can think of it as the pillar of clouds in the wandering, or the pillar of fire during the wandering. And when the ark went out in front of them, God was with them. And when the ark was taken by the Philistines, God was not with them, and so like they had to like figure it out. Anyway,
Yeah, and I think that he has a hard time because they believe that the God is everywhere, where in Judaism the God isn't everywhere. So
well,
that's why
that's not
he's
what I'm
saying what
saying.
he's
I'm
saying.
saying in the text, I think like Jews believe God's everywhere in a lot of ways. Also, I think it's probably a little bit more complex than, but it doesn't matter. The theology is not like in the text when the kavod Adonai leaves them, then they don't have God's strength with them.
So then I'm gonna have to ask you a question about that. One second. So if how is God? How does God be everywhere but not be all knowing?
God's not all knowing. There's nothing in the text that says God's all knowing.
No, yeah, that's what I'm asking. So, like, from a Jewish perspective, the God is not all knowing, but He's everywhere. How is that possible?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think it's like it's a stupid answer, but like there's God isn't like some dude in Judaism. It's an ineffable thing. It's I mean, you're asking about my theology, and I don't know if you're interested in that. You know what I mean?
No, I'm asking more so about the nature of the God. Like, if He's everywhere, what would stop Him from knowing everything? Unless you're saying like the nature of Him is not that He's a being, that He's more
exactly.
so a
It's not a
thing.
being. Exactly.
Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's not a being.
All
Yeah,
right,
for
that
sure.
makes sense.
Sorry.
Okay. No, that's okay.
I just
That was
didn't want
simple
to
enough.
preach or
Thank you.
anything. Like, yeah, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was just trying to understand the nature of it. Like,
Yeah.
okay, Daniel,
Ineffable's the word.
Yeah.
go ahead. I just had to ask him a question. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I finished my claim.
I was kind of curious. One of the chosen. It seems like you're more busy in the chat than you are in helping Daniel out here. He seems like a one man band, and I was wondering if you're still out there, willing to jump in and maybe help your teammate out.
Well, that's really nice of you to, extend the offer. I was just letting him talk because, I was getting kind of ganged up on earlier and spoken over, and my answers didn't really seem to matter. So I was like, oh, I'll let this guy have it because it didn't seem like you guys really wanted to engage with me. So I was just being quiet and interacting with the chat. Nice of you to notice, though, Dex.
Are we being passive aggressive?
I mean, I was just matching how Dex was acting.
I disagree with you, but at the end of the day, if there are other Christians that want to be up here in pace of in lieu of a silent one, perhaps that's what we do. Or if you want to jump in and help out, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I was interacting a lot in the chat.
No, I could see it.
Yeah. And so we're still talking about slavery. Bring me up to speed. Is that what we're talking about?
But you don't know?
If you don't know, then
I mean, it's hard to chat and also
don't
listen.
even worry about it, because that means you weren't paying attention,
I mean, I
and
was
we
on
don't have
mute.
time for that. Just because you were on mute, a lot of us were on mute and still paying attention. Ugh.
I was doing both, and that's why I asked. Am I correct? Is that what we're on?
Dang.
It befuddles me to understand that we're sitting here with the stuff up on the screen and you see it right before you what we're talking about, and Bert is giving a good explanation about how God is with the Israelites as they had the ark and talking about these things, and you ask about slavery as if we're still on that topic in that sense. I mean,
Dude, a lot of people were saying stuff
welcome
to
to
me in
the
the
conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to be here. A lot of people were talking to me in their comments, and I was responding to it. So forgive me for not being right up to where you guys were. I was interacting with people too.
Like I say, I defer to the host here because she runs this live very well. But maybe if you're on the live panel, you should just not pay attention to the chat and engage.
Yeah, thank you.
Agreed. Like, if you're not going to engage, we can move you back down to the comments. And I'm sick of talking about your attitude. I want to get back to the topic.
See? Thank you.
Could we continue?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah.
Chosen, if you're not going to engage, I will add someone in your place that will, okay?
Yeah, totally cool. I'll be honest. I'm going to go to bed. I'm pretty tired too.
Okay.
My eyes have
All
only
right.
gotten blurrier.
Bye.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to go back to what you mentioned before about if God is all knowing. Could you maybe go back to that? I think I have a argument. We could go on with that.
Uh, well, no, that was a question that I had for Bert about Judaism. Um, and so we're talking about the difference in the slavery.
Okay. Perfect. So by difference in slavery, could you go on? Could you add on a little bit more?
Do you remember your stance?
Yes, it was. Well, you did say that we moved on away from it. That I agreed.
No, no, um, we were discussing the similarities between slavery in the antebellum South and in the Bible.
Okay, thank you. Look at that.
Owen, how are you?
Good evening. Good morning. Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
Thank you. You are a believer in the God of the Bible?
I am.
Okay. Just to bring you up to speed, you are on a team with Daniel. And right now we are discussing slavery in the Bible. We're discussing whether the God of the Old Testament or the God of the New Testament condoned and allowed slavery in uh, ancient Israel and in Jerusalem, just in the Bible as a whole, or were they both because they're the same God? And the reason why we're asking this question is because a lot of times when we talk to believers, they separate them and they say that's the old. His nature was different. He wasn't the same. Um, some believers believe that he condemned slavery when he came down as Jesus. So that's what we're discussing right now. Daniel, your partner's stance is that it is the same God. So in both old and new, the God condoned and allowed slavery. But right now, we are discussing whether they are the same type of slavery or different slavery in antebellum South and North America. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah. So I would like to go on with the similarities and the ones that aren't similar. Pretty sure there was a word for that. Oh my goodness. So yeah, I agree with you. There was, chattel slavery, which was pretty bad, and in the Bible it does state the same thing. But one thing I also want to add on that was the word similarities would be, how do I say it? Not the intentions. Oh, brutality in slavery. No, that's a wrong word. The intentions in slavery. Okay. Now, this is going back to what I mentioned again. I don't know if you want me to continue on that part.
Go ahead, because you've already made the stance that yes, both gods condoned the slavery,
Yes, of course.
right? All right. So now we're talking about the treatment, whether they are similar or not. Um, so go ahead and continue, y'all. I am working on
Really,
fixing the frozen. Remember, during this time, you can always go over to the YouTube, which is Art Thinker on YouTube. That stream is going. You won't get the freezing over there, but I will work on clearing it up on this side. Go ahead, Lala.
real quick, you guys. Time is running out on Thinker's gift goal. She has around 20 minutes left to meet her goal of the garland headpieces. So, can you please help her before the time runs out? Thank you.
Continue,
Go
Daniel.
ahead, Daniel.
Thank you. So I'd like to mention key differences, right? One thing, the difference between antebellum slavery. I'm not really I don't know much about it, but I do know enough. But the difference, of course, is race. In the Bible, it didn't matter what race you were. If you were a slave, you were a slave. But in America, back then, the antebellum slavery, it was all about race. Yes or no?
Are you suggesting that the antebellum slavery was better than what the Bible was?
I don't know where you
Because
got
they
from.
focused on just one race as opposed to the Bible. They'll take anyone in that's not an Israelite.
Is that what you came up with?
Well, that's what you said when you said the Bible lets anybody be slaves, whereas in the antebellum South, they focused on one race, and that kind of narrows that, focus down and says, hey, the Bible will take anybody as slaves, whereas we're only focused on folks of a specific race.
It sounds like you're adding words in my mouth. I don't think I mentioned that. But I will continue on and maybe fix up so that we could be on the same page. I'm only stating key differences. Okay? In the past, there was no race, and you know that. And in antebellum slavery, as you already know, it was all about race. So I hope that makes you understand a little bit.
What were they basing the race off of?
You already know, black. And this is antebellum slavery, not in the past.
Well, they were basing it off of black people not being of the same nation as them, right? That's why they had the Europeans be indentured servants and not slaves.
Yeah, they had the belief that they were better, and hence why they
Well, racism came about as a way to justify it, but they were mostly concerned with making sure that they were slaves from people that were from another nation, just like how in the Bible it says they can be slaves if they're from another nation.
Uh-huh.
Can I jump in just for a second?
Yeah, sure.
There is racism actually in the Bible. If you look at Numbers chapter 12, I think it's 12:1. Numbers 12:1.
Numbers 12:1.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, I'm there. Oh.
Is it still frozen for y'all in the audience? Like, this is ridiculous. TikTok needs to get this shit together.
Stupid.
Oracle sucks. Like, I swear. The Congress just messed up a perfectly good app.
It's fine. Why do they always mess with it? I'm sorry. I don't have like the ability to like read the text. I'm on my phone only.
Miriam and Aaron spoke against Moses because of the Cushite woman who he had married, for he had married a Cushite woman.
Nice. Okay, so Moses, do you know what Cushite means?
No.
Cushite is an African woman. It's to this day it's a racist term. And if you look at what Miriam's punishment is, I think maybe verse 10 or 12, maybe 12:12. I think it is 12:12.
Let her not be as one dead, of whom the flesh is half consumed when he comes out of the mother's womb.
It's in 10.
No, well, maybe the verse before that.
Yeah, it's in 10.
And when the cloud
Again, for
removed
punishment.
from over the tent, behold, Miriam was leprous, as white as snow. And Aaron turned towards Miriam, and behold, she was leprous.
The punishment for racism is to be turned white.
And white.
I'm sorry, what are we talking about right now?
I was explaining that there is racism in the Hebrew Bible.
Dealing with slavery?
No, it's in Numbers 12, verse 1.
Right, but does it have anything to do with the slavery conversation?
Well, he said that there was no racism in the Bible, and that race. Yes, I guess it does, because he was saying that the difference between the slavery of the Bible and the slavery of near modernity is because of race. And I'm saying, and he said that there's no racism in the Bible, and I said that there is racism in the Bible, and then I proved it.
Okay. Thank you. I think what's going to happen once we get to 300 is going to come back. It seems like whenever we get up to the high numbers, that's when it starts freezing for some reason. I don't know. The server can't handle too many people in the room. So if some of y'all can go over to YouTube, so the views can go down just a little bit, and I think it'll come back. We have about 80 people on the YouTube listening. I'm gonna keep the stream going until this conversation is over, and then we'll do a reset after this conversation. But if some of you can go over to the YouTube, I think that'll help it out. Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah. Hey, so you mentioned that Miriam's punishment was she turned white,
Yes.
and was that the only punishment she was given?
She was banished from the camp, but that was because of leprosy.
Yes. So there's two punishments. She got
No,
infected with
that's for
leprosy.
pure. No, you don't understand why somebody leaves the camp. It's for purity. And by the way, everybody waits. The whole camp waits for her. It's about purity law. You have to understand Leviticus 8, I think.
I could read this.
This is getting. It's not important right now.
The point was to point out that there was racism in the Bible, and it was from the Israelites. That's the whole point. Like, we don't have to get into the nitty gritty of that particular story. But you were saying how there is no racism in the Bible. Bert was kind enough to show you that there was.
Yeah,
But
I
let's
didn't know
go
that.
back to the slavery part, because this is just a tangent.
So continuing on, race was there was a difference, but then again, there was some race. Slavery wasn't race based, but there was slavery both in the past and in here, in antebellum slavery, which was only towards a specific race. Right, and and continuing on, there was no rights.
How do you define race? How do you define racism?
Racism? I don't even know how to pronounce
Because
it.
the Israelites were allowed to enslave people who were not Israelites in a way that was different and certainly more oppressive than the way in which they could own Israelites. Which to me, even in the depravity of slavery, there's a two-tiered slavery system.
Why define? Yeah, go ahead.
The God says that you're not supposed to treat the Israelites like you treat slaves. How is that not at least racial supremacy?
Where does it state that?
It
In
states it in Leviticus.
what? We read this.
Yeah, of
In
course. But
Leviticus.
it's always good to always go back. Yes or no?
Can I offer
I
that
don't
you
understand why you
memorize
keep
those
saying that.
You're
Just
verses?
say I
not
don't
paying
remember.
attention.
Of
Say I
course,
don't
I'm
remember.
paying attention. I'm paying attention.
Then
So I
why
was
you keep
reading
asking where was that?
Le-
We read this a couple of times.
This
of
is
course.
Leviticus
referring to
25.
verse 46.
There we go.
I would suggest memorizing those numbers.
Well,
Before you get to the
specifically
verses where it
25,
talks,
39
yeah,
is what I'm talking about. But it says, and
Sure.
if your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. What does that mean? Daniel?
Sorry, you lost me.
25:39, and if your brother becomes poor beside you and sells himself to you, you shall not make him serve as a slave. What do you think that's talking about?
Anyone who sells in a house in a walled city retains the right to. Give me a second as I'm thinking. Okay, it is not showing up. Hey, I apologize. It did not show up on my part.
I read it to you twice. What do you mean?
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's better if I read. I'm not really kind of. To be correct, you said Leviticus 25:46. verse
39.
39. Become poor and sell themselves to you. Do not make them work as slaves. If any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. What I can take from this, your people who are poor and they choose to sell themselves. Okay? They choose to sell themselves. They shouldn't, or you shouldn't treat them as slaves.
Correct. Now read on.
They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for you until the year of Jubilee. Residents.
Keep going. Keep going.
Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans, and to the property of their ancestors, because the Israelites are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt. They must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God.
Right. Now read the part that's next.
44. Your
Yep.
male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property.
So right there, it says you can buy people that are foreigners that live in your land. It ain't even about who living in your area. It's specifically if they're not an Israelite, you can treat them as property. They can be bequeathed. You can just take them. You can buy them, whatever. But if it's an Israelite, then you can't treat them like you treat those people. We're different. We're better. We don't get treated like that. But everybody else, that's 100% fine. They could be your next door neighbor and have been for 20 years. If they don't have the same bloodline we have, you can do them any kind of dirt. You can do any other person from any other nation.
Do you see the difference between the two, Daniel?
Yeah, I see the difference.
Okay.
Give me a second as I'm writing this down.
Owen, did you have anything you wanted to?
Yes, thank you for allowing me. Well, speaking on the topic, the God of the Bible, if we contextualize what he's trying to show us here, the Bible is a book that reflects the story of his character. He's trying to demonstrate both to us and the angels what he himself experienced before creation, which is that he died, resurrect from death before
What
he
did,
created.
what does it have to do with slavery? Were the angels enslaved in heaven?
No, there's no slavery in heaven.
And then
But
he mentions, and I don't want to sway too far from the topic, but then you mentioned that you want to say what God went through before creation. There's no scripture that says anything that what God went through before creation. In the beginning, we don't know what happened before the beginning.
well,
So
well, well,
how do you
well.
even?
Proverbs, hold on. Proverbs 8 tells exactly what was the first of God's creations of old. I can skip you the look, but Proverbs 8, you'd need to look.
What does Proverbs say?
The Lord possessed me at the beginning of his way before his works of old. I was with him before he created the hills, or before he set the compass, before he gave
Okay,
the sea.
so I guess what did he go through before Creation.
Wisdom. The
Well,
answer is
Oh my
wisdom.
goodness.
well, may I continue?
You can, yeah.
Oh, okay. Um, when God sent His Son to die on the cross, He was demonstrating to the angels what He Himself went through in the spiritual before creating this universe. We know the story of what Jesus
What does
suffered
that
on the
have to do with
cross. He
slavery?
died and he resurrected.
What does that have to do with slavery?
Okay.
Nothing, and
And
none of that. Not only it don't have anything to do with slavery, there's no scripture to support actually even what he's even saying. There's no scripture to support this.
the story of the two witnesses, that the two witnesses lay dead in Jerusalem, the two witnesses represent God the Father in the spiritual realm and Jesus himself in Jerusalem. He was crucified in Jerusalem in the physical. So it connects the spiritual realm to the physical realm. Those are the two witnesses that lay dead in Jerusalem 3.5 years. But if I want to get back to the slavery, um, all of the stories that is written in the Bible is code for healing. How the process of
We're not asking you to interpret anything, okay? So I gave you the basis of the conversation. Did the God in the Bible condone slavery? Right? Was it the Old Testament God, the New Testament God, or both? And then is the slavery that is listed in the Bible the same or different than the slavery that was carried out by the early church and in antebellum South? We're not asking you to preach.
I'm not here to preach.
Okay, I know, because I'm not going to allow it. But can you please engage with the conversation at hand?
Yes, the question is about slavery, and I'm trying attempting to place the conversation into context, the right context.
You saying, "Oh, this was written because it's about healing." That's not the point. In the Bible, is the God condoning slavery? Yes or no?
That question cannot be answered yes or no.
Does the God give laws surrounding slavery in the Bible?
Yes,
Does he say you may have slaves?
Where does he say that?
You just read
Daniel,
it,
we have
Daniel.
read it to you 2 or 3
You
times.
Yes, I
you
know.
just read it.
I know.
Damn.
I know. I know.
He's got to be.
Writing notes? Didn't you say you were taking notes down? What are we doing?
the God of the Bible is
Can you answer my question? Does
use.
the God say you may have slaves?
He says that to Israel. Yes,
Okay. So again, the question is, did the God of the Bible condone slavery? And was it the God of the Old Testament and the God of the New Testament, or one or the other? And then the
the, go-
second topic at hand is, was the slavery that was condoned in the Bible different than the slavery that the early church in colonial America did? That is the conversation.
well, if we are asking questions before uh, um, allowing the significance of an answer, we wouldn't get nowhere with it.
You
There's a
just
significant.
answered it. You just said, yes, he condoned slavery. Yes, he gave laws around slavery. Yes, he said they can have slaves. Okay, you answered that.
But
Okay. Now, the next question is, was it both? Was it God and the Old Testament and Jesus? Was it one or the other?
there's only
Because
one God. There's only one
right, you want to
God in the
focus on
whole.
justifying the slavery. You want to focus on justifying why he said they could do it, right? That's what you want to talk about? The why?
I'm not justifying it. I'm
Do you want to talk about the
context.
why, Owen?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Yes.
not the conversation. We're talking about were they similar or different, right? Than antebellum South and the early church versus antiquity, right? That's one conversation. Were they similar or were they different? Second conversation, who condoned it? God in the Old Testament or Jesus Christ? Or did they both condone it? That's the
Because,
conversation, not why.
I'm not here to present a conflict, but I think it's a little bit disingenuous if there's a question that is in everyone's mind about slavery, and if you refuse to
What is the
allow
question that's in everyone's mind about slavery? What's the question that you're
what,
assuming is in everybody's mind?
but I've heard it asked on this forum over
What
and
is
over again.
it? What is it?
Why would a God, a loving creator, allow slavery or condone slavery?
That's not the question that we are discussing.
That's not what you're discussing now, but
No,
this is the question that I've heard asked on this
that's not
forum
the
over
question on
and
that.
over
That's
again.
not the question in this conversation.
I understand that, but
Yep. So stick to the topic. Can you engage in the topic at hand?
Hey, Owen.
I can, but I think because I come on this forum, this is not my first time on the forum,
I don't
and I've
care.
heard
Oh, and do you realize
yeah,
that if you change the topic to why, that we will no longer be talking about who or what? Do you realize that?
I think that is to, to properly address and answer
Do you
the question.
understand if you change the topic to why, that would be a completely different conversation? Like I've had to add in a
No,
second
no,
topic because Daniel wants to talk about the treatment.
that
Hey,
I
Owen.
don't agree. I
Hey, Owen.
disagree, but
You
I'm
know,
not here to I'm not here to argue with anyone.
Evidently you are, because I've asked you nicely twice to stick to the topic, and now I'm still having to convince you to stick to the topic.
I'm not understanding. If you don't like it, why don't you start your own live and do it the way that you want? The topics are as stated. Follow along or leave.
Respectfully, I will. Thank you.
Goodness gracious. Look, I know y'all want to talk about why the God would do it. That is not the topic right now. I'm going to start the live over, y'all. This conversation honestly didn't go where I thought it would go. I'm going to do a refresh. I hope everybody
I
comes
was hoping
back.
it would go. Like, oh,
Yeah.
hey,
I,
host. I got a
I don't
question.
know.
I got a question.
Hmm.
You mentioned that you're coming back. Like, is that right away after you cancel, or?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
the YouTube will continue to stream. I'm not shutting that down. I just need to restart TikTok Studio.
All right, then. I'll. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. All right, guys, I'm gonna shut down. I'll be right back to the YouTube. Bear with me. The live stream should not end on the YouTube end. I'll be right back.
One more time.
All right, y'all. Let me know if you can see the stream and how the quality is. I lowered the bit rate.
Also, you gotta drop.
Why? What happened with Oso?
Cause he in my box.
Oh,
Did you want me to drop as well, Thinker?
no, she just needed her box. Y'all know how
Oh,
Lala is with that box.
okay.
All right, to the YouTube, are y'all good over there? Somebody holler at me from YouTube. Darkin Anderson, are you a believer or a non-believer?
Believer.
Okay. Were you listening to the last to the stream before we had to start back over?
No.
Okay. Give me just a second. Let me see if the other people will come back before we start again. What was the kid's name that was here?
Gosh, darn it,
I don't remember
John
his name.
Daniel.
Daniel.
Daniel. It was a
That's
Daniel
right.
David, something like that.
It
Okay.
was Daniel, I think. Yeah.
All right. I think he said he was going to come back, but I don't know. I don't want to wait on him that long.
Kapu something.
Huh?
It was Daniel Kapu. I don't know what the rest of it was.
Okay. Nova Scotia. Nova Scotia. All right. I can't stand that. If you came up on purpose, re-request. Okay. Dark Anderson, since you are the only one on stage right now, so that we can go ahead and keep going, uh, you can pick a topic and then we'll start from there.
I'm pretty sure with Adam and Eve, it was the devil who was guilty on that one.
All right. To the non-believers, go ahead.
So, do you believe that Adam and Eve, before that they were tempted, did they know anything about good or evil?
Before you answer, what is your name? Nemesis? Nemesis? Nemesis Jones?
My name is Carlos, but Nemo's my nickname.
Okay. Are you a believer or a non-believer?
I am a believer, man.
Okay, so you will be on the team with Drake, together, and then El Oso and Dex. There is room for one more non-believer and one more believer. All right, go ahead, Dex. Or did you ask the question already, Dex?
I did. I was wondering about did Adam and Eve have any concept of good or evil before they met the reptile or the snake?
No, they were said to be innocent.
Right? And so they didn't know anything about, you know, good or evil, right and wrong. And do you think that the snake was the devil? Is that who you equate that to be, or is
Yeah.
it?
Yes.
And did God have knowledge that when He put this tree in there, did He know before Adam and Eve walked up to it and were tricked by the snake that He was gonna do that to them?
I'm not sure.
Is God all knowing?
Yes.
So then you would say that He would know.
Yes.
Okay. So if God knew that Adam and Eve were going to get tempted, why did he put the snake in the garden?
I don't think he put the snake in the garden.
Who put the snake in the garden?
I think the snake was just in the garden. It's the devil. You know the whole story with how he took a third of the angels with them and all that.
Didn't he create the garden? And
Somebody had to create the snake in the garden.
right.
Yeah.
So he
Somebody had to
created the
create the devil
snake,
too.
The devil betrayed God.
but
Didn't God notice before he created the devil that he was going to do that?
exactly.
It's a good question.
I just want
Well,
to
if he ain't God,
give a
then I'm sorry
rule.
about that.
Just remember not
Yeah,
to talk over each
yeah, I
other,
was about to
right?
say.
Yeah. Remember not to talk over each other. Also, remember that Lala is a host. And so when she comes in, make sure that you're not speaking over her either. But go ahead.
So you're saying it's God's fault because he made the devil and the devil deceived them.
Yes. Yes.
It's sort of like having a playpen with some children inside that don't know much about anything, and then putting like a poisonous material inside the playpen with them and saying, "Don't play with this," and then walking away from it.
Hey, Dix, let's give him an analogy real quick.
Go ahead.
Let's just say, let's just say that I'm a parent and I tell my children who don't know any better, you can play with all the toys in the living room. Just don't play with this pew pew. Now I sit this pew pew down on the kitchen table and I leave out and I let my worst enemy come in the house. And the worst enemy tells my children, hey, yo, he told you not to play with this? You can play with it. It's a toy like every other toy. And they pew pew themselves in the leg. Now, I come back and I say, didn't I tell you not to play with that pew pew? So the question comes in, are those disobedient children or am I a bad parent?
Before you answer that, Shell, are you a believer or a non-believer?
Of God?
Yeah.
I'm a non-believer. I grew up as a believer. Now I'm a non-believer.
Okay, I do have to take you down. That spot is for a believer. We already have enough non-believers on stage, but please re-request, and when one drops, I'll add you to the live, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Real quick, you guys, let's get these likes up to 25K. Let's get these shares over 100. Please keep tapping. Thank you.
So with y'all's logic,
Leroy, if you are a believer, you can hit request and join the stage. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
though, that would make God responsible for all evil because he created everything.
Like he
Right.
created evil.
So is that what y'all are saying? That he's responsible for all evil because he created everything?
But you didn't answer the question to my analogy.
Oh, I didn't know it was a question. I thought it was just
Yeah,
a...
I'm gonna just do it. I'm gonna run through it real quick. I'm a parent. I have two children who don't know any better, and I tell them you can play with this toys, but don't play with this loaded pew pew. I leave it on the table where they can reach it, and I leave and I bring my worst enemy in the house, and he say you can play with it. It's like every other toy, and then they pew pew themselves in the leg, and I come back and ask my children, didn't I tell you not to play with it? Are they bad children, or am I a bad parent?
I don't think he let his worst enemy in his house. But yeah, that would be your fault. So I see
Okay.
what you're saying. That would be your fault,
Yeah.
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 So you don't think that God let the snake inside of the garden?
I would... No.
Well, again, how'd the snake get in there?
It just went there, I guess.
From where?
Wherever it was.
I honestly believe that. Excuse me, real quick. I honestly believe that it was a
Hold
test.
on. Wait, just please wait until he finishes and then you can come in.
Yeah, it was a test. I think he's making a good point.
But do you think it's not really a good test because these two individuals don't know anything really They don't know the difference between what's right or wrong, or good or evil, and they're there to mainly work the garden for God and do that stuff. And he tells them, can't eat from that tree. And then somebody tells them, it's not going to be that way. You'll be, if you eat from this, he just doesn't want you to have the knowledge of good and evil. And he put his mortal enemy, apparently, like God was saying here, he put them in there. And they did exactly what he said, and sure enough, they didn't. God lied, essentially, right? Because he told them, do not eat this, for the day that you eat it, you will surely unalive. But they didn't, right?
Please do not use caps in my comments. This is the only warning. Next time you'll be blocked.
Jones, you can say something if you have anything.
I think what he meant by "you shall surely be unalived" meant like a spiritual connection between the Father and Adam and Eve.
Where does
So
it say that?
no, I'm just saying from in a metaphorical sense. It's like they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden, but yet they were not unalived. So it was
Can
like
somebody block Elizabeth Lake, please? Thank you.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like from a metaphorical sense, they were unalived, but from the relationship, not so much a physical unalivement.
Do you think it was God's fault that this happened?
I mean, no, sir. Honestly, I believe that if God knows everything, He knew that Adam and Eve were gonna fall.
So he put the snake in the garden. He knew that they were going to do this, so he put this deceiver into the garden with them, knowing what they were going to do. He further tempted them by saying, you can't eat this one thing out of this entire garden, and it's not his fault.
It's not whose fault. It's not the snake's fault, or it's not God's fault.
It's not, I'm saying, you don't think it's God's fault with all those different variables being added, and God is at the helm of all of it? Don't you think that it would be considered God's fault?
But if God knows everything, why would it be His fault?
Say that again, please.
If God knows everything, why would it be His fault? If
Because
God
he
is
did it.
if God is benevolent, or and omnipresent and all that other stuff, like why God knows when people are gonna fall. If okay, let me give you a scenario real quick. If you were to have a child, right, and you were to tell your child, okay, don't do this, don't kind of like with the scenarios you were giving earlier. If you were to have a child and you say don't do this, whatever, would it be your fault? Or would it be the child's fault? You've already warned the child. The child has free will, right?
No.
So the child does not have free will.
No.
Why not?
Well, if God knows what that child's going to do already, then the child doesn't have free will.
But I mean, the child still has to make a decision, right?
Right. He has free choice, right? But not
Also,
free will.
so there's a difference between free choice and free will.
Absolutely.
So what's the difference?
The difference between free choice is you can choose to go left or right at the turn, or do whatever you choose to do, but there are consequences for those choices. Free will, you're not bound by those consequences. And besides, if God gave us free will, why did he harden Pharaoh's heart? He took his will away. He wouldn't let the Pharaoh release the slaves, right? And he put the plagues on him just to prove how powerful he was.
Well, then why did God forgive David when he slept with Bathsheba and said, "This is a man after my heart"?
You moving the goalpost now.
Wait, say that again, sir.
I say you're moving the goalposts.
What do you mean by that?
You're in the Garden of Eden right now, and we're talking about free will and free choice. And the thing is, what free will is, you don't get consequences for your free will. That's like I'm in a relationship with a woman, and I said you either love me, you can leave me if you want to, but if you do that, I'm gonna unalive you. That's not free will. I'm scaring her into staying with me.
That's an ultimatum.
Exactly.
Well, free will, if you don't mind me saying something, free will technically is the idea that people can choose their actions. You're right, but also not entirely.
That's
No, it's not.
technically what the definition is at all.
I mean, search it up.
The definition of free
We
will is
gotta.
being able to act outside of the constraint of necessity or fate. That's technically what the definition is.
And where's your
Um,
source? Oh,
some
sorry.
I wanted to ask a question, and we can go back to the free will argument. Somebody in the comments asked a very good question just now. Why do we excuse behavior of the God that we otherwise would not think is okay from humans? Nemo, Drake, Daniel.
Can you repeat the question, ma'am?
Yeah, can you please?
Yeah. Why excuse behavior from the God that you otherwise would not think is okay from a human? Immoral behavior, evil acts. Why do you say it's okay for the God to do, but not but you would excuse it when a human does it?
He's supposed to know better than
The
us.
God is supposed to know better.
His plan is supposed to be greater than ours.
I
So
think,
he can do evil, is what you're saying?
Well, in scripture it says his ways are not our ways, his thoughts are not our thoughts. So
We don't
therefore,
hurt.
Unless, but a good friend of mine and wise woman put that in context the other morning. His ways are higher than your ways, and his thoughts are higher than your thoughts. Only when they go lower than your thoughts, when they go lower than something that you would do, and that is exactly why we're asking this question. When it's something that you as a human would consider to be detestable, evil, gross, immoral, and your God does it, then his ways are higher.
so I'd like to state something. Whatever God does, as you just said from your wife's friend, who what she said is very, very nice. God, we don't know what God is always thinking, but from what I've seen and read in the Bible, what God does has a bigger plan, and everything in the Bible cross references. That's one point I'd like to state.
Actually, the Bible actually tells us what God thinking at all times. He said what he hates, what he loves, what he justifies. He don't bring peace but a sword. What's on God's mind all the time. Matter of fact, if you go outside of what God thinks, that's when you get punished, I guess. So you keep saying that we don't know what God is thinking. God tell you exactly what he thinks throughout the Bible.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Even in the Bible, God says, "Do not test me," and I'm sure you've seen that part. But then again, the Bible, it's what God gave the prophets to write down. It doesn't really say everything that God thinks. Not, I won't use everything. Sorry. That what word can I use? It doesn't state all the thing God is always thinking, but it's just enough for us to understand. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's enough for us to understand a lot of these things, and um, we understand that this probably not a God worth following.
Right. And, going back to the main topic, as well as your question and concern, if we look into, was it Dex? Dex, are you there?
Yes,
Could you state what you were saying again?
I was saying that there is no such thing as free will, and it's something that's called out clearly in the definition of it, and we don't have free will, and God took Pharaoh's free will from him and hardened his heart and wouldn't let the slaves go, and to try to prove how powerful he was. And there is no such thing as free will, because everything's been according to you, God is all knowing, predetermined in that sense. I've known you since you've been in the womb. And at the end of the day, your God supposedly knows everything. So we don't have free will. We just simply act the way we're just actors in a play, essentially, according to him.
Yeah, and
I got a question
go
for
ahead.
you, Daniel.
Sure.
Does everything go according to God's plan? I just need a yes or no.
A yes or no? I'll try my best if it's a yes or no question.
Okay, my yes or no question is: does everything go according to God's plan?
Can everything go to in
I
God's
said,
plan?
does
God
everything
doesn't
go
make
according?
plans.
Does
Does everything
everything?
go into does everything go into according to God's plan?
Before you answer, David, Joel, are you a believer or a non-believer?
I believe in me.
Okay, so I have to drop you because that's a believer spot. Okay. Re-request. I'll bring you back up with a non-believer request. Okay.
So Daniel, does everything go according to God's plan?
Yes, and I think I could back that
So
off. Yeah, go ahead.
okay, so if everything go according to God's plan, that means it was in God's plan for us to mess up in the Garden of Eden to begin with. It was in His
Yes,
it was His plan. It was His plan for grape, slavery. All of this was a part of His plan.
yes, everything was according to His plan, and I'm not
I
trying
rest
to.
my case.
There you go. Now, was it Dex who asked me another question, or was it just you?
No,
Oh, okay. One second.
I don't see how we can look look at Adam and Eve's case and not blame God for this. This is I think this is a clear cut one, and I think the Christians choose it the most. And for me, it seems very clear cut. This is all God's problem here.
I'd like to come back on to that. I guess no one else on my side here, so I'll say this. I won't say that it's God's fault, just like how you disagreed on whether it was your fault on the child shooting themselves, right? I'll take that as a yes. So God is our Father. He knows everything. He's all knowing, like we stated before. And the reason why He let all this happen was because we wouldn't be here right now. Yes or no? And we wouldn't know that because we're human. We're limited. And I'd like to go straight to a scripture to always back up what I'm saying. Proverbs
Before
3.
you read that,
Yeah.
ASAP, are you a believer or a non-believer?
So I'm an atheist, and I want to hear y'all's thoughts.
Okay, I do have to drop you, but re-request it, and I'll bring you up when another non-believer drops.
You
Okay.
got
This spot is for a
jeez.
believer. This spot that is open is for a believer in the God of the Bible. There are already the non-believer spots are already taken up. Request when one of them drop, I will fill it with another non-believer. Okay. God for all nation. Are you a believer or a non-believer?
I am. I'm a believer.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead and mute up for me. Then we'll continue.
Okay.
Hey, brother. Thanks for joining. As I was saying, Dex, yes. So I won't say it's God's fault, but I will say that because God is all knowing, everything goes towards His plan, whether it's good or bad. It ultimately leads to what He wants. And within that path, there's always good. Now, as I said, I was going to mention something in the scriptures. Proverbs 20, verse.
Can I stop you real quick and just
Yeah,
ask you a
sure.
question to clarify that?
Go ahead.
How do you know it's always all good?
Well, because I've experienced life. Have you not?
Say that again, please.
Because I've experienced life.
I don't know what that means when it comes to context of how do you know God is all good.
Oh, I'd gladly answer that. I'm sure you've lived a life too, right?
Yeah.
Of course. So, in life, we've all had our ups and downs. And we all know that God is good to those that follow Him. And sometimes there's occasions where the people that don't believe in
Hang
God.
on, let me stop you again.
Yep.
How do you know that life isn't good for people that don't follow God?
I was actually just about to answer that part.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So as I was saying, you might have another question on this part too. We've all seen cases where people who don't even believe in God live a lavish life, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe, and what I've seen is that because faith is such a big part in Christianity and belief of God, it's because they have faith that God allows it. Now, this part, what I'm about to say, is kind of controversial, but to me, it's not. But I believe God has favorites, and for those that believe in God, what do you guys think?
Clearly, Israel is his favorite if you read the book.
Not
I,
just Israel, but there's people, individuals as well.
yeah, some people, I would say some are more blessed than others,
Yeah.
for sure.
I mean, he literally said Job was, and Job was an Edomite. Well, like, what's? Go ahead.
We could get to Job later, but yeah, I get where you're coming from.
Oh,
By the
you
way.
feel, we don't have to get to Job. You asked, what do we think? I'm agreeing with you. Yes, he
Oh,
has favorites.
okay.
Job was one of his favorites, and Job was an Edomite.
hmm So, Dex, did I answer your question, or would you like me to continue?
I just I guess I get the feeling that you're presupposing that God has to be involved for people to have morals, be good people, and enjoy a good life, or they don't have that if they don't have God. Is that what you're suggesting?
Could you say that one more time?
Are you suggesting that people that don't have a relationship with God, like myself or anyone else that's a non believer here, because they don't have a God belief, that they don't have the ability to have morals or have a good life or enjoy their life because they don't have a God that they're grounded in believing?
No. Also, someone in the comment section had said something similar to that too. But the thing is, God, in the scriptures, it's going to take a while to find it, but I will paraphrase. It states that we are sheeps and God is the shepherd, and that from the beginning He already knew who we were and who will be with God. And yes, it's true that God already knows who's going to hell and those who
So
go to heaven.
so if he knows that, why worship? Why pay any homage to him? Why should we even care about what God does if he already knows who's going to heaven and who's going to hell?
Before you answer, just figuring it out. Are you a believer or a non-believer?
I am respectful of anyone who believes anything.
Okay, so I'm gonna drop you down. That spot is for a believer in the God of the Bible. Okay, request, and I'll bring you up when a
But
non-believer
when you
spot
what
opens.
wouldn't you want actually people to
No,
give
Goodbye. What?
that spot is for a believer. Okay, I'm gonna say this for the last time. The spot that's open is for a believer in the God of the Bible. We have enough non-believers on stage. And Christ, so I'm not adding you to my live. I told you you're gonna have to get God to do it. Continue.
Thank you. I kind of forgot what Dex answered because of the what happened. Dex, can you please say one more time?
I kind of lost it in the mix there too.
Let me see. Hold on. I think it was okay. I think you mentioned something of if God already knows who's going to heaven or hell, right? Was it
Right,
something?
right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, do you
If
remember?
if God already knows if I'm preordained to go, to hell and you're preordained to go to heaven, why should you even worry about worshiping him? Because you're already preordained to go there because his will has already been spoken for and you're already going to paradise and I'm going to the lake of fire. And why should you worry about trying to convert me or anyone else? Because it's already been preordained. And since God knows
Mhm.
that I'm probably not going to choose or I'm not going to choose him, he knows this. So why should you even worry about it?
Wow. Nice message. This is where I'm coming from, and I gladly answer that. God gives us, well, of course, a choice, but He also forgives us. Okay, and that's why we're here today. That's why everyone within this live, 315, including us, has a life. God forgave us. Well, Jesus did, forgave our sins. Hence why he gave us a chance. Because God knows we're going to mess up. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow something good will happen to you, Dex, or something bad probably happened in the past, which you learned from. But
Didn't
in the future,
didn't God say that we're not to be punished for other people's sins, but for the sins that we commit?
Where did he say that?
Say that again.
Can you please tell me where it states that?
Get me in front of my Bible. I hoping somebody might have that real quick off the hat, but I'll grab it for you here.
Yeah. I got my Bible too.
I'll
If
bring it
somebody
up for
has that
you,
off the
Dex.
top of
I
their
got you, Dex.
head, thank you.
Yeah, Ezekiel 18:20. I'll bring it up. Hold on. Let me switch the screens.
Someone said that. Oh, that's crazy. I'll look it up as well.
Sorry, I put my trail mix down.
I've got it pulled up, and I think Thinker has it as well. There, yeah.
There you go. What is happening?
It's a little cut off or something, right?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Could you just state the chapter and verse so I could?
It's Ezekiel 18:20.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Ezekiel.
I think it's because the screen is too big. I was trying to appease Chosen. Give me just a second. Let me make it smaller here.
This is Ezekiel.
There we go, guys. It says, the person who sins shall die. A child shall not suffer for the iniquity of a parent, nor a parent suffer the iniquity of a child. The righteousness of the righteous shall be their own, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be their own. Hi, JP. Is that what you were looking for, Dex?
Exactly. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And if I sounded like I was directing people earlier, I do apologize to you, Thinker. I wasn't trying to do that.
Yeah, no, you're a nerd. You were doing what you were supposed to do for the community. There's no need to apologize.
The soul whose sins shall die, the son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son. The righteous shall be upon himself, and the wickedness of the wicked shall be. So
I'm going to put you on mute while you read. Okay, in the future when you do that, the silent reading, put yourself on mute if you got to read to yourself silently like that, okay?
I was so zoned in, my fault. Yeah, I'll do that next
No worries.
time. So Dex, I just read it, and could you state again what you were saying?
So, if a child is not supposed to suffer for the iniquity of their parents and back and forth, so forth, how come we're suffering? How come we had to take on the sins for what Adam and Eve did? If he clearly calls out that we shall not suffer the iniquity or this for the sins of somebody else.
Well, the thing is, God did save us from our sins. Okay, I don't know if you you've read it. Actually, I believe you did. What's it called? When Eve ate the fruit from the tree, and then Adam, that's when sin began. Okay, and throughout the Old Testament, you could see stories of us sinning, both from small things to even bigger things, and that's where the New Testament comes in, where Jesus, when he died, he saved us from our sins. And that's why Jesus is referred to as the Redeemer. All right, and that's the chance he gave us.
Would you say that Jesus was a sacrifice?
In the context here, yes.
Okay, so what is needed for a proper sacrifice according to the Bible?
What is needed? Let me see.
Does it need to have a proper altar with a Levitical priest?
No,
it doesn't.
But then again, you have to think of it like this: Jesus wasn't just the usual sacrifice where you get an altar, priest, people, fire, and then pray to whoever you're sacrificing to. Jesus had intention. God had intention. And in the Bible, Jesus is God. All right. He knew
So
when
he sacrificed himself
yes,
to himself?
so he could save us from our sins.
Hold on, don't go no further than that. Don't go no
Hold
further
on.
than that.
Yeah, can I go back to what Dex just said previously? He said,
Not yet, not yet, not yet,
no,
because you
I want to
said
correct
something.
myself. I want to correct myself. Is that okay? All right. Dex, you said that he sacrificed to himself. Technically, yes. Okay, you could continue.
Would you? I'm sorry, God. Would
Okay.
you consider? Would you consider what Jesus did a sacrifice?
Yes, I
He
would
was dead
consider
for
what
he
he
he was
did.
unalive for 2.5 days. How is that a sacrifice? That's a bad weekend in Vegas.
Well,
That's true now.
yeah, it's how you see it. By the again, it's how you see it.
That's not a
If I
sacrifice. If
die,
he knew he was going to come back as the all-powerful God, that's not a sacrifice.
are you sure?
That's like
Then
if
A
I
what's
loan you
sacrifice.
money and if I loan you
Sacrifice.
money, I'll give it. Give
please
it
one
back.
at a time?
Sacrifice means you give up something very dearly to you, and that
Mhm.
apparently wasn't a sacrifice, correct?
Because you're
Actually, I
getting it
could.
back.
Sorry,
Yeah,
God, I interrupted you. I apologize.
go ahead. My
No,
fault.
it's okay. But I need to ask this. No, Daniel, I need to ask you a question though, because
Yeah, go
now,
ahead, brother.
you did say, um, he saved us. He's saving us from our sins, which according to you, I asked you in the beginning, does everything go according to God's plan?
Mm-hmm.
And you said yes, everything. So basically, what you're telling me is God is saving us from something that He put us in the first place. That is being pimped. If you and I'm gonna reference a book. It's called Iceberg Slim, and I don't want to get graphic on you, but it say how do you basically turn this woman into your basically your property. He said beat her with a clothes hanger and then draw her a bath and give her some medicine, and she'll forget that you put her in that position in the first place. So basically, from what I'm receiving from what you're saying, God is pimping us because He's saving us from a position that He put us in the first place.
I would say I would
If
like
everything go according to God plan in the first place, according to your
That
logic.
was a very good one.
to.
That was good.
Yeah, which a great question and great wording. So I'd like to come on and say, yes, it's all in God's plan. Let me go back to a scripture to before I continue. I need a bookmark.
Go easy on the Bible, brother.
I know, bro. The amount of times I've ripped this, I had to like ask God for forgiveness. What was it?
Why did
Proverbs.
you have to ask God for forgiveness for ripping?
I know, no, because
What?
it's just the thing, Like, for example, when you hit a child
You
accidentally,
didn't hit a child. Your paper is like your book is paper. It's immaterial. It doesn't have feelings. But like
well,
when you say stuff like that, it's like you are worshiping the book. Like the book has become
It's a
your God.
holy object.
it's sort of it's a holy
Doesn't
object.
matter. Like literally, your God tells you not to do shit like that, and y'all literally have.
But don't
But
we do the?
apologizing because you accidentally ripped a page while you were turning it
I
very
don't. Mhm.
ferociously, like that's kind of crazy.
I see where
But
you're
go
coming
ahead.
from.
It gets that deep.
Proverbs. I see where you're coming from, but don't we see money like that too?
Did God know you were going
No,
to
I
rip
have
that
never
page?
apologized to anybody for
No,
ripping a
no, no.
dollar.
And also, it's the intention you have towards something. That's what we
Nope.
humans do, right?
Nope. Nope. I don't. That's you. And again, it goes to,
I found it.
do you worship the book?
I don't
Which is
worship the
crazy
book. I
because the book
worship
is
the
flawed as
words from
fuck.
the book. I worship the words from the book from who created it.
Yeah, you exactly. You worshiping words. You worship your God did not create that book. Humans did.
If
So
I
therefore, you are worshiping humans.
yeah,
Humans who actually fucked up. Like there are incorrect information in this book, inaccuracies.
I agree with you on how many times the Bible has been, rewritten. But I don't think I was worshiping
I'm not talking
The
about it
Bible.
being rewritten.
You
I'm
know,
talking about whole ass stories. I'm talking about claims. I'm not talking about translation mistakes only. I'm talking about claims. Like you're literally worshiping the humans who wrote this stuff as
big
your God.
my fault, bro. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. But yeah, I'll clear myself. I don't worship the book. If I did, I'd say, "Oh, book, please," you know. But I believe it's the intentions you have towards something that really dictates the outcome.
Do
So
you actually think that a God would be mad at you for flipping a page in a book that was on an assembly line? Like this book was
mhm.
mass produced in a warehouse somewhere, shipped in an 18-wheeler, sent to a bookstore with a barcode put on it, owned by either Amazon, Walmart, some large company that bought a bookstore, right? Like you honestly think that a god, a deity, is like watching over every printed book. Actually, like Cambridge University owns like the printing rights to it. Like you think God is like watching over Cambridge's investment, like what made them rich? Like I'm just tripping. It's kind
Yeah,
of
no,
crazy.
you're good. That's a great question. For me, I know the same thing. I agree with you. God isn't just gonna look at every book. Who's reading this? Oh my God, no. I believe he looks at who is reading it. Okay, just like
I'm not
how
talking about reading it. I'm talking about you asking for
who's reading it.
forgiveness for accidentally uh,
Mhm.
flipping a
Ripping,
page,
yeah.
ripping a page like that.
hmm
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about you reading the text.
I'm just
Like if
adding
you
on to
take
what.
it to that point, you're like, oh man, I accidentally ripped a book. God, please forgive me. Jesus, forgive me. Like that is too much. That's a lot.
I don't think he was like that serious about it. I don't think
But
it's
yeah,
that deep.
but then again, I get what you're coming from. It happens to a lot of
If
us.
he wasn't, he would not have tried to defend it. And like, why do y'all do that? Like, I don't need you to speak for him. He's here, and I
No,
can
I'm
speak
here.
to him.
Yeah, I have my own views. But then, thanks again. Uh, should we continue or should we go back to the beginning? I have.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, Dex was it? Let me follow along. Let me come
Hold
back.
on. Oh, okay. Did you call my name?
Yeah, I was just gonna let you know I'm gonna go ahead and jump down and listen from the comments from this point.
Okay.
I
Have a
appreciate you
good
guys.
night.
Night.
You're welcome.
Have a good one, Oso.
Hey, good night, man.
You too, guys.
All right. So there's one spot open for a non-believer. When you come on stage, if you are a non-believer, mute yourself when you come on stage. Go ahead, Daniel.
So yes, I kind of got lost from where we were. I'm stuck at the scripture. Dex, was it you? Do you still remember what you said?
No, I was waiting. You were pretty adamant about wanting to read this scripture.
Yeah,
So
when I'm there, it's just I forgot where you talked. You're claiming.
where are you at?
I'm at if you could go on scriptures, Proverbs 16-9, I'll read it. It says, "A man's heart plans his way," right? And I believe from this part, it's our choice. If we go back to saying we don't have a will, but then again, you'd have to search up the definition of what the difference and what is free will and free choice. And let me read that. I searched it up earlier. Free choice is the ability to make decisions, while free will is the idea that people can choose their actions and are self-determined. Okay. Now, going back to the scripture, Proverbs 16:9, a man's heart plans his way, and that's us, but the Lord directs his steps, guides him towards the the better outcome. And that's where I go back to life. The reason why you told me, how do I know this, whether it's God's decision? I'm trying to paraphrase. I don't really remember correctly, but it's because I've lived life. I remember I did something really bad, but fast forward later, I'm in the right direction saying, dang, how did I end up here? And I believe this scripture says all about that.
Just 1 second. Jeannie, are you a believer or a non-believer?
Non-believer.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead and put yourself on mute. You can come
So
in whenever you find a spot. Go ahead.
sorry. I'm reading my scholarly notes on this specific section, and it just says sovereign God overrules the plans of men to fulfill his purposes. Wouldn't that mean that that's just reinforcing us saying you don't have free will?
Well, I'd like to answer that with the following scripture, 16 verse, what's it called, 20? And whoever trusts in the Lord, happy is he. Okay, I believe what this could say, follow with answering your question, is well, yes and no. Okay, we choose just like the definition, free will. Free will is the idea that people can choose their actions. Okay, going with that, whoever trusts in the Lord wants. I'll use God as a father. Every parent wants their children to listen to them. because the parents lived a longer life, just like God has lived longer than us humans. And if we trust him, I believe we'll end up happy, just like how a child who makes a parent happy, the parent gives them a reward.
Are you able to learn? Are you a parent, Daniel?
No, but I do take care of my siblings.
Have your parents ever learned something from you and your
Oh,
siblings?
all the time, yes.
Yeah, that like that. So just because you're older than somebody doesn't mean you know everything,
Of
correct?
course, yes. And that
Okay.
belief,
Neither did God, right? Neither did God,
God
right?
was.
Know everything.
With that part, I'll actually say yes. In the Old
So
Testament,
when Moses, so when he wanted to kill the Israelites, and Moses told him that's not a smart thing to do,
true. And there's
and
also
God
adding
and
on to
God changed his mind because Moses told him that's not smart.
that. And adding on to that, God also said that he made a mistake creating us. Go on.
So the point is that even God can learn from humans.
Even, I don't know if he learns from us, okay? Because we learn from each other. But I
So
guess,
how do you think God found out that men are wicked even from the days of their youth? How did he figure
how
that
did he
out?
find out? I believe we can go
Yeah.
back to Adam and Eve. After
We don't
they
have to.
ate,
No, like literally
no, I'm
that was
actually,
after the flood. Can you get like I just need you to be more concise with your answers. Like there's no need to go to Adam and Eve and that. It
wait,
was said during the flood. Why are you going to Adam and Eve when he didn't say this until the flood?
but I'm answering your question with the scriptures. So why are you angry?
Because there's no need to go to the flood. I mean, to go to the garden. If he said this during the time of him flooding the earth, why did he say it? He is literally there in that same scripture. There's no need for you to go back to the garden. And I'm just gonna go ahead and say he said it because men were wicked from they were wicked. He looked down, they had sex with angels, blah blah blah, created the Nephilim. He said that he realized that men are wicked from the days of their youth, so therefore he wants to flood the earth. That was a moment either, right, of him evolving and knowledge of this thing that he had created, right? These humans it had created. And then he also learned from Moses, don't do that. That's not a smart thing. You kill all the Israelites, you're gonna kill me too. And then he's like, oh, you're right. I'm not gonna do it. Right? So even the God in this book is learned or can learn from the humans. I just wanted to say to your teammates, y'all don't let him drown up here. Like y'all can come in and help him out at any time. I feel like he's being questioned 1-on-1, I mean 3-on-1.
Thinker, can I say something for a moment?
Yeah, is it about what we just talked about?
Yeah. You were saying something. You all were saying something about how God don't learn. Something about in reference to where he's learning from people. And the thing that I don't understand about God too, as well, is he's talking about destroying the earth again. When is he going to get it right? He's already brought the flood according to the Bible, where there's no evidence showing that the flood ever happened. Now he's talking about coming again and destroying the world again. When is God going to get it right? I don't think he's ever going to get it right, because he's talking about doing it again. When is he going to get it right with humans? I don't believe that he will ever get it right, because I don't believe that he exists to get it right. And not only that, how can imperfect humans interpret the Bible?
Wow.
Go ahead. God for all
For our
nations.
nation. First of all, let me say I love the dialogue between the non-believers and the believers, and so I appreciate the conversation. I appreciate the opportunity. When the sister said that when God is going to get it together, I think God wants us to get it together, not Him getting things together. I remember a scripture that He
Wait,
says all
I
day
have to
long.
ask you why? Why humans? Why would humans have to get things together for something he created? And if he gets to
Because I
choose
think
to destroy it, wait, if he gets to choose to destroy it whenever he wants to, Why are we the ones responsible for getting it together?
I think the brother wanted to go back to the
We've been in
garden.
the garden all night. Like we
Right,
don't
right,
have to
right.
go back.
But
But why are we responsible for? I know you think that humans sinned and all that. But if he can destroy
right,
it,
right,
listen to my
right.
question. If
Okay.
he can destroy it whenever he wants,
Yeah,
right? We can't destroy him whenever we want, right?
we can.
Exactly.
We
So
cannot.
if he can destroy us whenever he wants, or destroy the earth whenever he wants, why are we the ones responsible for getting it together? That makes no sense.
It's a personal thing, though. When you go back to the New Testament, you'll find where the New Testament tells us that uh, there's a set time for God to destroy this what we know as heaven and earth. But he says until the last person who is born to receive him, that's when he'll destroy the heavens and the earth, right? Which
I
means,
don't think you understand the question, right?
okay, try again, try again.
He said that he destroyed the earth to get rid of the sin, right? To get rid of the wickedness.
He's
He
already
killed
done
his
it. I
son.
mean, he's think I don't
Right.
mean to
Hold on,
interrupt
hold
you,
on, hold
but
on, hold
he's
on.
already
Hello,
done
hello,
it.
hello, hello, hello. Can y'all hear me talking? Do y'all hear me talking? I'm gonna restate the rules of the live. We don't talk over each other on the live. The only people on this stage that can interrupt while someone else is still talking is myself or Lala. Nobody else. We shouldn't be talking over each other. But as I was saying, he flooded the earth. He killed his son or sent his son to die, right, for the sin. He flooded the earth. Sin came back, right? He told them to
Yeah,
start to kill his son for sin. Sin ain't going nowhere. People still sin, and it's like even it is worse as it was back then,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
her question is, when is he going to get that right? Your answer is that he's waiting on humans to get it right, and we shouldn't be waiting on the God to get it right. Even after
Right, right,
Adam and Eve
right,
sinned, your God decided to flood the earth. Your God still decided to kill his son. And it got nothing to do with Adam and
right,
Eve. Like
right.
it's him. We can't do nothing.
You said so. You don't think it has anything to do with us and not him?
Not to finally get his plan right. No, and his plan is not ours. That's his plan. It's not our responsibility.
So let me ask you, what would be your answer?
Do you understand that your God's plan isn't my plan?
True that.
Her question is, when is your God going to get his plan right? That's her question. And you said it ain't his responsibility to get his plan right. It's humans'
Yeah,
responsibility.
definitely.
That
Yeah,
okay?
yeah,
That
yeah.
then the question is, what is your
Definitely.
answer? That makes no sense. If
It
anything, I
doesn't
would
make any
destroy your
sense to
God.
you.
I would destroy your God because your God is responsible for all of this. I don't like him, so that would be my plan. But hey, we can't see him, so I don't know where he is.
I mean, the only thing I can tell you, my friend, is that, you know, as was stated earlier, his ways are not our ways. And our ways are not
Mm-hmm.
his. You
Yeah,
know
that
that,
doesn't
right?
help the question. What does how does that
And,
how does that answer to the plan?
well,
Like that to
okay,
me,
because
that sounds like a just like a scapegoat. Like I don't have an answer
nah,
to that. So
nah.
like we already know
Well,
his ways is not. We already know that. Like that's a. I don't know
yeah.
the answer to that because God's mind is higher than mine. For some reason, somebody in this book knew what was going on in God's mind when He decided to destroy Sodom and Gomorrah. Like you can't know the mind of God whenever it suits you, right?
Well, no. But here's the thing, though. There's some questions that no matter how you throw the questions out, we'll never be able to answer the question. And
Well, then
this
you
is why
shouldn't
we
have tried to
revert
answer her
back to,
question. Then
well,
you
no.
should not have tried to answer her question and say that
Okay,
it's human
my
responsibility to get it right. You shouldn't have. Don't
my
throw your God's responsibility on
no.
humans when your God did all of this. Your God tried 2 times to fix it and he couldn't. Her question is, when is he gonna finally get it right? Like, don't put that on me. Like I said, if
Well,
anything, if I could, I'd destroy your God.
my answer doesn't suffice, right? Because I said to you that it's our responsibility, right, as human beings, right, to get
end
our
sin?
lives right, huh?
No, to end sin?
To end sin,
Yeah.
in our
Every
lives, yes.
plan, the no, it's not. This is your God's plan. That's why he sent his son to die. This is your God's plan. That's why he flooded the earth. This is your God's plan, not ours. Don't put that on us.
Hey, God
Yeah,
for Almighty.
it's God for our nation.
Oh,
It's
sorry.
definitely our, yeah, no, go ahead. It's definitely within our part. Remember, we were talking about earlier about, free will choices, right? Right?
Nope, I wasn't.
God
Nope.
for
Didn't
And
Almighty.
we
and
already?
again, she's answered. She
Go
asked
ahead.
her question was very very direct. When is the God? Okay, not the humans. When is the God? All this God that y'all get mad that people don't bow down and worship to? Because like, what is the worship for? Like, what's the
Nobody
like?
said.
Let me ask you this: what is the point of your God? Like, y'all want to throw everything on the human. Okay, what's the point of your God? Let's start there. What's his point? What's the point of his existence? Why does he exist?
I mean, I don't know how to answer that question for you because no matter what I give, it's not going to suffice. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
stop. Drake, what's the point of your God?
Without God, there's not us.
So existence, your existence. That's the point. That's it for you to exist.
He doesn't exist for us. We exist because of him.
No, what is the point of your God? Is it so that you can exist? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that's like me saying, what's the point of you?
Can you just answer the question? What's the point of it? Why does he exist? Why is he important?
Again, if I can
I'm not
jump in,
talking to you. I asked you to mute, please. Can you mute? I'm
Let
talking to
him talk. Let
Drake.
him talk.
Drake.
He could talk.
No, I'm asking you. If you want to pass it, I'll go to Daniel.
And what was your question again?
What is the point of your God? Why does your God exist? Like, what's the point? Why is he so important?
What's the purpose?
Yeah, that like what? Hold on for a second. To the non-believers, am I asking a very hard question? Like, do y'all understand the words
It's
that I'm saying?
they're
Yes, I
they're
understand.
stalling for time because you're asking tough questions. They're trying to generate, and it's kind of a tactic. I think I don't think it's intentional, but it is. We're trying to stall for time, and you're not being obtuse. You're being very clear.
May I continue?
Can I?
Yes, Daniel, go
Thank you.
ahead.
Thank you. By the way,
Okay.
Hold
Dex.
on, Jenny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Jenny, I'd like to answer your question after I'm done with the
Daniel,
whole.
I just asked you a question. Can you answer the question that I
Yeah,
just
of
asked?
course, of course.
Okay,
God's
thank you.
purpose, God's point, is to guide people and to conform us to the likeliness of Jesus Christ. You're welcome.
So your God exists to guide humans to be like Jesus. That's the point of your God.
That's one of many. Now, do you want me to continue or stop there? I'll do what you want.
Continue. Like, why does your God exist?
Now, for believers, for us, God's purpose for us is to conform them, like I said, to Jesus Christ. Now, for individuals like you and I, God has has a unique plan for each person's life. And that answers your question.
It
But
doesn't.
then not really.
So it doesn't answer it. Okay, so God's purpose to exist. I don't know if you want to keep going because I'm writing them down.
So you just
Okay, so the reason why God exists is to conform humans to Jesus. And what else?
for the individual, God has a unique plan for each person's life.
All right. Anything else?
For our lives, for people's lives, God's purpose, well, it's to find happiness and joy. And that's the end goal.
No, no, not what's your plan. Not what your purpose is. Y'all keep doing that. What is God's purpose? So God is looking for
God's
happiness
purpose,
and joy.
God, what? God's purpose,
Listen, oh Daniel,
yes.
when you said to find happiness and joy, I'm not talking about a human's purpose. So are
Yes.
you saying that the God exists so that it can find happiness and joy?
No, you didn't hear the first part. You heard the second.
I heard you say individual plan for human life,
Yes, that was the
right?
second.
And
I'll
then I
continue.
said next.
hmm Shall I restate what I said?
What's yes, go ahead.
Okay. God's purpose for people, for all of us.
I did not ask you what his purpose was for people. I said, what is your God's purpose for existing? Not what his purpose is for people.
Well, I'm about to answer that. It's part of that. People, they're all, and we're existing because of God. So I'll continue. Okay. To bring, how do I say this? Let me see. To find happiness and joy, to live by faith and return and live with him.
I'm sorry, to find happiness and joy, to live by faith and return and live to him.
Grow.
Dex, does that
Live.
sound like a purpose of, hold on, that's what you just said.
Of
I
course.
just repeated every word you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Dex, does that sound like a purpose of a God or a purpose of a human?
Human.
Thank
Very
you.
much
You
human.
repeated the same shit. Okay, I am asking you what the God's purpose is, not your purpose, not your purpose for worshiping the God. Why is this God so important? Why does this God exist?
Okay, can I continue?
If you want,
Thank you so much for being patient with us. Now, following along, could you answer me, Dex? What is God's purpose? What you think a God's purpose is?
nope, you are not diverting
No,
to
no, no,
my
no. I didn't
team
do
to
that.
answer the question for you. Nope, nope.
That's my
Daniel,
God
stop talking
too.
while I'm talking, please. Stop talking while I'm talking, please.
I'm only answering back.
The
Go ahead.
nope, no. The non-believers are not answering this question for you to give you ideas.
I just did.
No, you did it.
Okay.
Answer. My question is, what is the God's purpose for existing? Why does the God exist? One thing you said was the God exists to guide humans to conform to Jesus. That's one purpose. That's why he exists.
Right?
He exists because he has an individual plan for humans' lives, which means that he, before he existed or whatever, he always knew, like his existence is for humans.
Yep.
That's like everything that you say. That means humans were always going to exist even before your God. But keep going.
I'll correct you on that part. You said that wrong. He did
No,
not
that's what
exist.
you said. You
I
said
already
that
said that.
he exists. His existence
Uh-huh.
is to conform humans to Jesus. That means humans must exist for your God to exist, right? If that is
But not
why
today.
he
Yes.
exists. Hold on, stop talking
Go
while I'm talking.
ahead.
Okay?
Go ahead, please. Go
That
ahead.
I'm telling you, if you talk while I talk, I'm gonna have to get loud and it's gonna sound like I'm being very mean to you. Okay? You said that your God exists to for the purposes of guiding humans to conform to Jesus. If that is a reason that he exists, humans have to exist for your God to exist. Okay? He's attached to that reason for you. He also exists because he has an individual plans for humans' life. Again, humans have to exist for him to exist. Okay? That's what I understand from what you said so far. The last thing that you have given me was about why humans worship the God. I don't care about why you worship the God. Why does this God exist? That's the question that I'm asking. Okay?
Yeah, don't worry. I'll be patient with you all the time, okay? So, of course, before I even continue, I'd like to state something. Would you let us believers talk? I feel like you're just putting us in a corner. And then you're
I
not
have not. I've been sitting here quiet, letting y'all talk, almost falling asleep for like since I've restarted this live. And you will not come in here and try to run my live. I don't care if you don't
Yes, I'm
like
not doing
me
that.
not allowing you to speak over me.
Go
I
ahead.
will drop you down and fill your box. I don't care. The rule is you don't speak over me when I'm talking. That's the rule. I've sat here and I've listened to y'all talk for a good 32 minutes and haven't said much of anything except letting people in and out of the box. I asked a simple question. Why does your God exist?
And I gave you 3 points.
And the last point was about humans. Why you worship the God? That's not the question that I asked.
You asked what was the point of God, right? In our existence or his existence?
No, I said, why does the God exist? You saying that the God exists so that for you to find happiness and joy and peace. That's why you worship the God. Why does the God exist?
Why does the God exist? From that question, we don't know why he exists because he chose to create himself. Okay? Now, with another question, not another question, but with what is God's purpose or what is God's point for his existence, then I don't know. And that's what you're implying.
That's what you should have said. You don't know. There you
Yeah,
go.
I
You
don't know
don't know.
why God
Instead, you
exists.
gave two answers.
Yeah, I
Instead,
don't
you
know.
gave two answers, right? Why are you talking while I'm talking?
Go ahead.
You gave two answers instead of saying, I don't know. And so far, the two answers that you gave, humans have to exist in order for the God to exist.
Can I say something or you want to continue?
I mean, I think your team might want to come in because I think you've done enough.
Hey, you guys could go ahead and say something.
Yeah, I wanted to say the question that is being asked, there is no scripture to answer that question. So off rip, I would have said what you said at the end. We don't know. There is no scripture we can point to give you that answer as to why God exists. He exists because he exists. There's nothing in the scripture that's going to tell us why he exists.
Exactly. You know why? You
Tell
know
me, I
why?
would love to know. I would love to
Because
know.
humans wrote the book. Humans wrote the book. And if there was a God, a God would be able to tell the human of his existence. Humans don't know anything other than what a human already knows. And just like Daniel just said, the God exists to conform humans to Jesus. A human must exist for the God to exist. An individual plan for humans' life. A human must exist for the God to exist. A human most likely created this God. Everything you know about about the God, came from a human. Every word you are speaking that said the God said, a human said it. Even you calling it God came from a human. So for you to say that it is, with you have this belief in this omniscient, omnipresent, all powerful deity, right? And you excuse away behaviors like slavery and sex trafficking, child trafficking, murder, genocide. You excuse away all those things and say God is good. God knows best. His ways are higher than our ways, while ignoring that a human is involved in all of this.
What do you
And
believe in?
and
I don't believe in your God, and that's all you need to know.
The Big Bang Theory?
I don't believe in your God, and that's all you need to know. I understand that you need to find something to attack. I get that.
Hey, that won't work.
But I've given you the information that you need,
It was a simple
Thinker,
question.
can I
and
just
I
jump in
answered
and
it.
Thinker, can I just
Yes,
jump in
Dex,
and
go
say
ahead.
crazy funny is really, really pissing me off in the chat, asking me if I think that Thinker has the Jezebel spirit. Hey,
Oh, yeah, I do have the Jezebel
crazy,
spirit. If we can flood the comments with Jezebel. Thank you, crazy funny. I love Jezebel.
can I just add, go fuck yourself, crazy. Sorry about
It's
that.
okay.
can I
It's
ask a
okay.
genuine question? So I heard earlier that the gentleman that's speaking right now, excuse me, I can't remember his name, but he said he was a Christian once upon a time, right? But are you, Miss? Were you a Christian at one point?
Yeah,
Are you?
I
Are
was.
you? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I
You were.
understand right now that y'all feel like some type of way because I'm asking these questions and you feel like you want to interview me. Um, but yes, I was a Christian.
No,
I
no, no,
don't
no, no.
believe
I'm
in
not.
your
I'm not.
God. Listen, hold
I
on.
just
Is there
want.
is there a reason why you're talking while I'm talking? I listen. I am very neurodivergent. I try my best not to have to interrupt unless somebody's being rude on stage, being obtuse, not answering questions, right? I sit here and I let y'all talk. For some reason, when I open my mouth, y'all want to talk when I'm talking. That is very frustrating. I don't even like it when y'all talk over each other. Yes, I was a Christian. My father was a pastor, and I was a missionary for 28 years. I don't believe in your God. I
What
don't
changed?
believe in your Jesus. I'm not here to be interviewed. Okay?
Okay, okay.
That's all y'all need to know.
Well, thank you for having me on, though. I really do appreciate the conversation and the dialogue. Really, I really do. Thank you, my friend.
Oh, didn't go missing.
What?
So, can I continue, or were we done on this
Yeah.
topic? Yeah, thank you so
Yep.
much. And I love it that you're so patient with us. You too, Dex. Before I continue, I'd just like to state one thing. Is that okay, host?
What is it about, Daniel? Is it about the topic?
Yes, no, and yes.
If it's not about the topic, no. Only I can change the topic. I don't give a fuck if I ever knew your Lord or not. I'm kind of
Great.
glad I did it. But I'm not. Hold on, I'm not talking to you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of glad I did it. The Lord that I thought is not in this book. So thank you for noticing that. We're gonna go back to the topic. Okay. The only people that could change the topic is myself and Lala. Okay. Go ahead, Daniel.
Okay, great. So, about the topic, you were against us going back to scriptures. Is that right?
Where did you get that?
You said you didn't allow me to go back to Adam and Eve. You did. You said that.
I said there was no need for you to go back to Adam and Eve when I asked you that question. This is the third time you've put words in my mouth.
I know. I'm
This
just saying.
whole this whole live is about scriptures. Like, stop
I think we
lying on
should
me.
calm down first, and then
No,
discuss.
don't tell me to calm down. This is the third time you've lied on me since you've been on this stage.
Well,
Okay?
okay.
I never told you that you could not go back to scriptures. Do not lie on me.
Well, it doesn't matter since we got over that question. So, would you like to
It
state
does
something?
matter. It does matter. You lied on me. I did not say that.
I didn't lie, and you know
You
that.
did.
That was not my
Why
intention.
would I tell you that? Why would I tell you that you cannot go to scriptures when this whole entire live, 11 hours a night, is about reading scripture?
Okay,
Huh?
then shall I go back?
No, first off, you should apologize for lying on me. This is the third time you've done that
Because
tonight.
I
You've put
didn't.
words in my mouth. You can't admit when you were wrong?
Oh, I'm waiting for you to stop talking so I can talk. I don't want to
Oh, I
interrupt.
did. I gave a pause.
Okay, so I'm not gonna apologize because I don't remember ever offending you or lying to you or putting words in your mouth. I'm just saying what you
But you
said.
did, and I corrected you 3 times.
So I
This is
guess.
my third time correcting you, asking you not to put words in my mouth. The third time.
Well, I don't remember, and if I did, you already know I always apologize. So we could continue from
So
there.
so you're telling me so you're not going to. That's
Oh,
fine.
don't
Go
worry,
ahead.
I'll
I mean,
apologize,
it's
but
typical. Go ahead. No,
can I
that's
apologize?
okay. Go ahead.
You're talking over me, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Daniel, have a good night.
Oh, all right, if that's what you want.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's what I want.
Have a good
Okay.
night, guys.
Yep. Anybody else?
Yes, I have something to say.
No, I haven't introduced you to the comments. I don't know who you are. I like right now I'm very frustrated with the way the conversations are going. And the disrespect. Okay? It's ridiculous. Okay? It's ridiculous. At this point, the rules of the live are: one, do not talk over each other. Two, the only people that can interrupt or interject is myself or Lala. Can somebody block Voodoo? Three, if you come on stage and there is a topic, a conversation happening, stick to that conversation. Nobody can change the conversation but myself or Lala. Okay? We'll start back over with a different topic. Leroy, are you a believer or a non-believer?
I'm a believer.
Okay, you'll be on the team with Drake, and there needs to be one more believer on stage. And this time we're gonna let the non-believers pick the topic.
There we go.
Are you a believer or a non-believer?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did not mean to come up. I'm definitely a non-believer. My bad. My
Okay,
bad.
no worries. No worries. Have a good night. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a nerd.
Oh, is it? What's her name? Is that Tori?
I thought it's TORN something.
Oh, okay, yeah, she changed her name as Tori. Okay. 1 second. Dirk, are you a believer or non-believer?
I 100% believe there's something bigger than us out there. I think it'd be
Are
dumb
you a
not to.
believer in the God of the Bible or are you just talking about the universe? Which one?
I am.
Is it the God of the Bible?
I I did my research on it, and I do believe that it's more so than not true.
So you do believe in the God of the Bible?
Yes.
Okay.
You know,
This is why I get frustrated, y'all. This is what happened with the
I'm,
last conversation. It's okay. Go ahead and mute for just a second. I don't know what it is. Like when we ask direct questions, we have to go all the way around Mount Sinai before we can get a simple answer. And that is very frustrating, right? It's very frustrating. We we tend to ask very direct questions on this platform, right? And then expect concise answers. We're not out to lunch having tea and crumpets. Like this is TikTok. There are people up in the middle of the night watching this. The long answers is a lot. Be very concise, okay? Speed up the conversation would be very good, okay? All right, so we have 3 believers on stage, 3 non-believers on stage. I'm gonna pass it to the non-believers to pick a topic.
Hold on,
Uh,
Dirk.
to huh?
The host asked you to mute, and then I muted you, and you keep unmuting. You unmute again, we'll have to drop you.
I'm not. I don't play around with disrespect. I'm just gonna tell you that it doesn't bother me if you're on stage or not. Respect means a lot to me. If you show me that you have intentions on being disrespectful in this space, whether that's to me, people in the comments, or to the host or anybody on the panel, I'm just going to drop you. Okay. If you don't type, let me up, let me up, let me up in the comments, because I will never let you up. I'm just telling you that now. That is very disrespectful. I will never do it. Okay. To the non believers, you can go ahead and pick a topic.
Otter, Jenny, you go ahead and
Um, Let me see here. I can't. What's the very last bottom? Is that like I can't hardly make that out. It's something about Q2
Uh,
God versus I
uh, uh,
can't.
Old Testament God versus New Testament God, and I'll explain that. It's a lot to type. A lot of times when believers come on stage, they tend to try to separate Jesus from the Old Testament God, and then they say we're not under that anymore. It's a new dispensation. And so the reason why I put that one on there is because I'm interested in understanding how believers see Jesus as the Old Testament God, or whether not, or whether they see them, they just say they're the same God, but actually see them as 2 different gods. Does that make sense?
Okay. Um, let me let me see. I don't know. What about Job? The case with
We
Job.
actually
So,
did Job
You,
already tonight.
you did. Okay.
Yeah. So let me explain the cases in case. So Ahab's case, God sent lying spirits to trick Ahab to go up against Ramoth Gilead so that he could kill Ahab. Um, because there were lying spirits sent, believers say that it wasn't God, it was the devil that was sending the spirits for God. We already did Job. David's case, there's 2 scriptures. One says God incited David to take a census, and then he got angry and killed about 70,000 Israelites. Another scripture says, nope, it was Satan who did it. We just did Adam and Eve. Judas had to betray Jesus, right? Satan entered Judas. Was that Judas's fault or was that God's fault? Because it was all a part of the plan. And then the Old Testament, New Testament. So those are the cases.
Okay. Well, let me go with the one with, I think you were saying something about the bottom one against the Old Testament and the New Testament. Am I right? Is that what you
Yes.
said? Okay. Let me start with that one. And, I, and I guess it's something about the flow of the Bible, whether, you wipe the Old Testament doesn't mean anything compared to the New Testament. Is that kind of what the interpretation of most Bible believers believe? There's no connection there.
They believe that it doesn't matter because they're not under the law. So most of them don't read the Old Testament. I'll ask sometimes, like, how can you really know your God if you don't read about its nature? And they say they do know God because they read about Jesus, right? So it's like, did he change? Is his nature the same? Because the Bible says he's the same today, tomorrow, and today, yesterday, and tomorrow, right? So is he the same God? Like, what's different that you don't have to read the Old Testament?
Okay, well, let's go with that one. And I'm trying to really comprehend the whole the whole flow of the Bible, and I myself are going through a deconstruction, and I honestly I haven't read the whole Bible either. So I just want to go with the flow of the Bible, and if I hope that I'm saying this correctly. I believe that there has to be a connection. I don't think you can dismiss one part of it and not acknowledge another part. I believe that there has to be a flow. Go, it has to be all connected. It has to be a connection. I don't think you can dismiss one part of the Bible and not acknowledge the other. And I hope that I'm making sense at this point too myself. So if somebody can jump in and kind of give me give me a little give me a little jump start at what I'm trying to say as well too. I'm too and not. I don't know the entire Bible myself, so I'm also looking for understanding as well.
I think it was the same God. Yes.
So, do you believe that, and when I say this, I'm talking to the believers, I guess, when Jesus came into, and saying, hey, I'm the Messiah, I'm God's son, essentially, I'm the Christ that you're supposed to follow, and I'm not here to abolish the law, but rather to fulfill it. Do you believe that left behind God's laws that were called out clearly in the New Testament?
I'm sorry, repeat the question again.
Well, it was for the believers, and it
Oh,
was,
it was
do
for the
you
believers. I'm
believe,
sorry.
no, it's okay. Do you believe that God's laws changed when Jesus came around and started saying, hey, I've not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it? And did God's old laws from the Old Testament go by the wayside because of that? Or do we still follow those laws?
Which laws?
Everything called out in the Old Testament, mainly in Leviticus, Deuteronomy,
What is everything?
10 Commandments, the many commandments that were called out, the different laws on how to own slaves, divorce, many different things.
The
When
10
Jesus
Commandments
came in,
are still applicable. Yes.
okay,
Let
so
me ask a question. So
sure.
one quick question: did the nature of the God change from the Old Testament to the New?
I don't. I'm not God, so I don't know. That you'd have to ask God that.
Do you know the nature of your God?
I am not God, so I can't.
So but the book tells you the nature of your God. Do you understand that?
I can't answer for him.
No. The book tells you the nature of your God. Do you understand
To
that?
a degree, yes.
What is the nature of your God in the book?
Forgiving.
Is that it?
I mean, there's other things, yeah, like loving, good.
Does your God require a blood sacrifice for sin, being atoned for sins?
That's what Jesus was, yes.
But was Jesus sacrificed properly in the sense that God called out in his laws in the Old Testament?
Jesus was a sacrifice, yes. The perfect sacrifice.
He was a perfect sacrifice with no Levitical priests and an altar or anything to sacrifice him to?
He was perfect because he had no flaws and he was the Son of God. That's why he was perfect.
But was he sacrificed in a way that God called out as being a sacrifice that is to atone for sins?
Yeah.
He was? There was Levitical priests and an altar there?
That was the whole point of it, that he was the sacrifice.
Do you believe that Jesus is God?
Yes, but God's son, yes.
So is he God?
In human form.
Okay, so when he came down in human form, did he know he was going to be sacrificed?
I'm not him, I wouldn't know. You'd have to ask him.
I don't believe him, so I have to do the next best thing is ask the believers that are supposed to read the book where this is called out. Didn't Jesus talk about?
You're asking me questions as if I'm him, like I could answer that.
Do you read the Bible?
I have read, yes.
Okay, this is called out in the Bible, isn't it?
What is?
Wow. Jesus' sacrifice, that he was going to die or unalive?
Yeah.
Okay. So he knew when he was God, before he came down through Mary, as a perfectly sinless person, he knew he was going to be sacrificed because he did it, essentially sacrificed himself to himself, right?
Jesus, from what I know, Jesus sacrificed himself for the sins of humans.
Who did he sacrifice himself to?
He sacrificed himself for humans.
No, that's not my question. Who did he sacrifice himself to?
It's who he sacrificed himself for.
No, I didn't say for. I said to.
He didn't sacrifice to someone, he sacrificed for humans. That's what I believe.
Right, sacrifice himself to himself? Who was the sacrifice supposed to go to? Like when you do a sacrifice of a bull, the sacrifice was that you give up this animal, the Levitical priest will do the proper anointing and the things that needs to be done for the sacrifice, and then they offer burnt offerings from the animal so it pleases the Lord and things of that nature. You're sacrificing an animal for the Lord, right?
Right.
Okay, you're sacrificing it to the Lord. Who was Jesus sacrificed to?
He was just sacrificed.
Just didn't have anybody to sacrifice him to?
It was for humans, for the sin of humans.
And if it's a sacrifice, would you say a sacrifice is a very dear thing to lose? Like, I've lost something very dear to me, that's why it's a sacrifice, right?
Yeah, Jesus was dear to God.
Hmm. Did Jesus resurrect after 3 days? Right. If
From
he's
that, yes,
if he resurrected after 3 days, how is that a sacrifice?
because he was still sacrificed. He just came back.
I think I'm a little bit stumped here.
Yeah,
No,
like
and it's. I'm
I,
sorry.
I would like to ask the other two believers on stage. A lot of times we are told that we can't understand the Bible because we don't believe, and that only believers can understand the Bible because the Holy Spirit and the knowledge of the Bible in you. With Drake's responses with to Dex's questions. What are your thoughts on that? Is the Holy Spirit helping Drake? To the believers on the stage, King Nehemiah, are you a believer? Dirk?
Hey, I was so scared to go unmuted. And just sorry before, like I'm new to this, and I was trying to like hit every single button and like send you gifts, and like I didn't mean to go on mute a bunch of times. I'm just like hitting everything on
Oh,
this.
okay. I appreciate that. What are your thoughts about Drake not knowing, like, the way he's answering the questions, saying that he doesn't know the nature of God, like he can't answer them? Like, do you believe that the Bible answers those questions?
I can answer this in a very simple, like one sentence. I bet you more than half of you on this feed, when shit hits the fan and when you're in a dire situation and your life is at your lowest, I bet you the first thing you do is pray to the big man. Doesn't mean you don't have to believe
Nope.
in him. You know, I'm saying,
Nope.
I bet you.
Nope. The other day, not the other day, but almost a month ago, I couldn't find my daughter. Didn't think once to pray to your God. I used to when I was a Christian.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not you, but I bet half the people on here catch themselves, even if they're not believers, when their life is at their lowest.
Nope.
I bet that the first thing they do is, man, pray to the big man upstairs that their life gets better.
Nope.
Nope. But let me ask you a question. This is why I kind of get frustrated. Because is that the question that I asked you?
I mean, that I was saying that explains it, but
What explains it? Like how Drake was answering questions. The way Drake was answering questions explains. Um, People wanting to pray to your God explains how Drake was answering questions from Dex.
all right. Right. Ask me the question again, and I'll answer it with a legit answer. I'm sorry.
Were you listening to Dex and Drake?
I was. I was also trying. I was sending you gifts and everything like that, trying to figure
Okay.
out this.
Okay. So the question is, a lot of times we get believers that come on stage and they tell us that we cannot understand the Bible because we're not believers. That you have to have spiritual eyes or a spiritual mind or the Holy Spirit, right, in order to understand what the Bible says. Regardless of the fact that we do read the Bible, right?
Yes.
We are asking Drake questions. Dex was asking Drake a lot of questions, and his answers were, "I'm not God. I can't answer that." Right, and so the answers to the questions that Dex was asking is literally in the book.
Okay, so I'm picking up what you're putting down, and honestly, before I believed in the big man, I was all about science, and I did a ton of research. I read the Bible. I did everything there was. Like I tried to figure out like where he came from, and like ton of research, and I couldn't. The conclusion I came to is that like he is an actual person. Jesus was an actual person, and yes, there is no scientific facts that say that anyone even met him or anything like that. But the stuff that he preaches is like love thy neighbors, like everything good. So I could not find a reason why I should not believe in him. And honestly, like what would it hurt to believe in him? Because if you it would hurt if you didn't believe in him, and then and then all of a
Okay,
sudden,
Dirk. Dirk, thank you for that. But I, the the question that I asked was about Drake and Dex, right? So I get it. I'm gonna move on from Drake and Dex. I asked a question before you came, and I asked the believers, "What is the purpose of the God?" Right. So you just asked a question to us believers and said, "What would it hurt for you to believe in Him?" So I would like to send that question back to you and ask, "What would it hurt for you not to believe in Him?"
to
Because I
answer
asked earlier, "What is the purpose of the God?"
to
And honestly,
answer
no, they couldn't answer it.
to what would it hurt to not believe in him? Because if you end up passing away and then you end up at the pearly gates and you didn't believe in him, then all of a sudden now what? Now you're shunned from eternity of bliss and everything like that. But like, what would it hurt to believe in him? If you know what I mean? If you get up there,
Yeah.
boom.
So,
If
so
it's
Dirk.
real, then you're in.
Yeah. So Dirk. Um. So the only benefit to your God is after you die. Is that what I'm hearing? Something that you cannot verify.
No,
Is
100%. I
that what I'm
can't
hearing?
verify it. But I'm saying, what would it hurt
No.
you to believe in?
I'm going to answer those questions. Okay. The only benefit to your God is after death. Is that what I'm hearing you say?
I like I said before. I mean, like Jesus seemed like everything that in the Bible that he went through. He was like such a good person. Like literally had such good values and morals and everything like that. Like why would you not want to believe like
I'm
that
going
kind
to
of person
answer that,
is
Dirk.
real?
Dirk. I'm going to answer that. But can you answer for me first, right? The question is the only benefit to believing in your God after death insurance.
Yeah, I guess it kind of seems like that, huh?
So there is no added benefit to your physical life here in the material world, in the physical world. It's only after death.
Why do you pay car insurance? Or do you expect to get in a car accident?
Because there are right. I don't. I But here's the thing. I can verify a car accident. I know that if I hit a car here in the material world, there's a physical thing that I could very well kill a physical human. Right. I can see the ramifications of that action and not being covered with that insurance. When I die, no one has verified whether there is actually a heaven or hell. And actually, today, my co-host Sebastian Cole did a live today where he was talking about where the concept of heaven or hell came from, right? And he talked about Zoroastrianism and that the Persians were the first to ever have a concept of heaven and hell. In ancient Israel, they didn't have that concept until they came back from Babylon exile, and some of them have gone on under the uh, rule of the Assyrians. And then you have the Greek who had Hades. They had a different concept of afterlife, and then the Romans did too. But none of them actually had this concept of like burning in eternal fire, right? But the concept of heaven and hell came from Zoroastrianism, right? Which is one of the oldest religious systems out there. It's from the Iranians. But nobody has been able to like verify what happens when you die. Nobody. I know that if I have a car accident, I know the ramifications of that. So yes, I'm gonna have car insurance. But I'm asking you, are there any added benefits here in the physical realm to not like, to believe in your God? And then I'll tell you why I don't.
I honestly There's nothing like proof wise, but like insurance with the car, I'd rather have it just in case something was correct or something did happen than not have it. And then believing in Jesus, it doesn't cost you a dime, doesn't cost you any money. So why not do it?
Sure. So I can tell you what believing in Jesus has cost me here in the physical realm, and I shared this morning. My parents were pastors. My father was a pastor. My mother was an evangelist. And so we grew up in a very religious family. Up to my grandmothers, aunties, like everybody religious. In fact, when my father died, my brother took over my father's church. There are a lot of negative belief systems, right? That come from this Christianity religion. One, the hate that's thrown towards the LGBTQIA community that comes from Christians a lot. Like it's horrible. The belief that you are the only ones that are right and everybody else is wrong, right? So then you point fingers and you say some. When I say you, I mean Christians, not you, Dirk. You've been very, very nice. They point fingers at other people and they say some of the most hateful shit, right? Growing up, because I was one that always questioned things and I didn't just accept things as it is. Although I did believe in the God, but I always questioned things. I would never be the one that would be arguing that a flood actually happened because it just wasn't logical to me. But I would be considered demonic or Satan. Like I was letting Satan use me because I asked questions, right? And so I internalized all that stuff and kind of hated myself because I couldn't figure out why I worked that way, right?
Yep.
Even today in the in the present, there are believers who cannot fathom that there's somebody who don't believe in their God, and I'm not afraid to say it. They come in here and they wish death on me, death on my kids. And yesterday, one of them was wishing my kids get cancer. Like it's just such a nasty attitude that comes with it because
Wishes
of the
for chumps.
fear or the reverence of the God. There's this sense of, I don't know, you don't necessarily have to study the book, but you make claims that you have access to the spirit that would just like impart information in you. And then they get up here and they say things like the conversation that Dex just had with Drake,
Yep.
while at the same time downing people who don't believe, people who actually do study the Bible, people who took their belief systems seriously and needed to know why they believe what they believe or why they don't believe what they don't believe. And then they get up here and they either word salad shit that don't make sense or they one word shit that don't make sense, while at the same time claiming some religious superiority while having some of the nastiest attitudes ever. And they preach love thy neighbor as you love yourself, while at the same time allowing their mouths and their actions be the thing that would kill their neighbor, whether that be spiritually, emotionally, financially, by lying and taking money from poor people in the name of God, while they know the entire time that nothing in this book tells them to do that. Like, where's the conscience with that? Right? Where's the God, the Jesus, protecting, elderly who are on SSI, who are giving their whole SSI checks to pastors? Stuff like that, right? I don't necessarily see a God working in the physical realm for me to give a fuck about a God doing anything to me when I die.
You literally just spit a ton of facts on me. But also, you're saying you have a kid.
My kids are grown. I'm a grandmother now.
But I mean, when they were younger, did you celebrate Christmas with them? Did you get them
I
presents?
did. I was a believer. Yeah. I was a
And
believer.
you still get work off on Christmas, and everybody still does the whole Christmas thing. Isn't that all about Jesus' birthday?
Jesus wasn't born on December 25th, but that's what we were told. I mean, that
Yes.
again was a lie.
Yeah, 100%. Like that honestly blows my mind. Like literally, we're brought up as kids with a lie, and then a lie about Jesus, to be honest with you, and then all of a sudden we're taught to not lie and believe in Jesus about something that we're brought up lied to her entire life. That kind of blows my mind. But
I question.
can I finish real quick?
Yeah, let him finish, and then you can come in, God Justice.
But I'm saying if you're not a believer and you're not a Christian or anything like that, then you should not celebrate Christmas. You should not have work
But
off.
because I can, Christmas is not about Jesus. Like literally, it's not. Christmas is about Santa Claus. It's about giving gifts. And if I wanted to celebrate, I haven't celebrated Christmas in 2 years. If I wanted to celebrate Christmas, I can. I can do what I want to do. But again, Christmas ain't about your Jesus.
Isn't
It's like
Christ like
except
Christmas?
except who climbs into the chimney in the middle of the night and put gifts on? Is it Jesus? Does Jesus drop frankincense and myrrh
I don't know.
on Christmas Eve?
I'm picking
Is
up where you're
Jesus coming in with communion?
Do we
Do mommy and daddy leave out wine and crackers for Jesus? No, it is literally Santa Claus.
You'd be right there, but I'm just saying it
Christmas.
is about Christmas. But I'm just saying.
Christmas, no, it's not. No, it's not. Christmas is a pagan holiday, first off. And second, in the Bible story, there's no mentioning of a birth date of December 25th. That's actually my birthday. Um, with that being said, no, you can still celebrate Christmas and not be a Christian. It have nothing to do with Christianity, what Christmas is. I question anybody intelligence if your guy have a birthday. If your guy have a birthday, it's something seriously. I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna be mean, but it's something seriously wrong if your guy have a birthday. You know, it's not logical. But again, Christmas have nothing to do with Christianity for real. They just try to tie that in and make it special and all this other stuff. But it's about Santa Claus and Saint Nick and reindeers and stuff like that. They
I'm
just make it about Jesus.
I was always brought up like Christmas or whatever was Jesus' birthday, and then what is it? Easter was when he was born again, and then like all these holidays we have are all around Christianity.
No, Christianity just make everything about them. Everything around it's about them.
It is
When I grew up,
100%.
Easter was about a bunny laying eggs, which also don't make no sense because bunnies don't lay no eggs. So, I mean, it's not really. Like I said, Christianity makes everything about them.
It is 100%. It is about them, but
But it's not.
don't celebrate it if you don't believe in it, right? That's pretty simple.
No, what I'm saying is, it's not about them. They make it about them. It's not about them. It's not about them. They make it about them.
I know, yeah, it is 100% about them. Like what, like he was reborn on Easter, and then blah blah blah, Christmas, and all this stuff. It's all based around Christianity, and they do base it off of them. But I'm saying
You can tell a lot. You can tell a lot about a person's God based on their behavior, and the God of the very narcissistic character, and most of their followers are narcissistic, judgmental, all of these things. So with that being said, again, it's not a stretch to not believe or not to know that Christians don't make every holiday about them.
yeah,
All the major holidays and all of this other stuff.
and I'm reading in the comments, it's a pagan holiday, blah blah blah, but it's still based off of a god. So either way, it's believing in a god. So are you? If everyone here, if you have a kid, you're gonna raise a kid on those holidays, making them believe in this pagan God holiday, Christian holiday, it doesn't matter what it is.
They don't. Anybody could say, "Hey, we're going to celebrate Christmas because it's a day that I want to give gifts to my family. It's a day that I want to cook." Nobody has to tell any child about Jesus. The children don't care about Jesus in that holiday. They only care about Santa Claus.
I know, but if you type in the Google, why do we have Christmas?
What child is going to be typing in Google? Again, it all depends on what you teach your child. It's still not your Jesus's birthday. Like literally, if you read the text, your Jesus would have been born in the fall.
Now, I also just made mention to you on top of all of that, that is pagan. Pagan and Christian are two different things. But like I said, you just made it about Christians, and it's not.
No, I'm saying a God. You're believing in a God or not believing in a God. Either way. I'm just saying.
What I'm saying to you is that's a pagan holiday. That's not a Christian holiday; it's a pagan holiday. Christianity make it about them when it's really pagan. Do you know what pagan is?
Yeah,
Pagan and
100%.
Christian are not the same.
But I mean, either way, it's a they believe in something bigger than them. That's what they're celebrating.
Well,
Oh,
belief and knowledge
there
is two different things.
and you don't know why people celebrate. Again, if I do, it'll be because I believe in my family. I love my family. I love the humans, and I believe in them. It
Have you
has
ever
nothing to do with your God.
have you ever met George Washington at all? Anyone here met George Washington?
I
But
don't believe in George Washington. George Washington isn't somebody to believe in.
but I'm saying everyone thinks he's real. He's on a
I
dollar
don't
bill
care if he is. What how would that change my life if he wasn't real?
because no one met him, but everyone thinks he's
But
real.
how would it change my life if he wasn't real?
That's not the point.
That is very much the point. I don't give a fuck if George Washington existed,
But he did.
but I don't care. That's the point.
I'm just saying you never met him, and no one else.
I also don't argue whether George Washington existed.
But
He did.
I don't mean to
Okay,
interrupt
and
this
I don't
exchange, but
care.
at
It
least
doesn't
they have
matter.
evidence that George Washington does exist. It's evidence all over the place. There's no true evidence about this damn God. But at
Have
least,
you ever,
I
Dirk?
mean, at
Have you
least
ever,
we know
The
that George.
Shroud of Turin.
Dirk? Have you ever been to
Oh
Easter
my God!
Island?
Don't bring up that damn shroud.
The Shroud
Go
of
ahead.
Turin.
Have you?
That thing has been debunked so many times. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Dex.
Shroud of Turin is a joke.
It's
Have you
real.
ever been to Easter Island, Dirk?
no, I haven't. But I've been to
Do you
two
know what
of
Easter
the.
Island is?
Yeah, it's the
Okay.
one of the old seven wonders of the world.
Do you believe it's real?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. See, my point is, just because you haven't been there or seen it doesn't mean it's not real. But what we're
Exactly.
saying is, but hang on. But what we're saying is, I don't think most people are disputing that maybe Jesus was real or not real. What they're saying is the things that he proclaimed and said doesn't mean he's the Son of God. He may have said those things, but ultimately it doesn't prove that he was the Son of God. It just means that he read the Old Testament and started ripping verses out of it and using it to try to make people believe that he was the Son of God. He didn't
No,
prove any of those things. Say what?
He
100%.
used them
If
in the incorrect. He used them in the whoever wrote this stuff and said Jesus said it. A lot of them he used in the incorrect context. One of
Absolutely.
them,
100%.
one of them, Dirk.
If someone in this day and age
I'm
will
sorry. Hello,
claim that
hello,
they're the son of
hello,
God would
hello.
literally.
Can somebody hear? Is my mic working?
Your mic is
Perfectly.
working. I don't know why he keeps talking while you're talking.
What I was trying to say is he in the New Testament, whoever wrote for Jesus took scriptures like Dirk said and put them in Jesus's mouth and used them in the incorrect context, and one of them is very damaging. One of them has Jesus calling himself a foolish, worthless shepherd, because whoever put that scripture in Jesus's mouth didn't follow the context of the scripture. That's what we're saying.
There are so many pieces of evidence that call out that the people that translated the Hebrew Bible didn't know how to read it very well when it came to different things. And that you can see quite clearly in the New Testament that they realized in order to make the Jesus story, the Son of God, work, they had to change certain things to make those things seem more palatable. And these things were changed quite frequently over the years. And given that we don't have any real official manuscripts from, as far back as what, say, Moses existed, I think the earliest manuscript that they have is from the 3rd century BCE, something to that effect, and it's very, very small. These things were not very well documented, and oral tradition bringing these things back and forth through the years. And we're talking a lot of years here, because when Moses existed, I don't know, you think, or you and Sebastian had talked about this when it comes to Moses' existence as opposed to the Egyptian slave being freed and all that. I mean, these things happened 1,000 years, in some cases, before the first bit of translation that we have, document that we have in hand. And you start thinking about that when you think back in ancient times. You're like, you can just accept it. But you start thinking 1,000 years from right now, if you had somebody that said they were a prophet, and all that you had was oral traditions to talk to somebody over the next 1,000 years. You talk about the longest game of telephone tag that you'll ever have. That's going to be the most outrageous thing by the time you get 1,000 years in the future. How were the people back then any different than they are now in that sense?
Draco, I'm gonna take you down since you're on teacup. You can re-request when you have time to be on stage. Go ahead, Dirk.
And yeah, 100% I agree. If someone in this day and age claimed to be God's son, they would be put in an institute right away. They'd be like, this dude's crazy. So like, it is kind of wild that back then they thought he was the man. But I'm talking about like, even like looking into that stuff, like even before like the Bible and before all that stuff, there is a creator. And he was saying, the gentleman that was talking before, he was saying, oh, he claims to be God's son, God's this, God that, blah, blah, blah. So he's pretty much claiming that there is a God.
No, he's not. This is an internal critique. And he's saying, based on the claims in the book, the Jesus in this book is claiming to be the Son of God. That's what he's saying. And I don't understand why believers do that either. You really think because somebody says, doesn't the God say, and this is one of the reasons why I say the God, right? Or the Jesus, because that's the only way that I can get you all to recognize that I'm talking about characters in a book. But when someone says God, it sounds like a possessive form and sounds like a declaration of this God's existence. But that's not what he was doing at all.
Yeah, I 100% don't believe that there was a white man with a beard in the middle of Jerusalem. I don't believe in all of that. But I do believe there is a creator, and I believe that someday, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like he has a plan for all of us.
And that's okay for you to believe that. The conversation was why isn't it okay for people to not believe it? You don't have any extra added benefit, right? There's no added benefit over someone who does not believe it other than your after death insurance. That is a hope, right? That's a hope. You hope that what you've been told in this book is going to be true when you die.
I mean,
But you don't know. But the question is, why is it not okay for someone to not believe? It's okay that you believe, right? It's the belief systems that come along with it that become a problem. Because when your beliefs affect my life, that's a problem, right? When it affects the people that I care about, then it becomes a problem.
100
Right?
million trillion percent. I couldn't agree with you more without a friggin' doubt. But I don't mean to get in like off topic or anything like that. But like I was brought up to say like thank you, ma'am, thank you, sir, like being polite, and like I can't even. I'm not even gonna get into that. But like I like held the door open, or someone held the door open for me. Like, I was like, thank you, ma'am, and I don't even want to get into that. But like I got shunned and got like my ass chewed out because I use a pronoun, and like I wasn't sure if it was bliss, and like you don't know if I'm a man or well, like that's how it was brought up to. Thank you, sir. But like, so their beliefs are, I don't know, they're like affecting my life. So I was at work, and like I can't say a ton of things like in emails or like anything the way I talk or the way anyone talks. Like, people's beliefs are getting into my life.
Wouldn't like it if non-believers went around forcing believers to denounce their belief, would you?
No, not at all. I wouldn't get involved or I wouldn't say anything about it. I would go like on my way.
If a non-believer came to you and tried to force you to denounce your belief, you wouldn't say anything, you said?
I would. I'm big into. I'm open into other people's opinions, and I would take them and do my own research on their opinions. And if they can prove me wrong, then good for them. Then I'm wrong. But I would take their opinions into account and do my own research on it. But when I have to like take my like kid into a bathroom with like multi people bathroom like that, and like it's weird with like my daughter like going to the bathroom next to a man. I don't know. I don't believe in that. Like that kind of affects me, but like just because of their,
Why do y'all? Oh my gosh!
I don't know, but like their beliefs are affecting me.
That's not a belief. That's not a belief, and this is what I'm talking about. Y'all say some of the craziest stuff.
And just so you know, Dirk, about the Shroud of Turin, they carbon dated that to about the 13th or 14th century as being kind of a hoax that was pulled out. And if you look in the New Testament under John 20, verse 5, it talks about the Jesus being the wrappings being found in Jesus' tomb, and they call them linen wrappings with a plural. Essentially, these wrappings were lying there. It says he did not go in. Simon Peter came following him and went into the tomb. He saw the linen wrappings lying there. The Shroud of Turin was one cloth. Okay, it wasn't just wrappings like they call out in the Bible. So there's very big discrepancies here when it comes to that whole thing. It was debunked a long time ago, so that's
We just
not
recently proved it.
Not only that, the eyeballs, the eye sockets are way up the forehead
yeah.
in the incorrect place. Second, it's dated much later than the time that Jesus would have died. Like it's been debunked so many times.
So
But
many
I
times.
do have a question. I
They
have a
just
question.
recently proved it.
No, they didn't. I have a question. To the Christians. X, are you a Christian? Are you a believer?
No.
No, X.
Oh, I thought you said
How,
Dex. I'm sorry.
oh no, Dex, you know,
It's getting
Dex.
late for me. I'm so sorry.
You know, I know.
Like you forgot suddenly. I'm like, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. X, are you a believer?
Not anymore.
Okay, I do have to drop you because you're in a space for a believer, but you can request when a non-believer drops. Okay.
Okay, that's cool. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. For the believers on stage, what has the spirit of the Antichrist done to y'all? Like, it seemed like to me that believers tend to be afraid of the spirit of the Antichrist. First, what I want to ask is, do y'all know what it is? And then two, what has it done? Because it's from my understanding, it's been around since the book of John was written, right? Or it's been around since Jesus was supposed to have been on the earth, right? Since anybody was teaching about Jesus, the spirit of the Antichrist has been around. That's about 2,000 years. What has the spirit of the Antichrist done to Christians? Can y'all answer that for me?
You said the Antichrist has been around for 2,000 years.
Yeah, at minimum.
I thought it was gonna show up as like a person.
Nope, that's just something that somebody said. That's not in the book. The Antichrist is in John, and it's just a spirit that teaches that opposes Jesus Christ, the teachings of Jesus. So it's been around since whoever wrote the book of John, whoever that was. So about 2,000 years. What has it done to Christians? When did the Antichrist unalive thousands of Christians? True education. Didn't Christians unalive a lot more in the Crusades and the Inquisition and the Holy Wars?
I don't know. I thought he was gonna come in the end times.
No, in the book of John, the Antichrist was always there. It was already there.
What does it say?
John, 1 John 4, 2 and 3.
What does it say?
Hey guys, sorry I'm just jumping in. I have to take off, but I can't thank you enough, the host, for having me here. Like, honestly, everyone in this freaking chat is beautiful, and thank you so much for not I'm here talking down to me. You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything you guys said.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up, Dirk.
Okay, guys.
Have a good day. It says, by this you know the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ has come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that does not confess is not from God. And that is the spirit of the Antichrist, of which you have heard that it is coming and now is already in the world. So it was already in the world when 1 John was written. Okay, about 2,000 years has been in the world. What has the spirit of people not believing or confessing that Jesus is the Messiah done to y'all?
I'm sure the Antichrist has done a lot of bad things. I'm not sure.
Well, you would know. Like, what has it done to you?
To me?
Like
I
yeah,
haven't
like
been around that
literally,
long.
we get called the spirit of the Antichrist every day because we don't believe in Jesus, right? So it would be people like myself, right? People like Dex, people like Lala, people like Jenny, people like God Justice. Like you're literally on a panel right now with four antichrists, four spirits of an antichrist.
How y'all doing today?
I'm just wondering, like, what has the antichrist, the spirit of the antichrist, done to believers?
By that definition, nothing, I guess.
It changed the belief of a lot of people, I would think.
So it changes the belief. So it only changes. It doesn't harm you. It just changes your belief.
Yeah, and then it gets me sometimes because people believing on a lie, it makes them a better person sometimes.
People believing a lie makes them a better person?
Well, they actually, my friend became like a real hardcore Christian, and it made him like a little better person than he was before.
Wait, are you
And
a
that's,
Christian or not?
I
Are
used to
you a
be
believer?
a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, you're a non-believer?
Yeah, well, I
Oh
started
man,
questioning the Bible, and
I have to
now,
go ahead and say what you need to say, but I do have to drop you because that spot is for two believers. Okay, we haven't had a
to
non-believer
believe.
drop yet to bring you back up, but go ahead and say what you have to say.
I had a question too because
I don't want you to change the
I,
topic right now. Okay?
yeah. Well, I used to be a believer, and I changed my beliefs to
Okay, Draco, I need you to hear me. I'm very neurodivergent. And the way that I
Okay,
think
okay,
is
okay.
in a straight line.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
I got
sorry.
to drop you. I'll bring you back
I
up
get
in a
out. Yeah,
second,
yeah.
okay? Okay,
Yeah, I
thank
get
you.
out. Okay. Yeah, bye.
All right, bye. I swear, sometimes people be making me have to be rude. I don't want to be rude. I try to say it nicely. Ah, okay. True education and Jay to the dot in the comments. You have spammed my chat over and over and over. Let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. I said like that I will never let anybody up on my stage that does that. Okay, yeah, that tells me a lot about how you will act when you get on stage. So the answer is no. There. True education. Are you a believer?
I am.
Okay, thank you. Just 1 second. Jay, are you a believer?
Yeah, I am. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Did you hear the question that I proposed to the believers?
I believe it was what has the spirit of the Antichrist done to us?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, I did hear.
Okay. You guys can answer when you're ready. And then to the non believers, you can chime in if you have something to add to.
Okay. I guess I'll start off first. I mean,
Thinker, I wanted to know because there's
Hold
nothing
on,
original
Jenny.
about.
Jenny, hold on.
Okay,
They're
I
getting ready
will.
to answer a question.
Yes,
Just 1 second, okay? All right, thank you. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
yes, I will.
yes. That, and I tell you, that's a question I've never heard before, but I'll try to do my best to answer it. I guess in my thoughts, as we look at the spirit of Antichrist, like you said, directly from the Bible, it's just anything that is against Christ, and to have that spirit is it typically it doesn't do anything forcefully to you. Like say if you take the
So
book of
I want to correct something right quick. It doesn't say anything that is against Christ. It says that the spirit of the Antichrist does not confess Jesus. It right? Like,
yeah yes
yeah,
yes
not anything that is from Christ that is against Christ.
I guess as a believer we look at anything that does not confess the mouth of Jesus or confess the word of Jesus or of God that it would be then against them. So anti
Except we're not. Just because I don't
right.
believe in your Jesus doesn't mean I'm against you. Like I just
Oh
your
yeah, okay.
belief, yeah. So that's not the same thing, right? I just don't believe that Jesus was the Son of God. And
Right.
so that doesn't mean that I'm against your belief at all. I'm not going to go out and, you know, demand that Christians be, taken off the earth. It doesn't bother me what you believe until your beliefs affect my life, right? So I'm
I
not against you.
okay.
Okay.
Okay. Absolutely. So the spirit, I guess that through that, the only thing that it has very well affected me is the fact that other things who are against what I believe in sometimes can have effect of what I believe in that goes against. There's like this wall where I'm trying to push and they try to push the spirit whichever goes into whatever person there may be, and it tries to get you to change the way you think, or tries to get you to change the way you act, and tries not to get you to be the person that you need to be in Christ Jesus. And I look at the way I look at the spirit of the Antichrist is direct evil.
Okay. So let me ask you a question.
Yes.
I who do not believe in your Christ would never ever, and what I do not want you to do in this is try to separate yourself. Okay.
Okay.
I would never wish cancer on any of your children ever.
Yes.
Never would I say that I hope a Christian's child gets cancer. Except just yesterday, there was a Christian in here who was wishing cancer on my kids because I don't
Oh
believe
no,
in your God
that's terrible.
for the purposes of me having to bow down to your God. Okay.
Hmm.
A couple of weeks ago, a Christian came in here and hoped and told me that my kids were going to die. A different Christian.
Mm.
Another Christian came in here months ago and said Yahweh told them to tell me that I was going to die in 7 days. Another Christian came in here and hoped that I have a car accident. Another Christian said that they were going to kidnap my kids.
Wow.
Okay. Now these are all Christians,
And
and
I believe
not
they're all
one
evil.
time. Hold on. Not one time did I reciprocate that type of hate to a Christian.
Right.
Now, me and not believing that your Jesus is the Son of God, I would be considered evil, while the person who does believe this Jesus is the Son of God would be considered good.
Well, no. I believe. See, I don't believe that you're evil. I believe that those people that said that to you, they are, they seem to be evil, and they might even be false Christians. I believe that, God may still have a purpose for you, or there's a purpose for each and every one of us. And I don't believe that the spirit of the Antichrist would be on top of you. There's spirits of Antichrist on top of people doesn't make them the evil person. I just believe that, in general, that God may be using you behind the scenes. Oh,
Your God
believe it
isn't
or not.
using me because I don't like your God. I think your God is the character of the devil in the Bible that Christians don't see. I think the character in this book confuses its believers into calling what's evil good and what's good evil. That's what I see.
Really?
So your God wouldn't be using me.
So what God would be using you?
None.
None. So you operate in your own distinct person. Do you believe that? Do you believe
I
that
use I
anyone
use my
higher?
logic. I use my mind. Good morning, Dr. Bowen. I use my logic. I use my mind, my talents, my patience, my desire to learn, right? My time for understanding these conversations, right?
Sure.
Other people in my life that have more knowledge than me, right? People that I learn from on a daily basis, right? And then just the fact that I don't want to see anyone hurt. I don't want to hurt anybody. Right?
Okay.
And that's it. But I know, like, from reading the book, the God in this book condoned slavery. The God in this book condoned genocide. The God in this book condoned human sacrifice. The God in this book condoned sex slavery. Like, slavery, marriage in this book was slavery. Right? The God in this book sent lying spirits to get his job done. The Satans in this book worked for the God.
Well, God did create evil.
Right.
Yeah.
In the book, he did. Yep, did say it.
They did create
Yep.
evil. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't see a devil doing anything in this book that Christians believe exists, right? There's no devil character in the book that's doing the evil things to humans. It's all the God.
Well, I mean, there are circumstances of an evil presence that does bad things to people. It's like if you take Job, but God allows that to happen too. In the book of Job, God
It
allowed.
was God. It was your God's idea.
Yeah,
Not
well,
allowed it.
no,
It was him.
it was actually, I guess it's a little bit of both because apparently he can go to God and be like, listen, he's the greatest of all on the, you know. He goes, well, you go ahead and test him. Yeah, I mean, I guess it was kind of God's idea too. I mean, you're right.
God is the one who took Job to the accuser. It was God brought him up. The accuser didn't go to God and ask for Job.
Yeah, I know. Because it said,
God,
did you think about this one? Yeah,
exactly. And what
you're
was his
true.
answer? What was his response?
And he was like, no, but he'll talk, he'll go against you if, just don't kill him. So,
No, he said his original response was nope. For what? You got a hedge around him, like he's protected by you. You give
oh
him
yeah, that's
everything.
right. You're right. That is true.
Like, why would I waste my time on that?
Right.
And then your God goes, I'll take everything away.
Yeah. Just don't
Well,
kill him.
he tells your God, if you were to take everything away from him, he wouldn't even be faithful to you no way.
Yeah, he wouldn't
And
be
then your
faithful.
God goes, I bet. Go take everything away from him. Like, he didn't. That Satan didn't go and say, "Hey, let me fuck with Job." That didn't happen. But either way it goes, like they were both in cahoots. Anything that they did it together in this book.
Well, I mean, you do got a point on that. I mean, you truly do. I mean, I'm not going to take away from your point. And it's hard to say, I mean, like I think it's okay as me as a Christian, I think it's okay for me to say, I just don't know. I mean, I guess it would be. I mean, I could try to make my point valid, but if it comes down to certain aspects, maybe it's okay for me to say, I just don't know.
I agree. And that's why we shouldn't be trying to harm each other over a belief.
I agree with that. And those people who said that to you, absolutely wrong. They're absolutely wrong.
True education. No, I'm sorry, God Justice. I'm sorry, God Justice. You were next. Were you next? Were you?
True education.
True education.
Yeah, good day to everyone. Yeah, just wanted to comment on what the Antichrist actually is. Now, if you look at the word and where it came from, it's speaking about someone who puts themselves in the place of Christ for the purpose of destroying Christianity.
Can you show
So
your evidence on that, please?
so we're going back to a prophecy in the Bible. There's a
Yeah.
prophecy in the
Which
Bible
one?
that
Which one?
it's in, I think it's Thessalonians. I'm not sure of the exact scripture, but it
Second
talks about,
Thessalonians 2. Are you talking about Second
yeah, we're
Thessalonians 2?
talking about the
Yeah.
Antichrist. Yeah.
It says, "Let no one deceive you in any way, for that day will come unless the rebellion comes first, and the lawless one is
Yes.
revealed, the one destined
Right.
for destruction. He opposes and exalts himself above every so-called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, declaring him to be God." Where does that say he is an antichrist?
So if you use that text to go back to the one that you spoke of in, I think it's First John.
Yeah, it's up there on the screen. So are you doing theological jumps here?
No, what I'm doing is I'm speaking about a prophecy that the Bible speaks of. So
Yeah, but
it's
where
not
does it say that this is referring to this? Because this says that the Antichrist is a person who does not confess that Jesus is from God. It doesn't say anything about the Antichrist being a being that exalts himself above every God or demands worship.
Yeah, but
So
if you look at,
how are you? I'm sorry. 1 second. How are you connecting these two? I need you to show me the map.
so I'm saying if you look at the word and the meaning of the word Antichrist, it means in the
It means
place
against
of.
Christ. Yeah.
No, not against Christ. It means in
Anti.
the place
What
of.
does anti mean?
So anti mean against, but I'm talking
Hmm.
about that particular title that the Bible spoke of. So for instance, if you take the word
So
Christ,
hold on.
Christ
So
means the
the
anointed one, but there's only one person
okay,
that we use that title to identify, which is Jesus Christ. But all it means is
okay,
just the anointed one. So if
okay.
you're gonna
So
take
and
the
there's
word
gonna be
anti,
is there gonna be one antichrist or many that's
that's what
gonna
I'm trying to
exalt
say.
themselves before God? I'm
There's a
sorry. Hold on.
specific.
Give me just a second. Is Second Thessalonians talking about one person doing this, one being, or many?
It's talking about a system. So there's a system of
Let
thinking.
no one deceive you in any way, for that day will come unless rebellion comes first, and the lawless one is revealed, the one destined for destruction. He opposes and exalts himself above every so called God or object of worship, so that he takes his seat in the temple of God, declaring himself to be God. Is this talking about an entity, a specific entity, or a
All
bunch
right.
of non believers?
Just to make it easier, just do me a favor. Can you read that same text in the King James Bible?
I'm reading. This is the NRSV
Yeah.
VUE, and
So that's a
it's the
different
closest. It's the
translation.
best translate. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing. It's the closest. It's the best translation out there. It
But
still
if
says
you
him.
read the King James and then you'll see what word is used for lawless man, lawlessness.
Let's see. Let no man deceive you
It's
by
more.
any means. I'm sorry. Let no man
Sound like
deceive you
somebody was
by
snoring
any
for a
means.
second.
Oh, I think somebody was breathing hard. Uh, let's see. Everybody's on mute, but Jay. Jay, I'm gonna mute you for a second, okay?
Yes, no problem.
All right. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come, except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. It says the same thing. I'm sorry, True Education, are you there?
Hello.
Yes. Yes. Can you see that?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
No. If you were talking while you were away, we can't hear you when you leave the app.
Yeah. So what I was trying to explain is that the son of perdition and the antichrist, so not a antichrist, but the antichrist, and the man of lawlessness is one and the same person.
And how were you trying to prove that, though? That's what I'm asking.
So looking at the first text that you read in John, so the work that that spirit will do is deny Christ. And then with Second Thessalonian, that same system will put itself in the place of Christ while pretending to be Christ. So the
But
goal is to
again, this is a
destroy the name of
theological jump.
Christ.
You're not. This is a theological jump, right? What you're saying is, oh, because this person, this entity, which I guess would be, I don't know, somebody of destruction, right? It's clearly talking about one entity, one person. You said it's talking about a system, right? You said it's talking
Yeah.
about many people, but you have not been able to show that. You're doing a theological jump, right? And you haven't been able to prove it.
All right, just to let it be easier then. Let's use your reasoning. So ask the question again and then we
You don't
just go
have to
by
use
your reasoning.
reasoning. I'm asking you to show me how you got there. Like you showed me the son of perdition and lawlessness. Okay, they mean destruction, right?
Yeah.
Lawlessness mean without law, right? I get that.
Yeah.
How does that connect with antichrist, which means that you do not confess that Jesus is from God?
So this is what I'm saying. I'm trying to make it a bit easier because I would have to go back into the Old Testament, the book of Daniel,
Okay.
that speaks
Okay.
about the system that was to come, the book of Revelation. So just to
hmm
make it easier, if you can just use your argument, you ask the question, how is the Antichrist spirit destroying Christians? Is that the question?
I said, what has the spirit of the antichrist done to Christians? Yes.
Right. So your understanding of Antichrist is quite different from what
Use
how
your
I
understanding.
understood.
Use your understanding. With your
So,
understanding
so I'm
of what the
saying,
antichrist is, what has it done to Christians?
so my understanding of the Antichrist is that they pretend to be for Christ, but at the same time seeks to destroy Christianity. So I talked
Okay,
about the
and
Dark
how?
Ages. So in the Dark Ages,
Okay.
for an example, there was a system that was called Christian that actually persecuted and killed many Christians because they believed what the Bible said.
Okay, and then did Christians not also kill people for not believing what the Bible said?
But this is what I'm trying to say. They are pretending to be Christian. The spirit of Christianity does not destroy people because they don't believe.
So
That's
how
not the
did
spirit of
Christianity get onto
Christianity.
the continent? How did Christianity get into African continent and
Yeah,
to
that's what I
Congolese?
was going to say. The
So,
Crusades, it doesn't ever hurt anybody.
so what we have to remember, right? There are good and evil in everything. So
So
among
are we
those
getting
who
ready to
meant
excuse
good,
it away? Are we getting ready to excuse it away? Like it came under the name of Christianity, right?
yes.
Because
I will.
we could easily say that the people I could turn it around on you and say that the people who killed Christians in the Dark Ages, they weren't antichrist. They were people. They could have been Muslims. They believed in Christ, right? I don't know who did it. Like I can easily separate non-believers because, like, why would we give a fuck, right?
But that's
We
the this
just don't.
yeah. So
Actually,
this
let
is
me
the
find out
whole.
who did it. Let me find out who did it. Hold on. Let me see which one you're talking about where the Christians were slaughtered during the Dark Ages. Hold on.
So whilst you're finding it, just to make a point, you have
Hold
people who
on.
don't. Hello.
Y'all, let's get these likes up to 100,000 in the next 30 minutes. There's over 700 people in here. Also, please get the host and panelists of your choosing. Continue to share the live. Subscribe. Also, subscribe to Thinker's YouTube at Arch Thinker, ARCH Thinker. Thank you. You may go ahead, shoot your education.
Yeah, just to say there are atheists
Hold
who
on.
believe
One of
there.
the primary persecutors of Christians for their beliefs during the Middle Ages was the Catholic Church, particularly through institutions like the Inquisition. The church sought to maintain doctrinal purity, and those who diverged from what was considered Orthodox Christianity were often targeted. During the Dark Ages and the Middle Ages, Christians were persecuted and killed for various reasons, often by other Christian groups,
Yeah.
not people who don't believe that Jesus is from God. People who believe that Jesus is from God in a different way killed each other, not us, not those of us that don't believe this. Okay, the Jesus believers were fighting amongst each other, killing each other. Okay,
So
the
this is this is
Cathars,
this is this is the
the
whole
the
point.
Cathars, the Cathars were a Christian dualist sect in southern France who were deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. The Albigenism Crusade 1209 to 1229 CE was launched to eliminate them, resulting in widespread killings. The Waldensians, founded by Peter Waldo in the 12th century, rejected many of the Catholic Church's practices and were persecuted for their beliefs. They faced multiple waves of persecution through the Middle Ages. The Lollards, followers of John Wycliffe. The Lollards in England were critical of the wealth and power of the Catholic Church. They promoted translating the Bible into English and faced severe repression, including executions. The Hussites, followers of Jan Hus, a Czech reformer who was burned at the stake for heresy in 1415. His followers, the Hussites, were also persecuted, leading to the Hussite Wars, 1419-1434 CE, which were a series of religious conflicts in Bohemia. The Inquisition, the medieval Inquisition, and established in 1184, and later the Spanish Inquisition, established in 1478, were tools used by the Catholic Church to identify, try, and punish heresy. Many Christians were tortured, imprisoned, and executed for holding views deemed heretical, including the use of practices such as burning at the stake. State persecutions. In many cases, secular authorities worked in concert with the Catholic Church to enforce religious orthodoxy. Christian rulers often persecuted those within their domains who were seen as a threat to religious unity or state stability. Holy Roman Empire and parts of the Holy Roman Empire, various heretical groups and individuals who opposed church doctrine were persecuted. This included the Waldensians, the Hussites, yeah, and then the religious wars, the Albigenism Crusade. It's the Christians killing each other.
So let me clarify something now. So the whole point of them trying to destroy Christianity is to pretend to be Christians. So what they
No,
do
they
is
weren't trying to
come.
destroy. Are you saying the Roman Catholic Church was trying to destroy Christianity?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
That's
That's exactly what I'm saying. Not only physically destroy
that doesn't
Christians,
make
but
any
even
damn
the
sense.
doctrines of Christianity. So
So
did
the
you
Roman
make?
Catholic Church, tried
Yeah.
to destroy Christianity, yet they still exist today.
This is where we had Christmas, Easter, all of these pagan religion rites came into the church through the Roman Catholic Church. That was to
Wow,
destroy the face of Christianity.
wow.
And this is
Chris,
why people
But you
like
do realize
you.
that it's the Catholic Church. You do realize that it was the Catholic Church doing all the killing,
That's what I'm
right? The
saying.
Catholic Church doing, and then you have the Protestants who went and did killing too,
The the
right?
the
You
pro-
do realize that the Protestants also did killings in the
so
name of
so
Jesus.
remember, you're talking about the spirit of the Antichrist.
But
So you
these
do
are
have Christian,
Christians.
you do have people.
It is not the spirit of the Antichrist. Are people who do not confess that Jesus is from God. These people confess that Jesus is from God. These people carried the name of Christ, whether they were Protestant, whether they were Catholics. They were
All right,
killing each other.
all right. Let me say this: you have people who are atheists that are not necessarily against Christians. They're not fighting against Christians. They just don't believe that there's a God. But you have people who are actively seeking to destroy Christianity.
And
So that's
who
the
are those
difference.
people? And who are those people?
Those who carries the Antichrist spirit, those who are
No, no, their names,
consciously
the names, the
against.
groups. What groups besides your claim that the Catholic Church tried to destroy Christianity? Because we know that the Protestants and the Catholic Church fought against each other, right? That's what they broke up, and then two children were created. Like we know that. But what other groups tried to destroy Christianity besides your claim of the Catholic Church?
And this is why I identify the system.
No, no,
But
no. I need the
again,
name. I need the names.
well, we only have like individuals today. We don't have any. I don't know. I
What's
don't
the
know of any
historical? Give me the
organized group.
historical. Give me the historical. Like these things have like names in history, like the Inquisition and blah blah blah. What was the name of the events outside of the ones the Catholic Church did? What were the names of the other ones?
Well, even before the Catholic Church, there are certain emperors, Roman emperors, that tried to destroy Christianity.
Wait, are you talking about during the Greco-Roman era,
Yeah.
before Christianity was even considered Christianity?
No, no.
Yeah, because you do
Those
know
were
that during the
yes.
Greco-Roman
Before, you're
era,
right. You're
nobody
right.
thought that
Before it
Jesus was the
was,
son of the God of Israel,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Before it had that title, Christianity. Yes.
Yeah. So please
Yeah.
come again. Anything
Well,
else? Oh, go ahead. Who is
true.
so
that?
Do you
God,
so so
Dix?
we're talking
true?
about today, right? So you have,
No.
well, some people say conspiracy theory, but you have groups like the Illuminati. Some people say they don't exist, but
Oh my God.
I've
Yeah.
heard
Stop. You don't have
I've
any
heard.
proof of Illuminati trying to eliminate
Well, let me say
Christianity.
that that's what I'm
I
saying.
know. I
Let
do
me.
not allow misinformation to go out through my page. If you don't have resources to back up what you are saying, don't say it. You need to say that on your own
I have
page.
resources to back it up.
Oh, then what's the resource? Before you say
So
it, give me the resource.
before I say, let me give you the resource. So go back to
Yes.
the French Revolution. So it's all on the internet. You can Google it. It's on
I don't
Wikipedia.
want to
It's
Google it.
all on the
What's your
internet.
source?
So the source is the French Revolution. There's a book called The Great Controversy that captures history.
You
There's
cut
also
out.
another
You
book.
cut out.
There's all
You cut out. Repeat. You cut out.
Yes, I'm saying there's a book called The Great Controversy that captures some of the information from history, some of the historians that wrote. So there's some of their
Okay, that says that the
statements.
Illuminati tried to end Christianity
So,
in that
so,
book.
so in that book, it talks about how the Illuminati came into being. It was an
Does it
ex-Jesuit
say the
priest
Illuminati tried to end Christianity in that book?
in France. Yes, that's what the revolution was about: overthrow Christianity.
The Illuminati
The Illuminati, the Jacobins, different. They come under different titles.
and the book says that the French Revolution, those that started the French Revolution, were members of the Illuminati. That's what I'm
So
asking you.
if you give you a specific book, the title is 666 Illuminati.
Okay, give me just a second.
Yeah,
So
666
true.
Illuminati.
Did you realize that in Greek, in gematria, you know what gematria is?
Illuminati. Explain.
It's numbering system with letters,
Oh
right?
yes, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm aware
yeah,
of
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Did you know that many people believe that Nero was the Antichrist, and that in Hebrew the gematria deciphering of the name Nero is 666, and in Greek it's 616, and in the Greek text it calls out Nero, or I believe it's in Greek text, calls out Nero as six with the 616 in there. It calls out the term as the Antichrist as being 616 in there. It's pointing
Yes.
to Nero, is what I'm saying. And to call the Antichrist the spirit of everything that's against Christianity, I think, is a stretch. It's
But
it's
the
way
only
too far,
difference with
actually.
Nero, the only difference with Nero is that Nero didn't claim to be a Christian.
Yeah. The author of the book 666, right, writes murder mysteries. He
No,
literally
that's a
that's
different book.
J.W. Sutton. That's the name of the book.
666
666, the
Illuminati.
Illuminati 666.
No,
Illuminati
it's
666.
on the front page is 666 Illuminati. There's volume 1 and volume 2.
Yep, book 2, Josiah Sutton. Book 1, yeah. Is his name William Josiah Sutton?
No, that's not the author. That's a different author. I think the
What's
author's
the
name
author? What's
is
the name of your author?
Alan.
What's your author's name?
I can't remember his last name. It's Alan. Alan something. I need to go and look it up.
So I typed in 666 Illuminati, but Illuminati 666 came up on Amazon.com. He has 2 volumes, volume 1, volume 2. His name is William Josiah Sutton. Okay. On his
No,
website,
that's not the one.
that's the only thing that comes up. Okay. And I typed it in the way you told me to. I typed it in 666 Illuminati. Okay.
All right, do me a
And
favor.
this
To
man
make it
writes murder
easier,
mysteries.
to make it easier, if you put in the name Adam Weishaupt and just ask, did Adam Weishaupt create the Illuminati, and see what comes up?
I don't care about who created the Illuminati. I'm asking about the book that says the Illuminati tried to wipe out Christianity.
Yeah, but that's not the book because that's a different author.
Okay, where do you own the book? Where did you read the book?
I've got a copy. Yeah, I've got a copy of the book.
Can you get the author's name for me?
I'm away in Turkey at the moment. I live in the UK. I'm away in
Okay, so then
Turkey at
we
the
can't
moment,
talk
so I'm
about this
not
no
in
more
home.
because you don't have a source.
Okay,
Okay,
then
so move on away from the Illuminati. You don't have a source. I don't allow misinformation to go out through my channel. Okay?
All right, fair enough.
Go ahead. Dex, were you
Yeah.
asking him a question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I'm gonna jump for the evening, or the morning, I should say. I rather stayed up too late, but I loved it. So thank you so much for allowing me to jump on your panel.
You're welcome, Dex. It's always a pleasure. I hope you get some rest. Good
I'm
morning.
gonna try.
All right.
I'll be thinking. I should have said that. I should have said that.
Yeah, I'll
So,
be thinking of you. No. Have a good night.
but I know
Okay,
that it's in
Dex.
capable hands here. So thank you so much to everybody on the panel, in the chat. Lala, thank you so much. Have a
Okay,
good
Dex. Take
evening.
care. Have a good
Have a
day.
good evening, everybody.
You too. Jenny, hey, go ahead and ask your question, love.
I think maybe you might have answered it though, but I think that I was getting to the thing is, I don't think there's nothing original about the Bible. As I look at, there's so many others have gone through this thing called divinity, where Jesus, he dies and he goes to divinity. There's nothing original about that story. So it's just something that been taken from other authors and been delivered, passed down. It's just something that's just been passed down. It's secondhand information.
So can I speak to that?
Yeah, I just want to address a user on YouTube who says she's not that sharp. God knew what was on Satan's mind. God knew that the play that Satan was trying to play, and God, in his wisdom, knew he had to meet the challenge in front of all the angels. And so that's why God offered up Job to Satan, because God read Satan's mind. Man, thank you so much for that. That was amazing. Appreciate you. Go ahead.
Yeah, just to answer Jenny. So the Bible is the only book that gives you an accurate account of where we came from or where the world came from. So there's no other book that gives you that information conclusively.
What? What did you say?
And there's also a text in the Bible that says the word of God came by inspiration. So it wasn't somebody who made it up. These were not privately, put together by human beings. God gave the revelation and men wrote it down.
No, 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 no,
You know,
no.
you know what's so funny?
So
Oh, go ahead,
this
God
is what the
Justice.
Bible claims.
No, 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 no. If you said this book and everybody agreed that God didn't write the Bible, this was inspired by God. First off, everybody's views on God is subjective. That's number one. Number two, you can inspire me to do anything. I can be inspired to be a guy myself, so I can make a book to control people. So with that being said, my inspiration is subjective. So this book, if you saying this book is inspired by God, what God are you talking about? And what is this subjective view on this particular God that you're talking about? Because we all know
We're
God
speaking
is the
about
Bible. The Bible is not the word of God. And then you also say that it gives an accurate time frame where we come from, and it does not. It's too many
well,
holes you can poke in there. So
you'd have
you
to
have to
prove
go.
me wrong.
Well,
So
you
I'm making a
prove it.
statement, so you'd have
You
to
make it.
disprove that statement.
Well, you got to throw a claim out there. Other than that, I'll be trying to prove a negative.
So why is that negative?
I say I will have to prove. That will be me proving a negative.
All right, let me repeat again. I said the Bible is the only book that gives an accurate account of where we came from and where the creation came from. So
What
you
is
give
this?
me
What is
another
this?
book
What
that
is
One,
gives
this?
you
one
an
second. One second. Saint Zender, are you a believer or non believer?
Hello, first of all. Thank you for adding me. I'm not believer.
Okay, you can stay.
Actually, I'm a reader. I have done my research. Sorry for interrupting you. And that's why I'm not a believer, because I've read parts of both Bible and Quran.
Okay, you can stay. Go mute for me for a second. Billion Dollar
Yeah,
Crusades, are you a believer or not believer?
I'm a believer.
Okay, you can stay. God Justice, go ahead.
Yeah. So you say that this the only book that gives us an accurate place where we come from. I would have to ask you, what is this? What is the proof in that? Where is this proof? What is the proof? Not where is it, but what is the proof? What scripture?
So the proof would be, because I believe in science. I use the Bible and science, or the
The
Bible and
science
nature.
debunks the Bible.
No, false science. There's a science so-called. There's a so-called science and there's true science. Nature, we cannot deny nature. Nature is science.
Okay, well, let me use science to debunk one part of the Bible real quick.
But let me answer your question first.
Go ahead.
So first of all, science teaches that energy cannot be created and it cannot be destroyed. So the fact that energy exists in a constant form, it means that energy has always been there. Now, as Christians, we refer to that life or that energy as God, right? So that God created everything. So Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, in the beginning. That means the beginning of time. God created. He made, so the things that we're seeing in nature was created by God.
Stop right there.
Yeah.
When was the word God invented?
Hold on, say that. Speak up a little bit louder. I can hardly hear what you're saying.
When was the word God invented?
When was the word of God invented?
No, no. When was the word God invented?
Oh, the word itself. Well, we know the word is English, so the word can be as old as the English language.
Hold on. Are there
But
any mods in
the
here that can help
concept,
get the corn sites out of here?
Can I add something here?
the
Just 1 second,
concept
please.
of
Wait a
God.
minute.
Hello. Are there any mods in here that can help us with the corn sites? I don't know. Is Lala asleep? Oh no, never mind. Lala's up. Thank you. I just don't want to do it on my phone. I did block 2 on my phone. I just don't want YouTube to have to see that. So if there are any mods that can help Lala with that to moderate the corn sites out of the chat, thank y'all. Go ahead and continue.
Yeah. So when was the word God invented?
So I'm saying the
If
word
this
God
energy,
can be.
wait.
Yeah,
You said that
yeah, go
y'all
on.
refer to this energy as God. So with that being said, we're all gods because we all have energy. Everything with energy is God. So that's guess what? That would make me God. That would make everybody on this host is God. This cell phone is God because it got energy in it. So with that
All
being
right,
said, if your definition of energy is God, then everything that exists is God.
all right. Let me respond to that. So you have things that contains energy. So the container and the substance is two different things. Energy is the substance. We contain energy, so that doesn't make us God.
Who is slurping?
That's
Who's
not me. I
slurping?
promise. That's not me. I don't do that.
Who drank it on stage? Y'all, please
Not
mute
me.
yourself if you're not talking. I promise you, mouth sounds that'll get you dropped. Please mute yourself if you're not talking. Go ahead. Thank you. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
y'all.
so let me just repeat what I just said. So I'm saying that the container of energy is not energy itself. We contain energy, so that doesn't make us God. Energy
So if
is
it's
pure life,
so if I contain
and
energy,
life.
that means I contain energy. That means I own God because I own energy.
No, that means
I can
God is in
create.
you.
I can create
That
energy as well. So I can create
the,
God, right?
no, you cannot create energy because energy cannot be created.
Oh, I can create another human being. So technically, I can.
So you can create another human being.
Me and a woman can get together and create a whole other human being.
That's
Yes,
called procreation. That's
it's still
procreation.
procreation. It's still creating. But no, let's get
No,
back to something real quick because I don't want to sway away from the topic. Now, you just said that. You just said something, and I asked you a question, and we didn't get to the answer. I said, "Where in the Bible?" Wait, let's go back to the science part because you said something about science and how energy can be destroyed or created
yeah.
or whatever. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
going to use science to debunk the Bible. Let's go to Noah's Ark for an example. So I used to do construction. According to the measurements of the Bible, that boat would not be able to house all to every set of animals in the world. Scientifically, that's not impossible. On top of that, 40 days and 40 nights of rain, you're thinking of feeding these animals. You got to give them they eat certain pounds of meat a day, water, etc. Then on top of all of that, when the world floods, salt water would mix with fresh water, which would unalive a lot of
Are you
God,
to the
just
finished?
as you
highest of
cut out,
mountains,
you
which
hey,
means
you
you at
cut
negative
out.
zero.
Yeah,
Oh,
You
go
cut out.
ahead.
repeat.
Can you repeat
Yeah,
your
you cut
last
out.
part?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
we can
sorry about
hear you
that.
now.
But
Yeah.
yes, but
Yeah.
it will rain in 40 days and 40 nights. So what that means is the water, they say that the water, according to the Bible, the water covers the highest of mountains, which means they're negative 0 degrees. How would anybody survive up there for that long?
Right.
Scientifically, that's impossible.
All right, let me answer that one. Let
Go
me
ahead.
answer that one.
Go ahead.
So if you remember, the construction of the ark was given to Noah by God. It was God who told him what to do. So if the story is true, so God would have prepared for every eventuality. So again, the ark, remember, we didn't see the ark, right? We're just reading a story and we choose to believe or to disbelieve the story.
With the
So
measurements of the earth.
with the ark, being that vessel that preserved humanity as well as animal life, logically it makes sense because not
No, it
everyone
does
in the
not.
world went onto the ark, and not every animal in the world went onto the ark. There was a
What?
species, there was chosen from each species two animal, a male and a female. So
Okay,
logically that makes sense.
answer one question at a time. One question at a time. My
Can
first
I
question
add
to you.
something here, please?
One second,
Hold on,
one
let's
second,
finish this
one
conversation
second.
first.
We almost finished. So answer one question at a time because we're talking about science. We're not talking about anything else because you said we don't know what the ark look like, even though the measurements is there. The measurement
Yeah.
is in the Bible. So we'll get onto that later. But how could anybody survive being on the peak of the highest mountain? The highest mountain is -0 degrees. There's nobody in the world that's going to survive up there that long. So
All right,
with
let
that
me
being said,
explain something.
how can I finish the question? How would they have been able to
Yeah, go
survive that
ahead.
long?
All right, let me explain something to you. So the world how we know the world today is very different from how it was before the flood, right? So number one, the height of the mountains that we're seeing today, that wasn't the case before. Mountains weren't as high as what we're seeing
It's
today.
not
It
true.
was
Not true.
because of the destruction, the breaking up of the earth that created all of these what you call it, inequality, right? So we have high mountains, but that wasn't the case before.
That's not true. And the reason why that's not true, because the higher you get into the atmosphere, the higher you get, the colder it gets. And by
But
so long, by so long, eventually you're at -0 degrees. So with that being said, no matter how much the world have evolved, that's the one thing scientifically that will never change. It gets colder as you go up north.
all right, today we have something what we call climate change. You and I will agree that how the climate is now is not how it was 20 years ago. So we can
But
see that there's a
that still
gradual change taking place.
that still
And
wouldn't
this was
change.
the case.
That
Say
still would
again?
not change. That still would not change the fact that it's still nothing could possibly survive. Yes,
Let me
climate
ask.
change does exist, but it still doesn't change the fact that the
Let
highest
me
of
ask.
mountains is going to always be cold,
Let me ask you a
scientifically.
question. Let me ask you a question. So we're based upon the Bible. This event of Noah's Ark took place in the Middle East, right? Now, if you compare the temperature in the Middle East with the temperature in the North Pole, right? It's a different temperature. Now, do we have humans living in the North Pole? You have the
Say that again.
Eskimos who actually live in that location. So when you're saying it's impossible scientifically, I'm sure that the temperature in where the Eskimos live are not the same temperature in the Middle East.
Again, and I'm gonna say this, and then we can move on.
And
Again,
even if you're on the top
it
of a mountain, it's still not
again.
as cold as as
Yes,
where
it
the
is the
Eskimos
highest.
live.
Yes, it is the highest of mountains. And for those who say this, when I say -0 degrees, I mean below freezing. That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is this: it doesn't matter about climate change. It doesn't change the fact, still to this day, scientifically, the higher you go up, the colder it gets, and you got to survive with that. But the only thing I could think of that could probably survive up there is maybe the polar bears. And then on top of all that, scientifically, as the higher you go up, the oxygen level is even different. So you're cold and you're barely breathing at this point. So again, if the water covered the highest of mountains, how is that? How could they have possibly scientifically survived that?
Well, you see, the difference with you and a Christian is this. Christians believe that God created science, right? And if God has that power to create science, then he can also devise the laws of science. So for an example, a Christian will tell you that Jesus walked on water. A Christian will tell you that there were three Hebrew boys that was in the middle of a fire and the fire did them nothing. The fire didn't burn them. So the Christian mindset will tell you that they believe in a supernatural God who can do what you can not even begin to think or imagine.
So my
So,
last question before we move on to say Saint Xander, my last question to you is: if God can do all of these things, He can make it out cold, He can put people in the fire, and all this. What was the purpose of flooding the earth if He can do anything? He could have literally just made people not exist no more that was causing chaos. He did not have to flood the earth if he could do all of these things. If he can defy gravity, if he could defy the elements, if he could defy science, why didn't he just unalive all the people right then and there who was causing chaos on the planet? And furthermore, even allowing angels to come down and reproduce with the women that caused this chaos in the first place.
Well, I don't believe in that angel having sex with women. I
It's
don't
in the
believe in that.
Bible.
No, that's not in the Bible. The Bible
Yes, it
doesn't teach
is.
that. You'd have to
That's how the
find that and show
Nephilims.
me.
That's how the Nephilims came.
Well, let me. The Nephilims existed even after that, because the Bible talks about the Nephilims among the Canaanites. These all it meant was that these people were giants.
And then he regretted making men, which are all perfect, all knowing God knew he was going to do something that he was going to regret,
Well,
which is very ignorant.
let me answer your question. Now, how God chose to do things, that's his decision. We will either choose to believe it or not. So you're putting you're presenting all these different arguments, but the fact that that's the way how we chose to do it, we can do nothing against that. It's either we accept it or not.
You
He
can
could
go
have done
say
it many
Xander.
other ways, but his way was to do it that way.
You can go Saint Xander.
Hello. So, first of all, I wanted to make the question of Noah, the childish question that I usually make to everybody. According to the Bible, only Noah and the bloodline of Noah would survive inside the ark. So, how is it possible we still have Chinese people, we still have different human races in this planet when only one bloodline survived?
So you'd know that that's an intelligent question. So I'm taking it that you're an
Hold
intelligent
on.
man.
Truth education. One second. I don't want just truth. Like, he has a team up here. There are two other believers on the board. You guys can come in and answer. Help your teammate out. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just gonna say that what you'll find is that there was a time when people were living in one location, and as they journey, some went to the east, some went to the north, some went to the west. And what you find is that by adopting to their environment, it changed their features and it changed certain things about them. So how we got all these different these different, we know it's one race, but we have different nations. So that goes to show that God had put it in humans' DNA to produce different nations. That was the whole idea of creating humans, is for us to what? To populate, to multiply and to populate. And that's how, just like how you have different species of animals, you know, they're all called cats, but you have lions, you have tigers, you have leopards, but they're all cats. So same with humans. They're all humans, but they're different races. And it's only natural for that to happen.
Natural?
It's
Do
only
you
natural, yeah.
realize that you're saying? Do you realize that you are saying that? I don't know what race you believe Noah was. What ethnicity do you believe Noah was?
Well, this thing about color and
I didn't say color. What ethnicity? What
and
ethnicity?
well, that didn't exist in the time of Noah.
Was he Semitic? Was he African? European? Greek? What
Well,
was he?
Semitic actually came after Noah. That came from the three
Okay,
sons.
what was Noah? Where
Noah
was he
was just a
from?
man, just human,
Where was he from?
from Adam.
Where did
Because
Noah
we know
live?
that Seth, he came through Seth,
Where did
because all the
Noah? What
people
part of the
came,
world did
died.
Noah live in?
I know it's somewhere in the east, but I can't tell you exactly the location.
Was it
Then why you
Babylon?
don't do your own research before you come and give answers that are not even right?
So prove me wrong then. if you can prove you're making a claim, you need to prove me wrong.
Okay, let me
Bring the
prove
facts
you
and prove
wrong.
me wrong.
Let me prove you wrong. Every Bible has been written by kings, giving the idea of someone stronger or of something stronger that you should fear. Because if you don't fear that strong existence, it will kill your son, it will kill your race or everything else that exists. And also, let me tell you that kings by themselves have been taught to command spirits like the Key of Solomon, which right now the Judeans don't want to accept it as their king's book, as the David books that right now even Muslims, Hojas or the priests are priesting, let's say, or are praying to an entity, and they are giving their energy and their soul to a stronger entity, which right now has made us weaker because we are only seeing things in the third dimension. And this whole thing is because you believe in something stronger than yourself.
Saint Zender, let me respond to you. First of all, that's a very weak statement that you have made, that the Bible was written by kings. Number one, Moses wasn't a king. Number two, the people who wrote the New Testament, none of them were kings. So that right there is a made-up story.
True edition. Moses didn't write any of this.
That's a made-up story. Let somebody
hold on. Truth education.
New Testament has nothing to do with the Bible. There is an Old Testament, which is the Bible.
Saint Xander, 1 second. Truth education. Moses did not write any of this. Moses would have been dead by the time Hebrew would have even been used. Moses also, if he existed, grew up in Egypt. He would have written in hieroglyphs, right? He would not have written in Hebrew. His education would have been in the Egyptian educational system. Moses didn't write this.
Can I respond to that?
So your response to his claim that kings wrote it doesn't debunk it. Even though I don't think that kings wrote it, it doesn't debunk it.
Right. So can I just respond to what you just said? So I can agree with you that Moses didn't physically write it, but I believe that he gave the information to be written down. Because you would know that back in those times, they had what you call the scribes. So the person would relay the information and the scribes wrote it down. And
120 to 150 years, right? Where are the scribal notes? Where are the scribal notes?
The scribal notes. Mm-hmm. Well, there were many documents that they Jews had that were not a part of the canon. Yeah.
Okay. So which scribe would have written down what Moses said? What scribe?
So number one, you had those that were called the elders at the time. So we know that Joshua was one of his assistants, but there are other people who assisted him.
Okay, and where are Joshua's notes?
The book of Joshua.
No, where are his notes? Because this was written during the 8th and 7th century, right? Moses would have died between the mid 11th century. So you talking?
It was translated. You mean not written down? It was translated.
Nope. It was written during this time. The Mount Sinai narrative was written during this time. Definitely wasn't translated during this time. So you're talking.
Would you mind providing some evidence?
Yeah.
Because I'm still learning, so I'm willing to go and research. So if you want to give me some reference,
to
that, I would appreciate it.
Sure. Hold on.
So in the meantime, Saint Xander, you have to remember, you had people like William Tyndale who wrote Bible. The King James Bible came from that Bible. William Tyndale wasn't a king. So you have to get your facts before you even try and speak anything.
Tyndale didn't write the Bible. That was a translation.
How many Bibles exist in the world.
Hold on. We
And
got to get, wait, we got to get the language correct.
A
When you're
few
talking about
hundred.
okay,
translations versus writing.
okay, as I know, the oldest Bibles or the oldest scriptures that have been written in the world are the Sumerian scriptures. Then there is no older scripture than that. Everything else is been made after 300 years after Jesus died, not the Christ, because he was not the Christ. Christianity was another religion, actually magician religions which existed, which were Yahweh religion, which I'm reading the books. I'm reading the magic books that King David and King Solomon wrote. I am reading those books right now. So from those books came the Quran and the Bible.
So let me ask you a question. The Sumerian Bible, what language is that written in?
Sumerian language.
Yeah, what language is that? What's the modern form of that language today?
I don't speak that language, so I don't know
So
more.
how are you gonna believe in something that you can't even read? How are you gonna
I
read?
didn't
How are you
said
gonna
I
believe in
didn't
something that you
said
have
I
never
didn't
read and you
said that
can't
I
even read?
believe. I didn't said that I believe. I
But you're
said
claiming
that
it is the oldest
that
Bible.
is a fact. That is a fact known everywhere in the world that the oldest scriptures in the world are the Sumerian scriptures right now. That's what I said.
So you're talking about scriptures, you're not talking about the Bible, then are you?
Yeah, the Bible is written in Hebrew. The first Bible is written in
Exactly.
Hebrew, and it is the Old Testament, which is the Yahweh's Testament. And the last prophet was supposedly the Muhammad, which he accepts everything before the Quran, but he wants to close every capital with the Quran because he wanted to say that he is the last prophet. Exactly, he says that in the Quran, and he accepts Jesus as a prophet, as a messenger of God, and every other person in the same bloodline where the Mosa bloodline was.
Yeah, well, Islam is just a version of that one religion. They call it the Abrahamic faith, right? So it's just another version.
Yeah, it's just another version, and
Yeah, that's all
actually
it
it's
is.
more, it explains more things than the Bible. The Bible is more like blind book.
Give me
It's
an
like the
example.
Bible is blinding you because
Give
the
me an
Quran is
example. Give me an
talking,
example.
because the Quran is talking about the spirits, is talking about the evil spirits, is explaining you that if you are negative in this world, evil spirits may possess you, so be positive, don't harm people and everything else, and it
Hold on
actually
for a second.
helps you.
One moment. One moment. Lala
Sorry,
and
yeah.
God justice. Lala and God justice. While I resource this, can y'all pay attention to things that would need resources, like, and not let misinformation spread, because I'm trying to listen to the conversation and read this book at the same time so I could get the what he needed for resources. Can y'all help me out with that and stop if y'all hear misinformation? Stop it. Thank you. Go ahead, Saint Xander.
That was what I was explaining. Usually, if someone has a question, if someone wants to argue, I can listen. So, are you okay that Quran and Bible are be written from the same histories, and the created angels actually in the first books, which are the same names in the Quran and in the Bible, demons and angels are created by Yahweh, by the Yahwism, is the first ideology of monotheism, angels and blah blah blah. If I'm wrong, someone prove me wrong.
Well, the Bible tells you that all created beings were made by God. But the only thing is that we were made with the ability to choose. So we can choose good or we can choose evil. So if an angel chose evil and becomes evil, that's their choice. That has nothing to do with God. We have the ability to choose.
Why would it like? Why would an angel choose evil over your God? Your God must not be that good. Hold on, listen. Okay. Um, it says. Let me go here. All right. I'm going to start here. The identification of Ramses II as the Pharaoh of the Exodus came as a result of modern scholarly assumptions based on the identification of the place name Pi Ramses with Ramses, Exodus 1:11, 12:37. But there are few indisputable links to the 7th century BCE. Beyond a vague reference to the Israelites' fear of taking the coastal route, there is no mention of the Egyptian forts in northern Sinai, or their strongholds in Canaan. The Bible may reflect New Kingdom reality, but it might just as well reflect later conditions in the Iron Age, closer to the time when the Exodus narrative was put in writing. And that is precisely what the Egyptologist Donald Redford has suggested. The most evocative and consistent geographical details of the Exodus story come from the 7th century BCE, during the great era of prosperity of the kingdom of Judah, 6 centuries after the events of the Exodus were supposed to have taken place. Redford has shown just how many details in the Exodus narrative can be explained in this setting, which was also Egypt's last period of imperial power under the rulers of the 26th dynasty. The great kings of that dynasty, I can't say that name, and his son Necho II modeled themselves quite consciously on Egypt's far more ancient pharaohs. They were active in building products throughout the delta in an attempt to restore the faded glories of their state and increase its economic and military power. This pharaoh established his capital in Sais in the western delta, thus the name Sate as an alternative for the 26th dynasty. Necho was engaged in an even more ambitious public works project in the eastern delta, cutting a canal through the Isthmus of Suez in order to connect the Mediterranean with the Red Sea throughout the easternmost tributaries of the Nile. Archaeological exploration of the eastern delta has revealed the initiation of some of these extraordinary building activities by the Sate dynasty and the presence of large numbers of foreign settlers there. In fact, the era of the Sate dynasty provides us with one of the best historical examples for a phenomenon of foreigners settling in the delta of the Nile. In addition to Greek commercial colonies, which were established there from the second half of the 7th century BCE, many migrants from Judah were present in the delta, forming a large community by the early 6th century BCE. In addition, the public works initiated in this period mesh well with the details of the Exodus account. Though a site carrying the name Python is mentioned in a late 13th century BCE text, the more famous and prominent city of Pithom was built in the late 7th century BCE. Inscriptions found at Tel Maskuta in the eastern delta led archaeologists to identify this site with later Pithom. Excavations there revealed that except for a short occupation in the Middle Bronze Age, it was not settled until the time of the 26th dynasty, when a significant city developed there. Likewise, Migdol, mentioned in Exodus 14:2, is a common title for a fort in the time of the New Kingdom, but a specific, very important Migdol is known in the eastern delta in the 7th century BCE. It is not a coincidence that the prophet Jeremiah, who lived in the late 7th and early 6th centuries BCE, tells us in Jeremiah 41:1, 46 and 14 about the Judites living in the delta, specifically mentioned in Migdol. Finally, the name Goshen for the area where the Israelites settled in the eastern delta, Genesis 45 and 10, is not an Egyptian name but a Semitic one. Starting with the 7th century BCE, the Arabs expanded to the fringe of the settled lands of the Levant, and in the 6th century reached the delta. Later, in the 5th century, they became a dominant factor in the delta. According to Redford, the name Goshen derives from Geshem, a dynastic name in the royal family. A 7th century BCE background is also evident in some of the peculiar Egyptian names mentioned in the Joseph story. All four names, that name, the grand vizier of the pharaoh, Potiphar, a royal officer, Potipharah, a priest, that name I can't say it, Potiphar's daughter, though used occasionally in earlier periods of Egyptian history, achieved their greatest popularity in the 7th and 6th century BCE. Do I need to go on?
That's good. That's good.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that. I'm sure you believe what you have just read, and some of
I mean,
the
it's better than it's archaeological evidence. It's more
right.
than one scholar, right, who have
Hmm.
peer reviewed the evidence, right? There is no archaeological data that supports an exodus out of Egypt, right? That there's nothing that supports the Israelites ever being enslaved in Egypt during the late Bronze Age when they write it, right? Not to mention the dates for when they were supposed to have been in Egypt is incorrect, right? It says that they were supposed to have been in Egypt for 430 years. They were in, if you go by the patriarchs' time that they lived, it's only 259 years. If you add that up, they were not, according to, they couldn't have been in Egypt 430 years as slaves because they didn't live that long. Okay? So
Say that last statement again.
there's 171 years unaccounted for, right? So it throws the entire chronology off, right? There's
All
a
right.
lot of things. There are a lot of discrepancies in the story. Not to mention, there is nothing in Egypt's records to support it. There's also not a large economical shift on record for any of the nations who did business with each other through slave trade, through trading materials that the slaves would make, like bricks and things like that. So it throws it off, right? So I do believe data over dogma, as I borrowed that from
Hmm.
Dan McClellan. But yes,
And
I do
I
believe
can,
data.
yes, I can say the same thing too. But you would appreciate that,
Then show me. Then do
you
the
know,
same thing. Show me.
yes. So what I'm saying is that you have
No,
different
I'm asking for your I'm asking for your scholarly sources that you know debunks anything that I just said. Scholarly articles, please.
So, for instance, let me give you From Babylon to Timbuktu. That was written by an historian, a book called
Hmm.
From Babylon to Timbuktu.
Is there archaeological data in there?
Yeah, there is, yeah. Well, it's an historian who
Okay.
wrote it, so he would have to get
I'm
certain
not talking. I'm not asking for a
evidence to
historian. I'm asking
accept.
for archaeological data,
Yes, so what I'm
right?
saying is you will find that in that book. But the
Let
fact
me
that
see
I am not
something.
home at the moment, so I can't really give you any hard evidence. I can only give you from memory.
You have a PC in front of you. She's looking for what you're saying. So don't worry, just say it.
Okay.
Okay, Rudolph Windsor, a known author speaking in the areas of history and stuff. He's the author of 5 books. What archaeological data does he have?
You'll have to read the book and then he will give you reference to back up
Okay,
some of
hold
his
on. Let's
claims.
see.
So
All
you
right, one
mentioned about
moment.
the Exodus for an example.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if I can pull it up here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let's see if it's in Everett. Let's see. It looks like that book is only on audio. So this writer, is he focused on trying to prove that black people are the real Israelites? Is that his goal?
No, that's not his goal. His goal is just history, just using history to prove, what
He
Christianity claims, basically.
Let me see if I can get if they have a PDF of his book, because all he has is a
You know, it's
audio.
funny. All these Bible scholars.
Huh? What'd you
I say
say?
all these Bible scholars. It's funny how all these Bible scholars get together, and it's still a belief at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It's still
Ain't
just
that
a
crazy?
belief. It's
Because
crazy.
it's in the
Yeah.
gene, man. It's in the
But
gene. Those
but
there
when
are
you
those type of people that they do not want to read, do not want to research. They just want to believe what is easier for them, that there is someone that will save them. There is someone there to save them.
But see,
but
that's what it is. Everybody
Saint
need a savior because they don't nobody want to do the work themselves, and they need a reason to believe in something. In
Exactly.
case somebody saved me, and all of these things. This helplessness is going on, and you know, but everybody want to bring up scholars, this Bible scholars. At the end of the day, I don't care what Bible scholar you know, it's still a belief. They've never uncovered facts of knowledge or have archaeological evidence of anything. Everything is still a belief at the end of the day. I think it's pointless.
But I'm sure
I
you'd
don't
agree
know
that
if you can see that. This is his book. Can you see that? I'm searching
that's
for the
not the
word
book.
archaeology.
Yeah.
This is
That's the
from,
book.
but it doesn't, the word archaeology isn't in this book anywhere. You see that? Like, I'm trying to get it to like skip me to it,
Well,
right? Like, you see that? The word archaeology isn't in this book. So he's not talking about archaeological data.
But you
So
see,
what I'm asking you for is a scholarly resource, right? That has archaeological data that debunks Israel Finkelstein. Israel Finkelstein is a Israeli archaeologist, right? Who also compares other archaeological excavations, right, of ancient Israel. And so I'm asking if you have scholars of the
but I
same
can.
caliber. I'm sorry, let me finish. I'm asking if you have scholars of the same caliber, right, who have archaeological data that debunks Israel Finkelstein.
So the fact that I'm not where I'm supposed, the fact that I'm not home, so I can't provide the evidence right now, which means that we'll have to come back to it. But I can use the document that you just read, because you mentioned names, you mentioned events, and you mentioned places that was also mentioned in the Bible. So let's take Necho for an example. The Bible actually speaks of a king called Necho and
But
what
you
he did.
understand that he's referencing that for the Exodus, and he's saying that the Exodus story is really a symbolic story that represents the contention between Pharaoh Necho II and King Josiah. He's saying
Mhm.
that the Exodus isn't meant to be taken literal, but it's more symbolic, right, of what Judah was going through during the 8th and 7th century, and it was
So,
written during that time. That's what
so
he's saying.
So he's giving his take, his understanding on the story. But I could say to
No,
you
he's
that,
saying based on the archaeological evidence, right?
yeah,
The lack of archaeological evidence of an exodus of the Israelites ever being enslaved in Egypt, the dating of the patriarchs, right, being uh, incorrect, the amount of time that the Israelites, if they were in Egypt, would have been less than 400 years or 430 years, and with First Kings chapter 6 saying that the temple was built 480 years after the Exodus, right? So it throws all of that off. It takes all of that into consideration. Archaeological evidence, the incorrect information in the Bible, the names of the cities that it says the Israelites built, the pharaohs who were mentioned, right, and when they would have been a pharaoh, right? He's taking all of that into consideration, and more than one scholar has already debunked the possibility of an exodus being true, right? But what Israel is doing, he's saying that because the composition of a lot of these stories in the Torah were composed during the 7th and 8th century, some composed uh, during the Babylonian exile and post Babylonian exile, he's saying that the stories, because of the things that he can see in them, is a symbolic representation of the contention between Pharaoh Necho II and King Josiah.
okay, okay. But you'd appreciate that every nation have an history, and we have a group of people today, call it the Jewish people or the Israelites. They trace their history back to that event. So I think it would be arrogant for me to say that that history didn't exist, because they've
we
been
have we
following
have
a
we have two
lineage.
rabbis that come in here. We have two rabbis that join this stage as experts every day and will say every day that they know that 99% of the stuff in the Torah they don't have evidence for, and that they also know that an Exodus didn't happen, that it is symbolic. Like, if they were awake, they're on the West Coast. One of them was on the stage earlier all night and went to bed
So
probably about
none
2
of them
hours
are
ago.
here. Okay.
Who's here? Who's here? Is Rabbi Hannah here? Who's here right now? You said one of them is here?
No, I'm asking you that if none of them
No,
are
they
on.
were here earlier tonight. He was on the stage earlier tonight. He
Oh,
went
I
to
see.
bed probably about 2 hours ago. The other one is Rabbi Hannah. She's on the West Coast and she's probably still asleep because it's probably 4 o'clock their time. But they'll come in here, they'll hop on stage, and they'll tell you exactly the same thing I'm telling you.
Okay, well, I would like to speak to them and then look at their proof to actually, validate their claims. Because the thing is, as humans, we don't have all the information. Everybody tells the story from their perspective. But we have to listen to
There's
each
also
other and try and pick sense out of nonsense for us
a
to
scholar.
know
There's
what is
another
true.
scholar
Yeah.
in the comments, Dr. Joshua Bowen. Yeah, he's an Assyriologist, and in his book, if I don't know if he feels if he has time to hop up, but in his book, he also discusses the
What's the
history in the
name?
ancient Near East, and
The name
his
of his
name is
book.
Dr. Joshua Bowen.
Name of his
I'm
book.
gonna let me pull up his books.
Yeah.
Sure, I'll pull up all of them. While I am pulling up Dr. Bowen's books, if you are a nerd, tomorrow, don't forget, Saturday sub only live start back tomorrow. The first sub only live of the season will be with Dr. Joshua Bowen, Q&A regarding any. I think we're going to talk more about his new book that's coming out, but also if you have any questions regarding Assyriology in the ancient Near East, come prepared with those questions. And I think he sent me some questions as well that for me to ask. I saw that email come through, and I'm going to check that today to make sure we are prepared for that. But give me just a second here. These are his books. If you want to take a screenshot, can you see them? He has the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, Volume 1 and Volume 2. Did the Old Testament endorse slavery? And then he has another book coming out that's a larger, a more in-depth book going into detail, discussing slavery in the ancient Near East, with all the slave laws, with all of the nations, and comparing them with the legal codes of ancient Israel. But these are his books right here.
Okay, thank you.
True education. Can I
Yes,
ask
sir.
you, because I'm confused, what is your belief actually?
Well, I believe in a supernatural, eternal being, and I also believe in the teachings of Jesus Christ, Yeshua, the Messiah.
Okay. What were Jesus' teachings?
Well, the main teaching is that for us to love each other, so treat each other as how we would want to be treated. So that's his main. That's the thrust of his teaching. Treat people like you want to be treated, and love your neighbor as you love yourself. Yeah.
Where Jesus gave his teachings? Which
Where?
places? Yeah, where? In which countries he gave his
Middle East,
teachings?
Jerusalem, Israel,
Only
Jerusalem.
there? You think that only there he gave his teachings?
Well, based on what the Bible says, he never left that region. He was only in that region.
Okay. Let me tell you
Yeah.
one thing. Let me tell you one thing that you don't know. And also, I would like to be, for my words, to be made a research, okay?
Yeah.
Jesus,
And
first of
evidence.
all,
Provide
it
some
has been
evidence as
proved.
well. Yeah.
Okay, exactly. It has been proved that Jesus was studying in Egypt the scriptures of the pyramid before he started giving his preachers. The first thing. before he started teaching, let's say better. Because he was a teacher. Messiah means a teacher, actually. It doesn't mean a prophet or something. It means just a
It means
teacher.
anointed.
Let me tell you, you can get an example also how he had his followers and his followers wrote for him, wrote his word. The same thing was with Jesus. Jesus traveled in a lot of places in the world and he gave his teachings and other people were reading his teachings while they were listening to him. So let me tell you that there are some scriptures in India that Jesus gave his teachings regarding meditation, regarding the energy, regarding you being God, actually, and there is no God that you should follow. And he didn't said, follow me so you can come in the reincarnation in the way that you are getting it. But he said that follow my steps, follow my teachings, so you can come in the same stage as me. If I'm wrong, prove me wrong.
Can you first of all provide the evidence? Because what you're saying is actually
okay,
different from what the Bible says.
There is a website called Osho Rajneesh, actually.
So you're looking at the website, but where's the evidence?
Wait. I'm gonna explain you. I'm gonna explain you the evidence. Yeah. There is a website called Osho Rajneesh, and there are some books there that have been written, but because in this world everything that is written is being sold, like the money is in the middle, and you cannot get the information as you want.
What is this? What is it? What are these books? What are they? What are the books proving?
Those books are the sayings of an Indian philosopher, the sayings that he has read from Jesus, scriptures that are being written in India.
It's a man's claim. I'm sorry. So it's
a man's claim. Of course, it's a man's claim.
Okay,
it's a man's claim. It's not a God's claim. Okay.
Not a what claim?
It's not. It's a man's claim. Everything in this world is a man's claim.
No. Stop. I know that. Okay. Stop. Hold on. Yeah. 1 second. What I'm saying is, it's some man claiming that he read words from Jesus, or that he has scripts from Jesus.
There are some scriptures in India that have been written. There are in some monasteries that have been written the words of Jesus in India.
Okay, and what verified
to Buddhist.
Okay, and what verified that these words are from this Jesus?
If you read them, you will understand. The verification can be done by your energy, like by proving, proving. No. Like let me tell you this.
That's no different than the Bible. Saint Zender,
okay.
Like what you're claiming, what you're claiming
Can I finish?
Is no. What you're claiming to use against true education is no different than true education's claim in the Bible. Like you guys are saying the same thing, except you believe one thing, you believe in one specific book, and then he believes in another.
No, I don't believe in one specific book. I read something. When I read something, I learn something.
What I'm saying is the book that you're using right now. I'm sorry. Let me mute you for just a second, because I don't like when people talk over me when I'm talking. I don't like that. What you are claiming right now is to have knowledge of separate writings of this Jesus, because some Buddhist said that he did, right? But there is no evidence of it, right? That nothing has been verified. You're saying that the verification is your spirit. It's no different than truth education as a believer saying that the Bible, the proof of what it said that Jesus said in the Bible is your spirit. You guys are saying the same thing, but you're using different books. No, don't stop talking while I'm talking, please. I will give you the floor in just a second. What I'm saying is, if I'm going to fact check the Bible, right? Then I would do the same for the text that you are claiming. But you're saying that there
Exactly.
has been, but you are saying that there has been no verification. You're saying that verification is only your spirit.
Let me explain you until the end.
Has there been archaeological? Has there been
Can I?
scholarly? Let me ask the question, please. Has there been scholarly research or critical analysis of these texts in India?
There have been, of course, there is
Okay,
a
can you give me the
person.
name
There
of a
is.
scholar?
I don't remember. There is a guy. Actually, he's talking online regarding what I'm saying, and he's proving that there are scriptures in plates, let's say, written by not by Jesus, but by Jesus' followers. Actually, that there is a fact about this, but I cannot prove it to you right now, okay? Because actually, I don't have
It
energy
sound like
in my
you
house.
sound like you really
But
sound like
second thing,
you
Yeah, no, he
starting to
second
sound like a
does
thing.
sound like
believer
a
yourself.
skeptic.
Yeah, he sound like
Let me
he
tell
sound
you.
like a believer.
Let me tell you the second. Let me tell you the second thing. I'm not a
All right, go
believer,
ahead. Go
but
ahead.
I can tell you that Jesus existed, and like also Buddha existed, like also other prophets existed that are not being written. There is
You
something that
can
you can prove. You can practice what
no.
So hold on. I just want to make sure you came up here
the
and you said
technique.
that you wait. You came up here under a lie. You came up here and you said that you did not believe, right? So I put you on the team with the non-believers. You said you did not believe because you researched and you knew that it was a lie. Now you're saying that Jesus did exist. So you
Was a
lied when
prophet.
you first came up here.
That's exactly what he did. Because you went and you talk about your spirit in order to believe a certain text or a certain book written by another man to try to argue against true education, when actually you just believe in Jesus differently, which there hasn't been nobody that have proven to be factual that Jesus actually existed. Is still a belief at the end of the day. So you're a believer. You just believe differently than he does.
Right. And this one,
No,
I'm going
yeah,
to
we
ask you a
different.
question, Xander. I'm going to ask you a question, and I need you to be honest with me. Are you Muslim? Are you a Muslim up here to fight against Christianity, Xander?
He's about to run.
You hear me? Because you are blocking my mic, and I don't know when I'm speaking or when I'm not speaking. That's why.
I
So
had to
I'm not
mute
a
your mic because you
Muslim.
kept talking over me.
Okay. Also, you are talking over me and you are interrupting
But
me,
this
but
is
I'm
my
not
live.
being
Do you know where you
judgy.
are? Do you know where you
But you
are?
should
This is
respect
my
someone
live.
when he
This
comes
is
in
This is
your
not what we're
okay.
house.
gonna do.
Yeah, goodbye.
Xander, you have to follow the rules.
I'm not gonna beg anybody to follow rules on my stage. He can go and yeah, not gonna do it.
So that
Can I
guy he
just
was
say
Go ahead.
something,
referencing, the guy
thinker?
he was
Let
referencing
me
lived
just say
with.
this.
Hang on one second, True.
Yeah.
So the guy he was referencing lived entirely within the 20th century. He's just like a mystic shaman bullshit guy, like total garbage.
Yeah, he lied when he came up here. He said he wasn't a believer, so he wanted to be put on the team with the
Yeah,
non-believers. So
I
he
heard that
lied.
he sounded like he was talking like he was a skeptic, and then all of a sudden you have to have energy to understand the writings. Okay.
Yeah, man.
Oh, he did that in Ria's live too. Man, I wish I would have told me earlier because we wouldn't have wasted this much time with him.
Yeah, I've never seen him before.
I should have
Um,
known because
Yeah.
yeah,
some of his information was kind of. He said he was a non-believer, but some of his stuff I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. But when I was listening to him, I was like, "Huh?" I was like, maybe he going somewhere with this, but yeah, believer.
Yeah. Can I just say something?
yes, go ahead.
Yeah, just to say that I wasn't always a believer, but based on research and the evidence provided, that's what caused me to become a believer. So I don't just believe in,
Stop right
you
What
know,
there.
what have been,
evidence?
Stop right
what
What
there.
have been.
evidence and what
Yeah,
research? Because you
that's
have
what
not provided. I'm
I'm
sorry. True
explaining.
education. Hold on.
Yeah.
What I would like to know is what evidence and what research, because you have not provided any credible research.
And on top of all of that, with evidence and research, you won't believe you will have the facts.
So I believe in nature, natural science. That's my evidence that I use. So I
You
use
believe one man
science.
created three different ethnicities.
Second,
You believe one man, from one man came
one couple.
multiple ethnicity. You believe that one man and one woman created every ethnicity on earth. You believe
Yeah.
Noah and his wife, through their three sons, created Africans, created Latinos, created Asian people, created Europeans, created Germans. Like, you believe that, and you're calling that science, and
So
you're
can I tell
calling
you
that
why I believe that?
natural.
I tell you why I believe that.
No. I
Because
don't care why you believe it. What I care about is the fact that you're calling it science and you're calling it natural.
well,
That's what I care
that's
about. I don't care
history.
about why you believe
That's
it. I
history.
care about
History.
that.
You're
How is
dealing with
that
history.
science? How is that
His,
science and how is that natural?
no, you
Are
just
you
ask.
saying that can Mac Luster and his wife create a African baby and a black African baby?
Let me answer the question.
Yeah, I want you to answer that question. Through science and what's natural,
Through
can Mac
science.
Luster, listen, can Mac Luster and his wife create a black African American baby? If his wife is Mac Luster, are you European?
Yeah, well, Levant and European, yeah.
Okay.
Well,
And
I
so
have
let's say his
seen.
wife was the same, Levant and European. Can they create a black African American, a black African child?
Well, I have seen where a white couple are twins. One of them dark, and the other blonde, white. And I've also seen where a black couple had children, where
Okay,
one
okay,
of
pull
them
it up.
black
What, you've
like
seen
them,
two white
another
people
one.
create a black baby?
I have seen on
You're spewing lies.
interviews.
Let me, no, no,
Interviews.
stop. Hold on. You're spewing lies because and I'm not trying to be disrespectful when I say this. So just for the sake of the lies of people in the chat, but white tea people have a recessive. It's a recessive gene. You know what I'm saying? Recessive. So how can two mutations come together and create a black baby? That is scientifically impossible.
So let me say
Not
this to
not
you.
only that, not only that.
Justice.
True
Let me
education.
respond to you.
Hold on? Could I, as a black American woman with a black American man, create an Asian baby, an Asian American baby from Korea?
To tell you the honest truth, I've not seen that, but I've seen couples claim where they says that the two babies belongs
Stop
to
right
both of
there.
them.
That's a
One of them
claim.
is
That's
white
a
and one
claim.
of them is brown.
That's a claim.
So I'm
That's the
That's
saying
same
to
thing
you
you
now,
No,
just.
can I
justice,
create a baby that is
justice.
phenotypically Asian?
I've
And
not
as me
seen
as a
that,
black,
so
no,
I
stop, hold on, right?
can't
So
speak
so
for
how are
anybody
you
else here.
calling? How are you calling Noah creating different phenotypical humans with different ethnicities from Noah and his wife? How are you calling that science and
Well,
natural?
there's a claim that says that all humanity began in one place,
I
and they're using science. They
listen.
say that life began in
Where
Ethiopia.
is the science in that?
That's a
I just hear
claim.
you calling claims. Where
They're
science?
historians. They're historians
No,
where
science, not
videos.
historians. I need the science. I keep saying the word. Y'all do not use caps in my comments, please. Caps are for mods only and for people who have vision and impairment.
What I would have to
Respect the
do,
space. Don't
what
use
I,
caps.
what I would have to do is I would have to go on YouTube or go on Google them, and then post them. But
It would
for the
still
sake
be a
of the
claim.
life and for the argument, that's gonna take a lot of time. So I would have to go and prepare all of that information and then come back and share them.
But that would still be a claim because guess what? You still say claim. There's
But
no
you're
proof. There's no proof. We're looking for scientific proof. And even if you use his story, it's still his story. And history has been lied about 1,000 times. We're talking about science. That's what we're
But
talking about. Yes.
Justice, if a couple tell you that these two babies belong to them, you can't tell them that they're telling lies.
Yes, I can, because guess what? According to science, that's totally impossible. If somebody come and tell me that, look, I'm a mental health tech and I'm a CNA. If somebody come and tell me that a snake was talking to them, we're gonna have a problem.
So you know everything about science. You're claiming that you know everything about science.
I don't know everything about science, but I know the basics, and I know two white T people cannot have a black baby. That is impossible.
Well, that's very humble of you to say that you don't know everything. So that means you should be open.
I did not say I didn't know everything, but I know that's not possible. Just as like giving me 2 + 2 is not 7. I know the basic math, just like I know basic science.
There are things that we thought wasn't possible, and today we're seeing them in reality.
Like
back in the days, it was impossible for an aeroplane to fly.
That's that's apples and oranges. I have never seen a human
saying that there are things, just like you're saying now, that there's no way that a black couple
about science
can have a white child.
That's apples. That's apples and oranges. Now, if you tell it, you were making an argument, you would have to make the equivalence of we never saw a human fly until today, and then even if a human flies today, then you would have to factor in evolution to where when there was a time we couldn't fly, now we could fly. That means evolution have taken place. So with that being said, to this day,
That's exactly what I'm saying.
But no, we have not evolved that well. Where two recessive genes can create a dominant gene. That does not happen. That is scientifically impossible. And you should know that.
So basically, right, what you're saying to me is that what this couple came out and said, they've made up a story.
It happens all the time. Let me tell you how it happens all the time, because there's plenty of people who have near unalive experience. They go see Jesus, but guess what? There's a lot of people in the other different religions that have these same near-death experience. They said that they saw their gods. So somebody's lying. Everybody can't be telling the truth. Wait. Everybody can't be telling the truth, but all of them can be lying.
Right. Okay. So if the DNA test says that the children belongs to them, you're saying that I should believe you and don't believe them.
Show the DNA test. Show the DNA test, and this is what the host been asking you. But you said you ain't got time to prepare, right?
I'm saying that I heard this from someone else. I was watching an interview. It's an interview.
You heard, but
based upon your studies, you're saying that you don't believe them.
I'll see it. No, I don't deal with belief. I deal with knowledge, and that's kind of what you said earlier. I believe in nature.
So
my
you're
question,
saying,
wait. My question to you is: do you believe in nature, or do you know nature?
I believe. I don't know everything about nature. I'm learning.
You don't know everything about nature, but do you know that it exists, or do you believe that it exists?
I know it exists. It exists.
So the point I'm trying to make to you is there's a difference between believing and knowing. And guess what? Until you see that paper that said that DNA test is those kids, that they're all related, until you see that, you can only believe what they're saying. You don't know that to be true. And there's nothing to back up that claim until you show it and prove it. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, all I can say is, that's their claim. I can't prove them wrong. So, whether I believe it or not, that's going to cost me nothing.
You can prove them wrong with science.
No, but they're saying that the DNA shows that that person is a father, because obviously it's a black baby. So he's probably thinking maybe something went on. But the DNA is saying that he is the father.
If two white people have a baby, I'm gonna ask who's the other father, who's the real father, because scientifically that's impossible.
That's the question that was asked, and the DNA test shows that he's the father. But you're saying that I shouldn't believe the DNA, I should believe you.
Bring the sources.
You don't know everything.
Okay, but bring the sources though. If you're saying this is to be true, bring the sources. Show us.
Okay.
Where is it?
So I need to follow the live and then come back with all the evidence.
No, you ain't. That's what listen.
Because it's very easy for you to just type in interview in YouTube and you can watch the interview.
No, you can.
If you want to take it further and go and contact the couple, you can even do that. And if you need more evidence, but what's that going to do to me? Me knowing the facts about that, that's not going to do anything to me. It's not going to cost me anything.
That's still not, even if they told you they did, there's still no evidence. You don't see those papers. You still, even to the point that they say, yeah, this is true. Until you see those papers, it's still a belief. At the end of the day, you got to believe what they're
Bro,
saying. You know, no wait, you do know you got to believe what they're saying. You have to believe what they're saying because they told you. Because you don't know that for a fact until you lay eyes on this paper. Even if
yeah,
that
but
was to be quote unquote true, you know what I'm saying? I could tell you my daughter is mine. You can believe it's mine because until I get a DNA test, even me, if I don't get a DNA test for my daughter, I can only believe that she's mine. I can't know that. And I'm talking
Just
about an absolute.
just a point of clarification.
Exactly.
No, hang on. Knowledge is a subset of belief. So if you know something, you also believe it. Believe just means to accept something as true. You can believe for good reasons or you can believe for bad reasons, but it's
and you
all
can
belief.
believe based on evidence. So based on the
Yeah.
evidence, you choose to believe.
No,
Right.
believe, leave
So
room for
it's not a
doubt.
bad thing to believe. It's not
No.
a bad thing to believe.
No, because guess what? There's a difference between truth and fact. Truth can be based on belief. Facts are objective. So guess what? Truth can still be subjective because you can wholeheartedly believe in this. It's kind of like taking a lie detector test. You might be wholeheartedly believe that you're telling the truth about something. You know what I'm saying? And you can look this up. Truth and facts are not necessarily the same. So the truth, your truth can
Name a
be
fact that's
subjective.
not true.
The truth, your truth can be subjective. Truth can be based on a subjective. The facts are an objective.
What's a subjective truth?
Subjective truth. I thought the truth. Okay, this is the difference
Truth
between
is true. True is either truth
no,
or
it's
it's not.
not. No, it's
Hang on,
not.
true.
No, it's not. Truth and facts are not the same.
What
Because
is a subjective truth?
truth can be based on belief.
But
Okay, you still have a bad definition of belief,
but,
but what is a
but
subjective
you
truth?
What is it? Enlighten
I'm
me.
asking you because I don't believe there are.
You don't believe that there's a subjective truth?
And there's no my truth or your truth.
The truth can be based on subjective. Matter of fact, do this right now. Or maybe I can get on the big screen and I can even type it in, the difference between truth and fact. I can get on the big screen if the host will let me for a second, and it'll tell you. Or we can AI it, however y'all want to do it. Matter of fact, if the host could be so kind, could you type it in AI, the difference between truth and fact? Because there is a
In
difference.
AI,
Yeah, you
I
can
can do
go.
it in Google.
Yeah, what's the difference between truth and facts? And it'll tell you the truth are based on but can be based on beliefs.
The main difference between facts and truth. Hold on. The main difference between facts and truth is that facts are pieces of information while truth is about meaning and interpretation. Facts are pieces of information that are accurate but only within a limited context or perspective. For example, a picture of a color that hold on. For example, a picture of a color that most people call red may only be partial truth if the picture was cropped from a three-dimensional object. Truth is the property of being Truth is the property of being in accord with fact or reality. It is about meaning and is discerned by interpreting facts. Truth is usually held to be the opposite of false statement. Truth can include facts and beliefs,
It's not beliefs.
while facts exclude beliefs. For
So,
example,
oh, my bad,
a
my bad.
fact may say that someone is not qualified. A fact may say that someone is not qualified for a desired position, but truth says that the person can seek out the necessary training to become qualified.
So based off what she just read, this has proven that if truth can be based on belief, a belief is still a subjection. So with that being said,
Nobody said beliefs aren't. Nobody
the
said
truth.
beliefs aren't subjective. Beliefs are held in the mind.
I'm only just telling you the difference between truth and facts. That's all I'm saying. And I'm just saying that the truth can still be based on someone's subjection, their perception of what it is. Like
Hold on,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Aguirre. I'm gonna give you your time back and get you blocked. But why are team members
No,
debating
we
each
can
other?
disagree. I mean, if
Oh, I'm
if
sorry
it's too
about
much
that
of a
one,
rabbit
debate.
hole, it's fine. I just don't like when terms are being misused.
She just read it.
It's epistemology. I'm talking about belief versus knowledge versus
Is,
faith.
isn't belief subjective?
Yes, it has
Okay.
nothing to do with anything. Belief just means accepting a proposition is true. The mental
Look, we
state
on
of
the
being
same team.
convinced.
Let's fight later. Let's fight later. She right. We let's fight
And
later.
as I said, if it's too much of a rabbit hole, we can just leave it.
Let's fight later. We jump in true education right now. All right, True.
All
Come
right,
back.
Truth, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Sorry, was
Are
your
you
question?
done?
I missed it.
No, are you done or?
Yeah, I'm done for now. Yeah.
So the guy you were citing, the author, I forget his name, the guy who wrote the book about like Babylon or whatever. Like, have you looked into him?
From Babylon to Timbuktu.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
his educational background is incredibly suspect.
What made you say that?
He has his PhD from the University of Metaphysics.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is like it's literally like a strip mall college, like a correspondence school, not accredited by anybody. It's all
The
they just teach you
University of
woo.
Metaphysics?
For real.
What?
They teach Reiki and shit.
Wow.
It's a complete joke. So just, when you try to put him against people who actually are in the field and have the proper training and education, it's just this guy just making claims. He's not out on digs. Oh, he's passed away now, but he wasn't out there doing the work. He didn't have the education for it. He didn't have the experience of it. Just making claims.
So when you talk about proper education,
That's part
because
of
I
it.
mean I'm not supporting him. I'm not supporting him in any way, but I'm just trying to get some clarity. So when you talk about proper education, now how would you determine proper education? Is it because it's coming from Oxford or Cambridge, or is it
It doesn't have to
just
be
to deal
Oxford
with?
or Cambridge, but their accreditation means something. And when you're dealing in
Yeah.
you're dealing in natural sciences. You come
So
in there
let's
with
let
a degree in
let's say
metaphysics.
for
Is not. Can I answer the question, please?
yeah, go ahead.
So when you're dealing in natural sciences like archaeology and geology and stuff like that, and paleontology, your education matters because it sets the foundation for the work that you do and the people that you work with, right? So if you have a degree in metaphysics and you're trying to go into a physical environment, that realm of like earth sciences and natural sciences, you're going to be ill prepared and you're not going to know what you're talking about. And he's not even he didn't even do that. He just wrote books about it. Like, he's not out there doing the investigation.
So okay, so what I need to do now, I probably need to look a bit deeper into what he believes, because PhD can't just be one accreditation.
It's not
It can be
accredited.
somebody with several degrees, but that's just one branch.
He
So,
has
and
a
the reason why I asked the
bachelor's in
question,
Hebrew studies and
he has a bachelor's in Hebrew studies as well.
yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying, that a person can have several qualifications, but so you can't just choose one of them and demonize the person.
No,
Because
but the
look at
point
it
is
like
he's
this: as a
not.
believer, no, let me just finish the point. As a believer, now you have professors with PhDs who will tell you that there was a big bang and all this that you're seeing in the universe just appeared, just came into existence from out of nowhere.
Nobody
And they
says
have
that.
PhDs, they have
That's not accurate.
accreditation. But what they're saying, is it truth?
You're
Is it
misrepresenting. You're
credible?
misrepresenting the theory.
Hmm?
Nobody says it came out of nowhere. That's not the
Well,
claim.
they said nothing created it. Nothing created
No,
it. No
that's
one
false.
created it.
That's false.
So what's the claim?
The claim is that matter and energy rapidly they condense to a basically an unsustainable density and heat and expanded, and that expansion is our current universe. It says nothing about when any of that was actually formed, and there are theories about how that could happen, but the Big Bang Theory only talks about the expansion. It doesn't talk about any kind of creation of matter.
So it all existed, but then there was a expansion of it. Is that what you're saying? Yeah.
Remember a few minutes ago when you were saying energy
So
cannot be created or destroyed?
right. So what I'm saying now is this: you have men telling you about something that they didn't see, they didn't experience, but they just come up with these ideas. Now we're researching something that is outside of this planet. No one has ever gone outside into those realms described by them, but yet they can come up with this information and teach it to you as if it is truth. They're not even telling you that this is just my version of the story. This is being taught as facts. This is what took
No.
place, and these men has
No,
their
No.
qualifications.
It's being
you can't
They
teach
have
presented
that
their
as
as the
facts.
best. It's
You
being
can't.
presented as the best explanation for the observable facts.
Say again.
It's being presented as the best explanation for the observable facts. There are
So what
observable
are the
facts. Red shifting. We have all kinds of different ways. Dating on our own planet. Radiometric dating on our own planet.
yeah
Understanding, making predictions, and verifying those predictions. It's all scientific method, right? But
yeah
the point is, this is not just people making conjectures and expecting people to believe it. Like a very high level goal of scientists is to disprove their prior findings or the findings of others, right? That's what peer review is all about. So if
yeah.
you can
But
overturn a long-standing theory, you are a hero in the scientific community. You are not expected to just go along.
okay. But you see the problem, because you sound like you're a scientist, so maybe you can explain to me. Because most scientists, they will go into the lab and they will do their experiments and so on. But I'm saying, like, you're not in that space where it took place. So you're not doing any physical experiment to know that this is what took place. So you're outside of where the event took place, but then you're explaining it. And that's what gets me. I'm trying to understand, how can you be down here on this planet and you're explaining something that took place billions of years ago?
What
If you
what type
don't,
Like,
of question is that when you believe Moses wrote the Bible and told you that your God created all of this in 7 days, in 6 days, and then created women from your rib? Like, how can you ask him that and you believe that?
no, the difference is that the people who wrote this, they claim that they were there. And
No,
that's
they
the
don't.
difference.
No,
Yeah,
they
they claim
don't.
that they were
who was
there.
there? Who was
No,
there for
they
Adam
do
and
not.
Eve? Who was in the
So
garden to write it down?
for an
True,
example,
true,
hmm?
true,
For an example,
true, true. Who
yeah.
was in the garden to write it down? Who was there before Adam and Eve to write it down?
Remember I said,
That's a
the,
good
the,
question.
the scriptures were given by inspiration. So
Oh,
the
so
person
you
who
said that
gave
people were there to observe it. Which one is
so
it?
I'm saying, no, listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. I'm saying because God caused all of this to happen. So he was the person that was there, present, and
God's
he's
a person?
relaying the information. He's
He didn't
relaying the
write anything
information.
down.
But we're dealing with men who weren't there, and they will tell you that they weren't there, but yet they can tell you that this happened.
So wait a minute. From your logic, these people wasn't even around when this happened, and they're writing this, and it's inspired, not written. This is inspired. This is inspired by God. It's inspired. Which is
It's
like I said
inspired.
earlier. This goes back. Which is go back. Which is it's too many subjections here. Because number one, God is subjective. That's number one. Number two, your views on God are subjective, and not only that, your what inspires you is also subjective. So just because something good could motivate me to do something bad, just like something bad could motivate me to do something good. So how did it inspire you? Did it inspire you to write something terrible to control the world, or what? So that's what
When you
I'm saying.
say,
Like it's
when,
too many subjections when it comes
hold
to this
on,
book that
hold,
believe in so
hold
wholeheartedly.
on, brother, hold on. When you say God is
Hold
subjective,
on. True education,
yeah,
because you keep reciting that the scriptures are inspired.
yeah,
I do want to just show another source, right? And this is from Robert M. Miller. This is the pre-Nicene um, New Testament, like before the edits, the text before any of the edits, and then he talks about how what we have today as Canaan was, or canon, how it was decided to be scripture. And he points out that it was Clement's successor Origen, who was a early church theologian, who lived around 185 to 251 CE, who first pronounced the scriptures as inspired writings. Right? I do find it funny that it is in Second Timothy or First Timothy. I can't remember which one. Which are
Second
books.
Timothy.
Okay, which is a pseudepigraphal book that was attributed to Paul. But a scholarly consensus says that Paul did not write it because it is not of the same literary
Style.
context as the other Pauline letters. So if Origin, like, just to me, and this is not fact what I'm saying, but if they don't know who wrote Second Timothy, where it was said that the scriptures were inspired by God or breathed by God, and Origin was the first to ever say they were, I don't know. Common sense to me says maybe Origin wrote Second Timothy, but Origin was the first to say that the scriptures were inspired by God, and he was a church theologian.
okay. So before I respond to you, just want to go back to something quickly that Justice mentioned. He said that God is subjective. So would you use that in the same sense as saying the creator is subject? God, I don't know what you're calling God. So do you mean the
Uh,
creator is
One second, I need
subjective
to answer
or
something in
just the
the
title
comments
God?
because I 1 second. True, I need to answer this question in the comments because it's a really good question. The person said that they to Coco Leche. That's a great question that you asked. I don't understand how non-believers are okay with random people's books but do not believe in God. The Bible is written by random people, right? The Bible is written by anonymous authors. No one knows who wrote the Torah. No one knows who wrote Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? No one really knows who wrote the book of Acts, right? They believe Luke wrote it, but they don't know. They don't know who wrote First and Second Timothy, Hebrews, Ephesians, right? They don't know who wrote Second and Third Isaiah, Second Ezekiel. The Bible is a book of random authors. So that would be also why we don't believe, or one of the reasons. I can say I don't, like, just checking the information, the historical context. But I know who wrote this book, the book that I'm quoting, right? I can trace Robert and Miller back. The books that I study, the four books I pulled up, the author is in the comments with you. He's real. So that's how. Okay?
But he's pretty
Scholarly
random.
research. Huh?
But
He's pretty random, though.
What's pretty
I
random?
think we
Dr. Bone, he's a rando.
Dr. Bowen is a rando. Dr. Bowen. You hear Mac? We're gonna start calling Dr. Bowen Rando Bowen. But that was a good question. Thank you for asking it. Go ahead, True.
No, I was just gonna say, remember, the source of the information, it might be different from the person who actually wrote it down, because you can tell somebody what to write. So for an example, with Timothy, First and Second Timothy,
Dr.
it
Bowen
actually
said he wouldn't trust
mentions
Dr. Bowen.
it actually mentions that Paul, the apostle of Jesus Christ. So he introduced himself as that person, and he said all these things, and then whosoever wrote it down wrote it. But the source of information, we can identify where it came from, right?
Wait,
And
say that
this is
again.
why
Are you saying that
I'm
the
saying
information written?
I'm saying I can tell you what to write as a scribe. I can say to you, write this down. And after you have written that information, I can read it and tell you that, no, this is not what I meant.
That is
Are
not
you with
what.
me?
That is not
So
even.
that's
No, no, no,
editing.
no. No, we're
And
not talking
no,
about.
hold
We're
on. Let
not
me
talking. No,
finish.
no,
Let
no.
me
Hang
let
on.
me
No,
finish the
because you're
point,
making.
because
No,
I
you're
have a
making a
question for
false
you.
equivalence. No, you're
I
making
have
a
a
false.
question for you.
You're
I
Let
need
him
to
making.
finish,
finish.
True.
You're making a false equivalence. Nobody is saying that the books are not known because the writers didn't actually put the quill to the paper
Can
or the
somebody block
papyrus.
Jessica Hartman? She's putting her telephone number in the chat for some reason. Go ahead, Matt.
Sure. So nobody's saying that is what is suspect about it. That because they didn't actually write it physically on the scroll themselves, that it's somehow invalid. Nobody's making that argument. You are knocking down a straw man, right? The argument is we don't know who was the author, meaning who supplied the thoughts.
No, but that's not correct then. If you don't know who supplied the thoughts, because if when you read First and Second Timothy, it's telling you that I Paul, the apostle of Jesus Christ, etc., etc., and he gave his letter to whichever church, right?
Do
So
you do you
in that
do you
in the
not think that
actual
people could
book,
claim to be somebody they're not?
well, that's for you to believe or disbelieve. Some people believe it,
That's
but
what
you
I'm.
can't
But
prove you can't prove that the person didn't give the information, and whilst they cannot prove what that he did. So it's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. My focus is on the content, what is being shared. That's what's important to me.
What person? Who gave who? What author? So Isaiah was written over a long period of time, right? There's
Isaiah,
a
yeah.
first Isaiah. There's a second Isaiah. There's a third Isaiah. Okay, Isaiah was dead by the time second and third Isaiah was written. Nobody knows who wrote second Isaiah or third Isaiah. Okay, who would have orated second and third Isaiah to a scribe?
So
What
here's the
author
thing.
did that?
So here's the thing. Give you an example. Let's say you're a scholar. You write your books, right?
I
I'm a
know what you're
scholar.
saying. I'm asking you a question.
I'm
Isaiah was
answering the
dead.
question.
No, you're not. Isaiah was dead by the time second Isaiah and third Isaiah was written. Who orated that if Isaiah was dead?
So there were priests and there were scholars who would have gone into the historical books, saw what Isaiah wrote, took that
Books?
information and share it in their books. Now, personally, I only know of one book of Isaiah as it relates to the Bible. So you're
When
giving
I
me
say
extra
when I
biblical
say first and
information.
second, let me explain it to you. Okay, first Isaiah, which is believed to have been written by the real ancient Isaiah, is from
Yeah,
chapters 1 through 39. Okay,
right.
second Isaiah, which is called Deutero Isaiah, would be chapters 40 through 55. Okay, it was written after Isaiah would have died.
Right.
The third Isaiah, which is called Trito Isaiah, is chapters 56 through 66. Was written after the Babylonian exile.
Yeah.
Isaiah was dead. Okay, who would have orated chapters 40 through chapters 66?
So, all right, let me answer the question by giving an example. So you have the New Testament in the Gospels, for an example, right?
Why are you
No,
leaving
there
the
was.
no? Why aren't you answering her question?
Are you going to allow me to answer the question?
You're not. If you're moving to the New Testament, you're not answering the
But do,
question.
do you want me to give you? Do you want me to give you the name of a person? Is that what you're looking for?
I want you to answer the question that was asked. Who orated second and third Isaiah?
I'm saying scholars. They're
What
scholars.
scholar?
So I'm saying, in the same way how the New Testament came about, the information was given. There are scholars that came centuries after, and they took that information, put it in a book, and gave it to us. Same thing happened back in the Old Testament times. Just like how
A
you get
lot
the
of the
King James
information
Bible.
was audible.
The King James Bible, scholars came
Hold
together.
on, Tamara. I need to introduce you to the live. Give me just a second. I need to figure out what side you're on. One moment, okay? Isaiah, the second Isaiah talks about the Babylonian exile. Agreed. Okay. Did Isaiah live during the Babylonian exile?
But remember, Isaiah was a prophet, so he's speaking about things to come.
So it talks about things that happened during the Babylonian exile, though, not prophesying. Did Isaiah live during the Babylonian exile?
You'd have to give me a text in Isaiah that shows that he was speaking as if he was present at the time, because I've not read that myself. But I
So
know
you
he
just
gave
decided to make
prophecy
something
about the
up.
Babylonian exile. I know he spoke about it as a prophecy that would fulfill. Jeremiah also did the same. Jeremiah existed at the time, but Isaiah would have died. I would have been unalive before that time.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm gonna pull it.
Hey y'all, let's get these likes up to 150. Also, please get the host and panelists of your choosing. Don't forget to subscribe to Thinker's YouTube at Arch Thinker. That's ARCH. Also, subscribe here. The gold button on your bottom left hand corner. Thank you.
Hey, Tamara, are you a believer or non-believer?
Tamara.
Coca Leche, you don't have a right to pray for anybody up in here. Why don't you
I am a
do yourself
believer.
a
Is
favor
it
and just
Tamara
scroll
or
out?
Tamara?
It's Tamara, like
Tamara.
camera.
Okay. And you said you're a believer?
I am.
Did y'all hear me?
Okay, great.
There was a comment made earlier about belief versus knowing and evidence.
Give me
And
just a
so,
second, Tamara. Tamara, we don't want to
Sure.
change the subject. Just one moment, okay?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Thanks. Can you mute back up? You
Okay.
got road noise.
Trying.
All right. So, true. Here's
Yeah,
one where Isaiah is talking about King Cyrus. Are you familiar with who King Cyrus is?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know when King Cyrus lived?
Do I know when?
Yeah. Do you know when he was
Yeah.
king?
Yeah.
When?
He was king after the Babylonians. So the Medes and the Persians took over from the Babylonians. So King Cyrus was actually the one who funded the return of the Jewish people back to their promised land.
So this is second Isaiah talking about King Cyrus. So it would have been around 550 BCE, right? When he
Right.
was king, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isaiah lived, the first Isaiah lived between 7th and 8th century, right? So about 200 years before Cyrus.
Yeah.
And he says, who says of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and he shall carry out all my purpose. And who says of Jerusalem, it shall be rebuilt, and of the temple, your foundation shall be laid. This is where he's, the God of Israel is basically calling King Cyrus his Messiah, his chosen one.
Right.
right? So
Yeah.
King Cyrus, born 200 years later, after Isaiah, the first Isaiah would have died, right? It's Isaiah is talking about Cyrus.
Yeah. Yeah. So you see, these are the things that validates the Bible, because God mentions Cyrus by name even before he existed.
Oh
Just
my
like how
gosh.
the Bible mentions that the Greeks would become a world empire. It mentions also about the Medes and the Persians.
But you do realize
And
that we can date when this was written, right? It was written, right?
before the
Hold on.
existence.
No, it wasn't. It was not written during the time Isaiah lived. It was written by an anonymous person during the Babylonian exile when Isaiah was dead.
So you've obviously gone and researched, and you got information that is now telling you that this text was written after Isaiah was dead. So yours that
It was written during the
whoever wrote that,
Babylonian exile.
so whoever wrote it is saying that Isaiah didn't write it and it's a made up story. That's what the person is trying to prove, right?
Nobody said anything about King Cyrus. Definitely existed. King Cyrus definitely built kingdoms on earth. He was a ruthless king. And he also is responsible for setting all of the slaves free in Babylon, right? Which is why the Israelites or the Jews say that talk about him this way, because he is the one who wrote the edict and required Babylon to release all of their slaves, including the Jews, and allowed them to go back into the Levant to rebuild their temple. Okay? But
So you
scholars know, because of the language written, the things mentioned during this time, right? And the fact that Isaiah was dead at this time, that this is from an anonymous author. The things in it is true, but it is not written by Isaiah. That's the point. The
so
author attributed it to Isaiah.
So this is where we need to prove whether that person who is making that claim that it wasn't written by Isaiah. We need to know where that person got that information, because I've explained it before.
All they were doing was
That
writing history. That's all they were
yeah,
doing. This is just you can
right.
read about King Cyrus in the Assyrian Chronicles. Like, he just wrote about history, right? But he say that the God of Israel chose Cyrus as his Messiah, a
Yeah.
Persian king. That's one thing that y'all like, the scriptures. Some of these scriptures that y'all use about to prophesy about Jesus, they're about King Cyrus, but because they're in second and third Isaiah. Okay, but here's the thing: we're asking you about the author, right? And who orated it to the author if it's attributed to Isaiah. You
So
have no idea who
so
wrote
I'm
this.
I'm saying that there are documents, there are books that the Israelites or the Jewish people have that are not in the holy canon. And I'm saying that the scribes, the priests, they had access to these documents. So based upon that, they created their books to show or to teach the people of what will happen and what they need to do.
Who
So,
wrote it? That's the question. Who
so
wrote? Nobody
you're
knows.
you're
No
asking me to give
scholar
a
knows.
name.
No, yes, no scholar knows who wrote
Okay.
Second Isaiah. You believe Isaiah wrote it because it's attributed to Isaiah, but Isaiah didn't write it. So who wrote Second Isaiah? That's the question.
Okay. So obviously,
Chapters
I would need to go back to that text, look at how that text was presented in the Bible, and then I would have to do some further research to find out
chapters 40
where
through
it came
chapters
from.
55, which also include Isaiah 53, which is really important to the Christians, right? Isaiah 53 is about the suffering servant, right? So whatever anonymous author wrote second Isaiah is the one that wrote Isaiah 53 as well, but nobody knows who wrote it. But Christians keep saying Isaiah said this, Isaiah said that. It's attributed to Isaiah, but
Because
Isaiah didn't
Isaiah,
write it. And
I
actually, scholars believe because of the different writing styles, they actually believe it was more than one author, more than one anonymous author who wrote Second Isaiah.
yeah, and it's possible because there are different people who do that work of being a scribe. So you might have different style of writing depending on who the person is.
But
But
who
just
was the one doing the prophesying? Because Isaiah was dead. This was 200 years after Isaiah would have lived. What
I let
scribe would have
let's
been who were they writing? Who was the scribe writing for? Who was prophesying to the scribe saying write this? Because Isaiah was dead for 200 years already.
All right then. So the Christians believe that the Bible was inspired by God. So we believe that the thought comes from God to the person. So the question that you're asking is that we need to identify who that person is. I don't have that information right here, right now, to tell you the individual who actually wrote that down. But I believe that the Isaiah was a prophet who would have
But
prophesied
Isaiah was
about these
dead.
things.
But Isaiah was dead for 200 years.
But he could
So it
have given
wasn't
the prophet.
Isaiah.
He could have given the prophecy before he died.
And then where was it for 200 years? Who had it for 200 years?
But the Jewish people would have had the scrolls. I'm sure you've heard about the
And
Dead
don't you
Sea
think they
Scrolls.
would know who wrote this? Like when they were in
Well,
Babylonian exile, hold on. When they were what happened when they went to Babylon? Was all their stuff destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar?
not
When
the
he
temple
went in
was
there,
destroyed.
yes it was.
The temple was, yeah.
When Nebuchadnezzar went into Jerusalem,
Mhm.
right, and took them captive, did he not destroy everything? Did he not destroy the temple? Did he not destroy everything when he took uh them to Babylon?
Well, the Bible actually tells us that before Nebuchadnezzar came, Jeremiah was instructed, because Jeremiah was a priest, he was instructed to remove the Ark of the Covenant and to remove the book that was written by Moses, which is called the Book of the
Which is the
Law,
Torah,
the Torah.
not
Right.
not
So,
any of this, because none of this was written, and Isaiah is not in the Torah. Okay,
so
so
yeah.
when Nebuchadnezzar came in there,
Mhm.
he came and he destroyed a whole bunch of their stuff, right? Hauled a lot of them off to Babylon, and then he set up his own king, right, in
Yeah.
Jerusalem, and they were
Yeah.
under Babylonian rule. And you're trying to tell me that they were able to keep this private for 200 years,
But do
and then
you
some scribe wrote it down after 200 years.
but do you realize that Nebuchadnezzar was actually reluctant to destroy the temple? Because he
What
came
does
the
that have to
first
do with
time.
what we're talking about?
What I'm trying to prove here is that Nebuchadnezzar, even though he destroyed the temple, there were certain priests and certain princes that were preserved. So those individuals who were responsible for that information would have preserved it because Nebuchadnezzar actually preserved them.
Preserved what? The
The,
Jewish
the,
writings.
the princes and the priests, there are certain priests that were faithful. So Nebuchadnezzar gave commands for them not to be destroyed. So I'm saying that those priests who was responsible for that information are the ones who actually preserve, because it wasn't just the Torah, you know. You had what you
Which
call the
priest? Are you talking about
writing.
Jeremiah?
Jeremiah
Which
was one
priest?
of them. Jeremiah was one of them. I believe Jeremiah's father, he was a priest also. Because as you know, there's a tribe of priests called the Levites, according to the Bible. So it's not just one or two people, it's a whole tribe of Levites. And they was the one who was responsible for the oracles or the scriptures. So it wasn't just the Torah, you also had the writings of the prophets that they had. You had the books of the kings,
Yeah.
the
Did he
history of the
execute
kings.
any of the priests? Did he execute any of the priests?
Some of
The,
I
did
know
he
some of
execute them?
I know some of the princes were executed.
Were the chief
I,
priests executed?
to be honest with you, I can't tell you right now that the chief priest was executed. I would probably need to go back and look, or maybe you can tell me because it's obvious that you have a knowledge of the
Was
Bible.
Zephaniah executed?
Zephaniah, I think Zephaniah actually existed during the time when
Was he
Israel was in
executed?
exile.
Was
I
he
don't know if he
executed?
was executed, But when Nebuchadnezzar came, he wasn't executed. He went in. He was in Babylon. He was in the time of the Babylonian captivity, along with Ezekiel, and I think Uzziah. There's a few other prophets who were actually in existence at the time when the Judah was in captivity. So my argument is the same principle that we follow today. We read book, we do research, and we make our own account to
Yeah.
explain to the people who
No,
exist in
but
this time.
we do a little bit more, right? We do a little
Which
bit
is
more, and
which
which is
is
research, right? Which is research, and we look to scholars and we look to data.
so they
You
don't do
stop.
research. Is that
You
what you're
stop.
saying? They
You
didn't do
stop
any.
before the data. You stop before the data, especially if the data does not fit your narrative. You automatically reject it.
No, I'm not
But let
like
me
that.
see. Give me.
Personally,
You've
I'm
done
not
that
like
this
that.
whole life. You've done that this entire life.
And
Give
on
me an
top of all that,
example.
you have never you still
Give me an
you
example.
what you've done in this live thus far. If I've seen it, and try to sit back and listen. Only thing you've done is just state claims, but you have never brought sources. When somebody asks you to bring sources, you say, "I can't tell you right now, or I don't remember," and things of that. This is not a personal attack, by the way, but you have not brought up any sources to back up your claims. Not one.
But if I'm being asked if Zephaniah who execute, I
Hold,
don't know that
hold on. Hold on.
information,
Let me.
so I can't answer that
Hold on. True.
question.
True.
Yeah.
Do you see how this is written? This is not
What's
written as a prophecy, right? Do you see this?
which one is this?
Um. Okay. This is Isaiah 2. This is Second Isaiah, chapter
Zedekiah.
52. This is chapter 52 of Second Isaiah. So the second author of Isaiah, right?
Right.
It
Yeah.
says, on the 9th day of the 4th month, the famine became so severe in the city that there was no food for the people of the land. Then a
Mm-hmm.
breach was made in the city wall, and all the soldiers fled and went out from the city by night, by the way of the gate between the two walls, by the king's garden, through the Chaldeans were around the city. They went in the direction of the Arabah, but the army of the Chaldeans pursued the king and overtook Zedekiah in the plains of Jericho, and all his army was scattered, deserting him. Then they captured the king and brought him up to the king of Babylon at Riblah in the land of Hamath, and he passed sentence on them. The king of Babylon killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and also killed all the officers of Judah at Riblah. He put out the eyes of Zedekiah and bound him in fetters, and the king of Babylon took him to Babylon and put him in prison until the day of his death. In the 5th month, on the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year of King Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, Nebuzaradan, the captain of the bodyguard, who served the king of Babylon, entered Jerusalem. Right. This is in past tense. This writer is writing from a historical, not prophecy. Right.
Can I see the
So
reference of that book?
this.
What book
I'm
is this?
sorry.
What's the
This
reference?
is this is this is Isaiah 52, the destruction of
No, that's
Jerusalem.
Jeremiah. Jeremiah. It says
I mean
Jeremiah 52.
Jeremiah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Jeremiah was present at the time.
What I'm saying is, when Nebuchadnezzar came in, did he not kill? Did he not take the chief high priest and destroy Jerusalem? This
Yes,
is written in past tense.
but that's Jeremiah speaking. That's what I'm saying, not Isaiah. Isaiah would have
Yeah,
been
but
unalive before.
we were talking about you're right. We were talking about Nebuchadnezzar destroying the chief high priest, destroying the books, right?
Yeah.
Killing the chief high priest,
Mm-hmm.
right? Did he kill the high priest?
The high priest both of them. There was two of them actually. Both of them was
They were
killed. So,
killed.
and I did say to you that those were unfaithful because the judgment was against the unfaithful. But remember, Jeremiah
No. You
himself
said
was a
no.
priest.
We're talking about how Isaiah's words would have been preserved for 200 years, right? You
Yeah.
said Nebuchadnezzar preserved the high priest, right?
No, I didn't say the high priest. I said the
You did say
priest.
that. I mean, the
I didn't say
priest.
high priest.
And I asked you, did he kill the high priest? You said, I don't know. I don't think so, but I know that he killed some kings. Do you remember answering that?
some princes. I said he killed I know he put princes to death. But now you have just read
He
Jeremiah
killed
where
Zedekiah's sons.
the high
The
priest were
prince,
put to
he
death.
killed Zedekiah's sons, right?
Yeah, which was a king.
Okay. And then he killed the chief priest and the second
Yes,
priest, Zephaniah, right?
right. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, if Nebuchadnezzar came in and
Hmm.
completely destroyed Jerusalem, right? Killed the chief priests, killed the king's sons, blinded the king, hauled him off to Babylon, right? Took all the wealth, all the gold, right, from the temple and hauled that back to Babylon. What makes you think that any books, right, that Isaiah would have written 200 years before, right? What makes you think that any of that would have been preserved for 200 years by Nebuchadnezzar?
Oh,
And when Nebuchadnezzar did this, he put a king in place in Jerusalem. They were under the rule of Babylon.
right. I'm going to tell you what made me think that. When you read the book of Nehemiah and Ezra, which these two were priests, one was a scribe, one was a priest, yeah? Now, the Bible says after the 70 years was expired, these men read the books. They opened to them the book of the law. So the question is, where was the book of the law? They had it.
The Holder put the book of the law in the temple and tricked King Josiah.
No,
Holder
no,
did that.
I'm talking about after the 70 years when they returned back to Jerusalem. Ezra and Nehemiah, they retaught the people. They were teaching the people
Yeah.
the ways of God from the book of the law and from the writings of the prophets. And also
So
Daniel also makes mention that from reading the book of Jeremiah, he said that it would only be 70 years when
and they did they
the tribe
not
of
write
Judah.
during the did they not write during the time? So you're like every king had to write their own copy of the Torah. Like you're talking about the Torah. We're talking about writings of Isaiah,
Yeah,
right?
so I'm saying,
They were allowed to keep their Torah. Every king wrote a copy of the Torah, right? Huldah put a copy in the temple for King Josiah's people to find, right? You remember that?
yeah, all that,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about you're talking about the Torah. I'm talking about Isaiah, the book of the prophets, not the book of the law.
Yeah.
Isaiah would have been in the book of the prophets.
So I'm saying again in Daniel, is it Daniel chapter? I need to find it, the chapter. I think it's either chapter 8 or chapter 9, where Daniel says he understood by the books and by the prophet Jeremiah. So Daniel had the book which was written by Jeremiah and also other books because it mentioned books, which is plural, right? So I'm saying Daniel was one of them that was taken into captivity, but he still had access to these books. So I'm saying that there's a possibility where these books were preserved because after the
What
captivity,
books? What books? It was
the
not
writing.
written
So
until the Babylonian exile.
hold
Isaiah,
on.
second Isaiah was not written until the Babylonian exile.
So
What books are you talking about?
so you have the books of the kings. You have the books written by the
I'm
prophets.
talking. Listen, do you understand what question I'm asking you?
You ask me what books, and I'm telling you.
No, I'm asking you how the whoever wrote second Isaiah, you are saying that somebody orated that to the person who wrote it. Right?
No,
200 years.
that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
So go
What
back to
I'm
the
saying,
second book of Isaiah then. Go back to
what
Isaiah 2.
I'm,
Go
yeah,
back
let
to
me tell you
Isaiah
what I'm
2 then. If
saying.
that's listen, stop. If that's not what you're saying, go back to the original question of second Isaiah. Who wrote second Isaiah? Chapters 40 through 55. Who wrote it?
All right, let me give you my next explanation. No, the book of Isaiah, right, as you have rightly said, right, there were scholars and people who wrote things down. But I'm saying to you that the information was given to the literal prophet Isaiah before he died. So whoever went and did their research from what was written before formulated another book. That's all I'm saying. They made a book to explain to the people that were present at the time.
So
And
are
I
you
believe
saying that it's all prophecy?
It was a prophecy, yeah. So at the time when the prophecy was fulfilled, someone was explaining to the people that this was said by that person back then. So I'm not saying that it was Isaiah who was saying it, but the original document was actually given to Isaiah. And then the scholars came afterwards and drew from that source and presented their books to teach the people at their time, in their time. It's just like the Bible. You know, we said that the Bible were written by different people over a period of time. But then you have persons who came together and put together, let's say, for instance, the Septuagint Bible, the Greek Bible. These are 72 priests who came together and put together the Septuagint Bible. It wasn't Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, but they were the ones who wrote the information initially for these 72 priests to come and take from that information, put it into a book, and gave it to us as the Bible.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm gonna bring up a historical moment. Okay.
And you can even use like extra biblical historians, people like Flavius Josephus, who also wrote about certain events that took place, during that time.
I know
And
what Josephus did, and I also think that whoever wrote second and third Isaiah used Josephus. Josephus is a Jewish historian who was
right,
adopted by Flavius. Yeah, I know who Josephus is. Hold
yeah.
on. Let's see. Let me see if I can find. Okay, do you see this is a I guess a prolific, is that what it's called? This is chapter 47 in Isaiah, the humiliation of Babylon. Come
Yeah.
sit down and sit in the dust, virgin daughter Babylon. Sit on the ground without a throne, daughter Chaldea, for you shall no more be called tender and delicate. Take the millstones and grind meal, remove your veil, strip off your robe, uncover your legs, pass through the rivers. Your nakedness shall be uncovered, and your shame shall be seen. I will take vengeance, and I will spare no one. Our Redeemer, the Lord of hosts is his name, is the Holy One of Israel. Sit in silence and go into darkness, daughter Chaldea, for you shall no more be called the mistress of kingdoms. I was angry with my people. I profaned my heritage. I gave them into your hand. Past tense. You showed them no mercy. Past tense. On the aged you made your yoke exceedingly heavy. Past tense. You said, I shall be mistress forever, so that you did not lay these things to heart or remember their end. Now therefore hear this, you lover of pleasures, who sit secretly, who say in your heart, I am, and there is no one besides me. I shall not sit as a widow, or know the loss of children. both these things shall come upon you. In a moment, and one day, the loss of children and widowhood shall come upon you in full measure, in spite of your many sorceries and the great power of your enchantments. You felt secure in your wickedness. You said, no one sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge led you astray, and you said in your heart, I am, and there is no one besides me. But the evil shall come upon you, which you cannot charm away. Disaster shall fall upon you, which you will not be able to ward off. And ruin shall come upon you suddenly, of which you know nothing. Stand fast in your enchantments and your many sorceries, which you have labored from your youth. Perhaps you may be able to succeed. Perhaps you may inspire terror. You are weary within your many consultations. Let those who study the heavens stand up and save you. Those who gaze at the stars and at each new moon predict what shall befall you. But do you understand that this is talking about how they were treated during Babylonian exile?
Yeah.
Right? This is
Sounds like
past
it, yeah.
tense. Yeah, and this is the writer, right, of second Isaiah writing this.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So we don't know, right, who wrote it, but yet we're calling it holy. Right?
But the only reason why they call it holy is because of 2 Timothy 3:16, where it says all scripture is given by inspiration.
Which
So
was first said by Origen, and we don't know who wrote that
yeah.
either.
But you know, the same author says we should prove all things. So, you know,
Which is what I'm doing right now.
yeah, right.
Origen was the first to say, right, that the scriptures were inspired writings.
And he
Origen.
got that from 2 Timothy 3:16. That's where he
We
got it
don't
from.
know that because we don't know that. We don't know when Second Timothy was written. We don't know who wrote it. Origen could have very well wrote it, or somebody who knew that Origen first pronounced it as inspired writings around 180, 185 could have very well put it in there. A scribe could have put it in there at a later date. The thing is we don't know. That's the point that I'm trying to make. We don't know who
Okay.
wrote these things.
So Oregon, when did he exist? What century? What period
Between
of time?
185 to 251 CE.
CE. Okay, so that's after Christ.
A lot of
So
this was written after
the
Christ.
Dead Sea Scrolls, the Dead Sea
That's the
Scrolls.
Dead Sea
No,
Scrolls are for the Old Testament.
or just for the
Second
Old
Timothy is
Testament.
New Testament.
So the Dead Sea
They
Scrolls is
no
only the
Second
Old
Timothy
Testament.
was not written by Paul. What?
Okay. So I
The
guess
point
we.
is, listen, the point I'm making is like all of this is anonymous writers, right? A lot of it we don't know who wrote it, right?
Is
So
there a
to
is
just
there?
automatically, can you let me finish talking?
Yeah,
To
go ahead.
automatically just accept everything in this book as fact, right? Eliminate the fact that humans are involved in writing this, right? To not question any of it, to not actually study any of it, right? Outside of the book, right? There is historical, like you can correlate with the other nations that are mentioned in this book and their historical records, right, to fact check things. But the issue is true, like we've done that, we've showed you scholarly information and you've rejected it all. That's the point. Unless that you don't reject things that you believe come from scholars that agree with you, no matter what their credentials are, no matter if they go to the metaphysical school of, I don't know, get a PhD from the University of Metaphysics, you'll accept that because it agrees with you. Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I think someone has muted me. No, I'm saying that Christians claim that the Bible is the word of God. No, I was at a stage where I felt that I needed to prove this, whether this is true or not. So I would take a statement from the Bible that didn't make sense to me, and I will research that to find whether it is true or not. So it's the same challenge to all of us. God is saying, like, this is my word. You need to prove me wrong. I'm saying this is what happened. You need to prove me wrong now. Are you with me? Before you can accept it. And that's what I did. And that's how I became a believer, by proving it.
Proven? What did you prove? You haven't proved anything to us on
So
this live.
let's say, for an example, all scriptures was given by inspiration of God. Now, Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, in the beginning, God
Oh my
created the
God.
heavens and
Okay,
the earth.
never mind.
How can I
Never mind.
prove that didn't
Nothing.
happen?
Never mind, because you like nothing. Never mind. You quoted that again, even though it's a questionable quote. Like they don't know who wrote that, right?
But God is saying
Like
that He said it.
no,
God is
that's a
claiming that He
man
said it.
talking. I'm done. You don't listen, and it's like I don't know. Like I don't know. Like you can't use the Bible to prove your claim, and then you bring up resources that are not credible. You don't accept scholarly resources. Like there's really nothing else to say to you.
Okay, then, ma'am. Nice talking to you. And I've actually learned
Okay.
things from.
Did Lala take him down?
I sure did.
That that was frustrating as hell. They ask for proof, and then when you give it to them, they reject it. Like that's the most frustrating thing.
I agree. I don't see how you did it.
Hello.
Hi. How are you?
All right. Good morning.
Are
If you guys
Good
are.
morning. Are you
Oh,
a believer?
yes, I'm a follower of Christ.
Okay. Hey, Jamie, welcome back.
Oh,
Did you mean to come
hello.
on stage?
Whoops. I didn't really. I don't know. I don't like talking about the book. How are you?
I'm doing good. It's okay. I think TikTok accidentally put you up there. I'll put you back down in the comments, okay?
Oh, thank you. Have a great day. I love you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. I love you too. Let's see. I don't know who TikTok threw in here. Waved out. Are you up here on purpose? Waved out. Uh-oh. EXO. Let's see. Hi, EXO. Did you join on purpose?
What's going on?
Huh? Hello?
You still on hold?
I don't think he's talking to us. Okay. Lala, are you able to take that person off? I can't take them off from TikTok Studio. Adila? Okay. Augie? I can't take that person.
Wow.
Augie, hi, how are you?
Oh, I'm sitting in the nosebleed section with my popcorn, and TikTok is playing games.
It's okay. I'll take you back down, okay?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Wiz Key Films, are you up here on purpose or did TikTok throw you up here? Hi, Wiz Key.
Yes, greetings.
Hi, how are you?
All is well. How you feel?
I'm doing good.
That's what's up.
Are you here on purpose or did TikTok throw you up here?
No, I wanted to be up here. I'm with my sister, and we're from New York City, Queens, New York, and she don't know what goes on in the panel. So we're here together now.
Okay. Are you believers or non-believers?
We are believers.
Okay. All right. Drake, are you still here or did you fall asleep?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. God Justice, let me get you another non-believer on stage. If there's a non-believer in the audience, Mac, I don't know if you want to come back up. We're going to start a new topic. We have about an hour and a half left in the show. We have 2 spots for 2 non-believers to join us join the stage?
My sister's an unbeliever. Unbeliever of what?
Well, y'all can't argue from the same phone for the two different callers.
Okay.
Like it'll make it
Okay.
confusing.
All right.
Okay. Calypso, you can come up. And Katrina, you can come up. All right. This I'm gonna pick the topic this time, and I would like the topic to be Judas. I would like to discuss or hear y'all discussion on whether Judas is responsible for betraying Jesus, since it was God's plan and Satan had to go and enter Judas. So was it Satan that made Judas betray Jesus, or was it God, since it was a part of the plan? Who would like to go first, the believers or the non-believers? Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
Nobody?
I'm a believer. I'll go.
Okay, go ahead.
So I say it was God who made Judas betray Jesus, because you got to remember the scripture says nothing happens until God commands it to happen. So
So is Judas responsible for his actions then? Should he have been portrayed the way he was portrayed if it was God who did it?
well, remember, God uses his enemies on his enemies. Remember how God used the Pharaoh? He used the Pharaoh to harden his heart to give the Israelites a hard time. So there's people got positions. Free will. That's what God gave us. Free will. Free will. Yeah.
Well, that's not free will if your God is using them and forcing them to do a specific thing so that an action in his plan can be carried out. That would mean that if he hardened, let me finish. If he hardened Pharaoh's heart, right, that would mean that somehow he possessed or manipulated Pharaoh to act a certain way. So then Pharaoh shouldn't be responsible for what your God made him do, right? Same thing with Judas. If he used Judas and made Judas betray Jesus, then Judas shouldn't be held for that. Like your God literally made him do that. And then if you believe your God created humans, then that means he created Judas for that purpose. And Judas shouldn't be his enemy. Judas should be considered a part of his plan.
I agree. You know why? Because the scripture says before they were even born and did anything, I already had a problem with these people. So God create things, and who is the potter to tell the who is the clay to tell the potter why you made me this way?
So then Judas should not have been called evil or a child of the devil. He was actually a child of the God, unless your God is the devil. Unless the God of the Old Testament is the devil.
Now remember the Last Supper. Jesus didn't have a problem with the person that he was going to betray him. If anything, Jesus already knew I'm going to be betrayal, and I don't got no problem. We're having a Last Supper, and I'm letting you know what's going down.
So did he not say that one of them was evil?
No, he said one of them will betray me. That's every day. So yeah, so Judas played his role of the betrayal. Yes. And I digress.
Give me just a second, because Judas is definitely talked about as an evil person in this book. Let me find the scripture here. He says one of you is the devil in John 6:70-71. So he said, I chose 12 of you, and one of you is the devil.
The definition for the devil simply means someone who deceives.
Exactly.
Right.
That's
Right.
Betrayed.
yeah, we
Yeah,
know that, but still that's the devil to Christians, right? The Satan.
yeah, yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
but
Because
so Jesus chose, right. So Jesus said that Judas was the Diablos, right? The devil.
yeah,
He is a
Yeah.
devil, not the devil personified. There's many devils.
Yeah, we know, but he called him a devil. So if he was created, this if he was created for your God's plan, Judas just did what your God created him to do, and he shouldn't be seen as he shouldn't be portrayed that way. And then he unalived himself because he felt guilty about what he did. Like
That
that's
that
horrible.
that was a
Don't talk while I'm
see.
talking. Don't talk while I'm talking. Wait, you can come in when I'm done. Don't talk while anybody's talking on stage. He he unalived himself after he did it, right? Your God created him for that, right? He should not have been, he shouldn't be betrayed that way. And then people, his name is literally used, as a betrayer. Like your God created him to be that so that he could die on the cross to himself. Now you can come in.
So actually, Judas' biggest mistake was actually unaliving himself because God would have had grace for him because, like you just said, Judas was part of the plan. So had he not unalived himself and asked God for forgiveness, even after betraying Jesus, God would have had grace for him. But the fact that he betrayed Jesus, he still had free will. So he still did that on his own free will. He betrayed Jesus and then he unalived himself is what really makes is what is why Judas is portrayed that way. Because had Judas, but he did betray Jesus, right? But had he asked God for forgiveness, God in his infinite grace would have forgave Judas even after he betrayed Jesus.
Did your God know that Judas, as a human, would have seen that act as something really heavy for him to be able to live with when he made him and decided that he would choose him to carry out such a heinous act? Did your God know that his human emotions, his human mind would not, it would be too much for his human mind? That he would want to unalive himself before he created Judas when he came up with this plan? Did he know that?
Well, I mean, there's people that
No. Did
even
your God? No. Did your God
I'm
know?
telling
No,
you,
you're
I'm
not.
telling
You're
you.
when you say there's people that the answer should start off with yes, he
There's
knew or
people
no,
that
no.
deny Jesus.
Did your God know when he created Judas that it would be heavy on him to carry that type of load and that he would eventually unalive himself? Did your God know that?
Yes, he knew that. He knew that would happen,
No, he
and it was a
didn't.
purpose to be served.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Is your God all knowing?
Yes, he's all knowing.
So then he knew that then, right?
No, he didn't.
How is he all knowing and then there was something that he did not
Because you
know?
still have free will.
Okay, is your God all knowing?
Yes, he's omnipotent.
So if he's all knowing, regardless if you have free will or not, that means he knew that Judas was going to unalive himself after betraying Jesus.
No, he did
Correct?
not. He still,
So
he
then so
still,
then
he
he's
still
not
allowed
all
for
knowing.
Judas to have grace. If Judas
So
would have
so
asked for
then he's
forgiveness, he
not
would have
all
gave him
knowing.
forgiveness.
So then he's not all knowing.
He's all knowing. Yes, he's all knowing.
He cannot be all knowing and then there be something he did not
He
know
still
at the
gave you
same
free
time.
will. He still gave you free
It
will.
doesn't matter. Listen,
It does matter. What are you talking about? That's so illogical to say.
you cannot be all of something and then something be missing. Like you
That's so
cannot. It
illogical
does
to
that
think. That's so
logically does
illogical.
not track.
That's so illogical.
Okay, so can your God know everything? Does your God know everything?
Yes, he can know everything, but he still gives you
Does
free
does your
will.
God does he know everything?
He still gives you free will.
Does he know everything?
Yes.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
God is all knowing.
Thank you. And therefore, because he knows everything, he knew that Judas would kill himself. He knew,
Facts.
even if you say Judas used his free will to do it, your God knew that Judas would use his so-called free will to
He
kill
also knew
himself.
that Judas had the option to ask for forgiveness. So,
But
so
he
you see
knew
what I'm
Judas
saying?
wouldn't. But he knew Judas wouldn't,
No,
correct?
he didn't know that. He didn't know
So
that.
he's so then he's not all knowing.
Yeah,
What?
are you not listening? He
I don't
No,
still
think
I
you
don't think you
are.
he still
are.
had the option to ask God for forgiveness. He still had the option to ask God for forgiveness.
Yeah, no, you, Patrina, you could come in. Like, I don't think you're listening to yourself. First off, hold
No,
on. How old are
what
you?
you're
How
saying
old are
is so
you?
illogical. Like
Sure, sure. How old are you?
27.
Okay. Go ahead, Patrina.
So if we have free will, I will to live forever and never get sick. And will means it's inevitable. That means it will happen. So if Judas had free will, he could have willed himself to not betray Jesus. But because he didn't have free will, he was forced to do it by God's will. I don't think you guys understand what free will is.
They
You
don't.
guys think free choice is the same as free will. Free will means it's inevitable. It will happen no matter what.
Are you gonna die?
Yes. But if I have free will, I wouldn't. But I don't have free will.
No. The reason you're gonna die is because there's sin in this world.
No.
That has
If
nothing
I
to do.
have
Yes.
free will, like you say, I should be able to will it to not happen.
Absolutely not, because you're just a human. Humans don't have that power.
Right.
And you
Because we
don't
don't
have
have
free
free
will.
will.
You do have free will into a
And you gotta
We
lower
don't.
your voice.
You do have free will. You see what you
We
guys
do
are.
have free will.
You
We all
guys
have
don't have.
free will.
You guys think so illogical. That's the human thing. Me,
We
me,
have
me, me,
free
me.
choice.
I want to live
We have
forever.
free
I want to
choice.
live forever. So when you don't get
Well,
to
that's the
live,
reason why. That's the reason why you serve this Jesus, because you are scared of death, and you want to go to
no,
heaven and have eternal life. We
absolutely I
don't
am,
think
and you
that.
have the same option. You have
Exactly.
the
You
same
are the one
option.
who wants to live forever.
You have the
It's
same option.
you. You are the one who wants to live
So if you're
forever.
not a
You
friend of
are the one.
Jesus,
Hold on.
you
Stop
want to
talking
live
while I'm talking,
forever?
please. Don't
That's
talk while I'm
ridiculous.
talking, please. Hello. Please mute. You are the one who wants to live forever. Like you're the one who worships this Jesus, right? Because you want eternal life, not us. She was giving you an example.
But you have free will. You just said my point then. So you don't want to live eternally, right? Forever. That's
Right.
your
No,
choice.
I
That's
don't.
your
Right. That's
choice.
a choice. That's my choice. Yes.
And so you
Not
have
my
free will.
will.
So you just proved my point.
That is not what free will means, sir.
Yes, it does, miss. Yes, it does.
Uh,
Pull up,
no, it
pull up
doesn't.
a, pull up a dictionary. Like literally, free will is the ability to do something without the constraint of necessity or fate. Fate is
Okay, hold up.
sealed by the hold on. Fate is sealed by the existence of your God, right? Like if your God exists, that is fate, right? What His plan is your fate. You
I
cannot
can't hear
alter
you,
His
Calypso.
plan.
Yeah, Calissa, you're going in and out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, what I was saying was like quite literally the constraint of fate in your case would be your God, right? Like if you cannot go outside of what he wants, i.e., if a sinner is destined for hell unless they accept Jesus, then they don't have free will because they cannot will themselves into heaven and live whatever life they want to live. Like the constraint of fate is not something that you can escape just by confusing the free choice and free will. They are two different things. Like it's not what you think it is at all, but you're throwing around the word logic when you don't even know what words mean. Like that's very confusing.
Do you believe that this life is just physical? That there's no spiritual aspect to this life?
What I believe is irrelevant. What we're talking about is what you're saying, and what you're saying is not.
That's we're talking about
What you're saying
spirituality.
isn't. But what you're saying isn't tracking.
I mean, no, it's because you don't want it to track your mind.
I guess
That's
what you're
exact.
saying is
That
not tracking because it's not
see, you're
tracking to
proving
her.
my point without
But
knowing
she's
it,
not
right?
understanding
You're
what you're
proving my
saying.
point without knowing it. You don't want to accept it, therefore
Like
that's
she's
your free
literally
will.
a believer. Like she's literally a believer on your team, and you are arguing with your
I'll
own
say
teammates.
this: not everybody that professes Jesus truly knows Jesus in their heart.
And not everybody who uses the word logic understands a logical argument.
you just said right that that if you don't want to accept Jesus, that you won't make it into heaven, right?
Yes, honey. And so if I had free will, I would be able to go to heaven just because I want
You
to.
have
I would
free
be
will.
able to, I
You
would be
just
able to
said you
be,
have
I
the
would be able to
choice to
have, I'm not
accept
done.
Jesus.
I would be able to have the most sinful, whatever life,
No, it
and
doesn't
then
work that
will
way.
myself into heaven
How
because
could you
I
be
have
sinful?
free will, so-called
Being
free
Stop
will, because
talking
that would
while she's
mean
talking over. Dang, let her speak and then you come in. The fuck?
because that will mean that I am not restricted. There is no constraint of fate because I get to choose where I go regardless of what I do. Because I cannot do that, I do not have free will. Like free will is not a concept. It's not even biblical. Like y'all just say that because some philosopher at some point, I don't even know. I'm not sure who introduced the thought to y'all, but it's not a thing. It's not a thing in your worldview. It's not even really a thing in my worldview, but that's another conversation. The point is that you don't have free will, honey. You just don't. Like I
Can
get
I
that you
go?
want to
Because
believe
you
that you
say
do,
it.
but you don't have it.
Can I go when I get a chance? Thank you.
Go ahead, Whiskey. Let me read this before you go. Let me read this right quick. Mute Camel. When Judas, his betrayer, saw that Jesus was condemned, he repented and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. He said, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. So he did repent. He did feel remorse. And your God knew all of that was going to happen.
But he's
Mute
still in the life
Camel.
itself.
Go ahead, Whiskey. Mute.
So basically, God uses um either God or the devil uses for some kind of purpose. God used Judas to serve his purpose, and we do have free will. However, because we have free will doesn't mean that you get to control your future and your life.
Okay, the definition
Free
of
will
free
means
will
that
is
you
on
make a
the
choice.
hold on, we just read this. The definition of free will is on the board. It's on the screen. The power of
It's right here.
acting without, there is a word there, without the constraint of necessity or fate. Okay? That is free will. The ability to act, okay? Hold on. The ability to act at one's own discretion. You don't have it
Exactly.
because
That's
you
free will.
listen, hold on. There is an entire definition here. Without
Mhm.
the constraint, okay, of necessity of fate. Every choice you make in life has a constraint of necessity or fate. You don't
You
have
know,
free will because that had hold on.
listen, I stand corrected.
Hold
I want to
on.
say
Hold on,
thank you for
please.
letting me
Hold on.
speak. Have a good.
Hold on. What in the world is happening? What is up with the Christians?
I don't know, but I dropped whatchamacallit because he kept coming off of mute.
You can't keep on talking to these people. Their mind is all screwed up, and they're gonna screw up your mind. You
Whiskey, I'm
can't.
gonna
Your
drop you
mind is
too if
screwed
you.
up. Your mind is screwed up.
Yeah.
It's not my fault that you don't accept the definition and it's right in front of you. The difference between you and me is that I show my work. You're not showing yours. You're going off of your own opinion. The definition of what free will is right in front of you on the screen.
You can't just admit that
Or
they
negative
make
for
a
you
free
this
Well,
morning.
choice.
thank you for
Every
having
morning.
me on the panel. Have a beautiful day and cheers.
Why would you want to be in this panel with this crazy?
Ah, God, I'm so
On
glad I'm
top
not a
of that, I
Christian.
blocked her.
There's no way. Like the the attitudes are just horrible, horrible.
Yeah.
It's because they're so used to just like saying stuff that they can't back it up. They don't even really know where the ideas or the concepts came from. It's just because it's just been passed down traditionally. They haven't even like taken a second to be like, am I actually right about this? Is this actually biblical?
And they're so brainwashed to believe a lie is the truth.
Tierra Fulton, are you a believer or a non-believer?
I am a believer, yes.
Okay. Tyler, are you a believer or non-believer?
I'm a believer.
All right. Drake, are you going to participate or are you just up here?
Yeah, these points just aren't really impressing me.
Okay. Have a good day. Okay. Thank you for participating. All right. Go ahead. Right now, we're talking about Judas and Judas betraying Jesus, and whether God knew that Judas was going to was going to unalive himself with the guilt, since he chose Judas for this and created Judas for this. To a believer, nobody have anything to say?
The believers on the panel, God Justice.
No, God Justice is not a believer.
What about Tierra?
Tierra and Tyler are.
Tyler, Tierra, you guys there?
I am here. The question was, did God know that Judas was gonna off himself because of the guilt?
Yeah, since he chose Judas for this and had Satan enter Judas's body to make Judas betray Jesus, did he know that Judas, as a human, was going to feel the guilt and off himself?
I personally don't think he did know because I don't follow in the belief that God knows everything. I guess, especially speaking to the idea of free will. It reminds me of a scripture in the Bible in Genesis when God told Abraham to take his son on the mountain and kill him. And he's about to kill him. Right before he does, the angel pops out and says, stop, for now I know that you fear the Lord. I don't, when you talk about God testing people, I don't think God tests you because he knows what you're going to do in that situation. I think he does it
So
to find
would you
out.
say that God can make mistakes?
No.
I'm talking to Tyler since he doesn't think God is all knowing.
Oh, I
Would you say
also
that he
think
can make
God is
mistakes?
unknowing.
I feel mistakes are subjective. I feel like for some people, they may think that, it was just a mistake to do that. And some others may think not.
But does God make mistakes is the question that I asked.
I don't know if I can answer that. I feel like if to say,
are you afraid to say that God could be wrong?
oh, not at all. I feel like God's wrong about a lot of things, but if God's ways are higher than ours, maybe it's something that I don't
I
understand.
mean, if he's wrong, then that would be a mistake.
I don't know. That's a good question. Maybe so. Or maybe not. Maybe there was an underlying reason that Judas needed to off himself. Maybe there
So
was.
then God doesn't make mistakes. Like,
It's
why
hard
is
to
it?
say.
Why does this answer have to be so confusing? Like,
Well,
you
because I'm
said that he's
also.
wrong about a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what name something that he was wrong about?
Well, so just to go back a little bit, I'm also under the belief that there's no absolutes. There's no
I mean, either he was wrong or like, what was he wrong about?
Well, in this story, in this instance.
No, just name something. You said he was wrong about a lot of things. Name something he was wrong about.
Well, I guess that would have to. I don't know. I'm a believer, but I don't believe traditionally. I guess I believe that like whatever people do, like whatever we do, and the decisions that we make has an effect. And I don't necessarily think that it's a God thing.
I'm okay. Why? I have to ask this question. When we're talking about your God and the nature of your God, why do believers always revert back to humans and themselves?
Because we are God of the earth. Apparently, we are His hands and
So,
feet.
are y'all the ones in this book making decisions?
Mm-hmm.
Like, are y'all the ones that we're talking about in this book?
Of course.
Well, yeah, they're talking about humans and God in the book.
Yeah.
No. When we're talking about the God, y'all revert to the human. So when we're talking about the God, are we talking about the human?
I know. We're talking about the invisible one.
So when I ask you name something that your God did wrong, why did you give me a answer about when humans do wrong?
Because, well, I guess we don't, because we don't have any definitive proof that God had actually anything to do with it at
So
all.
why did you say God did a lot of things wrong then?
Well, I could say it in my life because as a Christian that I believe that things happen for a reason and this is all designed by God.
Yeah. So we're not talking about in your personal life, right? Like we can't verify that,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
We're talking about in the book.
Okay. In the book. So was God wrong for allowing Judas to offer himself, or was he wrong for putting Judas in a situation that would result in him offering himself?
So you said that. Hey, can you mute? Like when you do that, that kind of throws people off. You said that God is not all knowing, right? And that
Right.
you don't believe that he knew that Judas would take the guilt really heavy and not be able to live with it. And that he didn't know that Judas was going to commit, that was going to self exterminate.
Mm.
So if that's the case, could did God make a mistake in choosing Judas to do this? Like, since God didn't know that that job was too heavy for Judas? Because like there is a scripture that says that God won't put more on you than you can bear. But in this case, he did put more on Judas than Judas could bear.
True. I mean, that's a good point. That's a good point. I think we would need to know the end result. Like, would Judas had been up to something even more nefarious later on if he was still around to do so? Like, was that to prevent something else from happening? Then I guess maybe you could say, well, maybe it wasn't wrong. But I mean, I guess pushing somebody to want to do that to themselves is definitely seen wrong in the eye of
Can I
human
ask a
law.
Can
question?
I join in the
So for
conversation?
yes, give me 1 second here. So for a God that you said doesn't know everything, how would he have known that Judas probably would have done XYZ like you're saying? How would he have known that?
Well, I think
Optometrist, you will never grace my stage again, so stop requesting. Go ahead.
I think that maybe there's a difference between like knowing everything and being all knowing.
That doesn't make any sense.
Like knowing everything and being
The exact same thing.
I don't know. I feel like if you are an
No,
engineer of, let's say, some building, and you can know everything about the building. I know where the light switches are. I know where everything is. I know how this building works. I know everything
I
about
didn't
it.
request.
Okay, I'll take you down. TikTok threw you up here. Have a good day, okay?
All right, you too.
Go ahead.
And I feel like being all knowing would take it a degree further, more so making you psychic to where like, oh, I know that this is going to happen on this day at this time in this building that I know everything about.
There's no difference between you saying you know everything about the building, right? And you know all about the building. It's either you know all or you don't.
that's not true because you can build the building, right? And something happened to the building, and you didn't know that that could happen to that building.
So you wouldn't be all knowing then. You're not knowing at all. You just know about the building. When you say all knowing,
But that was an
then
example. So for me, all
well,
knowing,
he
for
said you
me,
can know. Hold on, Tierra.
Do not talk
I'm
over,
not even talking
please.
to you. First of all, he literally
oh,
said you
okay.
can know everything and not be like it's either you know everything or you don't. So you either just know about the building or you know everything. That's why I said that doesn't make any sense. You know all and then you know everything. That's the exact same thing. So again, how would he have known that Judas could have been XYZ if he's not all knowing?
Well,
Also, please don't type in all caps unless you have a vision impairment. If you have a vision impairment, reach out to me or a mod so that we do not mute or block you. If we don't get a message from you saying, hey, I have a vision impairment, the next time you type in all caps, you'll be muted or blocked. So please respect the rules of the space, okay? Go ahead.
Oh, so I would go back to the scripture that I was referring to earlier in Genesis with Abraham. I think, God was testing him in that instance, and maybe God knew that Abraham would take his son on the mountain and do all that, but maybe God didn't know that whether he would kill the bull. I mean, sorry, whether he would off the guy or not. I don't think God knew that, and that's why he came in the bush and said, "For now, I know that you fear the Lord." So I feel like maybe God knew everything about Abraham that he needed to know, but he wasn't all knowing, because in life we have decisions. We can choose this way or that way, and depending on the choice depends on the outcome.
That
So
is
maybe
so
God can
vague.
know.
That is such a a vague neutral. Like I really don't like you can quite literally make up whatever you want in your worldview, because you're saying he knew but he didn't know, but maybe he did know, and then maybe he only knew a little bit. Like, which one is it?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So like when we're faced with a decision where we either choose left or right, I don't think to be all knowing, God would have to know that we either are going to choose left or going to choose right. I don't think that part God knows. I think he knows if we choose right that this is the outcome, or if we choose left that this is the outcome, but he doesn't know what we choose.
I would
So
say
how
I
would
wouldn't
he
want
have
to think about
known?
it like that.
Right. So how would he have known that Judas would have ended up being whatever you just called him? Like, if he did not know that, how would Judas's whatever even make any sense? You said, well, maybe Judas would have turned out to be a blah blah blah. How would he have known any of that if he's not all knowing?
I feel like that's kind of the point of it. The point of it. That's kind of where my question lingers. It's like, well, how do we know if this was a good thing if we don't know if Judas could have
Because
been up to
it's not a
something really
good thing,
good?
Tyler. It's because you're trying to twist it into a good thing. That's why you have to now say, well, he's all knowing, but he's not all knowing. He only knows some things, but he's not also knowing any of those things, because you're trying to twist a good thing into a bad. I mean, you're trying to twist a bad thing and make it good. If you weren't doing all of that, you wouldn't have to go all around the train station trying to find your stop.
Well,
So
I don't
Tyler,
necessarily feel like I'm twisting it to either. I'm more so, I feel like I'm honestly being neutral. And I was saying that God knows everything, but I think God is all knowing. And maybe that's just my own
It's not a kind
understanding
of
of it.
neutrality that makes any sense. Like, one, I'm completely against neutrality, because one, like, if we're talking about a God that is already described in this book, and you are telling us that this thing that he did is good because maybe he just somehow knows that Judas was going to become a horrible person. But then you turn around and say, well, he's not all knowing, because then what if he knew about all the bad things and did it anyway? That would make your God a horrible God. So you can't say that. So you move into the, well, he knows a little bit, but he doesn't know all of it, but he knows just enough. Like, what?
So yeah, I see what you're saying. So my stance is I don't think what happened with Judas was a good thing. I don't agree that what happened was good. I don't agree with that at all.
So why are you saying maybe it was a good thing?
Well, because I'm saying we don't really know the end result. It's just almost like if, in today's world, we would say, abortion is wrong. But if that baby was Hitler, then it'd be like, well, was it really that wrong?
What?
So I'm
So
saying is we don't know the
again,
end result of
so
Judas. So
again, like I said, you are trying to twist a bad thing into a good thing. Like, you just admitted that what happened to Judas was bad. Why are
yes.
you not looking for an end result that maybe justified what God did? Does that make any sense?
Because I've always been, it doesn't, but I've always been told that God is good and God does every good and perfect thing comes from
Right,
God.
and
So
you're
we
just
would just
admitting now
assume.
that this specific thing was a bad thing. Why are you trying to twist it into a good thing?
I'm not at all. That's why I say I'm like
Yes, you
neutral. I'm like, it
are.
could have been a bad thing or it could have been a good thing. We don't really
Not
know.
what you just said earlier. You said, I don't think what happened to Judas was a good thing. It was a bad thing. That is what you said. You have already acknowledged that this is a bad thing. Why are
Yes.
you going to find an end result that now justifies it as a good thing? That is my question.
Well, I'm not looking for anything in particular. What I'm saying is that we don't know if Judas was going to transgress any further to know if it was
That
really a good or
matter.
bad
Why
thing.
Okay,
does
hold
that
on. Let me read this right here so we can see the characteristics and kind of talk about the characteristics of Judas right quick. So this is when Jesus, Mary Magdalene poured that expensive perfume on Jesus's feet, right? And Judas Iscariot, one of the disciples. Then the parentheses here tells you that this was written after the fact, right? This is John, right? It says the one who was about to betray him said, "Why was this perfume not sold for 300 denarii and the money given to the poor?" That's what Judas said. Then whoever the writer of John says, he said this not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief. He kept the common purse and used to steal what was put into it. Right? This is a claim that the writer of John wrote, right? And so Judas says this in the history, and then the writer of John goes, "Oh, he only said this because of this. He didn't care about the poor." We can see that Judas said something about, hey, this oil is being wasted on pouring it on, Jesus' feet. That 300 denarii could feed the poor. And then we see that Judas felt remorse for that Satan had to enter Judas to get Judas to betray Jesus, right? He didn't do it on his own. Satan entered his body and got him to do it. And then Judas felt remorse. He repented. He said, "I've sinned," right? And then he offed himself because the guilt was too much, right? So we know that there is a possibility, it's plausible that Judas cared about the poor, right? Instead of wasting oil and anointing people. So there are some characteristics into Judas. Go ahead.
So, Tinker, can I ask Tyler a question?
Yes.
I would like to know, when you pray to this God and you ask you ask for something, if he doesn't know what's going to happen when you ask, what would be the purpose in praying then?
So he can go test somebody and figure it out.
Maybe so. I think I don't know. That's a good point. I don't really have a response to that.
Have you really thought like your stances through?
What do you mean?
Like, you're saying that you're neutral and you're saying a lot of things, but like when people actually kind of put you on the spot a little bit and ask you difficult questions, you don't seem to really have an answer. And I know that you said you don't believe in absolutes, but it's like, but it almost kind of just seems like you're not really sure what you believe. And I think this would be a difficult conversation for you because you don't really know.
Well, I would say that I'm sure in what I believe, but also, I view prayer as more of like a meditation. I believe that we can typically solve our own problems, if we, give more than one thought to them. And so I feel like taking a quiet time and praying to, whoever is more so, edification for yourself than necessarily praying to like a cosmic being about something in general. So that's pretty much how I view prayer, in that respect. And so that's why I feel like, if I'm asking for something, I didn't before necessarily think about, me asking for does this affect someone else? Does this cause any sort of, ripple in the universe? I didn't really think about it on that level. And that's why I was like, well, I really don't know, because I also don't view prayer, as that. I more so view it as a meditation, if that makes sense.
So you don't believe in a God then?
No, I do. I just feel like the act of praying and meditating, since, allegedly God shows up, when you're praying, but as a form of just meditation is pretty much how I view prayer. It's not that I don't believe in God. It's just like, hey, this is what I got going on. It would be nice to have this and this and this, or whatever the case is. And
So you are asking for something while you're meditating.
Yeah, probably so. Yeah.
So that's what she's asking you. Like when you ask for said things, that is still prayer. You can call it meditation. Like if you're meditating, just meditating, I don't know, like nobody is meditating to ask like people for anything. Like you're not asking for anybody to do anything for you when you're meditating. You just meditate. So if you're asking while you're meditating, then you're praying to something and you're expecting the thing to listen to your prayer and maybe do what you're praying for. Right?
Right. But see, also, if I'm praying about something, it could be anything, whatever the case is. and maybe an answer pops up in my mind like, oh, you just need to do this, or oh, you forgot to do this, whatever the case is. I don't believe that's God telling me that, oh, hey, this is the answer to your prayer. I more so think that's probably just me or some experience or somebody that I've spoken with, and this is just popping in my brain at this time because I'm thinking about it. I don't necessarily
You
think
don't
there's a
believe in
God.
communication? You don't believe in communicating with God?
I believe so, yeah.
You
This
sound
is
like a
it.
spiritualist more
This is
than
why
an
I can't
actual
stand
Christian.
neutrality because of things like this. Because like there's nowhere to gauge anything. It's just all over the place. I don't know.
I missed the first half of what you said. I'm sorry.
I just said that's why I can't stand like neutrality. Just the idea of like, everything and nothing and everything at the same time, but it's also everything, but it's nothing. Like I can't stand it.
Yeah, it can be confusing. I get that.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds really like you're just really a spiritualist more than really a Christian per se. Like, I don't, yeah.
And maybe that's true because I grew up legalistic Pentecostal, and for the longest time, and after a certain age, I stopped going because it was, if you know anything about legalistic Pentecostal, it's a bit on the crazy side. And then I guess for a while I didn't have any affiliation, and then later in life I sort of came back to the idea of Christianity, and I think it's basically because it's just what I know, and I feel like aside from that, you kind of feel hopeless. But I also still have my qualms with it that I'm working out, as far as what I'm believing to be a tangible thing versus what is more metaphorical or more just a life lesson.
So where does the belief in your God fit into that? Like if you believe that there's an entity like that exists, like you're a Christian, you believe in the Bible, where do you go from, okay, I'm praying to a God, but I'm not really expecting the God to answer me, but I still believe there is a God there. But also when I pray, I answer my own questions. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, where is the belief in the God there?
Maybe the belief in the God is in the creation. I just feel like if God created me and he set me on this path that I'm on, surely he's given me the tools to be able to navigate this path that I'm on, and that I'm not solely relying on God for everything, because there's 7 billion people walking around, and sure, God's all powerful and he's all this, but I've personally never seen God show up and answer a prayer and see him physically do something. So I feel like it's more of just sort of a settling thing, because if the idea that there is no God can be hopeless at points. It's like, well, what's the point in all this? The idea that there is no God can be hopeless at points. It's like, well, what's the point in all this? And that's sort of what brings me back to.
So you don't actually believe in an entity that can operate in this world. You just believe that there's something there, like just a belief in the God is good, but you don't necessarily believe that there is a God there actually listening to your prayers or your meditations.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he sounds more like a deist.
Right.
Yeah, I'm open to the idea that that's the case. And I mean, these books are, thousands of years old. People have written about this God. And it's like, well, just because I haven't seen him doesn't necessarily make God not real. It just means that I haven't experienced or seen God like these people have. And so maybe there's some credence to this. This is an age old argument. Is there a God? Is there not? And I just feel like, I'm open to it. And I just feel like, I'm open to it. Fully on it.
Okay, because now the up and down makes sense, because like if you do actually believe that the entity exists and can do XYZ, like I was a little confused in the beginning with the whole like what if, but it's not. It's just that you're like, oh, if there's a God, then cool. If there's not, okay, I get it. But the title of Christianity is kind of just where I'm stuck at. But I get it.
Oh, so does I guess my belief, so it doesn't necessarily reflect Christianity, I guess is what you're saying?
No, it does not reflect Christianity at all.
Okay. Well, I do retract my First
Yeah, you
statement
probably
intended. I'm
should
Christian.
be Christian.
Well, she asked us, were we believers?
Well, oh, okay. Well, yeah, I guess I'm a believer in a sense.
Well, it doesn't reflect Christianity or the God in the Bible. That's my point. So if you're just a believer of the God in the Bible, it still doesn't track.
So if I'm a believer, does that not mean that I can't disagree with God's actions?
It would mean like you believe in, like if you were just saying, oh, I just believe in a God. I just believe there may be a God, there might not be a God. That's different from saying I believe in the Bible, in the God of the Bible. That's a specific God that has specific characters. That
Well,
has
in
specific.
Judaism, the God in the Old Testament isn't all knowing, like, because it doesn't say that it doesn't show that he's all knowing in the Old Testament. So he could very well still believe in the God of the Bible and just accept that in the Bible it doesn't. There are times where he's not all knowing. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say that would mean that he's not a believer.
As a matter of fact, I was going to say, I think that what he's been, from what I've heard so far, I think that's quite honest. The most honest stance in believing is to say what I don't know. I think that's fair. I think that's really the most honest way to believe. And it seems as though, because I grew up Pentecostal too, so I know when you leave, well, let me not speak for my man, but like you walk away from that and you think, it's something about that I don't like. It's something about that I know isn't right. And you may be looking for what is right, but you think, okay, well, the core idea of there being something outside of me seems right. And this is the only book I really know, and I don't really have time or energy to go dig in a bunch of more of them. So you kind of left in like this kind of where he is. It's like there could be a God. I guess there's a God, because I don't want to say there's not, because that could get scary.
Yeah, I definitely think he's scared, like, to some degree, because when he first came on, he said that God could make mistakes, right? Well, he said God did a lot of things wrong, not make mistakes. He said God did a lot of things wrong. So, but he was afraid to like say what thing he did wrong, or to say that God could make a mistake. I don't want to use the word afraid, but he wouldn't necessarily clarify that, if that makes sense. So I think that he might have been afraid to say, yeah, God can make mistakes, or that God was wrong when he did XYZ.
XYZ.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there's a certain like a rail on reality, like you ever go bowling and you put the little bumper things in the lanes, and it's like, I don't want to go too far over there because I might fall in the gutter or something, right? Like I don't want to see. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Can I say something about the conversation we were just having with Tyler?
When he finished, like, can he finish?
Well, I was actually told that I could speak next, but he started.
Yeah, he's a host. No, hold on, Bash.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah, he's a host, and so like, so he will come in. But I just want to make sure that we're not interrupting anybody, and like the only people on the stage that can interrupt is a host, and that would be myself, Ria, Lala, or Bash. Okay.
Okay.
This won't take long. I promise you I'm about that. I promise you I'm about that. So what I was going to say to my brother, to Tyler, where you are right now, and I don't know how long you've been in this particular place, and this may be liquid, right? Like you may not always feel exactly this, right? But where you are right now is a great place to be. It's a weird place to be, but it's a great place to be because you're just about, well, you probably are really ready to like ask yourself the tougher questions. Because for a while you might not ask them. You just go, it just is what it is. Like, I'm here, this works for me, blah, 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 blah. I feel like it's pretty safe, right? But where you are right now is a good place to be, because now you can start asking yourself the tough questions, and you've already admitted, hey man, I'm solving a lot of my own problems, right? That I may not get cosmic help. Right? But at the same time, the part that really made me want to say something is, it almost makes me feel like, how do I say this? Let me tell you about my life. Okay, my daddy was really abusive, my father. And at some point, like he didn't treat not that he treated my sisters great, but he didn't treat them as bad as he treated me. And at some point I thought, yeah, maybe I'm working out my own problems because I don't deserve the help. And I'm really hoping that you don't fall into that, right? Because it can come off as if, well, it's 8 billion people in the world, and some of us just have to tough it out ourselves, and maybe God will help somebody else, but maybe that just ain't for me. What I don't want you to do is take the abusive back seat to the idea. Does that make any sense, Tyler? Am I making any sense, bro?
Yeah, I'm tracking with you.
Yeah, I don't want you to feel like, God is good to other folk, but I have to carry my own burdens. Because that's a mind fuck, my man. And I've been there. Because then you get well, why ain't I special? I'm sure Thinker will tell you something. She told some stories about this the other day, and I don't want to retell her story, but why is it not for me? Like what, why won't God help me? Right? What did I do wrong? Because it becomes quite self-deprecating after a while. And I'm not saying you hit that wall. I'm just saying be careful, bro. That's all I'm saying about that. All right, I'm done.
Can I talk now?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your patience.
No, thank you so much for having me up here. So when I was listening to the conversation with Tyler and Rhea earlier, it sounded like Tyler was on a trajectory and the focus was brought somewhere else. It seemed like for a little while he was trying to stay on his trajectory while still engaging in the conversation, but the trajectory changed and it didn't seem like he was unsure. It seemed like it was going, like the conversation started going somewhere that he wasn't expecting it to go and he wasn't ready for it to go. So it didn't sound like he was scared. It just sounded like he hadn't thought about it the way you all were bringing it to him. So
when I said that it sounded like he was scared, I'm talking about when he and I was talking, not when him and Rhea was talking.
I'm be honest with y'all. Unless I'm like looking at the screen and seeing the blue box, then you and Rhea kind of sound the same to me.
Oh no! So when Tyler and I were talking about whether God can make mistakes in the beginning, in the very beginning, that's what I was talking about. So that was when he was talking,
and that's what I'm talking about then. Okay, I apologize. And it wasn't Rhea; it was you.
Well, that was when he joined the live. The question was when he joined the live, he answered the question: did God know that Judas was going to unalive himself? And he said, God is not all knowing. I said, well, could it be that God made a mistake? Right? That was the beginning of the conversation. That was the whole point of him joining the live.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you said that he didn't know the conversation was going to go there?
In terms of how you all could, well, I'm just telling how I perceived the conversation. Because when we came on, we was actually talking about free will. And then you gave us the topic of the...
No, the topic was about Judas, and then the person that was in the box that you were in brought up the free will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. And so
but the topic was
saying,
about
like,
Judas.
When he and I came up, that's what we said we were ready to talk about. And that's why when you asked the question about Judas...
Wait, are you saying you didn't know that we were talking about Judas before you came up?
I'm saying that I came up to respond about the free will part. And when you asked us about Judas...
Okay, so let me explain to you how this platform works. I don't know if you've been here all night or not. So this is Freeform Friday, right? And we have discussions. The discussion was about Judas's case. That's what we were discussing. Can you see that? Do you see that?
Ma'am.
Okay, so we were discussing that. The person that was in your box brought up free will and was saying that God did not know. I mean, that God did know that Judas was going to was going to self-exterminate, but Judas had free will. We were still discussing Judas when we were talking about free will and whether your God knew that Judas was going to commit suicide after he used Judas to betray Jesus. That has always been the discussion. I understand that you may have joined not knowing what we were discussing, but the topic was never free will. It was just a part of the. It was just a part of the. It's a part of the overall discussion.
That's. I did know, and I'm saying that I when I came into the box, it was my intention to discuss that free will component. So when you restarted the conversation when we got into the box and you said that about Judas and if God knew, if you remember, me and Tyler were silent.
Well, and I get it. I get you thought that you were going to be able to come in and just join that conversation of free will, but that's not how it works here. Like, we were in the middle of a conversation. So that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I get it. If the conversation is too much, right, for you, if this is not what you expected, what normally people do, right, is they leave. They don't continue to, talk. They say, oh, this is not what I want to talk about. I came up to talk about the free will, and I would have said, well, free will is not the topic, right? And then you could have left. But that's just how it works here.
We wanted to continue to engage. So that's what I was saying. So when we came up, that's my whole point.
Do you know Tyler? Are you and Tyler know each other?
No.
So how are you talking for Tyler and what Tyler wanted to do?
Well, he continued to engage.
No, I'm saying you're saying like he was silent because he didn't know that we were talking about Judas. Like, I
didn't say he was silent because of that. I was just saying that I was silent and he was silent, and we were silent when you asked us and then you pulled, and that's, I don't know how I'm coming off, and I don't know how I'm coming off.
Because you said the conversation changed. You said the conversation went to a trajectory that you guys were not expecting, which was Judas. And that was the conversation before you joined the stage. So the conversation didn't change. What we did was addressed a statement that a Christian made during the conversation about Judas, right? So I understand that you joined in the middle of that conversation, right? I didn't know that you didn't listen to the whole conversation, but the trajectory didn't change. Judas was always the trajectory. Does that make sense?
It does.
So I get you're saying that the reason you're saying that when he answered the question about whether God could make a mistake, you're saying it's not that he was afraid to say whether God could make a mistake or not. He did not expect to participate in that type of conversation. That's what you're saying?
Right. Because it sounded like
Tyler, were you shocked by the conversation of Judas?
And then,
No, I just want to know, is that what it was?
I wasn't shocked about the conversation of Judas. I was saying it sounded like he was trying to make his point in the way that you all were navigating the conversation. He was still engaging in the conversation as you all were navigating it, but that it wasn't his intention to navigate it that way.
Okay, that's what I'm at. Tyler, was that not your intention to converse with us about the Judas case that we were discussing?
No, I definitely was. Hold on just 2 seconds, these dogs.
Okay. I just want to make sure that I ask Tyler, since it sounds like you're speaking for him right now.
Yeah, so I see
wasn't
what
speaking for him. I was saying how I perceived the conversation. That's how I started. I was saying that's how I perceived the conversation, that he wasn't scared and that he did want to have the conversation, and it was being navigated in a way that may have been unexpected, and so he was still navigating it with you all, and that's how we ended with Tyler's ending, which is, he's not the classic Christian and he's searching for answers.
Yeah, so I definitely I agree with what she's saying, because that's why. So when you sort of when you made the comment, like, I was like scared to, and I know that's not what you meant by when you said that, like scared to go, I was kind of taken aback by the presentation, because I definitely wasn't expecting it to go that way. And I'm also still learning. So I'm also, I don't want to go too hard on one side or the other side when, you may say something that I would agree with. Right. And so I don't necessarily feel like maybe that's helpful to the conversation.
So when you said that God didn't know that Judas was going to off himself, right?
Right.
And then my next question was, well, could it be that God made a mistake? You were taken aback by that?
Yeah, I was. I was like, well, nobody's ever asked me that question before, for one. So at first I was like, oh, processing that. And then for two, it's like, well, I guess my response wouldn't be the typical Christian response in that.
Well, I don't know what a typical Christian is. I don't ever judge anybody by typical Christian.
I guess I say typical.
Yeah, your response was God does a lot of things wrong. Like you came right back. Like you didn't pause.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so if you came right back and said God does a lot of things wrong, and I said, okay. I said, so could it be that he made a mistake? Then? And you said, well, a mistake isn't really a mistake. So I'm confused. Yeah, you agreed. Like, I'm confused that you were taken aback. It didn't seem that way to us.
All right. Well, I would agree. I would agree that in my own personal view, I think God makes mistakes, but yet apparently God's ways are higher than ours. So, like, what is my thought on God's mistakes? Really, is it really a mistake, or is it just what I think?
But even if, so here's my question. If you do think that God makes mistakes, when I asked you that, and you seemed like you were kind of shy to say that God makes mistakes, and I pointed that out, did I not? That I asked you, I said, are you afraid to say that God makes mistakes? Right? And you said, no, I'm not afraid. But now you're saying that God does make mistakes. And I think more so you're saying, but does it really matter? Does my opinion really matter? That I think God made a mistake. Right?
Well, yeah, but I think more the overarching thing would be we don't necessarily know if, and I said this earlier, if it's a mistake or not. And then you read the scripture about Judas's his suicide or whatever, and it sort of gave insight on the type of person that he was. And so my stance was, well, maybe it wasn't a mistake because maybe Judas had greater transgressions in the future that could have thrown something off some kind of way. I don't know. And so maybe it wasn't a mistake for that to happen. I'm sorry, say it again.
I said, yeah, that was deeper into the conversation. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, because this is good feedback, right? Like to allowing people to join in the middle of a conversation. Right. And when you don't know the topic, to make sure that you're not taken aback by the discussion that's being had. Because when you join in the middle of a conversation and you hit request, right? My assumption is that you've been listening and you joined because you have something to add. Right. So I definitely would not have thought that you had no clue what the topic was. Because I wouldn't join a conversation if I don't know what the topic is, right? So,
no, I knew what the topic was. I was probably listening for a good 20 minutes before.
Well, the question that I asked you was the question that we asked the people before they left. So why were you shocked by that question?
Well, it was just the presentation. And it wasn't necessarily shocking. It was just like, oh, this is new. This is new for me. I guess I didn't initially get that first question.
Okay.
But I'm well aware of what the type of conversation is and like the different avenues that it's taken, but still, kept its, Judas.
Yeah. Well, okay. So I'm going to let y'all know we do ask hard questions in here. I'm not the type of person that's going to like soften up the questions if you are a believer and the questions seem a little too hard for you and there's something that you have not considered. This may not be the room for you. So I will let you know that we're not going to change how we have conversations or who we are because it's uncomfortable. Does that make sense? So you have to make the decision on whether you want to be here and participate. Does that make sense?
I definitely want to be in. Yeah, it definitely does. Yeah, and I do, and that's why I requested to be in and sort of gave my 2 cents. But it was a slight curveball, but nothing I wasn't prepared to discuss further.
Okay. Tiara, does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, do you want to continue with the conversation about Judas?
Absolutely.
All right. Please continue.
I do think that God knows everything that already happened. I don't think God knows that the future of what hasn't happened yet. And so I don't think that God knew Judas. I know that God knows the capacity for, the capacity for Judas to have felt that way. But I think that is the point of the free will. So that people do what they do and God sees what they do. I don't think God would consider death a mistake or even a bad thing. Because it never seems like God thinks that death is like, a bad thing. But there is conversation about what happens after the death that becomes either, a good situation to be in or a really messed up situation to be in. But I don't think that the death itself, God would consider a mistake or bad. Like Judas doing that, he's like, oh, okay. Well, now I know.
Well, I will say that I agree with you on that, and that's one of the reasons why I don't serve your God. Your God does not seem to respect human life, right? The life that believers believe your God creates. So to use Judas in such a way, right, and to put Judas in a finite human body with finite human emotions, and then not care, the same way he did Job. He didn't care about all the pain he put Job through. He told Job, shut up, I'm God, I do what I want. Right? Who are you to question me? Did you hang the stars? Right? He doesn't have the ability to really empathize with humans. We are finite beings and we do hurt. We do love the people around us, right? We do care about other humans. We're not immortal beings to where we can just off our creation and not give a fuck. So that is one of the reasons why I don't serve your God. And one of the reasons why I asked the question, right? If he in fact did know that Judas was going to feel that pain and off himself, then that would show that he does not truly care enough about humans. And so what was his motive for really killing his son?
I think that the ideology that God doesn't care because God doesn't show.
Said he didn't. You said he didn't care about the death of a human.
No, I did not. I said I don't think he considers it bad.
Yeah.
And so that's a very different thing. So
he doesn't consider death of a human bad.
Right. So that definitely does not equate to God not caring. I think God does show empathy because the temporariness of situations is because God created it that way.
Right. He created Judas to do a bad thing and then caused Judas to take his own life. And God did not see that as bad.
He didn't. When did we establish that was the point of Judas's creation?
That, like, literally your Jesus said that Judas was the son of the devil, or he was a devil.
Okay.
He called him the son of perdition. He said that he was chosen for this. Your God sent Satan. Your God sent Satan to enter Judas's body. Right. Satan in this book only does what your God tells it to do or allows it to do. Doesn't do anything by itself. So he was chosen for this by your God. Your God created Judas, did he not?
Yes.
So he created Judas knowing that he was going to use Judas to betray himself, to betray God. Right?
Well, these are options. These are these people's options.
Wait. Did your God create Judas? Okay.
Yes.
Did your God make a plan to die for the sins of the world?
Wait, now you're talking about Jesus?
Is Jesus God?
Well, but you just use God in the two senses in the same
Jesus
thing.
God?
So
I said
Jesus
he died for himself.
So then Jesus did not create Judas. No.
Okay, so when is Jesus the Word?
The
Is
light and the
Jesus,
truth, baby.
and the word is God,
Okay.
right? Like, this is why you see that last topic there that says Old Testament versus New Testament God. Do you see that on the very bottom?
Yes, I do. I do.
The reason that's there is because of the conversation you and I are having right now. Because I get confused when I talk to believers, right? Because at one moment Jesus is God, right? Which would mean that he is God.
Those moments?
And I'm sorry. What is Jesus?
When are those moments?
What is one of those moments? And then do me a favor and don't get there, because I will go there. I match energy. I'm just gonna let you know that, okay? So here we are in John. Okay. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. He was in the beginning with God. All things came into being through him. Okay. And without him, not one thing came into being. Okay. What has come into being in him was life, and the life was the light of all people. All right. Now, the writer of John wrote this to be like the fourth creation story, as a way to say that Jesus was there in the beginning, creating with God, as God. Okay. Now, when you get to John 1:14, and the Word became flesh. If the Word is God and it became flesh, that would mean that Jesus is God. Okay. So I'm going to ask you again. Is Jesus God?
No.
Tyler, is Jesus God? Are they different?
According to the scripture, Father, Son, the Holy Spirit, the Trinity, they're all three in one. So I guess, yes, Jesus would be God.
So we have two believers on stage who have a different understanding of who Jesus is and who God is. This is why I have this last topic here. So Jesus is not God to Tierra. And so Jesus's father, let's go to Jesus's father, God, created Judas, did he not?
Yes.
Okay. He created this plan for Jesus to die for the sins of the world, correct? I'm sorry?
No, I don't think so.
So it says that from the foundation of the world, Jesus was slain from the foundation of the world, and it was predestined that Jesus would die for the sins of the world. Your book says that. So is that a lie also?
Yes, there's definitely not untruths in the Bible, and they contradict themselves.
Are you just going to disagree with everything I say?
No, that you say, or is that is in the Bible that is not true? It's not you saying.
Okay, how do you know that it's not true? Do you know God's mind?
They contradict themselves. So
that Jesus, I'm sorry, give me just a second, because it's like you're talking like 1,000 miles an hour. So when it says that God had a plan from the beginning of the time, right, for Jesus to die for the sins of the world, how do you know that that's not true? Scripture, please. Or are you in God's mind? Like, do you have access to the God's mind?
No.
Can you give me the scripture that contradicts it?
I do not have the scripture that contradicts the statement.
Why do you think that is not true? You said it contradicts. What contradicts that?
What contradicts the statement that Jesus was predestined to die for the sins of the world?
Yes.
Okay. Well, because like I just said, God knew everything that already happened, right? But God doesn't know the future. So God can say to Mary, right? God can send an angel to Mary and be like, Mary, I'm about to put a baby in your belly and you're about to give birth to, a baby, even though you never had relations. If Mary offs herself, then now you don't have Mary. Now you don't have that baby in the belly. So that's what I mean when I say God. We have options, and we choose. And God puts, things in play to make the board move. But that's the whole point of the angels not being able to decide and the other beings not being able to decide, but we get to decide. So you can't have a predestined Jesus dying if we can't even be for sure and for certain. This dude left and he could have done a lot could have happened between his birth and the crucifixion. And God is not the decider of those things. So the predestined aspect of this story is just a way that they sell in books. But that contradicts
okay,
God.
Stop talking for just a second. You're going on and preaching. So is this a lie too? Is this a lie on the screen?
Okay, I'm reading it. Who believes in him may not perish but may have eternal life. No, that's not a lie.
So God did give his only son to die for the sins of the world.
Gave means gave like he got born for y'all. I gave y'all my.
So how do you so he gave his only son so that everyone hold on, I'm talking. He gave his only son so that everyone who believes in him may not perish, but how do you get eternal life? Through him giving his son. What gives you eternal life? How do you gain eternal life here?
By learning. That's what Jesus came to teach the people, right?
So you just gonna make up your own shit?
What you mean make up?
You up here just to disagree to disagree.
Okay, so you put words on the screen. You put words on the screen, the same words that I have read.
No, you literally just up here winging it. Why? I just want to know why.
Winging it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Why are
so
you doing
Jesus
that?
Didn't teach the people, didn't talk, didn't go out, didn't proselytize, didn't tell everybody the way, the light, and the truth. Jesus didn't live his whole life doing that?
Wait, so Jesus is God's son, right? And God gave his son so that you can have eternal life. And you get it. Where are you getting that you get eternal life? By learning. What scripture says that? Or did Jesus tell you that in your head?
Well, where are you getting the eternal life? By him dying?
In this book.
Okay, well, let's go to that part then.
Yeah, but first I want you to tell me where you got that you get eternal life by learning.
Because if you follow the rules, God is saying, here's the rule book. And I'm going to give you my son, right? So he can tell you the rules. And you follow these rules and you get heaven. You get eternal
okay, you're still
life.
winging it. Like I'm asking you for the scripture of where you got
I
that
don't
you
have
get
that.
So you're winging
I'm very
it?
apologetic.
Okay, you said you what?
I mean, you're very good with proof.
Wait, you said you what? You said you what?
I was just saying I don't have that. You're very good with.
What did you say about apologetic?
I'm apologetic that I don't have that.
Oh, you're apologizing. I thought you were saying you were apologetic. Okay. That's okay. Like, you don't have to apologize to me. I think you're full of it. I think that you're just winging it because you don't want to. Yeah, wow. I think you want to disagree. I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but I think it's dishonest.
Wow.
Go ahead, Tyler.
Just something to add to this. I don't really know which direction it goes, but the scripture of God giving his son Jesus to save the world. So there's a scripture in Matthew that says that at any time Jesus could have called 12 legions of angels to come and save him at any time. And so for the Bible to say that, before time, it was pretty much predestined that Jesus would go and die. I feel like that's hard to say definitively, because at any point Jesus could have been like, hey, this ain't for me. Send the angels, get me out of here. And so then I guess we wouldn't be having this argument, because Jesus doesn't die. We don't get forgiveness of our sins. Maybe we're still under the Old Testament rule of law according to the Bible. So I feel like maybe there's something to that, as if, Jesus had a choice of whether he wanted to stay and, complete the mission or to check out at any point.
If he had a choice, then what was him crying to his daddy in the Garden of Gethsemane about? This says, that you were ransomed for the futile conduct inherited from your ancestors, not with. Hold on. That's the wrong. Wait, that's the wrong one. I think it's 2 Peter. Wait, is this right? You know that you were ransomed from the futile conduct inherited from your ancestors, how perishable things. Let's see where we go. But with the precious blood of Christ, he was he was destined. I was looking for the word chosen. You know that you were ransomed from the futile conduct inherited from your ancestors, not with perishable things like silver or gold, but with the precious blood of Christ, like that of a lamb without defect or blemish. He was destined before the foundation of the world, but was revealed at the end of the ages for your sake. So, Tyler, are you in agreement with Tierra that this is a lie?
I mean, I wouldn't say I would have to. Well, I don't know about a lie, but maybe a contradiction, because if Matthew 26, 53 says at any point Jesus could have told God, hey, send the angels and get me out of here. And then we would assume that would happen unless Jesus would have been like, send him. And God's like, nope, you got to die. Like he didn't really have a choice.
So then that would mean the Garden of Gethsemane is a contradiction. Not free will. He told him in the Garden of Gethsemane, not my will, but your will. He begged him to let the cup pass. Did your father answer him?
He did. Well, I know, not saying that he did. Well, maybe he did answer him. He's like, well, it's not Jesus. Maybe he succumbed. He was like, you know what? This isn't about me. This is about the greater plan. And so he sacrificed himself, being selfless and sacrificing himself when he didn't necessarily have to.
So God answered him in the garden?
Or maybe Jesus just answered himself. He's like, you know what? Let me just get outside of myself and let me just fulfill the plan that my Father has put before me.
No, I'm talking. What does the book say? Hold on. Then Jesus went with them to a place called Gethsemane, and he said to his disciples, sit here while I go over there and pray. He took him, Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, and began to be grieved and agitated. Then he said to them, my soul is deeply grieved, even to death. Remain here and stay awake with me. I'm going a little farther. He threw himself on the ground and prayed, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. Yet not what I want, but what you want. Then he came to the disciples and found them sleeping. And he said to Peter, so could you not stay awake with me 1 hour? Stay awake and pray that you may not come into the time of trial. The spirit indeed is willing, but the flesh is weak. Again, he went away for the second time and prayed, my Father, if this cannot pass unless I drink it, your will be done. Again, he came and found them sleeping, for their eyes were heavy. So leaving them again, he went away and prayed for a third time, saying the same words. Then he came to the disciples and said to them, are you still sleeping and taking your rest? Now the hour is at hand, and the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Get up, let us be going. Look at my betrayer. That free will?
Who's the betrayer? Who's the betrayer in this sense?
Is that free will, Tyler?
Is Jesus what is that to me when listening and you read that and reading through it, it just seems like, Jesus is out to die. And I feel like that's any human response is like, okay, he's having an hour of doubting going on here. He's like, if there's any other way to do this without me dying on the
issue. Yeah, we don't need you to explain that. The thing is, he went to the Father, right? Yeah. Did the Father respond to him and let the cup pass?
No, but I think he wasn't asking him to do so. He was like, hey, if there's any other way to do it.
He literally said, my Father, if it is possible, let this cup pass from me. How do you say he didn't ask him to do that?
I don't think it was a direct ask. It was like, I feel like if it was an ask, it'd have been like, Father, I don't want to do this. Get me out of here. But he's like, if it's possible, if there's any other way, can you please show us that? And if not, then I'll do it. But if there's another way, please show us.
So that means like that he asked for another way. He asked for the cup to be passed, right? Did God give him that?
No, but it was a question. It was, if there's another way, if there's another part of this plan, can you, I don't know, to me, that's just
saying, it's still saying, Father, if it's possible, if there's another way, let's do another way. If not, let your will be done. He still asked, did the God respond?
Okay, so that leads to the scripture that I brought up earlier, Matthew 26:53, when Jesus like, don't you realize I could just ask God to send angels to save us and protect us, and he would do so? Well, that would be a contradiction,
Tyler, he even reinforces it on the cross. He literally accuses God of forsaking him on the cross. So he's acknowledging, I asked you to do something and you didn't do it. Forsaken. He literally reinforces that his father did not help him out. What are you saying?
So on the cross, when Jesus says, Father, Father, why have you forsaken me? I've also had questions about that. And most people would tell you that, well, it's because, Jesus took on the sins of the world and that separated him from God. So he thought God forsaken because he was.
That is an interpretation. That's an interpretation.
And that's not.
Say what they say. That's an interpretation. That's right. Apologetics.
Right. And
the words say what they say. He's asking God. He's literally saying, bro, like, I asked you to help. He's referencing the fact that he prayed to the God 3 times. Hey, I asked you to help me and you forsake me. Like, he's literally reinforcing that apologetic does not apply here.
Right, but let me finish.
Him saying that fulfilled the prophecy, right? It's Psalm 22:16, right?
Yeah.
And in that Psalms, it says, wait, is it 16? No, I'm sorry. It's 22:1. Plea for deliverance from suffering and hostility. My God, why have you forsaken me? Why are you so far from helping me? From the words of my groaning. Not why have you put sin on me? Not why have you separated from me? Why aren't you helping me?
I keep telling y'all this was a hostage situation.
I'm not seeing anywhere, and I'm not arguing like a point. I don't see anywhere where there was like a direct call from Jesus to God to say, save me from the situation, period. Get me out of here. And then God didn't answer or whatever the case was. I'm seeing a lot of questions.
What?
You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I found myself in those situations where it's like, hey, I work in the oil field. So it's like, it's very laborious job. And sometimes we got to dig these pits out with mud. And I'm just like, sometimes I'm like, oh, well, it's my turn to dig the pit. And I'm like, well, is the backhoe available? Is there any other way to do this other than me digging it? Because if
you don't necessarily mean that?
No, I do. I mean, like, is there any other way to
do
do
you mean it, right? If I say, Tyler, can you come and take me to the store? If you got something to do, I understand. Do I want you to take me to the store?
Not really, if you're giving me an option.
What the fuck is wrong with that? Like, what?
You see what I'm saying? Like, the thing is, it's just
no, I don't see what you're saying.
So,
if I say, Tyler, can you take me to the store? If you're busy, I understand. I'll find another way. Do I need to go to the store, Tyler?
Are you saying you have to demand things? Like you have to demand it before you actually want it? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I feel like if It just goes to the scripture where it talks about this was predestined that Jesus would die for the sins of the world, right? And so whatever that plan was for Jesus to die the sins of the world, like that was the plan. Whatever. So it was Jesus coming down on the cross. His blood is supposed to save the world. And so Jesus is coming in at this point like, hey, if there's any other way to save the world other than me dying and shedding my blood, then please reveal that.
So
but if that was part of the plan, it's part of the plan.
How are you saying that you don't agree that it was ordained, right? That Jesus was chosen before the foundation of the world to do this, but also at the same time saying that he never asked God to get him out of the plan, while also at the same time saying that God didn't know that when he sent Satan into Judas, that Judas would commit suicide. So you're either saying that your God sent Satan into Judas on the whim, right? On the whim. He just decided at the last minute to have Judas betray this Jesus, betray his son. Like, is that what you're saying? Like all of this happened on a whim?
I mean, no, I guess it was part of a plan.
You said it wasn't, though. You said you agree with Tiara that was a contradiction and not true in the Bible.
Well, it would have if there was a plan. So, like, if there was a plan that I was going to take you to the store, like that was the only way you were going to get to Walmart is if I took you, and there was no other way for you to get there. And you asked me, "Oh, hey Tyler, can you take me to the store?" But if you're busy, then that's okay. Then there would be no other way for you to get to the store. If that was a plan all along, the only way you to get there is through me, and maybe I have something to do. But
if it's my plan, Tyler, like, if it's my plan for me to get to the store, I'm always going to have a plan B and a plan C. If I ask you, if God is the one who created the plan, was he not?
Okay. You was. Yes.
Okay. So if I create the plan to get to the store, right, I'm going to have a plan B and a plan C. That's just me. That's how I work. Right? In this situation, God had a plan to unalive his son for the sins of the world. Right? You're saying that plan is a lie. You're saying that it's not possible for that plan to have existed before the foundation of the world, for Jesus to have been chosen before the foundation of the world, because Matthew 26 contradicts that, correct? Because Jesus is saying that if he wanted to, he could have got himself out of it, right?
Right, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that that was God's plan for him.
You are the one who used Matthew 26 to contradict that it was God's plan. Now you're saying that it doesn't contradict it?
No. I'm not saying that is in reference to it's being a contradiction to God's plan. I'm just saying that the caveat that Jesus had the option to be saved from it, I just don't feel like it makes it. I feel like you can't really definitively say that. It goes back to God.
What option did he have?
I don't. Apparently, there's no other option because God said you have to die. You're the one who said
he did. You brought up Matthew 26, and Jesus bragging that he could just choose not to die. You did.
Jesus didn't know the plan, though. Apparently,
is Jesus God?
Well, then that's a good question. See, now I'm back with you. Is Jesus God? Did he not know that this was the mission and this is what you got to do?
This is exactly why I'm not a Christian. This is why I'm not a Christian. Do you realize, like, let me explain what I understand. There's 4 writers, right? All at different times, all making up shit, right? The shit don't match. It don't match. They contradict each other. I get it. And trying to make sense of it is crazy. But for some reason, y'all believe it.
Okay, can I just be clear? And now I understand why you think I was being disingenuous. I just want to be clear. You asked us...
No, I don't. I still think you're disingenuous.
Okay, and I want to clear that up. You asked us were we believers. I am a believer. And as a believer, I am taught to believe in all of the holy books.
You don't. You didn't quote one holy book. I'm sorry, I don't.
Yeah. I didn't quote the Bible.
I'm sorry, I don't. I
didn't quote the Bible.
Yeah, no.
Because we were talking about the Bible.
Okay, stop. Jesus ain't in no other holy book. We were talking about Jesus and you were making up stuff.
Jesus is in the Quran.
So now you're Muslim?
I am a
How you
believer.
know
You
about the
asked
I
me if
don't. We
I was a
don't do. We
believer.
don't. So if you're Muslim, I'm gonna drop you down. We don't. This is about Christianity. Okay. So have a good day. All right.
Oh, okay. That was a
Yeah.
okay. That's fine.
Okay. So now you are lying. Stop. She's a liar, bro. The whole time we talking about Judas, like she is a fucking liar. Like, why do you have to lie and cap for Christ? That's crazy.
Jesus got a downgrade in the Quran.
That is wild. Then she's like, "Oh, I understand why you think
Y'all
I'm
hear me?
disingenuous." And then black, I'm a Muslim now. Stop lying.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Hi, thank you so much for being patient. I'm so sorry. Are you a believer
Yeah,
or a non-believer?
I'm a believer.
What did you think about what just happened?
I'm so sorry about that. Yeah, that was, I'm embarrassed. I'll be real. But I want to talk about the Judas case.
Okay, let me build your team up. Give me just a second, okay? One moment. I just gotta add one more person to the live that is a believer. Ja, are you a believer?
Well, you don't know me as a knower. I don't do the belief thing.
Do you know Jesus Christ? Have you met Jesus Christ, Ja?
I don't know none of them people. You know me. You know me. I don't know none of them people.
Okay, hold on, okay?
All right, love.
All right. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I got you. I'm coming right. Well, how do I say your name? Laquan? Lahanta?
Lahanta Kwan.
Lahanta Kwan. Okay, hold on. Charity, baby, are you a Christian or a non-believer? Charity, baby? All right, we're going to move on. No, she wasn't on mute when she was on stage. I didn't see. She was off mute when she was on stage. Griff. Griff, are you a believer or a non-believer? Hello, Griff? Griff? All right. Just one more second, Lahanta Kwan. Fellowship with Song, you're a believer. Are you in the guest request? Make it easy for me. Yep, there you go. Thank you for making that so easy for me, Fellowship. I appreciate you. All right, Lahanta Kwan, go ahead.
Yes, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So, I believe in Judas's case, he was destined. So, I believe in Judas's case, he was destined to betray Jesus, but at the end of it all, he never repented. He did feel bad and bring the money back to the guards, but he never repented. So he did feel remorse and stuff, but he wasn't really, in the case of forgiveness. What I wanted to start with.
You said forget. Say that for me again. I'm sorry, I didn't get to catch it. I had to walk away. Unless Ria or Lortz or Lala or Mac want to respond to you.
Which version of the Judas story is true? As far as how he unalived? Or do they both include him like rejecting the money? Because I thought he bought land with it.
No, my version, he didn't buy land. He just, he felt bad for doing it and gave it back.
Well, which Bible are you reading?
Which version of that?
King James.
That would be Matthew 27, right?
I think so. But when you say my version, do you not accept both versions in the Bible of Judas's remorse?
I'm real. I didn't know there was more different versions. I just read that one version.
Yeah, there's one in Acts.
Mm-hmm.
Give me just a second. I'll bring it up for you. And this is what I'm
Please.
sorry. You want to know, Mac, which one is true? Is that right? That's what you're asking him?
Because they tell different versions of events. Yeah.
Okay, 1 second. We'll do Matthew 27 first. This the version that you know, Lahantaquan? When Judas and his betrayers saw that Jesus was condemned, he repented and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. He said, I have sinned by betraying innocent blood. But they said, what is that to us? See it to yourself. Throwing down the pieces of silver in the temple, he departed and he went and hanged himself. The second version of this is in Acts chapter 1, verses 16 through 19, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
brothers,
I mean, 18 is the action. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Yeah, we can go to 18. Now this man acquired a field with the reward of his wickedness, and falling headlong, he burst open in the middle, and all his bowels gushed out. So Mac is asking which one is correct.
I mean, they're both correct. He still got a reward.
Wait, did he buy a field or not? But listen, okay, Rhea, do y'all remember, Tyler, remember when I talked about Judas's character? Rhea and Tyler, y'all were on the board. Okay, remember I said pay attention to the parentheses?
Yes.
It's written after the fact. The same person is what I think that added this is the same person that added that remark about when Judas was like, why are you wasting that oil? Go get 300 denarii. Let's give the money to the poor. So it can make it look like Judas's character was bad. You know what I'm saying? And then like here are the parentheses here. It's like there, and Matthew, it says he didn't buy a field, right? It says he gave the money back. He was remorseful. He hung himself. This person's like, nah, he bought a field. The same person was like, he used to steal money. He didn't really care about the poor. In parentheses. Pay attention.
So the question would be like, if he threw down the payment, how did he also buy land with the payment?
Well, maybe he bought the land first, and then he went and.
If he bought the land, he wouldn't have the money anymore.
And threw them out the rest of the money he had. Maybe he felt bad and was like, "Oh man, threw down the rest of the money he had."
So, are you saying he hung himself, and he fell? He hung himself, and then he fell and burst open, and his bowels gushed out. How did he die? Did he die twice, or? Because in Matthew it says he hung himself, and here it says he actually died in the field, and that's why the field is called the field of blood, Hakodama. So how did he die twice?
In two different ways, yeah.
This is blowing my mind right now. This is going on.
Yes.
I never put those two together in my.
Yeah.
I don't really have anything to say on the fact as far as the Christians are concerned.
I didn't. Yeah.
Y'all want me to blow your mind some more?
Yes.
Like, I don't know. Huh?
I don't think that I don't know. You can tell me if I'm qualified or not. I don't think I'm qualified for the conversation because I'm a believer of God. And I don't know because I don't believe in the Bible. And I think it'll be, as a Christian, I think that it would be a little unwise to be, I'm open, but I think it wouldn't be wise to believe in the Bible because that's of the world. And I think that we're taught to not be of this world at all, that just because we're human, we have to be.
Can I ask you a question? Who taught, where did you get that we're not supposed to be of this world? Who taught you that?
I can see when observable reality, that would be my response.
Well, no, you said that we're taught to not be of this world. Where do you think that came from?
I think there's a teacher within. I have that belief that I seem to know it now, but there's a teacher within.
Wait, are you trying to
know of the world sounds like it came from the Bible, right?
It did come from the Bible.
That's what I mean.
Well, I think that if something is also in the Bible, I don't think that it means that it came from the Bible.
Where did you learn about Jesus? Was Jesus dropped in your spirit too?
I learned about Jesus through the people that learned about the Bible, but I don't follow that train of thought. That's a train of thought.
So, you're in the caboose. What do you mean?
But why do you believe in Jesus? Why do you believe in Jesus when the Bible is the only evidence of it?
Why do I believe in Jesus? That'd be tough to. I know about the stories about Jesus, but believe in him.
So you don't believe in Jesus?
When you say believe in Jesus,
is Jesus your savior? Did he die for your sins? Like, I'm trying to.
Oh, that's Western train of thought. No, like I don't. So think is that.
Jesus? Who is Jesus? You are a Christian, yes? Jesus?
Yeah.
You are a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. And Christian is a follower of Jesus?
To the Western train of thought, yeah. Not for me.
No, for you. What is a Christian for you? What does that mean?
It's not deep at all. It just means for me that this is the time to where if you have a
why are you called a Christian? Who Jesus. I'm so glad I don't believe this shit. Okay. You are a Christian because Jesus is who to you? What is Jesus to you?
A brother.
And where did you learn about Jesus?
Are you a Hebrew?
No, I'm not Hebrew. Where did I learn about Jesus? Through the ecclesiastic teachings, if I'm saying that right.
Biblical teachings?
Yeah, from the church folks.
But no, I'm asking like what you know about Jesus now, like, right? Mm-hmm. How did you learn what you know about Jesus now? What do you know about Jesus that did not come from this book?
Nothing at all.
Are you pulling our leg in here right now? Are you an atheist trolling the live right now?
No, definitely not. Like, if you see my stuff, like, I definitely don't have the same mindset as my Christian brothers and sisters. They think more of the book, and I think more within. And I wish them well, but I don't see them doing the work at all.
Well, I don't know. Every Christian says that they have their own relationship with Jesus. They all believe that they got the Jesus from within until we kind of, dig more into that, and we find out that everybody in their family was Christian, right? And so that's where they learned it from, just like you. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. How do you learn Jesus, and especially Jesus? How do you learn of him without the Bible?
Yeah, I don't even know what you guys kind of mean when you guys say like Jesus, because I just know about when you say Jesus, I just know that people have written, but that's no different.
Playing around now.
Gotta be playing around. Man. I don't believe him.
Well, my whole content is based off. I'm new here, by the way, but I'm not playing. If you were genuinely concerned, if I am, I know that I have different views and perspectives, but my thing is just we have to be the example. And the only reason why I refer to myself as a Christian, because these are the times of where people associate God and Christianity as one, but I'm not deep on that either. Like, I don't have to die on that hill.
But you know what, fellowship? I'm here to tell you that you actually aren't different from any other Christians, because they all come up and say, I didn't learn God from the Bible. I got a personal relationship and he speaks to me and it's within. That's what every Christian tells us.
But God
You're no
doesn't have a
different than
voice.
any. That's what they all tell us.
Yeah, but God doesn't have a voice.
They want us to believe that Jesus is this person that's going around and flying into people for some reason. Like, I don't know. But that's what they all tell us.
I can see the similarities for sure, but God doesn't have a voice. He has a voiceless voice. He reveals. So I don't know where they got that from. And you can see that through observable reality. You don't. That's why there's a little bit of disconnect between me and my brothers and sisters that are so-called believers of God. And just because I've noticed, because I believe in God, a lot of people associate me as religious.
Hey, wait, hold on. What is your church called?
My church?
Yeah.
Oh, I think church is what I do every single day. I think this is church.
So you don't go to church at all?
Like the building? No. But if you had to like point me to...
No. I did not need any more elaboration. I just wanted to know what your church was called. That is okay. Go back to the conversation.
He's a non-believer in the making.
A non-believer? Of what?
You're a non-believer in the making. You don't really... Brethren. First of all, if you don't know... when you look up the definition of believe, you keep saying you believe in something. I'm a person who know that none of this shit exists. So, and I can prove it. You cannot prove, no one can prove Jesus exists, God exists, because if you say he's real, then real is what? Real is something tangible, something you can touch, something you can see. None of you, nobody have never seen none of them beings who they keep professing in the Bible. And if you truly understood word, power, and sound, words have meaning, brethren. It's okay. I'm glad you came up, and Thinker is going to get you squared away.
But I also deal in the know and not in the belief. I don't have.
What do you know?
I know God.
How do you know him?
He exists within.
When have you seen him?
When have I seen God?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't.
What does he look like?
But you can't see God. It's a period of like. God is you know how the Christians say God is love? Like, it's that. And so it's like peace within, and like, so you don't see God.
Why can't love be love?
Because what do you mean by that? I want to be sure.
Love is love. Love has a meaning, right?
I think we misunderstand what that is, and I think a lot of people have a Western
love can stand alone.
Right.
So why does it have to be God?
No, love can stand alone without God. No, it can't. No, not at all.
Why don't you think it can?
God.
To put it simple, men and women are incapable of love. There's a source of love, and it's not in men and women. I think
so. Why do you think that? Though, where did you get that from? Because love is really just an emotion. It's a bunch of like endorphins and stuff like that going around.
Yeah, that you call that love. Okay, I agree that happens, but I don't think that that's love at all.
And what's the definition of
what
love?
do you think is love? Yeah, what's the definition?
I don't know from an intellectual perspective, but I know that God.
What's your definition? Can you explain it succinctly?
I can expound, but to be short, God is love.
Okay, so you can't explain it to me.
Well, yes, I can. I think that love is. If I go more in depth, I will say that love is.
So how do you start an explanation with the conclusion?
Hey,
wait, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
What?
Like what?
Fellowship. Is love jealous?
Somebody
Love
don't
is
read the Bible though.
not jealous.
Love is not jealous. Is God jealous?
Yes.
God is not jealous.
What? But he says he's jealous.
He said it.
According to somebody's interpretation of what
Oh,
the
so you get to pick which things are factual.
But I've never quoted a scripture nor have read that book or picked it up in my life.
No, but you did, because
that is not a credit to you.
But you did, and that is why I asked you, or the question I asked you before, because what you said about how you learned about God came directly from the Bible.
Yeah, everything you know about him is inside the Bible.
I see. Nah, I think that truth is it's all over, and so it can even be in the Bible.
There's no such thing as this truth is not over. They're all over. There's no such thing as my truth and your truth. There is only the truth.
But hold on, because you do a phenomenal job. But I don't know what thought you're in, but I never said that. You do a phenomenal job.
You just said that truth can be all over.
That's a meaningless statement.
I said truth is all over.
So is falsehood. It's a meaningless statement.
Right, which means that what? But if I say this color is red, and then a book says this color is red, it doesn't mean I got it from that book that says this color is red. You understand now?
But you did. You wouldn't know anything about Jesus without the Bible.
I did agree.
You would have never heard of Jesus without the Bible.
I do agree with that.
Right. So this separating it from the source text is not a thing that you can claim.
But I'm not separating it because I clearly know that to believe in Jesus Christ is wrong. You should, even the Bible, if you go to that, says that. So I know that's wrong. What do you mean? To believe, well, Christians should be taught that the only thing they should believe in is God, not the Bible. But I understand what's going on, like with why they're believing in the Bible.
They don't believe in the Bible; they believe the Bible.
Right.
There's a difference.
Right. They should
believe in something means that thing is that thing is the focus of your belief and worship. Pretty much, right? But believing something just means you accept it as true.
Right.
So this believing in the Bible thing, it's not equivalent.
Didn't you say Jesus was a brother?
Wait.
Yeah, I feel like he's trolling.
I just want to say one thing to Mac. Mac, I would just say that the reason why I don't get into the Bible talk is because I noticed that it's all ego and it's all intellectual.
What about the Quran?
Or any book. I'm not interested in any book because I noticed that the people that are interested in the books aren't actually doing the work within. And so it's not, and I've learned.
And the work within is what? Like, what does the work within do? What is the result of that?
Peace.
That's it. It's intrinsic. Selfish.
You said that peace is selfish?
I'm saying the benefit of the work within is that you get peace. You get peace.
Yeah, within self. But there's no.
That's it.
But once you have done
I'm sorry. And so, who decides when someone has peace within? How do you know that those that believe in the books don't have peace with themselves, even if they act a fucking fool? How do you know that they don't have peace with themselves and how they act?
Well, you just said it. If they're acting, so for example,
they could love the way they act, and they could be fully at peace with how they act. Who are you to decide whether they have peace or not?
That's totally true. I understand where they be coming from with that, but I would just say this: you can measure it because I'm an example of that. Like, there's nothing that anybody can say ever in this world, not any so-called racial term or discrimination on my height or look, that can ever rile me to get angry with them. And I noticed within
that's your definition of peace, right? So your entire purpose of doing the work within it is an intrinsic reason. Like, the benefit is intrinsic. Like it does nothing for anybody, like nothing for the world.
Well,
So
you
like
can
all
see
you're doing is the same thing. You're doing the same thing that the other believers do, right? You said it's all full with ego, ego, ego. And then when I ask you, what is the benefit of you doing the work within? It is for yourself, right? And then you say, I don't get upset when people talk bad about me because I have true peace where everybody else doesn't, because I'm doing the work when
it's not that I'm.
That's what you said.
Yep, indeed. It's not that I'm trying to, by saying one thing, I'm not discrediting them at all, but I'm simply saying that a lot of people are suffering when they're in that state of what you're saying. They may not be able to see it like that, so it's kind of like subjective, but you can clearly see that they're stressing, they feel some type of way, they have this need to be right. And then people that deal with the Bible, rather atheist or Christian or Muslim or whatever they are, they're heavy in the need to be right and the ego. And me, that's why I said I don't even qualify, because I'm too slow to even care.
Let me ask you a question.
That's why I said I was.
Wait, but fellowship,
I do
stop.
like you.
Wait.
Yeah.
The thing is that you hit request, right?
Yep.
Why are you here?
As a believer, and
no, not the question I asked is why. Why are you here? For what? For what?
Just to stand as a believer in God for those who may not.
For what?
You asked if there are any believers, and I said that I was.
And so why did you come? If you don't deal with the book, so you've watched the live, correct? Did you just so happenstance upon the live?
Well, yeah, I've watched the live. I totally have.
And so we deal with the book in here, correct?
Yep.
But you don't deal with the book. You're beyond the book. You've got peace beyond the book. Right?
Yeah.
Yet you still came in here and you still hit requests and you still came up on stage to tell everybody that you have found peace without the book and you don't need to discuss the book because you're doing it right and everybody else is doing it wrong.
Never said that. That's your thought.
That's what you said.
No, I did not say that. Those were not my words.
You said everybody that reads the book.
Phenomenal job.
I'm sorry, I'm talking.
Right now.
I'm sorry, I'm talking.
Yeah, my bad.
You said everybody that deals with books, right, are heavy. They need to be right, right? You said all of those things. Then you said where I, right, am at peace. And the crazy thing about it is that you knew you were entering a room where people deal with the book, where people discuss the book. And if you were at peace, I'm just trying to figure out why you came up on this stage.
Because I don't think anything is, I don't think that the book doesn't have some truths in it. And so I wouldn't mind having a discussion about it. But it's not that important.
So why didn't you just engage in the topic, if that's the question? If you didn't mind having a discussion about it, why didn't you just engage in the topic instead of saying, I think you can drop me, I'm not the one, when you could have just hit the X yourself and just left, right?
Yeah, but I also, like, what are we doing here when you say that? Like, because, obviously I'm trying.
Sir, we're having a discussion about the God of the Christian Bible. About Job. That's what we're having a discussion about. That's what we're doing. What the question is, what are you doing? Because we were having a discussion about Job and the God of the Christian Bible. The question is, what are you doing?
I think that a lot of principles that come within that book are observable reality. So I can stand with it on the aspects of some, but I clearly know that the book was written by a man I clearly
Okay,
know that.
every book was written by a man, but we're having a discussion about Job and the God of the Christian Bible. Are you able to engage with that? Because you're the second Christian that's come up here to try to kind of pull us off the thing because they pretend not to understand what's going on. So can you engage with that topic, or you just want to leave?
No, I would choose to go.
Have you ever read the Bible?
Okay, well, go ahead.
Never will.
Well, if you've never read the Bible, then what are you doing up here?
How does he know about the principles?
Because he's lying. That's why he's lying.
Principles are principles are there, and then the Bible has people that are Christian or any religion, they associate it with that book, but that's where you get the principle. Principles are
brethren. So if you never read the Bible or any kind of religious material, and how do you know what principles are in the book?
I never said I knew what principles were in the book. When did I say that?
Okay, so again, my question is, why did you come up here? That's the question. And why are you still here?
On behalf of Christians who believe in God.
What are some?
But you don't know. But you don't know But you just said you don't know the Bible. So why are you here? In the words of the sage Beat King, you should get your bread, get your head, and leave.
Yeah. Anytime I say Christian and God, I have to.
You should get your bread, get your head, and leave.
Why is it that when I
sir, Mr. Things don't bother me. Crash out in but you about to crash out in 3, 2, 1. You should get your bread, get your head, and leave. We tired of talking to you. We've been on live almost 12 hours. We're tired. We are tired, Mr. Fellowship.
If you have a lawyer that talk like him, just fire him. Let nobody like him represent you, because you're going to prison. You're going to jail. You're going to jail.
He's a lawyer?
I'm just saying.
Okay. I was going to ask if you read any legal books.
Because what is going on?
What are you doing? What the fuck are you doing?
You passed the bar on word of mouth.
Why? He came in here to say, look at me, look at me, look at me.
Listen, I'm here on behalf of Christians. That's why I said don't hire him if he's your lawyer. On behalf of Christians, and you haven't read their book, you're coming to represent somebody? Represent who? You haven't read the book. You're representing Christians and you don't know their book. Do not hire that man.
That is wild. Is Christina alive yet? Not yet.
I don't see anything.
Okay. Yeah, let me know when she goes live. If y'all haven't followed the YouTube yet, y'all, we're almost at 700 subscribers on my personal YouTube. If you haven't followed the YouTube yet, make sure that you do. That way, if the live goes down, I think I may have fixed it because I lowered the bit rate, but if the live goes down, you can just move to YouTube until we fix it on this side. So make sure you hit the link in my bio and you follow me on YouTube at Arc Thinker, so that you can also catch the replays, because we are live 11 hours, 4 days a week, and you can go and listen to it while you're working out, while you're at work, while you're on a road trip or whatever. Block Cheney? Block Cheney?
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good.
Are you a believer or a non-believer?
Christina's live.
Back and forth.
I'm sorry. What
I
you
grew
say?
up and I was looking to join the conversation a little bit earlier when you guys are going back and forth.
With the peace guy?
Yeah, the guy that was kind of trolling.
Oh, okay. Okay, so do you want me to take you down?
No, we're all good.
Are you a believer or a non-believer, though?
I am a believer.
Okay. Give me just 1 second.
I don't know if you heard me. I kind of jumped in there. Sorry about that. Christina is live.
Oh, she is live. Okay.
So whenever you want to wrap.
Yeah. All right. So, Block, I am going to go ahead and shut down, and we're going to raid Christina. I'll probably join Christina live for. Oh, she is live. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Oh, she is live. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Oh, she is live. Okay.
Yeah, so.
Somebody on the YouTube
All
said
right.
Lord's is a motherfucking mess. Somebody on the YouTube said Lord's is a motherfucking mess.
I'm just saying, like everything is a music reference to me. So I'm one of those people that if you tell me, if you tell me that something's wrong, I'm gonna find the song for you. So
Yeah, we love
Does that mean
Lord's.
the Judas conversation is over?
Well, I mean, I think you said that like you were kind of like shocked when when we showed you that there are two different versions of the Judas. Like, do you want to continue that conversation?
Well, yes, because the more I thought about it, we were talking about what's Judas committing suicide, or I'm sorry, offering himself. Was that good part of the plan? But I feel like if Judas went and bought the land, Judas kind of comes off a little greedy.
I know, but did he buy the land is the
right.
question.
And
right?
the question
So
is, why did you choose to believe that version?
Well, because I didn't. Well, like I said earlier, I didn't know that that other.
Yeah, but
I never put
why
those
did you choose
together.
Right, you didn't know. I get it. Why that version?
I think it was
one version.
It was
one version shows that he didn't buy the land and that the priest bought the land. Another version says Judas did, in parentheses, which means it was added later, just like the parentheses that was added when he said, "Give the money to the poor." So why did you choose that version?
I guess I would assume that just believing that God is good and he doesn't make mistakes. I guess in just believing that line of thinking that I just chose to believe that. But I also haven't had those two presented side by side like that.
Okay. So you decide to choose the one that sided with God and not the one that decided with the human. Is that what it is?
Well, I think I had no choice but to believe to side with both of them, and I feel like it leads.
You have a choice, and you chose it. You chose the one that better aligned with making God look good. The parentheses. That's what you chose. You chose that one. You did make a choice.
Oh no, I don't feel like I did. I feel like.
Did he buy a field or did he not?
That's what I'm wondering. I feel like
you
I
literally
feel like that's
said he bought a field. Did you not say that? Now you're going back on that?
Well, no, I'm not going back on the scripture says it.
And
so I'm not going back on
there
it.
There are two scriptures that say two different things. You chose the one that said he bought the field. I asked you why, and you said because God is good. You just believe that God is good. So you chose the one that helped you align closer with your idea that God is good. So you aligned with the God over the human. You did make your choice.
All right. So I guess I'm just having an internal conflict.
Why?
As to what is necessarily good here. Anyway, that was just, I know this is over, but I don't know,
But why does anyone have to be good? Why can't you just admit that your God is not good?
Well, that's a good point. Because I would agree that I could
admit that he would be wrong, right?
Yeah,
because if you believe that he's not all knowing, then at some point he would have to be wrong. He'd be just like me, a human, right? I don't know everything. So at some point I'm going to be wrong. You can't be not all knowing and never wrong. It's just not possible.
Those tri-omnis or quad-omnis really did a number on people. They put them in a bad position when it comes to defending your faith. Because I could show you right now where the God is not omniscient. Or omnipresent. So that would take care of two of those.
He doesn't believe the God is all-knowing, though. He doesn't believe that.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying him specifically. Sorry.
Oh. And then the crazy thing about it is he doesn't believe everything in the book, but he chose to believe that one.
Well, I believe
choose your own adventure.
I believe the book as far as something that is like, I remember like as a kid, they would say the Bible meant basic instructions before leaving Earth. And I feel like, this is all of our first time here. We don't really know what's going on. And I feel like the Bible is a good basis to sort of, if we can use the word good, to be like, here's how to be a good person and to live a long, prospering life. And
Tyler, let me ask you a question, right? Let's say you went to IKEA, right? And everybody knows those IKEA, and you bought a dresser from IKEA, right?
Right.
And you were getting ready to put it together with these basic instructions before leaving IKEA.
Okay.
And the dressers, you had one part of the instruction where it says to put the bottom on first. But then you had another instruction that said, put the bottom on last. These same instructions were in this basic instruction before leaving IKEA booklet. How would you know which one? Should I put it on first? Should I put it on last?
According to that, I guess you really wouldn't know. I guess you would have to see what's in front of you and sort of make a judgment call.
I got a new acronym for the Bible. Oh, go ahead, Lawrence.
No, but in this case, right, you can't make a judgment call because if you make the wrong call, you're going to be burning in hell, right? So you can't really make a judgment call. If these are the instructions that you're supposed to follow that mean your eternity, don't you think they should be more clear?
Yeah, I 100%
don't you think
agree.
they should? We shouldn't be trying to decide, did Job off himself? Before, did the priest buy the land? Did he buy the land? Did he get disemboweled? Like, why do we as mere mortals have to wrestle with that? You would think that a God, right, that's supposed to be, like you said, what do y'all like to say? His ways are not our ways. Well, I can't tell because he's not just as confused as my next door neighbor.
Doing carbon dating on shrouds of Turin 5,000 times.
Exactly. Just to like, what are we doing? Literally,
he
what is going on?
Don't want to be found, Lords. He don't want to be found, and these people have not figured it out.
That's what I'm saying. It's like you have to seek him. Like,
he's so big. He's so big, and he still can't be found. Like, he don't want to be found. Like, if he wanted to, like y'all saying he could do everything but be found.
Last night, I was on Joe's live last night. And this guy kept saying, "I seeked him." Why do we have to seek God? He kept saying, "I seeked him." Why do we have to look for this man that's supposed to be the man that is supposed to have the key to our destination? The man who says, I would that none of you would perish, right? He's making it very hard for us to not perish because we got to look for him. We got to talk to him and hope he answers.
Yeah, but like to finish what I was saying earlier about as far as, basic instructions, I feel like...
Can I give my acronym?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Born into lies and eternity.
Exactly. That's what I say.
Born into belief, lies and eternity. Born into belief, lies in eternity. That's the new acronym for Bible. Anytime somebody say that, I'm going to say born into belief, lies, and eternity.
Yes.
So I feel like it's those things are more of a practical sense of like how to live. So if we take the law of the 10 Commandments, don't commit adultery, don't sleep with someone's husband or wife. Don't commit adultery, don't sleep with someone's husband or wife. Don't commit adultery. Don't sleep with someone's husband or wife because, quote unquote, it's a sin. I don't necessarily take it as far as a sin.
What about don't covet their slaves?
I feel like what that is it's just
don't
a practical.
The slaves, though.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I think it's more of a practical thing where it's like, hey, you might want to sleep with somebody else's spouse because you don't know what that person on, and they may try to off you if you do something.
I know, but Tyler, listen to what you're saying, right? If you feel that it's more of a practical thing, right, then that still means that we as humans have to figure out what it's saying, right? We have to see how it applies to our own lives. If it's not really, if it's more of a practical thing, right, then we still have to see how it applies and how to navigate it. I would think somebody that wants you to not perish would make it easier for you not to perish.
But I
Right?
don't agree with that because I think we all have our own struggles. Some people may struggle with not offing somebody else, and some people may struggle with lying, and some
I know, but
people may not
why do
have
we
any of
have those
those.
struggles?
So there's do what?
Why do we have those struggles?
I guess because we're humans. I guess I couldn't answer that.
We were made to have them.
Yeah, we were made to have these struggles. We were made to struggle. I guess. Struggle is relative. But like, why do we have these struggles?
I guess because
Like,
we were
what's
like dude said, maybe because we were made to have those struggles. But the Bible's like, hey, I know you struggle with lying, and you may not seem like nothing's wrong with it, but hey, there is a problem with lying to people, and it would probably be in
I
your
know,
best
but you
interest not to
made me
lie.
to struggle. But you made me to struggle with lying, and then condemn me because I struggle with lying.
I mean, even with that, let's say the Bible does say don't lie. Then it goes and says, well, if you do grape somebody, it's okay, just pay them. Or yeah, you can have slaves, just don't steal each other's slaves. Like, is that practical too?
I don't know if that is still part of the conversation. I think that sort of leans. There's things I would agree. I
Part of
would
your
agree with.
commandment. It's part of the stuff that you're supposed to follow.
Yeah, but I feel like we have to look at it in its in its time, in its context, in its time.
Well, no, because you
God's
listen. Are you
timeless.
saying that? Yeah, God is timeless, but why do we have to look at that commandment in its time, but not the Ten Commandments? The Ten Commandments, for some reason, are the only commandments that you guys think follow us through time. The other ones you feel like you don't really have to pay attention to those, but that's not what God said.
Well,
Paul said you don't have to pay attention to them, but your God said, "Oh yes, you do."
there's
Said
so
it
many
And the
different
multiple
Bible
laws.
times
and the Bible
in the
don't
Bible.
say and the Bible don't tell you to update it at any point. It does not tell you that, oh, as you go every year, update your thinking in reference to the Bible. It don't tell you to do that.
Right, but there were so many laws and things added to, people put in God's mouth of laws and stuff that weren't like just to say.
Okay,
I just feel
so
like,
Tyler, so then how do you know which one you should follow? How do you know which one is God's law or which one is a law that a man made? How do you figure that out?
You just chose the first 10.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you guys cling to the Ten Commandments. You cling to it with all your might. But there are 603 that Jesus says. He told the Pharisees, "You're telling me about washing my hands, but why don't you kill your children? Because my daddy said." That's the kind of shit I used to say when my daddy was alive, because my daddy said, right? You asking me, why don't your disciples wash your hands? I want to know, why don't you listen to my daddy and kill your children? That's what Jesus said while he was alive. So why y'all not killing your children? Because y'all don't like that part.
yeah, I don't know. I can't recall that specifically in the Bible. I'm not saying that it's not there. It probably is, but
I know, but the reason why you don't do it is because you don't like that part. You
what is
don't
it?
like that part when Jesus said, "Don't ask me about you don't follow my law for your traditions," when you really should be stoning your children.
I
That's
don't.
what the Jesus said while he was alive. This wasn't some hallucinogenic fever dream that Paul had when he was running from his creditors when he was Saul. Right? That when he was running from his bills, he didn't have. This wasn't a hallucinogenic fever dream that Paul had of Jesus. This was Jesus actually talking to the Pharisees, saying, "You nullify my God's words when you don't follow it, when you're not out here stoning your disobedient children." But y'all don't like that part because it requires you to actually do something. I think that's why the Christians don't like that part, because it requires you to actually be held responsible for something. You can't just say, well, I just leave it up to Jesus. I just pray and leave it in Jesus' hands. No, Jesus wants y'all to unalive your children with rocks.
Oh no, that's an interesting point. Do you know where that is? What book that's in, or any scripture? Can you reference?
Let me find it.
Yeah, Lord's give him the one in Deuteronomy too, so he knows like where the law is.
Yeah.
Okay, let me tell you where the law is.
That Mark 7 was the Jesus talking about the Pharisees?
Yes, it's Mark 7. That's when Jesus was talking to the Pharisees, when the tradition of the elders, that's what it's called. It's called the tradition of the elders. Now, when the Pharisees and some of the scribes who had come from Jerusalem gathered around him, they noticed that some of his disciples were eating with defiled hands, that is, without washing them. For the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. And they do not eat anything from the market unless they wash. And there are also many other traditions that they observe, the washing of cups and pots and beds. So the Pharisees and the scribes asked him, why do your disciples not walk according to the tradition of the elders, but eat with defiled hands? He said unto them, Isaiah prophesies rightly about you hypocrites. As it is written, this people honors me with their lips, but their hearts are far from me. In vain do they worship me, teaching human precepts as doctrines. You abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. Then he said to them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. But you say that if anyone, a father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for a father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition that you have handed on. And you do many things like this. Jesus is saying, you do not follow my God's commandments. So don't ask me and my people about washing our hands. You are a hypocrite because you do not follow my Father's law. And one example of that is that you don't stone your children when they are disagreeable.
And stoning it was a death sentence back then, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and so the Pharisees were like the political figures of the time. Is that right? Would y'all agree with that? Or
No, the Pharisees were teachers of the law. They basically were like Paul, or like your preachers today, that your theologians today that reinterpret the books to make it more modern, to make it fit a modern audience. That's what they did. They were just teachers of the law, but they changed it as people evolved, as knowledge came. Jesus didn't like that. The Sadducees were the ones that stuck to the Torah, and if a prophecy came in the Torah and it did not happen, they just didn't deal with it no more. They kept the Torah as is. And so Jesus believed that the law should stand, nothing should be changed. That's why he says not one line, not one iota, not one tittle should change or be removed until heaven and earth pass away. He was talking about the Pharisees because they change it to fit the times.
So he would have been more in line with said political leaders that you're asking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Are you done?
I am. I'm tapped out.
Well, thank you for participating tonight, y'all. Let's go, Ray, Christina, Carol. I'm gonna hop up there with y'all for a little bit, Lawrence and Rhea. I'll see y'all in a minute.
All right.
All
Yes.
right.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.
Thank y'all so much. Good night to the YouTube audience. I appreciate y'all. Y'all don't forget that we have the auditions tonight. If you got talent, whatever talent you got, instruments, singing, dancing, telling jokes, spoken word, poetry, painting, boxing, we giving away $1,000 for talent on behalf of raising money for Central Africa. The auditions are tonight at 11 p.m. We won't be live all night, so we're just going to see those that audition, okay? So come support. You will be voting. You will be deciding, okay, who gets to move on to the big show. If you cannot audition tonight, you still have a chance to upload a 60-second video to the audition registration form, and we will judge that way. And that form is open until tomorrow night, Saturday night. Don't forget, we have tomorrow 5 o'clock with Dr. Joshua Bowen, the Q&A for sub only. It will not be previewed. It'll just be sub only. I'll see y'all in a second at Christina Carol's Live. I love y'all. Thank y'all so much for your support, and peace out.